You have successfully completed the task. Luo Feng's request, granting you an additional 100 days of black iron level cultivation. Slaying a primary bee soldier yields 1 day of black iron level cultivation. Challenge task. Enduring for 10 minutes before the golden horn giant beast will grant you one of its innate talents. Eliminate the cosmic sovereign to acquire one true god artifact and earn 10,000 epochs of diamond level cultivation. Do you believe I am merely an unremarkable individual? Absolutely not. In truth, I am a player. Chapter 1. I am a player. Game loading, retrieving data. Data corruption, warning, warning. Accompanied by a rapid electronic tone, Yang Wu entered what is referred to as the game. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had traversed realms. Jiangnan Base City, Yian District Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Where am I? Yang Wu gazed around in utter bewilderment. Is this how the novice village appears? Brother Yang, Luo Feng glanced at the dazed Yang Wu. Could you please assist me by activating the speed tester? You have triggered the task. Luo Feng's request. Accept/abandon. Luo Feng. Yang Wu furrowed his brow, contemplating how could Luo Feng be in this game. Wait a moment. My name is Yang Wu, and this person called Luo Feng. Have I truly traversed worlds? Traversing worlds would have been tolerable, but he never anticipated that his current identity was merely that of a superfluous character within the universe of swallowing the stars. Except, upon grasping the current situation, Yang Wu promptly accepted the task. Given all that he had come to understand, it was undeniable that he had indeed traversed, seemingly into the realm of swallowing the stars, which he was relatively familiar with. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and approached the nearby track, activating the speed tester. Click! The speed tester powered on, and the camera illuminated. You have completed the task. Luo Feng's request, granting you 100 days of black iron level cultivation. Name, Yang Wu. Race, human. Cultivation, 100 days, black iron level. Cultivation is categorized into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. Yang Wu cast a glance at his game panel, and indeed, his cultivation had transformed into 100 days, black iron level. It was a straightforward panel, revealing at a glance that this was a golden finger. After a brief examination, he realized that cultivation was immensely valuable, capable of transforming into genetic primordial power, mental energy, and martial comprehension. Indeed, after traversing, one must possess a golden finger. However, this is merely standard procedure. Externally, Yang Wu appeared composed, yet he could not conceal the excitement within. However, if my memory serves me right, the original character Yang Wu did not possess remarkable talent. Haha, yet with this panel, I shall undoubtedly soar to great heights. Yang Wu laughed heartily. The utility of cultivation was immense, but where it should be applied remained to be seen. Yang Wu contemplated briefly, then resolutely made his decision. I shall dedicate all 100 days of cultivation to enhancing my physical attributes. Yang Wu silently declared within. Based on his knowledge of the swallowing the stars world, strengthening oneself in the early stages was paramount. For had the original Yang Wu not performed exceptionally, he might have struggled to pass the preliminary martial artist assessment on July 1st. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. He must ensure that he could pass the assessment first and foremost. In an instant, his cultivation was reset to 0. Yang Wu's aura was contained, devoid of any fluctuations, as the enhancement of his cultivation was genuinely in the midst of training. Yet, this transpired only within the confines arranged by the golden finger, while the external world experienced merely a moment. 100 days passed in the blink of an eye, and a fleeting sense of disorientation crossed Yang Wu's eyes, as if he had traversed epochs. Moreover, this would not result in an uncontrollable enhancement. Rather, the 100 days black iron level of training had not significantly elevated his abilities. The increase should not be substantial, Yang Wu mused as he clenched his fists, feeling the extent of his newfound strength. This was quite normal, as the black iron level rating was not particularly high, roughly equivalent to Yang Wu himself. It was akin to his current self having arduously cultivated for 100 days, resulting in only modest gains in strength. However, if I were to glean dozens or even hundreds of tasks from Luo Feng, my cultivation would surely see greater advancements. Yang Wu's eyes brightened at this prospect. With this golden finger, he could remain close to Luo Feng, continuously accepting tasks and fervently boosting his cultivation. I wonder if there are other methods to acquire cultivation, and how one might attain higher levels of cultivation remains uncertain. Just as Yang Wu enhanced his physical attributes, Luo Feng swiftly completed the entire course, and the speed test results were soon revealed. What was the result? Luo Feng approached Yang Wu with a smile, while Yang Wu appeared puzzled. This was also considered a request, yet no task was triggered. Is there some sort of restriction? Yang Wu's face was a canvas of confusion. However, after a moment's contemplation, he chose to let it go, as he could not decipher the task activation mechanism. With that realization, he naturally planned to devise strategies to accept tasks in the time that followed. Time slipped away unnoticed, and on the day of the college entrance examination, Luo Feng indeed fainted. In truth, Yang Wu understood that he must have awakened his mental energy, and with the nurturing of this mental energy, his physical attributes had also seen enhancement. Soon, July 1st arrived, and the preliminary martial artist assessment was upon them. Name, Yang Wu. Race, human. Cultivation, 3 years, black iron level. Yang Wu gazed at his current panel, filled with confidence and anticipation. During this period, he had triggered numerous tasks from Luo Feng, some yielding substantial rewards, others lesser. However, the cultivation he acquired was not precisely equivalent to 3 years. Due to his obsessive tendencies, he had already utilized the fractional portion of his cultivation. The remaining 3 years of cultivation he had not yet employed, keeping it in reserve for unforeseen circumstances, such as showcasing his talent during his initial training of genetic primordial energy. Just yesterday, he had conducted a test, and as long as he performed adequately, he would easily pass all 3 assessments for aspiring martial artists. This implies that after today's evaluation, he would officially become a prospective martial artist. Yangzhou, Mingwei Community. Sir, are you here to undertake the assessment for prospective martial artists? A sweet-faced young lady smiled in the lobby of the hall. Indeed, Yang Wu nodded in response. Sir, please take a seat over there and wait until 10 o'clock in the morning for the unified assessment with the other candidates. Yang Wu nodded and proceeded towards the side of the hall, where a quaint little bar was situated, staffed by a server and a bartender. Yang Wu cast a glance around, noticing that 5 or 6 individuals were already seated in the small bar. Brother Yang, you've arrived too, rang out the boisterous voice of Luo Feng. Upon hearing this, Yang Wu turned to see Luo Feng approaching. Yes indeed. I heard you fainted during your college entrance examination. Are you all right? Yang Wu smiled faintly. In fact, I almost wish to express my gratitude for that unexpected incident. Luo Feng replied with a grin. Brother Yang, do you have confidence in passing the speed assessment this time? The original Yang Wu had tested his speed a month prior, but unfortunately, he only reached 24.9 meters in a second. He was just a hair's breadth away, yet failure was still failure. This time, just watch how I perform. Yang Wu asserted confidently, nodding. I believe in you, Brother Yang. You will surely pass this time. Luo Feng exclaimed cheerfully. Once you succeed, we can participate together in the practical assessment for prospective martial artists. That young fellow has tested several times without success. A loud voice interjected from nearby. I reckon he's doomed this time as well. You're bound to fail again, Yang Wu retorted disdainfully. Chapter 2, Main Quest. Yang Wu turned his head to gaze at the individual, recalling from memory that this person seemed to be named Tongguan. Although the specifics eluded him, Yang Wu was aware that this fellow had failed the preliminary martial artist assessment. There would be a while before the next assessment commenced. So Yang Wu and Luo Feng engaged in idle chatter, hoping to trigger some task. However, fortune appeared to be lacking today, as no task could be gleaned from Luo Feng. Come on, follow me upstairs. The preliminary martial artist assessment is about to commence. A martial artist descended from above, directly informing Yang Wu and the others. Remember, behave yourself once upstairs. Today, an esteemed friend of our chief instructor from Yangzhou City is visiting. Do not cause any trouble. You have triggered the main quest, preliminary martial artist assessment. Accept or decline? Accept. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wu embraced the inevitable task, knowing that it was one sure to be completed. Moreover, this was a main quest. Although he was merely a supporting character, the rewards were unlikely to be insignificant. Once Yang Wu and the others entered the elevator, a middle-aged man clad in loose athletic wear pressed the button for the 6th floor. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 6th floor. Whoosh! As the doors opened, an expansive martial arts training hall came into view, bustling with a dozen individuals, including the previously encountered instructor, Jiang Yan. Stop chatting. We have guests. Prepare for the test, commanded the long-haired middle-aged man, who was evidently Wu Tong, the head instructor of the Extreme Club and chief instructor of Yangzhou City. Step forward, one at a time, and present your identification. The martial artist who had previously escorted Luo Feng and the others took their IDs and presented them to Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Today, we have quite a crowd, 8 in total. Wu Tong remarked casually as he selected an ID and swiped it across the nearby device. Beep. The apparatus emitted a translucent screen, revealing a wealth of personal information. First up, Tongguan, the chief instructor stated indifferently. Test for punching power. Understood. A burly man with a bushy beard stepped forward. his eyes widening as he raised his left hand to shield his face. His right fist arced through the air, striking the enormous punching target, which merely shuddered slightly. The punching power testing device registered a figure of 986 kilograms. Pass next. The chief instructor casually swiped the second ID across the device, reviewing the detailed identity records. As time progressed, each candidate completed their assessments in turn. True to the original narrative, Yang Wu was the last to test his punching power. With a sudden surge of energy from his legs, he unleashed a powerful punch against the target. While the results remained uncertain, he was confident he had passed. Wu Tong glanced at the display screen. 1,242 kilograms. Impressive strength. A promising candidate. Pass. Wu Tong chuckled heartily. What do you think? Instructor Jiang Yin was equally excited. Old Ma, do you have any such talents in your North Postal District? Look at my Ian District. This exemplifies true strength. Do you see? Two at once. Both over 1,000 kilograms. Just before, the head of the North Postal District Martial Arts Hall had mocked them. But now, with Yang Wu's results in, Jiang Yin's spirits soared, and he began to boast animatedly. Luo Feng's punching power is decent. But this Yang Wu is already 23. Is he truly a genius? Unless his subsequent two assessments yield equally outstanding results, he can barely be considered one. Haha, are you feeling envious? Jiang Yin laughed. Perhaps Yang Wu is simply a late bloomer. After testing punching power, the next phase of the preliminary martial artist assessment was the speed test. Click. Chief Instructor Wu Tong approached the speed testing device and activated it. Next up, in reverse order from before, Yang Wu, you're first, he instructed. Yang Wu, who had been last for the punching power test, found himself at the forefront for the speed test. His strength and reflexes had long met the standard, yet he had stumbled repeatedly during previous speed assessments. However, since his arrival in this realm and acquiring his extraordinary abilities, he had not failed to perform. Go for it. Brother Yang, Luo Feng encouraged, gently patting Yang Wu on the shoulder. Have no worries. This time, I will ace the speed assessment. Watch me. Yang Wu inhaled deeply and stepped onto the track. Instructor Jiang Yin furrowed his brow, observing. Yang Wu was from Ian District, yet he had faltered many times on the speed test. Boom! Yang Wu's foot struck the ground with a resounding thud, and with powerful arm swings and vigorous strides, he quickly reached his maximum speed. Such rapidity assured him of success this time. Witnessing Yang Wu's current state, Jiang Yin finally exhaled in relief. Although the results had yet to be revealed, his extensive experience as a martial artist allowed him to make an educated guess. Yang Wu gritted his teeth and sprinted fiercely, completing the course in no time. Haha, Yang Wu, you performed admirably, crossing the finish line with a considerable margin. Instructor Jiang Yin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yang Wu's punching power had reached an impressive 1,242 kilograms. However, his larger physique could impede speed. An individual skilled in speed, like Luo Feng, could undoubtedly achieve a staggering 29 ms. Nevertheless, if Yang Wu tapped into the full extent of his 3 years of black iron level cultivation, reaching 29 ms would pose no challenge. Just a normal performance, he thought as he glanced at the display showing 268 ms, a smile gracing his face. Chief Instructor Wu Tong, upon witnessing this result, also smiled. Yang Wu was a familiar face to him, often getting stuck at the speed hurdle. Unexpectedly, Yang Wu had demonstrated such significant improvement. Perhaps Jiang Yin was correct in suggesting he was a late bloomer. Not bad, though it doesn't surpass your punching power. It's still commendable. Keep striving. Wu Tong remarked with a smile. Thank you, Chief Instructor, Yang Wu said politely before returning to Luo Feng and the others. Brother Yang is impressive. You surely passed the preliminary martial artist assessment. Luo Feng chuckled heartily. Haha, you'll definitely pass too, otherwise. How could we undertake the martial artist practical assessment together? Yang Wu laughed as he playfully slapped Luo Feng on the shoulder. Soon, it was Luo Feng's turn for the speed test. Speed was his forte. Although his strength did not match Yang Wu's, he achieved an astonishing 286 ms. Speed may not be my strong suit, but I have my advantages, Yang Wu mused internally, not overly concerned with temporary gains or losses. Thus, his thoughts were not on the possibility of failing the assessment, but rather on what rewards he would receive upon completing the main quest. He was acutely aware that as long as his extraordinary abilities proved potent enough, he could easily keep pace with Luo Feng's progress. Chapter 3. Unexpected Rewards. Following the completion of the punching power and speed tests, one candidate was eliminated from the punching power assessment, while 2 were disqualified from the speed test. Now, only 5 individuals remain, and the third assessment involves testing their neural reaction speed. Follow me commanded Chief Instructor Wu Tong, leading a group of martial artists along with the 5 remaining candidates to the neural reaction testing room connected to the training hall. The spacious chamber spanned approximately 100 square meters, a stark contrast to the previously expansive training hall that measured in the thousands of square meters. In the center stood a towering, expensive apparatus, its front adorned with numerous openings resembling the barrels of a 6-barreled Gatling gun, albeit with far more than just 6. There were dozens of openings. The first participant, Tong Guan, announced Chief Instructor Wu Tong. As seconds ticked away, a burly man with a thick beard desperately dodged the onslaught. But soon the minute was up. In 60 seconds, you were hit 57 times and touched the red light 3 times. Unqualified, eliminated, Wu Tong declared, tossing the identification card to the bearded man. As expected, he had failed, mirroring the events of the original narrative. One by one, the test concluded, adhering closely to the original storyline. The last participant, Yang Wu, Wu Tong stated, standing within the red circle, with the testing apparatus aimed directly at him. Yang Wu apparaît remarquably composé. Before his journey into this realm, he typically sustained around 50 hits in a 60-second span. Now, with his physical attributes enhanced by nearly 10, he was confident that passing this test would pose no challenge. Prior to traversing into this world, Yang Wu had frequently practiced his agility at home. While not exceptional, he was more than capable of passing. With a click, the switch was activated. Begin. The chief instructor pressed the red button. The immense barrel of the neural reaction testing machine whirled to life, and dozens of gun muzzles erupted with beams of red light. The projectiles varied in speed and trajectory, creating a chaotic yet captivating display as they swiftly entered the confines of the red circle. Nevertheless, the intensity of this assessment, designed for aspiring martial artists, was not excessively high. Within 60 seconds, Yang Wu was struck 45 times without touching the red light. Qualified. A smile broke across Wu Tong's face. At that very moment, Yang Wu received a prompt from his golden finger. You have completed the main quest, Aspiring Martial Artist Assessment, Aptitude Slightly Enhanced. A name, Yang Wu. Race, Human. Aptitude, Black Iron 4. Cultivation, 3 years, Black Iron level. A new level of aptitude? Yang Wu raised an eyebrow in intrigue. He had anticipated that the main quest would reward him with cultivation progress, but to his surprise, it was an enhancement of his aptitude. As for the Black Iron 4, in that moment of confusion, he experienced a flicker of clarity. To put it simply, his previous aptitude was akin to Black Iron 5, but now, his talent and comprehension had undergone comprehensive enhancement. Not only that, but the efficacy of his cultivation had also intensified. Now, when he utilized Black Iron level cultivation, it was no longer at the level of Black Iron 5, but rather equivalent to Black Iron 4. In essence, although he retained only 3 years of Black Iron cultivation, he could wield it as if he had surpassed that duration. Most importantly, since his aptitude could be enhanced, he had acquired an additional avenue for growth. After all, tasks were not always readily available. Luck played a crucial role. Congratulations, Yang Wu. Wu Tong chuckled heartily. Once the official documents are issued and your information is entered into the Citizen Identity Registry, you will be recognized as an aspiring martial artist. Within the confines of the red circle, Yang Wu clenched his fists in exhilaration, swinging them triumphantly in the air as tears of joy glimmered in his eyes. Brother Yang, congratulations. Luo Feng clapped Yang Wu on the shoulder, though he looked at him with a hint of confusion. Isn't this a bit too much excitement? Haha, you wouldn't understand. Yang Wu replied, taking a deep breath to calm his elation. Congratulations to you too. You're an aspiring martial artist now. Yang Wu was indeed thrilled. It felt surreal, as if he were in a dream. Everyone, the next steps involve signing the combat assessment contracts. So please assist with that, Wu Tong instructed. All right, I said what I needed to. You three, come here. Instructor Jiang Yan and the group of martial artists smiled at the trio as they entered the spacious training hall. In one corner of the training hall, a portly elder retrieved 3 copies of the contract. The martial artist combat assessment contract was straightforward, stating that should any deaths or injuries occur during the assessment, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy would bear no responsibility. Without hesitation, Yang Wu and the others signed their names with a nearby pen. Good, Instructor Jiang Yin smiled. Today is July 1st. There's 1 month until the combat assessment. By the way, he continued, moving to a nearby keyboard and swiftly pressing several keys. Soon, a massive transparent screen emerged on the wall of the training hall, displaying an article titled Gene Primordial Energy Cultivation Method. This is the 5 Hearts Toward Heaven cultivation method for Gene Primordial Energy, the only method of its kind on Earth, Instructor Jiang Yin expounded, pointing at the article on the screen. However, Yang Wu paid little attention. As a traveler, he was already familiar with the general concepts surrounding gene primordial energy. Consequently, as the contents of the 5 hearts toward heaven cultivation method appeared on the large screen, Jiang Yin's words were almost entirely drowned out by Yang Wu's thoughts. Before long, the three emerged from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and agreed to meet for lunch in Yangzhou City. After their meal, they parted ways with Bai Yang, while Yang Wu accompanied Luo Feng. With a look of elation, Luo Feng ended a call with his mother and proceeded to dial his father, Luo Hongwa's number. At that moment, Yang Wu sensed that a captivating conflict was about to unfold in the story. While it might not be the main storyline, it still offered a chance to gain some cultivation. Beep beep. The busy signal echoed from Luo Feng's phone, yet he could not get through, causing him to frown in frustration. As expected, after Luo Feng's efforts, the ensuing events unfolded exactly as Yang Wu had anticipated. Luo Feng exploded in fury. Before Yang Wu could intervene, Zhang Haobai and 3 bodyguards were swiftly dispatched by his fists and kicks. Brother Yang, I'm counting on you. Luo Feng's expression turned serious. You have triggered the quest. Luo Feng's request. Accept or decline? Subsequently, Luo Feng was apprehended and taken to the police station. While Yang Wu effortlessly accepted Luo Feng's task, Yang Wu refrained from intervening, partly to avoid complications, and partly because he understood that the unfolding events were beyond his influence. And this was a pivotal moment for Luo Feng to become a mental warrior. Chapter 4. A Surge in Strength. Rest assured, don't forget we're brothers. I've got your back. Yang Wu casually accepted the task. In truth, Yang Wu had undertaken numerous tasks, both large and small, assigned by Luo Feng. And he was acutely aware of a certain reality. The rewards for completing these tasks varied significantly. Some yielded substantial rewards, while others were meager. Although the data he possessed was limited, he understood that the difficulty of a task was inherently linked to the magnitude of its reward. Of course, other circumstances could also influence the rewards. Supporting Luo Hongwa, Yang Wu observed the incessantly boastful Zhang Haobai, and a flicker of pity appeared in his eyes. If only one would refrain from courting disaster. Yang Wu reflected with a heavy heart. Yet for the sake of the task at hand, I shall refrain from striking you. Xiao Wu, do you truly believe Xiao Feng will be all right? After escorting Luo Hongwa home and learning of the situation, Luo Feng's mother, Gong Xinlan, remained unconvinced. Should we not request a certification from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy to extricate Xiao Feng? Gong Xinlan fretted anxiously. There's no need for that, Auntie. Rest assured, Luo Feng is safe inside. Do not forget, we are prospective martial artists, Yang Wu reassured her. Moreover, within a maximum of 2 days, I guarantee Luo Feng will return. It would not be prudent to approach the Martial Arts Academy over such a trivial matter. As a transmigrator, Yang Wu was cautious, understanding that without the strength to confront all challenges, he dared not act recklessly. He did not wish to disrupt or alter the plot of the original narrative, as doing so would forfeit his advantage of foresight and significantly escalate his growth challenges. Thus, even if he could extricate Luo Feng, Yang Wu would refrain from doing so. Additionally, the narrative itself was indeed favorable to Luo Feng. Any intervention from Yang Wu might prove counterproductive. Under the shroud of night, devoid of moonlight or stars, Yang Wu sat alone on the rooftop of high-rise. He crossed his legs, with the soles of his feet facing the heavens, while his hands rested upon his thighs. Palms upward, his back straight. This posture was a requirement from the 5 hearts towards the heavens cultivation method he had noted from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy during the day. Assuming this 5 hearts towards the heavens position, Yang Wu prepared to commence his cultivation. He was aware that, typically, prodigies like Luo Feng could perceive energy on their first day of cultivation, whereas those with lesser gifts might require a year or more merely to sense cosmic energy. By now, Luo Feng should have begun as well. A smile graced Yang Wu's face as he pondered the extent of his black, iron level 4 talent. Perhaps, I shall not match Luo Feng. I estimate at least half a year is needed. Let me test the waters for 100 days. With a thought, Yang Wu expended 100 days of black, iron level cultivation, initiating the practice of gene primordial energy. In an instant, 100 days vanished. Moments turned to minutes, then to hours, and ultimately 100 days flew by in a blink. Of course, this 100 days of cultivation bore no relation to Yang Wu's lifespan. It would be rather awkward to meet an untimely end due to some fortuitous occurrence. He indeed felt a slight enhancement in his innate abilities, yet after 100 days, success eluded him. Another 100 days. As days passed, with his black iron level 4 talent, he finally sensed the gene primordial energy. A subtle smile crept upon Yang Wu's lips. He had succeeded at last. Threads of gene primordial energy flowed through the soles of his feet, palms, and the Baihui acupoint at the crown of his head, entering his body at an excruciatingly slow pace. Finally, he had triumphed. Yang Wu opened his eyes. Initially, the cosmic energy felt akin to a slow drip from a leaky pipe, seeping into his being. Now, the fissure had widened, resembling a gentle stream flowing steadily into him. A tremor resonated from the depths of his marrow, causing his body to shiver involuntarily. Once this formless, colorless cosmic energy permeated his body, it was voraciously consumed by every cell that had long been starved. As the cosmic energy entered the cells, it was swiftly absorbed by the mitochondria within, releasing a peculiar energy that was rapidly appropriated throughout the entire cell, resulting in a profound transformation. The DNA blueprint underwent subtle alterations, and the cells began to divide, each splitting into two. As time ticked by, Yang Wu's body underwent continuous metamorphosis. From the surface of his skin to his muscles, bones, and even the innermost cells and genes, subtle changes occurred. This transformation signified an evolution of life, an enhancement of the life force itself. Presently, his punching power registered over 1,600 kilograms. Yang Wu shook his head slightly, given that the human body had never consciously absorbed cosmic energy since birth. It had remained in a state of deprivation. Thus, the initial absorption of cosmic energy yielded the most significant results and the fastest enhancement in strength. The magnitude of progress during this first cultivation session also reflected one's innate potential. Some individuals might experience a 300-kilogram increase in punching power, which was considered average, while others might achieve an increase of 600 kilograms, deemed exceptional. However, some rare cases could even witness an increase of several thousand kilograms in their first attempt. His strength had indeed surged considerably, yet it amounted to merely around 400 kilograms, placing him in the realm of the ordinary. Although his talent had indeed ascended to black iron level 4, a substantial gap still remained between him and Luo Feng, leaving him less than elated. However, I possess a golden finger, and over 2 years of cultivation still lie ahead. Yang Wu's gaze sharpened. With the aid of this golden finger, he could easily masquerade a higher talent. Should the Extreme Martial Arts Academy place greater emphasis on him, resources would naturally be allocated in his favor, potentially paving the way for a brighter future. With the remainder of his cultivation, he resolved to focus entirely on gene primordial energy. Yang Wu willed it, recommencing his practice. Within his mind, he tirelessly engaged in cultivation day and night. His body instantaneously absorbed vast quantities of gene primordial energy, which upon entering, maximized the enhancement of his cells. Bone density increased, and the size of the cells diminished. A single cell divided into two, while muscle tissues underwent optimization, naturally resulting in Yang Wu's body weight steadily increasing. Life is indeed a marvel. In the span of over 2 years, time flashed by in his mind, and in an instant his physical capabilities surged significantly. For Yang Wu, this represented the most astonishing growth he had experienced from childhood to the present. Utilizing over 2 years of black iron level 4 cultivation, he had approximately boosted his punching power by over 600 kilograms. This meant that, without considering the golden finger and various factors, Yang Wu would need to live to over 200 years of age to become a war god. Reflecting on Luo Feng's rapid ascent to invincibility a year later, Yang Wu felt a pang of envy. Even if I disguise my talent, what I present to the outside world will not be particularly impressive. Yang Wu shook his head slightly, left to anticipate the task he had just received from Luo Feng. Chapter 5. Jiang Nian's Imagination. 3 days following the assessment for prospective martial artists, as anticipated, Yang Wu received his reward. You have completed the task. Luo Feng's request, 1,000 days of black iron level cultivation. Indeed, the reward for this task are exceedingly generous. Yang Wu's lips curled into a smile. The tasks triggered by Luo Feng often vary in complexity. Some are remarkably simple and can be completed with ease, yet they still grant rewards amounting to dozens or even hundreds of days of cultivation. This particular task holds immense significance, with Luo Feng himself paying keen attention, thus naturally offering even greater rewards. The black iron level 4 cultivation is woefully inadequate. A mere 1,000 days would hardly suffice to comprehend the subtleties of advanced movement techniques. Yang Wu pondered briefly on how to best utilize this cultivation. A solid foundation, proficiency, and effortless execution encapsulate the 3 initial tiers of movement techniques, and Yang Wu currently hovers at the 3rd level of this foundation. Above these tiers lies the realm of subtlety. The subtlety level signifies an exquisite control over power and body, enabling the practitioner to evade with minimal cost and utmost finesse. Movements and dodges appear as though calculated by a computer. This stands in stark contrast to the original narrative, where Yang Wu lacked the subtlety realm, yet forcibly executed advanced techniques. The challenge of achieving the subtlety level lies in the fact that even minor missteps during slight evasions can lead to being struck by beasts, often resulting in severe injury or death. Moreover, even many formidable warriors struggle to attain this level of movement. One can only imagine the arduousness required to reach such heights. With 1,000 days of black iron level cultivation, one might anticipate an increase of nearly 700 kilograms in punching power. Even Yang Wu cannot fathom how many years of black iron level cultivation will be necessary to master the subtleties of advanced movement techniques. The genetic primal energy, 1,000 days of cultivation. With a thought, Yang Wu instantly expended this cultivation. In the realm of his golden finger, waves of energy surged around his body, quickly permeating his limbs and invigorating his blood. It was as if he had trained for an entire millennium. He now possessed an intimate understanding of every inch of his enhanced physique. Following this elevation in power, Yang Wu felt assured that he would undoubtedly rank among the elite in the upcoming practical assessments for aspiring warriors. Moreover, he anticipated that these assessments would further enhance his innate talents. A slight smile graced his lips. One must tread steadily, step by step, building strength and stature. This is the undeniable truth. I am well versed in the plot and possess a golden finger. Even if my innate talent is somewhat lacking, a remarkable future is still within reach. As for cultivation, it is impossible for me to cultivate in this lifetime. On that day, Yang Wu made his way to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He indeed wished for his talents to be recognized by others, yet not out of a desire to flaunt his prowess. He understood the unfolding future all too well and intended to elevate his strength as swiftly as possible. It is essential to recognize that his innate talent is indeed remarkably exceptional. If the Extreme Martial Arts Academy were to discover him sooner, it might yield significant benefits for Yang Wu. If the Academy were to place greater importance on him, resources would naturally be allocated in his favor, promising him an even brighter future. Aside from the golden finger, this also serves as a method of enhancing strength. Yang Wu also wished to ascertain how much his physical attributes had improved after expending years of cultivation. Although his certificate as an aspiring warrior had yet to arrive, he still utilized the advanced student ID from the Martial Arts Academy to enter the facility. Senior brother. Within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the grassy pathways were bustling with students engaged in training. They had learned from Jiang Yin that Yang Wu and Luo Feng had successfully passed the aspiring warrior assessment, becoming aspiring warriors themselves. Should Yang Wu also succeed in the practical assessment, he would ascend to the ranks of a true warrior. In the current global human society, aspiring warriors and true warriors are held in high esteem and admiration. With Yang Wu intentionally showcasing his strength, it was not long before he caught the attention of onlookers. Such formidable power! Jiang Nian distinctly heard a series of piercing cries emanating from the adjacent training hall. Director, the duty officer on the 4th floor, Uncle Li, respectfully called out. Who is inside? Instructor Jiang Nian inquired. The piercing sound evidently required a certain level of strength to produce. Just by listening to it, one could discern that it belonged to a warrior. It is Yang Wu, Uncle Li replied with a smile. Yang Wu? Instructor Jiang Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he approached the training hall. Standing at the entrance, he observed Yang Wu executing movements with a precision akin to a textbook, continuously demonstrating the foundational techniques of swordplay. At times he struck in place, while at others, he dashed swiftly, evading and retreating as he unleashed the Blood Shadow Warblade with fluidity. His fundamentals are indeed solid. Instructor Jiang Yin could not help but nod in approval, silently praising him. A strong foundation will undoubtedly facilitate superior swordplay cultivation in the future. Without glaring weaknesses, the path ahead will be much longer. The more he watched, the more satisfied he became. Instructor. Yang Wu had long since noticed Jiang Yin, but had merely been showcasing his abilities. Yang Wu, your swordplay is impressive. You must have started practicing from a young age, right? Instructor Jiang Yin inquired with a smile as he stepped inside. Indeed, in my younger years before joining the academy, I would practice alone at home. Yang Wu chuckled. Instructor Jiang Yin nodded in satisfaction at his words, yet his expression suddenly froze. He stared in shock at the Blood Shadow Warblade in Yang Wu's hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. You just struck with a 101 kilogram Blood Shadow Warblade, didn't you? Yes, Yang Wu affirmed with a nod. Impossible. How could that be? Instructor Jiang Nian shook his head in disbelief. However, his expression soon transformed, his eyes shining as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. Yang Wu, head over to the punching power testing machine immediately. Quickly, demonstrate your strength to me. I must see how much your punching power has reached. He knew that during Yang Wu's last aspiring warrior assessment, his punching power was merely 1242 kilograms. How could such a short span of days yield such an astonishing increase in strength? The mere fact that he could effortlessly wield a 101-kilogram Blood Shadow Warblade, and at such breathtaking speed, implied that his power had multiplied several times over. Instructor Jiang Yin took a deep breath. Since becoming a martial arts instructor, his contributions to the academy had increased at a painfully slow rate. The warriors of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy placed great importance on contribution values. The quickest way to boost these values was through hunting monsters. It had been a long time since Jiang Yin had engaged in such pursuits. If he were correct, Yang Wu's speed in cultivating genetic primal energy must far surpass that of ordinary warriors. Instructor Jiang Yin was mistaken. Yang Wu's innate talent in cultivating genetic primal energy was indeed not high. His overwhelming strength was solely attributed to his golden finger. Nevertheless, the narrative Jiang Yin constructed suited Yang Wu's purposes perfectly. Unable to contain his excitement, Instructor Jiang Yin thought that if he could elevate Yang Wu, he would not only earn contribution value for the academy, but also gain respect among his peers. Chapter 6, Late Bloomer. Yang Wu, unleash your utmost strength and deliver punch. Jiang Yin commanded. Yes, instructor, Yang Wu replied. Yang Wu approached the punching power testing machine and took a deep breath. He had no intention of concealing his strength. He merely sought to regulate his breathing. In an instant, his entire body surged with power, his spine arching like a great dragon. Boom! His fist struck the target with the force of a missile, causing the entire apparatus to shake violently. Beep! How much? Jiang Yin rushed over, his eyes fixed on the display screen of the testing machine. Following his punch, Yang Wu too glanced at the screen. He had no clear idea of how much power he had truly attained. The screen revealed a startling figure, 2,905 kilograms. Over 2,900 kilograms was indeed impressive. For instance, Luo Feng, whose innate talent for genetic energy was initially mediocre, fell short of that of a mentalist. After his first attempt at cultivating genetic energy, he had only increased his strength by approximately 600 kilograms. At that time, Luo Feng had not revealed his identity as a mentalist. So the additional 1,500 kilograms of strength was attributed by instructor Jiang Yin to the effects of his initial cultivation of genetic energy. However, Yang Wu's increase of 1,700 kilograms after his first attempt at cultivating genetic energy placed him firmly within the realm of true genius. 2,905 kilogram, Jiang Yin gasped, turning to Yang Wu with an expression of disbelief, as if he were gazing upon a monster. Based on Yang Wu's previous performances at the Martial Arts Academy, he had not held high hopes. He had anticipated a maximum increase of around 600 kilograms. Even so, that would have already marked him as an exceptional talent among ordinary individuals. After all, achieving the status of a quasi-warrior at the age of 23 was no small feat in Jiangnan City, while not exceedingly rare. There were certainly 100 or so each year. Yet, in the span of just a few days, Yang Wu's punching power had surged by nearly 1,700 kilograms. Coupled with the data from his earlier quasi-warrior assessment, it was clear that he had successfully cultivated genetic energy. Haha, Yang Wu, you must have truly achieved mastery in cultivating genetic energy, right? Jiang Yin pressed eagerly. Yes, after the quasi-warrior assessment. I attempted to cultivate genetic energy for the first time and succeeded that very day, Yang Wu replied with a straight face, though in truth, it had taken him nearly 200 days to achieve success. Ha! At last, my Yayan District Extreme Martial Arts Academy has produced a genuine prodigy this year. You passed the assessment at 23, and your first attempt at cultivating genetic energy saw your strength increase from over 1,200 kilograms to over 2,900 kilograms. Such talents are few and far between in Jiangnan City. Throughout the year, humans typically spend over a decade, if not longer, before their first attempt at cultivating genetic energy, during which their bodies have never absorbed it. This prolonged deprivation leads to astonishing progress upon the first cultivation attempt. For instance, Yang Wu experienced a 400-kilogram increase in punching power upon his initial absorption of genetic energy. However, even if he were to spend an entire year cultivating, he would likely gain far less than 300 kilograms in strength. Yang Wu, come, let us test your speed next, and afterward, we'll measure your neural reflex speed. Jiang Yin seemed to have discovered a rare treasure and was eager to assess its capabilities. Yes, instructor, Yang Wu replied, his excitement palpable. The assessment results soon emerged. Punching power, 2,905 kilograms. Speed, 54 milliseconds. Neural reflex test, full marks for the junior soldier level. Excellent for the intermediate soldier level. Jiang Yin gazed at the final evaluation on the neural reflex testing machine, his face flushed with excitement. Generally, when individuals experience such a drastic increase in strength, they often struggle to control it. However, Yang Wu had excelled in this regard. This was because his prowess was a result of diligent, step-by-step cultivation, and thus he exhibited no signs of losing control. Yang Wu, you truly are a genius. The contributions you will make to my martial arts academy are bound to be substantial. Yang Wu merely smiled, saying little more. With sufficient cultivation, he could effortlessly enhance his abilities. Moreover, he anticipated that the upcoming practical assessment would further elevate his talents. After completing the practical assessment, his strength would undoubtedly undergo remarkable progress. Yang Wu, given your impressive advancements, my Extreme Martial Arts Academy could certainly allow you to join ahead of schedule. Jiang Yin continued. There is no need for you to undergo the practical warrior assessment. We can admit you directly. Joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy ahead of time was one of Yang Wu's primary reasons for visiting today. However, he refrained from immediately agreeing, seeking to negotiate for better terms. Typically, individuals gain the right to officially join other factions only after becoming warriors. With talents like his, amidst nearly 200 million people in Jiangnan City, there would likely be only a handful each year, and naturally, major factions would be eager to recruit him. Once the results of the practical warrior assessment were revealed, various factions, including Thunderbolt Martial Academy and the Underground Alliance, would surely seek to recruit Yang Wu, resulting in a loss of talent for the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Yang Wu, wouldn't it be better to join us now? Instructor Jiang Yin smiled. Rest assured, the conditions we offer will not be lacking. Typically, when warriors join an academy, they receive a villa and a startup fund of 1 million Huaxia coins. Yang Wu, do not underestimate the value of money. Warriors require funds for their battle attire, weapons, martial arts manuals, and even various firearms. In your case, as a prodigy, we offer not only a villa, but also a startup fund of 20 million Huaxia coins. Furthermore, our Extreme Martial Arts Academy will provide you with a free set of guiding techniques, a martial arts manual, and a movement technique manual. If the total cost of these 3 items is below 50 million, you will receive them for free. If it exceeds that amount, you will need to cover the excess. All right, I will join early, Yang Wu replied decisively, as he had fully achieved his objectives. Haha, splendid, Jiang Yin exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Of course, I do not have the authority to admit you directly into the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Recruiting prodigious warriors like you requires personal approval from the headquarters. As he spoke, Jiang Yin retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket and gently uttered the word headquarters, promptly dialing the number. Moments later, a figure appeared on the phone screen. Jiang Yin, what is it? The elderly man with graying hair smiled calmly from the screen. Elder Bai, Jiang Yin said with exuberance. I've discovered a genius-level warrior in my Yain district. His first attempt at cultivating genetic energy resulted in an increase of 1,700 kilograms in punching power. He is undoubtedly a prodigy. Oh, the elderly man was taken aback, inquiring further. An increase of over 1,700 kilograms on the first attempt? How old is he? The older one gets, the lower the potential for cultivation. 23 years old. Jiang Yin seemed somewhat apprehensive. 23 is still commendable. There are numerous instances of late bloomers. The elderly man smiled. I will arrange for someone to prepare for the assessment immediately. Chapter 7, Practical Assessment. Very well. I shall proceed to headquarters immediately. Jiang Yin concluded the call and turned to Yang Wu with a smile. You heard that, Yang Wu? Let us depart at once for the headquarters. Understood. Yang Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of whether one is an ordinary individual or a martial artist, while money may not be omnipotent, its absence is unequivocally detrimental. Although he possessed a training aid, initial progress needed to be expedited to ensure swifter growth in the future. Under Jiang Yin's martial privileges, they swiftly arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Association in Jiangnan City. True to the original narrative, Yang Wu passed the assessment under the scrutiny of the association's leaders, including the supervisor Zhuge Tao. He, too, received investment from Zhuge Tao and signed a contract to join the Extreme Martial Arts Association, moving into a villa in the Mingyue community the following day. As time flowed by, August 1st arrived in the blink of an eye. Luo Feng also resided in the Mingyue community, thus Yang Wu frequently sought him out, during which he managed to extract numerous tasks from Luo Feng. A name, Young Wu. Race, human. Talent, black iron 4. Cultivation, 3 years, black iron level. Aside from a small portion of his cultivation that Yang Wu utilized, the remainder was preserved. He conceived an idea, just as his participation in the preliminary martial artist assessment had triggered a main storyline task. He surmised that the upcoming practical assessment would similarly activate another main storyline task, thus enhancing his talent once more. Given his current prowess, he could easily vanquish elementary B soldiers, making the preliminary martial artist assessment a trivial matter. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of employing his cultivation at this juncture. Therefore, it was prudent to accumulate his cultivation for use after the practical assessment. On the morning of August 1st, led by a martial artist from the Extreme Association, over 30 preliminary martial artists, including Yang Wu and Luo Feng, made their way to the train station. The train's rapid movement produced a faint friction sound, while the carriage was filled with a cacophony of voices. The train compartments were fully enclosed, devoid of windows to view the outside world. And large screens in each compartment displayed the figure of a man. Inside the carriage, numerous preliminary martial artists were seated. Dear future martial artists, I hail from the HR Alliance. The middle-aged man addressed them via the live broadcast on the screen. I trust you are all aware that the HR Alliance is the most powerful and affluent organization in the world, home to the greatest number of martial artists. You may also be familiar with our alternate title, the Underground Alliance. The preliminary martial artists gradually quieted, and Yang Wu and Luo Feng sat side by side, gazing up at the large screen. Crazy, you know about the Underground Alliance, right? Yang Wu chuklet. If you were to go, unexpected events might unfold. What do you mean by unexpected events, Yanga? Luo Feng inquired, slightly puzzled. Hee. If I were to reveal it now, it would spoil the surprise. You will discover it in due course. The middle-aged man continued his address for a full 15 minutes. Dear future martial artists, following this, representatives from the military, Extreme Martial Arts Association, and Thunderbolt Martial Arts Association made their appearances. Yang, can you estimate how many preliminary martial artists are on this train? Luo Feng surveyed their surroundings, noting that there were over 100 individuals in just one carriage. Quite a crowd, Yang Wu remarked. There are 2 practical assessments for martial artists each year, and for each assessment, over 1,000 preliminary martial artists participate from the entire Jiangnan Bay City. Over 1,000 people? Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. But it makes sense, with a population of 200 million in Jiangnan City and 10 million in Yangzhou City. It averages out to just a few dozen per area. Moments later, an announcement echoed through the carriage. Attention, all preliminary martial artists. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please prepare to disembark. As the train gradually slowed to a stop, the doors of the compartments opened, and the preliminary martial artists exited en masse. Soon, the assembled crowd of martial artists entered a vast military camp. The military base sprawled widely, with heavy weaponry prominently displayed around the perimeter. Numerous soldiers brandished various sophisticated arms, their barrels aimed outward from the camp. A resonant voice reached the ears of every preliminary martial artist. Welcome to the Northern Military District of Jiangnan City. This time, your practical assessment for 1680 martial artists will be conducted here. I hope that the majority of you will pass the assessment, and I wish for all of you to survive this practical test. You have triggered the main storyline task, practical assessment for preliminary martial artists. Do you accept or decline? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wu accepted the task, which, as he had anticipated, was indeed a main storyline task. The military district buzzed with activity, and a sumptuous lunch had been prepared for the preliminary martial artists participating in the assessment. By afternoon, the 1680 preliminary martial artists stood in a spacious square. At the front of the square stood high-ranking officials from the Northern Military District of Jiangnan City, as well as senior members from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Association and the Extreme Martial Arts Association. The names of the preliminary martial artists were called out, and they stepped forward to receive their combat uniforms and weapons. Yin Zhua, He Feng, Wang Bingjiang. There were at least 10 officers on stage, calling out the names of the preliminary martial artists who approached to collect their gear. Yang Wu, a resounding voice called out, and Yang Wu immediately dashed to the front. Here is your combat uniform and boots, along with the Blood Shadow Battle Blade 2 series, weighing in at a hefty 98 kilograms. Any heavier than this we do not have prepared. This is your communication wristwatch, equipped with positioning and communication functions, and here is a hexagonal shield. The officer handed Yang Wu a set of items. As the officer spoke, he observed Yang Wu departing with the equipment, his expression betraying a hint of peculiarity. Moreover, the young man named Luo Feng had requested a battle blade weighing 100 kilograms as well. It was indeed a curious matter. Could a preliminary martial artist wield such a heavy blade? Yang Wu shook his head slightly, swiftly making his way with the nearly 200 kilograms of gear in hand. Given his current physical strength of over 2,900 kilograms, this set of 2 series equipment felt almost light to him. Before long, all 1,680 martial artists participating in the practical assessment were allocated weapons and gear that suited their physical sizes and specifications. The news of Yang Wu and Luo Feng being recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts Association in advance spread rapidly within the circle of preliminary martial artists. It is worth noting that out of the 1,680 participants in this practical assessment, only 4 had been pre-recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts Association and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Association. The preliminary martial artists understood that the futures of Yang Wu and his companions were destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 8. Camp Mission. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, is that you? I've been searching for you for quite a while. Bai Yang greeted them with a smile. As Yang Wu and Luo Feng were quietly waiting and occasionally whispering to each other, a familiar voice reached their ears. It turned out to be Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Bai Yang's call instantly drew the attention of those around them, especially the young female aspiring warriors, whose gazes were particularly fervent. Rising from afar, it was the commanding voice of Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Yangzhou Extreme Club. Chief instructor. Yang Wu and Luo Feng replied with smiles, immediately rushing over. For nearly a month, they had been residing in the Minuet community, which naturally brought them closer to Wu Tong, who also lived there. You two, follow me, Wu Tong instructed, leading the way. Luo Feng was filled with curiosity, while Yang Wu kept his thoughts to himself, believing this particular scenario bore little relevance to him. Before long, they followed Wu Tong to a serene second floor of a small building, where several individuals were gathered. Among them, Yang Wu recognized one, Zhuge Tao, one of the 4 pillars of the Jiangnan City Extreme Club. Supervisor, Yang Wu and Luo Feng called out. Ah, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, it's good to see you. Please sit over there with Wu Tong, Zhuge Tao said with a gentle smile, his dark attire subtly shimmering with silver. Zhuge, are these the Yang Wu and Luo Feng you mentioned? A burly man scrutinized Yang Wu and Luo Feng. I dare say they're rather unimpressive compared to our Thunderbolt Martial Arts Club. We've recently recruited 2. One possesses physical capabilities that rival your Luo Feng, while the other is a prodigy with firearms. The burly man gestured to 2 young men beside him, who promptly stood. I'm Van Dunk, said a brooding youth with a purple birthmark on his face. I'm Ma Xiao. The other young man chimed in with a radiant smile, his appearance strikingly delicate. I'm Luo Feng, as you already know. Yang Wu. Yang Wu stood, glanced at the 2, and succinctly stated his name before promptly resuming his silence. He preferred to refrain from excessive chatter in the presence of unfamiliar faces. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, do you dare to compete with me? Let us see who can score the highest in tonight's warrior practical assessment. Not interested, Luo Feng shook his head. Just as Yang Wu was about to decline, he reconsidered. You have triggered the camp mission, aspiring warrior assessment score competition. Accept or decline? I accept the competition, Yang Wu declared, seizing the opportunity for a free boost in cultivation. Mission brief. Your early affiliation with the Extreme Martial Arts Club has attracted some attention. As a member, let's see what you can achieve. Competition. Complete the assessment, and rewards will be granted based on mission completion level. Upon mission completion, additional rewards will be bestowed based on your performance in the camp mission. Very well, you display some spirit, but you are destined to lose, one Dong sneered. Zhuge, these youngsters are quite intriguing. I find myself rather fond of them. Wang Heng laughed heartily. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, are you considering joining my Thunderbolt Martial Arts Club? Enough of that. Zhuge Tao shot him a glare. You jest. You are utterly lacking in wit, the burly man replied with a hearty laugh. Let us depart. The warrior practical assessment is about to commence. Zhuge Tao glanced towards the staircase. Yang Wu and the other 680 aspiring warriors under military guidance traversed for a good half hour before reaching the outskirts of a small town. By now, evening had set in, and the sun had dipped below the horizon. Roars and unsettling cries echoed from within the town, which was encircled by barbed wire, with numerous soldiers patrolling the perimeter, armed with firearms. Hurry, we need more beasts inside. Bring in 200 iron-haired wild boars, 300 shadow cats, and 500 tiger mastiffs. As commands rang out from within the town, heavy trucks began to arrive, each laden with cages containing a monstrous creature. The furious roars sent shivers down the spines of those aspiring warriors who had never faced beasts before. Yang Wu, Luo Feng. Good physical condition and sword skills do not guarantee your ability to slay monsters. Wu Tong, standing beside Yang Wu and Luo Feng, remarked with a calm smile. Some individuals falter at the sight of blood or when confronted with life and death situations, failing to harness even a fraction of their abilities. Therefore, this warrior practical assessment primarily serves to temper your resolve. You must strive to adapt to the brutal combat with these beasts and show no mercy. Understood. Yang Wu and Luo Feng nodded in response. Yang Wu was aware that these beasts were all classified as the weakest H-rank monsters, akin to junior warriors among the martial artists. However, their weaknesses lay in their low intelligence. Their strengths were their bloodthirsty nature and frenzied aggression, making them vicious and lethal. Hence, during every practical assessment, incidents of aspiring warriors meeting their demise or being maimed were not uncommon. After all, true combat against monsters could never guarantee 100% safety. Once the weakest H-rank monsters were brought into the town, their numbers swelled to an astonishing figure. Attention! A resonant voice echoed in the ears of every aspiring warrior. Yang Wu and all the others looked up to see a military officer standing atop a dilapidated 3-story building within the town. This practical assessment follows the same rules as before. It will commence promptly at 6:30 p.m. tonight and conclude at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. The more monsters you slay, the more points you earn. For each beast you kill, sever its left ear as proof. Remember, no infighting among aspiring warriors is permitted. All your actions are under surveillance, and violators will be executed on the spot. Among the 680 aspiring warriors, those ranked in the top 60 will qualify as warriors. The bottom 40 will be deemed failures and will have to wait for the next practical assessment. The officer's voice turned colder. In other words, out of you 680, 1008 will pass, while 672 will be eliminated. A word of advice. Typically, slaying 3 beasts is sufficient to pass the assessment. Upon hearing this, Yang Wu shook his head slightly. He intended to stand out during this assessment. His aim was to slay the most monsters. After all, the more beasts he killed, the greater his chances of winning the competition, along with the prospect of additional rewards. All aspiring warriors, move out and enter the monster town. The officer waved his hand. Chapter 9. Farming Monsters for Cultivation. The 680 aspiring warriors surged into the monster town like a tumultuous wave. Close the gate, commanded the officer. With a thunderous crash, the sole entrance slammed shut. The martial artist practical assessment has officially commenced. Within this secluded town, 680 aspiring warriors swiftly dispersed, embarking on their quest to hunt their prey. Brother Yang, are you truly going to brave this monster-infested town all on your own? Luo Feng remarked with a smile. Standing beside a dilapidated small supermarket, Yang Wu nodded solemnly. Madman, this martial artist assessment is not merely a test. It is, more importantly, a trial of courage. Yang Wu chuklet heartily. When the time comes for us to venture alone into perilous territories, the dangers we will encounter will be magnitudes greater than this. If you require my assistance, even in this monster town, what will happen in the future? The essence of his words stemmed from a fear that Luo Feng might seize the opportunity to claim the monsters for himself. After all, Yang Wu needed to slay a multitude of monsters to fulfill his faction's mission, and his current abilities were indeed inferior to Luo Feng's, making it challenging to compete for kills. Right, Brother Yang, do take care. This town is populated entirely by the weakest H-grade monsters. Such a splendid chance to hone our skills against the weakest of foes may never present itself again. Luo Feng laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating the upcoming martial artist assessment. Indeed, madman, seize the opportunity. Yang Wu replied with a peculiar smile. Practicing my blade skills? I'd rather engage in more monster slaying. The additional rewards from faction missions surely increase with the number of monsters defeated. I understand. This is indeed a rare opportunity to refine my skills. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. All right, let us meet outside the town at dawn. After saying this, Yang Wu cautiously surveyed his surroundings before swiftly darting away. Luo Feng, too, quickly concealed himself in the shadows. As night fell, the outskirts of this enclosed town were illuminated by numerous large searchlights, casting brightness over many areas. Yet shadows still lingered in many places. In this realm, monsters are categorized into Beast Soldier, Beast General, and Lord levels, corresponding to human ranks of Warrior, War General, and War God. The weakest, the primary Beast Soldier level, or H-grade monsters, are comparable in strength to human novice warriors, far from matching Yang Wu's prowess. With a 6-sided shield on his left arm and a blood shadow battle blade in his right hand, Yang Wu stood quietly in a dilapidated, dusty alley. Although the town was teeming with monsters, they primarily belonged to 3 categories. The agile shadow cat among feline creatures, the formidable iron-haired wild boar known for its strength and defense, and the incredible speed and power of the tiger mastiff among canine beasts. Yang Wu scanned the area and suddenly noticed a shadow moving slowly amidst the debris of a collapsed two-story building. With his keen eyesight, he quickly discerned that it was a formidable iron-haired wild boar, standing at an impressive height of 1.5 meters, its bristly fur resembling sharp spikes. Its massive jaws bore two enormous tusks that glinted ominously in the light of the searchlights. In comparison, an ordinary domestic pig stands only about 60 to 70 centimeters tall. Thus, this beast towered over its domesticated counterpart, akin to the size of a small car. Iron-haired wild boar, you shall be my first quarry. Yang Wu boldly stepped from the alley, presenting himself to the creature's gaze. The iron-haired wild boar, fixated on the human warrior wielding a shield and battle blade, emitted a series of strange low growls. With a powerful stomp of its sturdy hooves against the concrete ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust, charging towards Yang Wu like a roaring heavy-duty vehicle. Its long, sharp tusks resembled colossal curved blades, hurtling toward him. As the iron-haired wild boar barreled forward, Yang Wu swiftly dodged, evading to the side as the beast thundered past, unable to halt its momentum. With his eyes gleaming coldly, Yang Wu unleashed a surge of power into his arms. Without mercy, he raised the blood shadow battle blade and executed a swift, upward strike, slicing through the iron-haired wild boar's neck. With a sickening thud, the creature's head was severed, blood gushing from the severed neck. Its body continued to run for several meters, propelled by inertia, before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. It convulsed for a moment before succumbing to death. Panting heavily, Yang Wu took a couple of deep breaths, the sight of the blood-spraying neck sending chills down his spine. Slaying a monster for the first time was indeed a jarring experience. No wonder Uncle Wu mentioned that many aspiring warriors struggle to unleash even a fraction of their strength upon their first encounter with blood. Trembling at the sight of the splattered blood, Yang Wu felt his stomach churn as if something were about to be expelled. This was his first encounter with such a scene in both his previous life and this one. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort, knowing this was a necessary step for a martial artist. To claim he felt no fear would be a falsehood. However, he understood the importance of confronting it. Combat has always been a bloody affair, especially in this era. He must adapt swiftly. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of intrigue. Kill a primary bee soldier. Reward of 1 day of cultivation achieved. I quite fancy this fortuitous boon. Yang Wu laughed heartily. 1 day of cultivation, while not substantial in the present moment, would yield increasingly remarkable results as his strength escalated. Moreover, this served as an alternative means to gain cultivation apart from certain missions. Practicing my blade skills? That's entirely out of the question now. Yang Wu suppressed his discomfort as he crouched before the massive head of the iron-haired wild boar, swiftly severing its left ear. Nonetheless, he remained reflective about the battle just concluded. Although his initial evasion was commendable, the subsequent upward strike that decapitated the creature was an inefficient exertion of energy. For an average aspiring warrior, such a feat would be unthinkable. The iron-haired wild boar possesses formidable defenses, particularly against typical novice warriors. However, given Yang Wu's current capabilities, he could be considered elite even when compared to intermediate warriors, making the fight against this beast feel like an overwhelming advantage. According to the martial artist brothers from Mingyue community, one must not rely solely on brute force when dealing with monsters. It is crucial to comprehend their weaknesses, as this knowledge would enhance his efficiency in acquiring cultivation. Chapter 10. Arrogant Monster Slaying. Moreover, witnessing the iron-haired wild boar's neck spray blood sent a shiver down his spine. He must acclimatize. In the future, he would need to frequently engage in combat with monsters, walking the razor's edge between life and death. In critical confrontations, having poor mental fortitude could easily lead to demise. As a time traveler, Yang Wu comprehends profoundly that it is in critical moments that one must maintain composure. In truth, his mindset is rather commendable, especially considering that many others fared far worse during their inaugural encounters with monstrous beasts. As seconds ticked away, a series of bloody battles unfolded in every nook and cranny of this secluded town. Although these H-grade monsters bore a strength akin to that of the aspiring warriors, humanity possessed a distinct advantage: intellect. The weakest of the H-grade monsters lacked any semblance of intelligence, relying solely on primal instincts. As Yang Wu traversed the damaged road, the noise he created was significant. His actions were nothing short of a provocation to the beasts. Even some aspiring warriors lurking in the shadows, seeking their prey, cast curious glances at this audacious figure. Before long, he would encounter 1 or 2 monsters, hardly needing to toil in search of their tracks. Occasionally, he would halt abruptly, either drawing his blade or delivering a strike at a certain angle, and invariably, a monster's corpse would tumble to the ground amidst the glimmer of his blade. With a tune humming from his lips, he would harvest his spoils with a swift stroke before continuing on his path. Yang Wu gradually found himself enamored with this exhilarating sensation, reminiscent of leveling up in video games from his previous life. Furthermore, the monsters he faced were remarkably low tier, yielding easy kills. Around midnight, within a 6-story residential building, two shadows collided with haste. A flash of cold light erupted as Yang Wu's blood shadow blade glinted ominously, bearing faint traces of blood. The other shadow was sent sprawling to the ground, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Kill achieved. Junior B Soldier. Reward: Black Iron level cultivation for 1 day. Although the efficiency of hunting shadow cats was low, the density of monsters in this area was not particularly high. However, after roaming for half the night, he had encountered no more than 2 or 3 monsters together. When he did cross paths with them, he did not discriminate, easily dispatching them. The shadow cat proved to be the swiftest among them, boasting a speed of approximately 40 meters per second for an H-grade beast. Approaching the lifeless body of the shadow cat, Yang Wu noted its gray fur and modest size, roughly half a meter in length. At this moment, a gaping wound marred its abdomen, exposing its internal organs, a result of Yang Wu's earlier strike. To an ordinary aspiring warrior, the shadow cat indeed posed a threat. However, against him, it was regrettably outmatched. Shaking his head, Yang Wu severed the creature's left ear. With formidable strength and speed surpassing that of the shadow cat, Yang Wu stood as a mid-tier warrior, excelling even among his peers. Having slain the 51st beast, he felt assured of victory. A smile crept across his face. Though he lamented the scarcity of monsters he had encountered, he murmured softly, shaking his head as he quietly melted into the shadows. After consecutively hunting down 51 beasts, Yang Wu found his interest waning. These creatures were utterly incapable of providing him with any substantial practice, being far too feeble. Fortunately, the 51 junior B soldiers had granted him 51 days of cultivation, and he was confident in completing both the main and faction tasks. This outcome left him quite satisfied. The cold, blood-stained youth, wielding the ghost moon blade, strode arrogantly down the street. He wondered how many monsters the duo, Luo Feng and Yang Wu, had slain. The cold youth, known as Wan Dong, a genius expert recruited early by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy among the 1680 aspiring warriors, silently mused as he pocketed the left ear of a freshly slain monster. For reasons unknown, upon first sight of Luo Feng and Yang Wu, he instinctively regarded them as rivals. A sudden, jarring sound caught Wan Dong's attention. More audacious than me, he thought as he turned to see Yang Wu, dragging his long blade with a swagger, humming a tune as he approached. Occasionally, he would unleash a strike from different angles, immediately reaping rewards. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wan Dong let out a soft sigh and discreetly slipped into a dark corner. In a secluded town, the slaughter continued unabated. Some aspiring warriors, injured during their initial encounters with the beasts, helplessly activated their communication devices to call for aid, only to face failure. Others, having slain monsters, were left pale with fright. Conversely, a few adept warriors became exhilarated and frenzied after their victories. Nearby, within a large building, numerous surveillance screens displayed the unfolding chaos in various areas of the town. Such naive tactics, exclaimed a burly man seated with an officer, both sipping drinks while observing the carnage on the screens. Recalling their youthful days, the man lamented, "Look at these young ones, most barely in their 20s. At once the prime of their youth and their naivety." The officer sighed in agreement. "Old Wong, in the blink of an eye, we have aged as well. Yet, you are now a prominent figure at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, a notable presence indeed." The burly man chuckled heartily. Suddenly, the officer's gaze sharpened as he noticed something on the screen, his surprise mounting. "Old Wong, look quickly." The screen displayed various camera feeds, showcasing the chaos in the town. Swiftly changing images. They switched feeds? The officer immediately dialed a nearby phone, commanding, "Lock onto the aspiring warrior captured by camera 32. Secure him." "Understood," came the firm response on the line. "What did you just see?" The burly man, Wang Hung, queried with confusion. "You'll find out shortly." The officer replied with a mysterious smile. As Yang Wu's image appeared on the screen, both men gasped in astonishment, disregarding their decorum. The officer even spewed his drink, splattering the floor as the screen displayed Yang Wu languidly dragging his long blade while humming a tune. At that moment, 3 shadow cats suddenly lunged towards him from all directions. Yet, Yang Wu exhibited no sign of panic. He calmly halted, raised his blade, and struck to the left first. Then, he slightly recoiled, arching his back as he executed a horizontal strike backward. Advancing forward by approximately half a meter, he swiftly delivered a thrust, followed by a diagonal slash, before standing still with his blade sheathed. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, completed in the blink of an eye, without careful observation. It would be nearly impossible to discern the order of the strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The three corpses of the shadow cats fell to the ground almost simultaneously, creating a cloud of blood mist. After retrieving the three left ears, Yang Wu casually sheathed his long knife and strolled forward. Impossible, how could this be? Only when Yang Wu's figure vanished from the screen did the two finally snap out of their stupor. If others had witnessed Yang Wu's recent spree of killings, they might have remained unfazed. However, the two individuals before the screen were seasoned experts, formidable warriors of the advanced combat rank. They could distinctly perceive that Yang Wu's strikes were calm and precise, coupled with his composed battle awareness and impeccable timing. Even they could not confidently claim they would execute such feats with ease. After enduring a night of brutal combat, Yang Wu had gradually acclimatized to this era. He understood that even with immense power, failure to adapt to this world would ultimately render him powerless. At present, it could hardly be termed as a struggle. Given Yang Wu's physical prowess, he could effortlessly slay junior beast soldiers. No way. The burly man slammed the table, nearly roaring in exasperation. Such two prodigies must not be snatched away by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Damn it, especially this Yang Wu. His adaptability is remarkably high. Thankfully, I was fortunate enough to witness this recording while drinking with Iron Monkey. Haha, what are you planning to do? The officer paused for a moment before inquiring with a smile. What else? Recruit them, of course. Wail, wail, wail. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted throughout the town, accompanied by a deep voice resonating through the loudspeakers. Time's up. All prospective warriors, proceed immediately to the town's exit. The martial arts practical assessment is over. Yang Wu organized his backpack and swiftly made his way toward the entrance of Monster Town. You have completed the main quest, prospective warrior assessment, talent, and comprehension slightly enhanced. Name, Yang Wu. Race, human. Innate qualities, black iron 3. Cultivation, 3 years and 104 days, black iron level. At the entrance of Monster Town, prospective warriors emerged one by one. Almost every one of them bore traces of blood, whether from the beasts or their own injuries. Some were even assisted by their friends as they exited. Regardless of who they were, after a night of slaughter, fatigue was etched on every face. In addition to those who survived the ordeal, numerous bodies of fallen prospective warriors were also retrieved by military personnel from Monster Town. The corpses were neatly arranged on the ground, starkly illustrating the brutality of the assessment. Yet, everyone understood that if one could not even surpass this most basic evaluation, what hope was there of battling beasts in the wilderness? The privileges and status of warriors were earned through bloody struggles and desperate endeavors. Choosing the path of a warrior meant being prepared to face death at any moment. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of those who had perished in the assessment, Yang Wu initially felt a pang of shock, but quickly regained his composure. Other prospective warriors began to sequentially submit the left ears of the beasts they had collected to verify their assessment results. 2 beast left ears, next. Left arm injured. Luo Feng? 3 beast left ears, not bad, next. At the entrance of the town, every emerging prospective warrior submitted their collected beast left ears to prove the number of beasts they had hunted. Look, Yang Wu is out. It's Yang Wu, who was recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I wonder how many beasts he has slain. Strong physical attributes do not necessarily guarantee proficiency in hunting beasts. In an instant, the eyes of many already emerged prospective warriors were fixed on Yang Wu, who had just stepped out from the entrance. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Wan Dong, and Ma Xiao were among those who had been pre-selected. Word spread quickly. Nearly everyone in this batch recognized Luo Feng and his companions. As soon as he emerged, Yang Wu was taken aback by the multitude of gazes directed at him. Yang Wu, right? Hand over the left ears of the beasts you hunted. 3 officers were seated in front, 2 of whom were using laptops, while 1 officer looked directly at Yang Wu. Yes, Yang Wu nodded, unbuckling his backpack, causing the surrounding prospective warriors to fixate entirely on its contents. They were curious to know just how many beasts Yang Wu had slain. With a flourish, Yang Wu upended his bag. As it opened, a cascade of beast left ears poured forth into a metal pot, instantly filling it to the brim. Some ears even spilled over the edges, unable to be contained. At that moment, not only were the observing prospective warriors astonished, But even the three officers recording the results were taken aback. Each wore expressions of disbelief, staring in astonishment at the left ears Yang Wu had poured out. Beginning to count. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, 50, 60, 70, 80, 81, 82. As the quantity of beast left ears in the metal pot dwindled, the surrounding spectators began to count in rhythm alongside the officers. 88, 104. Finally, when the officer counted the last beast left ear that had fallen to the ground, a collective sigh of relief rippled through the crowd. Yang Wu, excellent work. A total of 104 beast left ears. As of now, you have temporarily achieved the highest number of beast kills in this batch, and you are uninjured. Next, the officer turned to the next individual, and Yang Wu approached with a smile. Having passed the martial arts practical assessment, he was now a true warrior. And Yang Wu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, Yang Wu stood among the crowd, watching as each subsequent participant submitted their beast left ears. Some emerged without any injuries, while the majority bore minor wounds that required only a week or two of recovery. However, there were also severely injured or even maimed prospective warriors. Luo Feng, not bad, 36 beast left ears uninjured next. It was evident that Luo Feng's strength was formidable, and he returned safely. Brother Yang, Luo Feng called out from the crowd. Crazy. Yang Wu laughed heartily as he rushed over. How did you fare? 36 beasts. Luo Feng and Yang Wu stepped aside into a corner. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wu grasped what Luo Feng had accomplished throughout the night. Chapter 12. Generous Task Rewards. Wandong. It was Wandong, the talented prospective warrior recruited early by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. I wonder how many beast left ears he has collected. Comparing him to Yang Wu, it remains uncertain who is stronger or weaker. Indeed, the only one comparable to Yang Wu is this Wandong. A murmur of discussion arose from the front. While others may be unaware of Wandong's achievements, Yang was quite familiar with them. At that moment, the aspiring warriors standing at the forefront focused their attention on Wandong's backpack. Meanwhile, some of the aspiring warriors at the back of the crowd strained their ears to listen. A multitude of monster left ears. There seemed to be quite a few. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the front. Wandong, a total of 51 monster left ears. The voice of the assessment officer followed closely. Ha! You have now surpassed Luo Feng, temporarily placing you as the second in this wave of aspiring warriors in terms of monster kills. Second place? Wandong's expression darkened abruptly. 51. Wandong truly is formidable, having taken down 51 monsters, quite terrifying, though still falling short of Yang Wu. The competition has concluded. You have achieved victory, earning 500 days of black iron level cultivation. For such a simple assessment task, a reward of 500 days of cultivation was granted, equivalent to a little over a year. One must note that Yang Wu, over the span of an entire month, had only managed to glean a little over 3 years of cultivation from Luo Feng. Yang Wu, Luo Feng. A voice called out. Luo Feng turned to see a burly officer with a thick beard approaching. Come with me. A friend wishes to meet you in the lounge ahead, the officer said with a smile. Oh, Luo Feng felt somewhat puzzled. However, Yang Wu wore a faint, knowing smile, aware that this was the moment when the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall sought to recruit them. Without hesitation, Yang Wu followed the burly officer, as the faction task was still ongoing and could not be concluded just yet. Before entering the lounge, they removed their blood-stained combat uniforms. After a brief rinse, they changed into clean, fresh attire before stepping into the lounge. Inside, a robust man sat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened them, his gaze striking like lightning as he looked at Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Is it him? Luo Feng was taken aback. They recognized this man as the one who had previously conversed with Supervisor Zhuge, one of the 4 titans of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall in the Jiangnan Bay City. I am Wang Heng, the supervisor of the Thunderbolt General Hall. You too, please take a seat, the burly man said with a smile, gesturing to the vacant spots before them. Yang Wu, however, calmly pulled Luo Feng and sat down without hesitation. He felt no particular way about it. Nonetheless, it was important to project a certain toughness. Perhaps it would yield an even higher evaluation for the faction task. Luo Feng cast a somewhat apprehensive glance at Yang Wu, fully aware of the supervisor's esteemed position. It could be said that a supervisor of the General Hall was not only a high-ranking warrior, but also wielded immense power. In Jiangnan Bay City, this burly man could almost be considered omnipotent. The sudden opportunity to sit face-to-face with such a figure was quite unsettling for Luo Feng. Ha, good. No need to be so formal. Seeing Yang Wu's calm demeanor, a glimmer of curiosity and admiration flickered in the burly man's eyes before he broke into a hearty laugh. Mr. Wang, May I ask why you have summoned us? Yang Wu inquired, his tone composed. He was already somewhat aware of the unfolding plot. Quite simply, the burly man replied with a smile. I have looked into your family backgrounds. Both of you hail from ordinary families with no considerable advantages. Yet, to have reached this stage at such a young age is truly remarkable. I hold you in high regard and believe you possess great potential. Therefore, I formally invite you to join the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. The burly man's gaze shifted between Yang Wu and Luo Feng. I have already signed a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Yang Wu replied, shaking his head with a smile. I too. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Yang Wu was resolute in his principles. Breaching a contract was simply out of the question, as it was a matter of integrity and also related to their mission. A contract? Since it is a contract, it can be breached with a payment of the penalty. According to martial artist regulations, the maximum penalty cannot exceed 300 million. However, I believe your value far exceeds that amount. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall will cover the breach fee. The burly man chuckled. While Yang Wu's talent was widely recognized, he was indeed the least likely to join the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Not to mention, Luo Feng was set to join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall as well. To maintain good relations and to garner some cultivation, it was only natural that he would align himself with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Upon discovering Yang Wu and Luo Feng's talents through surveillance, Wang Heng had been filled with anticipation for their potential. I am sorry, Yang Wu slightly inclined his body. I appreciate the offer from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, but I have already committed to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and have no intentions of switching. My sincerest apologies. Luo Feng shook his head slightly as well. Wang Heng was taken aback. A rejection? Have you given it enough thought? The burly man frowned, his eyes narrowing. No need. Yang Wu and Luo Feng stood up, bowing slightly. Mr. Wang, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. They understood that having already declined, remaining in each other's company would only lead to further awkwardness. Wang Heng scrutinized Yang Wu and Luo Feng closely, his heart sighing with admiration. Very well. I shall not press you further. Should you ever reconsider, the doors of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall will always be open for you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Yang Wu and Luo Feng smiled as they exited. Faction task completed. You have won the competition and rejected the recruitment of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. The task is being settled. Settlement complete. Performance evaluation, excellent. Additional reward, 1,000 days of black iron level cultivation, 200. Yang Wu was immensely satisfied with this unexpectedly triggered faction task, as the gains from it were substantial. Compared to Luo Feng, whose talent was currently lacking, nothing was more valuable than acquiring additional cultivation. Now possessing over 7 years of cultivation, Yang Wu was still contemplating the most cost-effective way to utilize it. On August 2nd, in the evening, at the Minghui community in Yangzhou City. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, you're back. Congratulations. Congratulations. That martial artist practical assessment posed no difficulty for them at all. As they strolled along the community path, Yang Wu and Luo Feng greeted some familiar martial artists with smiles. When the clock struck 11 that night, within the audiovisual room on the second floor of Yang Wu's home, setting aside cultivation for the moment, it was time to access the internal martial artist network of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and purchase some techniques. Yang Wu felt a surge of excitement. Certain special internal networks could only be accessed with specific identities. Only martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had the qualifications to enter the internal martial artist network known as Extreme Home. Meanwhile, the HR Alliance platform was accessible to any martial artist. Extreme Home. Yang Wu typed the website into the keyboard. Chapter 13, Ninefold Thunderblade. Instantly, a massive screen measuring 200 inches illuminated one wall of the audiovisual room, displaying the website for Extreme Home. Beep. Yang Wu verified his fingerprint. The melodious strains of music flowed through the audiovisual room like a gentle stream, while a personal page materialized upon the vast screen. At the top appeared a photograph of Yang Wu, accompanied by a series of informational fields below. Name, Yang Wu. Gender, male. Address, Jiangnan Bay City, Huaxia Nation. Warrior ID number, 426123205608010000. Rank, Warrior level beginner. Contribution points, 0. Currency balance, 20,000,000 Huaxia coins. Among these details, one item blinked incessantly. A button bearing the message, you have 2 new emails. Yang Wu gently tapped the wireless keyboard's touchscreen, opening the mailbox. With a whoosh, the first email unfolded, revealing a video segment. This correspondence primarily detailed the benefits promised after signing a contract with Zhuge Tao, such as a complimentary purchase quota of 100 million for secret techniques and congratulatory messages on Yang Wu's successful assessment. The second email also contained a video, yet its content diverged from the previous one. This clip elucidated several functional modules of the Extreme House, including weaponry, secret techniques, and contribution points. After a cursory review, Yang Wu grasped the majority of the Extreme House's capabilities, particularly motivated by his desire to procure more advanced secret techniques and prepare for his future endeavors in the Wilderness Zone. Yang Wu tapped the wireless keyboard's touchscreen once more, entering the online marketplace. Instantly, the enormous screen enveloping the audiovisual room displayed a myriad of detailed categories of items. Selecting the technique category for offensive methods, he clicked 3 times, and a selection of technique books appeared, complete with images, titles, and prices. World Annihilation category, gun techniques. Rating, Ultimate. Price, 100 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 50 billion Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 4-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunderblade, category, blade techniques. Rating, Ultimate. Price, 100 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 50 billion Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 4-star contribution points. Fantôme Blade Technique, category, Blade Technique. Rating, SS level. Price, 10 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 5 billion Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 3-star contribution points. Fog Sword, category, sword techniques. Rating, S level. Price, 3 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 5 billion Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 3-star contribution points. His affinity for blades meant he was unlikely to switch to other weapon types or techniques. To acquire a technique, one must seek the finest, and a 9-fold Thunderblade seemed an excellent choice. A smile graced Yang Wu's face. Although his current comprehension could not rival that of Luo Feng, he possessed a unique advantage. Even the most challenging techniques could be mastered through sheer perseverance. Furthermore, the 9-fold Thunderblade was a coveted gem for any blade-wielding warrior, as it encompassed not only blade techniques, but also integrated agile footwork and a distinctive guiding technique. Though Yang Wu could not afford the complete 9-fold Thunderblade, it was fortunate that the techniques could be purchased in segments. The pricing was as follows: full 9-fold, 100 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 50 billion Huaxia coins, half price. Requirement: 4-star contribution points. First 8 levels, 50 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 25 billion Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 4-star contribution points. First 5 levels, 2 billion Huaxia coins, full price. 1 billion Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 3-star contribution points. First 4 levels, 500 million Huaxia coins, full price. 250 million Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 2-star contribution points. First 3 levels, 200 million Huaxia coins, full price. 100 million Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 2-star contribution points. First 2 levels, 100 million Huaxia coins, full price. 50 million Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 2-star contribution points. First level, 50 million Huaxia coins, full price. 25 million Huaxia coins, half price requirement. 1-star contribution points. As for contribution points, accumulating 10,000 points equates to 1 star, 100,000 points to 2 stars, 1,000,000 points to 3 stars, 10,000,000 points to 4 stars, and 50,000,000 points to the legendary 5-star status. It was evident from the aforementioned details that without the prior contract, he wouldn't even be able to purchase the first level due to a complete lack of contribution points. However, thanks to this contract, his inaugural purchase of offensive techniques, footwork, and blade techniques was exempt from contribution point requirements. Coupled with the 100 million free quota granted by the supervisor, he could directly acquire the first 3 levels without spending a dime. I shall undoubtedly master the 9-fold Thunderblade. Yang Wu inhaled deeply. He felt a profound confidence in his unique advantage and then gently tapped the touchscreen. Please confirm your purchase of the first 3 levels of 9-fold Thunderblade, requiring a payment of 100 million Huaxia coins. A prompt appeared on the screen, indicating this was his first purchase. Confirm. Yang Wu cliquet. Please verify your identity via fingerprint for confirmation. A reminder flashed on the screen, and Yang Wu placed his finger on the wireless keyboard's fingerprint scanner. Beep. The fingerprint verification succeeded. Purchase successful. Payment processed. The first 3 levels of 9-fold Thunderblade will be delivered to your residence within 24 hours. The screen displayed consecutive notifications. Good thing it's not my own money. Yang Wu chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. After successfully acquiring the technique, he perused various weapons, combat attire, and more. Blood Shadow Battle Blade Series 2. Model A1 price, 100,000 Huaxia coins, full price, 50,000 Huaxia coins, half price requirement, 1 contribution point. Blood Shadow Battle Blade Series 2, Model A2 price, 500,000 Huaxia coins, full price, 250,000 Huaxia coins, half price requirement, 1 contribution point. Blood Shadow Battle Blade Series 2, Model A5 price, 6 million Huaxia coins, full price, 3 million Huaxia coins, half price requirement, 1-star contribution point. With over 7 years of cultivation experience and his talent having reached Black Iron 3, utilizing these would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Moreover, through monster hunting and experience farming, he believed that it would not be long before his physical prowess easily reached the level of a battle general. As Yang Wu scrutinized the descriptions of each weapon model, a frown creased his brow. For an ordinary beginner-level warrior, purchasing models A2 or A3 would suffice. However, Yang Wu was different. When selecting weapons, he naturally aimed for superior quality. Given his rate of advancement, he deemed it imperative to acquire the A5 model of the Blood Shadow Battle Blade to ensure longevity in its use. Yang Wu raised his brow. Chapter 14. Purchasing Agents and the Firehammer Squad. However, this model of the battle knife requires a contribution point of 1 star. Purchasing at full price? That's exorbitantly expensive. Yang Wu helplessly shook his head and turned his attention to the shield. Upon examining the shield's page, he noted that its price was significantly lower than that of the battle knife. The B5 model, capable of withstanding mid-level beast generals, was priced at 3 million Huaxia coins at full price and 1,500,000 at half price. Yet the contribution point requirement remained at 1 star. Next, he considered the backpack. In the wilderness and during battles against monsters, the backpack serves as specialized equipment. It must not only be of high quality, but also designed to ensure that it does not hinder the martial artist's movements during combat. The cheapest backpack required merely 1 contribution point, while a better one would cost around 100,000 coins. A smile crept onto Yang Wu's face. As for the combat communication watch, equipped with satellite positioning, time, and numerous other functions, it was reasonably priced at 100,000 coins. In truth, those functions are not particularly valuable. Nowadays, one can find a mobile phone for a few $100s that encompasses calling, time, and satellite positioning features. The high price of the communication watch stems from its premium materials. Having examined the battle knife, shield, watch, and backpack, he was left with only the complete combat suit, which included battle boots. Typically, a combat suit is the most expensive piece of equipment for a martial artist. The D5 series combat suit, capable of withstanding intermediate beast generals, along with arm guards and battle boots, was priced at 18 million Huaxia coins at full price and 9 million at half price. This is due to the fact that a combat suit must not only provide excellent defense, but also ensure comfort, allowing the martial artist to move swiftly and dodge effectively. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, a stranger arrived at Yang Wu's private garden in Minghua community. Mr. Yang Wu, here are the secret manuals and equipment you purchased. You can unlock them using your fingerprint. Yang Wu accepted the 2 sealed alloy boxes handed to him and lightly brushed his fingers across the tops of both boxes. Beep. Fingerprint verification successful. An electronic synthesized voice announced, and the 2 alloy boxes opened. Inside one box was a book approximately 1 centimeter thick, accompanied by 2 discs. The larger alloy box contained the backpack, watch, and other equipment Yang Wu had purchased. With the 9-fold Thunder Blade and the equipment now in his possession, Yang Wu surveyed the contents of the boxes, nodding in satisfaction. Mr. Yang Wu, please confirm if the items are correct. Once confirmed, kindly sign here. The delivery man said with a smile, although a hint of envy flickered in his gaze, for the 9-fold Thunderblade was beyond the reach of most martial artists. After confirming the items were correct, Yang Wu signed without hesitation. Mr. Yang Wu, I trust you are aware of the taboos associated with purchasing secret manuals? The delivery man continued with a grin. As per regulations, I must reiterate that the copyright of the manual belongs to its creator, the Thunder God. The purchaser possesses only the right to study it and holds no rights to distribute, transcribe, or sell the manual. Any violations will result in a joint pursuit by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the Lightning Martial Arts Academy, the Underground Alliance, and government forces. Yang Wu nodded. He was well aware of these rules. After the inspection, the delivery man took his leave. Just as Yang Wu was about to enter his home to practice with the manual, a voice called out to him. Turning, he saw the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Wu Tong, approaching. Uncle Wu, Yang Wu greeted with a smile. I just saw the delivery person from headquarters. Did you buy something? Wu Tong inquired with a chuckle. Yes, Young Wu nodded. The ninefold Thunderblade? Wu Tong's eyes widened with disbelief as he caught sight of the 4 characters on the cover of the manual. You actually decided to purchase that? Secret manuals are incredibly expensive, and the major powers worldwide control them quite strictly. Well, it's not my money. The funds came from the free allowance provided by my previous supervisor. Yang Wu replied with a smile. I see. Wu Tong nodded. It made sense, as he had accompanied Yang Wu to the headquarters, clarifying how Yang Wu could afford such items. However, he also noted that money was indeed tight at present. Yang Wu expressed his intention to purchase the battle knife and combat suit at half price, seeking Wu Tong's assistance in the matter. With a hearty laugh, Wu Tong responded, You little rascal, this is a trivial matter. Leave it to me. Just tell me the names, models, and quantities of the equipment you need, and come back tomorrow at this time to collect them. By the way, Yang Wu, I came to inform you that your martial artist team has been confirmed. Gulme, follow me to meet your future teammates, the chief instructor said with a smile. All right, Yang Wu nodded, following Wu Tong to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy within the community. Along the way, he informed Wu Tong of the equipment he wished to purchase. In a meeting room on the 2nd floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Luo Feng and Chen Gu were present. Upon seeing Yang Wu enter, they nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Wu was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes brightened. He had assumed that joining a team would mean he wouldn't be able to gain any further insights from Luo Feng for quite some time. However, since Luo Feng was here, did that mean they were in the same team? While the efficiency of monster hunting far surpassed that of completing tasks, experience was always beneficial. Yang Wu, let me introduce you. This is Chen Gu, the vice captain of the Firehammer team, a battle general-level martial artist. Wu Tong announced. Chen Gu is robust, with thick eyebrows and a fierce gaze, exuding an aura of warmth and enthusiasm. This is Luo Feng. You should already be acquainted with him. Wu Tong added with a hearty laugh. Following the instructions from Supervisor Zhuge, he arranged for Yang Wu and Luo Feng to join a team of battle general-level martial artists. This way, they would gain more practical experience outside the city while also ensuring better safety. Consequently, Wu Tong directly assigned Yang Wu and Luo Feng to the Firehammer team. Yang Wu, Chen Gu, the vice captain, clapped a hand on Yang Wu and Luo Feng's shoulders and laughed heartily. From now on, you'll be rolling with us in the Firehammer team. I'll look after you. However, I must say this up front. While our team will provide you with opportunities for training to adapt to battling monsters, you must also put in your own effort and not rely solely on other team members. If after the first mission you still can't adapt, we'll have no choice but to expel you from the team. Yang Wu and Luo Feng nodded in understanding. In a martial artist team, where every member operates on the edge of life and death, having a liability can indeed be a significant hindrance. Chapter 15. The first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade. After a brief conversation, Yang Wu and the others departed, as it was not the day for their expedition to the wilderness. During this period, the entire Firehammer squad is on leave. They will officially depart from the base city on August 28th to commence their mission. This interval provides an opportune moment for practicing the ninefold Thunderblade. The training hall is brightly illuminated, and Yang Wu, donned in loose-fitting training attire, sits cross-legged. A tome titled Ninefold Thunderblade placed before him. It is said that mastering the ninefold Thunderblade is quite a formidable challenge. The extent of its difficulty remains a mystery to him. As Yang Wu opens the tome, he begins to peruse its contents. The most striking word on the title page is swift. Merely that single character sends a shiver through Yang Wu, as if he were confronted by the glint of an oncoming blade. It is essential to note that this is merely a photocopy of the original manual. Even this replicated word evokes such a profound reaction within him. One can only imagine the terrifying prowess of the deity who conceived this technique, the Thunder God. As Yang Wu turns the pages, he soon finishes his reading. The Thunder God's descriptions within the text are imbued with boundless confidence, which is hardly surprising, considering he wields the fastest blade in the world. This grants him unparalleled speed and physical prowess, placing his martial arts rank beyond that of Han. However, Han's mastery of a formidable domain has elevated him to the status of the world's strongest. This also subtly underscores the significance of comprehension. The ninefold Thunderblade encompasses an entire system of body techniques, a comprehensive guiding technique known as the ninefold harmony, and a complete set of blade techniques. Among these, the guiding technique is fundamental. Physical conditioning is the cornerstone. It is only through the guiding technique that one can swiftly attain formidable strength, according to Yang Wu's understanding. Upon mastering the first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade, the unique guiding technique allows for the absorption of genetic primal energy at double the speed. In other words, 1 unit of cultivation can yield the effect of 2. Thus, if one's cultivation is modest, the priority of the ninefold Thunderblade is not diminished compared to genetic primal energy. The manual states that the ninefold harmony guiding technique consists of 9 chapters. However, this particular tome contains only 3 chapters of the guiding technique, as Yangwu has only purchased the first 3 layers of the ninefold Thunderblade. Naturally, the manual does not limit the guiding technique to just 3 layers. The blade techniques and body techniques are similarly restricted to the initial 3 layers. Mastery of these techniques requires repeated practice and insight. Although it is technically accurate to assert that the ninefold Thunderblade's method of exerting force is flawed, Yang Wu remains captivated by the technique created by the Thunder God. This is primarily due to the unique characteristics of the force exertion, which aligns seamlessly with the cosmic currents, facilitating a smoother transition to higher-level techniques. Even with only the initial 3 layers, Yang Wu finds himself utterly astounded. When compared to this manual, the so-called techniques he practiced previously in basic blade and body manuals seem as insignificant as fireflies against the sun. Determined to experiment with the blade technique, Yang Wu carefully places the manual in a corner of the training hall before retrieving the Blood Shadow battle blade from nearby. He begins. With each swing, Yang Wu stands at the center of the training hall, the Blood Shadow battle blade slicing through the air repeatedly. The might of the ninefold Thunderblade relies on a remarkable method of force exertion. An ordinary person may exert their full strength in a single strike, utilizing 10 parts of their power. In contrast, a practitioner of the ninefold Thunderblade employs merely 7 parts of their strength for a single strike. Upon unleashing the first layer of force, they strive to generate a second layer of force simultaneously, also using 7 parts of their strength. This results in a combined force of 14 parts. The ninefold Thunderblade comprises 9 layers. The first layer allows for the release of an additional hidden force, achieving a total of 14 parts of power. The second layer permits the release of 2 additional hidden forces, culminating in 21 parts of power. The third layer allows for 3 additional hidden forces, reaching 28 parts of power. Ultimately, the 9th layer enables the release of 9 additional hidden forces, resulting in 70 parts of power. This implies that, upon reaching perfection, one can unleash a staggering 7 times their original physical strength. What does this signify? It means that a novice warrior, if they comprehend the 9th layer of the ninefold Thunderblade, could nearly rival an entry-level battle general. Indeed, the rumors hold true. Mastering the ninefold Thunderblade is exceedingly challenging, and the initiation itself is daunting. Yang Wu recognizes that his innate understanding is not particularly high, and despite his relentless attempts at striking hundreds of blows, he is unable to truly manifest the first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred, continuing to strive to see if he can produce an additional hidden force layer to top each strike. It is incredibly difficult. One must understand that the act of swinging the blade is merely a fleeting moment. In that instant, to simultaneously exert force during the initial swing while also generating internal force is nearly impossible. Given my current level of understanding, I must not be overly ambitious. The first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade consists of 18 techniques that gradually guide the practitioner in experiencing the method of force exertion. Once fully comprehended, success in the first layer will naturally follow. I shall first practice the 18 techniques of the ninefold Thunderblade for 100 days. With a mere thought, Yang Wu expends his entire black iron-level cultivation in an instant. He swings the blade countless times, his movements becoming imperceptible, reaching an extreme speed. For full 100 days, Yang Wu diligently practices the ninefold Thunderblade. Insights coalesce as he grips the hilt tightly, furrowing his brow in concentration before unleashing a strike. Regrettably, he achieves only a single technique. The first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade consumes 100 days of black iron-level cultivation. This means he requires an additional 1,700 days of cultivation to fully master the ninefold Thunderblade. A smile graces Yang Wu's face. Well then, he shall persist. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wu dedicates another 1,700 days of cultivation to the ninefold Thunderblade. In the blink of an eye, those 1,700 days pass, and the intertwining of the 18 techniques creates an extreme sensation that melds into something peculiar. Yang Wu swings the blade almost reflexively, unleashing his full strength to its utmost limit. After this force emanates from his waist and hips, he astonishingly finds the energy to unleash a second surge of power. With a whoosh, the dual forces flow into his arms, and the Blood Shadow battle blade transforms into a glimmering arc, slicing through the air. Indeed, I have succeeded in manifesting an additional hidden force. A smile spreads across Yang Wu's face. The combination of two hidden forces from the first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade, 7 parts plus 7 parts, results in 14 parts of power. It has taken an entire 1800 days to achieve the first layer, and the second layer will surely require even more cultivation. Yang Wu shakes his head slightly. Although he has mastered the first layer, he is not particularly elated, for it seems unlikely that he will be able to attain the second layer in the near future. Chapter 16. Consecutive Tasks. With nearly 2 years of cultivation remaining, Yang Wu decides to invest it all into cultivating genetic primal energy. With a mere thought, he expends all of his cultivation. He opens the manual of the Ninefold Thunderblade to the section on guiding techniques and begins his training anew. The Ninefold Thunderblade, a remarkable technique crafted by the formidable Thunder God, is arguably the pinnacle of martial arts in the world. As such, Yang Wu's capacity to absorb cosmic energy far surpasses that of the rudimentary 5 hearts to the heavens method. Day and night, Yang Wu immersed himself in rigorous training, and upon commencing his practice according to the ancient text, he felt a long-forgotten thirst within every cell of his body. Through the guiding technique, countless pores throughout his being began to absorb cosmic energy, significantly accelerating the pace at which his body assimilated this energy. In an instant, his physique absorbed a tremendous amount of genetic primordial energy, which upon entering his body, maximized the enhancement of his cells. In what felt like the blink of an eye over the course of 2 years, his physical prowess surged dramatically. His foundational punching power increased by approximately 800 kilograms. After taking stock of his newfound strength, Yang Wu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Previously, his foundational punching power had already reached an impressive 900 kilograms. And with his cultivation now depleted, he had achieved an enhancement of around 800 kilograms in punching strength. Thus, his foundational strength soared to an astounding 700 kilograms. And under the first level of the Ninefold Thunderblade's 14-fold might, he attained an astonishing 580 kilograms. Typically, a threshold of 4,000 kilograms marks the baseline for advanced warriors, while 8,000 kilograms aligns with the threshold for junior battle generals. However, these figures are merely rough standards. It is not impossible for those with lesser physical attributes to engage in battles beyond their rank. In the present day, strength is assessed not solely by physical prowess, but rather by one's accomplishments in slaying monsters. After all, physical attributes are merely a part of one's overall strength. Though physical prowess is crucial, agility and mastery of swordsmanship are equally significant. A smile graced Yang Wu's face. Given his formidable physique, he resolved to enhance his agility and swordsmanship after reaching the standard of a junior battle general. Of course, the Ninefold Thunderblade remained a priority in his mind. The following day, he procured equipment at half price from Wu Tong and transferred the payment to him. Over the next few days, he primarily undertook missions for Luo Feng, accumulating cultivation points. During this period, Luo Feng, true to the narrative, had a falling out with Zhang Zihu, the uncle of Zhang Haobai, regarding compensation matters. This discord led to lingering resentment from Zhang Zihu and Zhang Haobai, setting the stage for future conflicts in the storyline. One day, Yang Wu arrived at Luo Feng's residence. "Brother Yang Wu, you're here. My brother is upstairs. He mentioned that if you came, you should go right up." He encountered Luo Feng's younger brother, Luo Hua, who was maneuvering his wheelchair outside, a sweet smile gracing his face. Yang Wu suddenly recalled seeing a short-haired girl waiting outside the hall earlier. Could she be Luo Hua's girlfriend? "Hey, where are you off to in such a hurry? Since Brother Yang has some free time today, let me push you." Yang Wu's eyes sparkled mischievously as he feigned an intention to assist Luo Hua with his wheelchair. No, Brother Yang, I can manage on my own. I'm just going to stroll around outside and soak up some sun." Luo Hua, flustered, waved his hands in protest, his fair complexion turning crimson. "Hey, let me whisper something to you. Brother Yang, are you going to meet that short-haired girl outside the community?" Yang Wu chuklet. No. Luo Hua's face reddened even more. "How could that be? I've only known Xiaonan for a short while. Even my parents don't know yet. How would you know?" Luo Hua's heart was already ablaze with turmoil. "Brother Yang, you're here. Why haven't you come upstairs yet?" At that moment, Luo Feng appeared on the upper floor. "Greeting, Yang Wu." Luo Hua, as if seeing a savior, quickly turned his wheelchair and bid farewell to Yang Wu, heading outside. "What were you discussing with my brother? You looked rather conniving." Luo Feng inquired, observing Yang Wu's sly smile as he ascended the stairs and noticing Luo Hua hastily leaving the villa. You really are a negligent brother, unaware that your own sibling has a girlfriend." Yang Wu shook his head slightly. As a time traveler, He was aware that Luo Hua's relationship was not without its complications, yet he had no intention of interfering. What? Is that true? Luo Hua has a girlfriend? How do you know, Brother Yang? Luo Feng asked, a note of surprise in his voice. Yang Wu, possess knowledge of both celestial phenomena and terrestrial matters, encompassing the entirety of human history over 5 millennia. Yang Wu replied with a peculiar grin. Oh, Luo Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. Fine. When he is ready to share with us, we will naturally find out. The ninefold Thunderblade is extraordinarily difficult to master. Even after 10 days, I still cannot unleash a single dark force instantaneously. It's hard to imagine how I will produce the subsequent layers of dark force, let alone the 9th layer. I heard you also acquired the ninefold Thunderblade. How has your training been progressing? Me? Yang Wu responded slowly. You can see for yourself. He casually picked up the Blood Shadow War Blade No. 2 series that Luo Feng had purchased, stepped forward, and sliced through the air with the weapon. To Luo Feng's astonishment, the air split with 2 successive explosive sounds, echoing like a single clap of thunder. Instantly, Luo Feng recognized that Yang Wu had already mastered the first layer of the ninefold Thunderblade. He stood frozen, speechless, clearly engrossed in contemplating the mysteries of the technique that Yang Wu had just demonstrated. Yang Wu shook his head in exasperation. Although Luo Feng remained motionless, his mind was racing, analyzing and evolving the intricacies of Yang Wu's earlier strike. After a considerable time, he finally returned to reality. Brother Yang, could you teach me the ninefold Thunderblade? Luo Feng asked excitedly, looking at Yang Wu. Yang Wu, of course, would not refuse, as he had triggered a new task. You have activated the chain quest, ninefold Thunderblade. Accept or decline? Quest summary. Luo Feng is also trained in the ninefold Thunderblade, but he finds the first layer somewhat challenging and wishes to gain insights from you. Note, this task is a chain quest. The next phase will only unlock after completing the previous stage. First phase task, teach Luo Feng to comprehend the first layer of a ninefold Thunderblade. Yang Wu was acutely aware that Luo Feng would inevitably master the earlier layers of a ninefold Thunderblade, indicating that this was yet another task he could successfully complete. Although he was uncertain of the rewards, he had never been one to shy away from such readily attainable quests. Chapter 17, A Surge in Power. Yang Wu's comprehension of the first layer of a ninefold Thunderblade, although forcefully enhanced through his cultivation, was a testament to his relentless daily efforts. Consequently, his own understanding of the ninefold Thunderblade flowed effortlessly, making it easy for him to instruct Luo Feng. The day before the Firehammer Squad was set to depart, the culmination of Yang Wu and Luo Feng's efforts over the past few days finally bore fruit. Chain Quest. The first phase of the ninefold Thunderblade has been completed, with a black iron level cultivation of 1000 days. Upon witnessing such an abundant task reward, Yang Wu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. It is noteworthy that he had previously comprehended the first level of the ninefold Thunderblade after expending a mere 800 days of cultivation. To his astonishment, after mastering the first level, this task promptly granted him a rebate of 1000 days. This effectively meant that he had only invested 800 days of cultivation to learn the first level of the ninefold Thunderblade. Furthermore, if he were to utilize the 1000 days of black iron level cultivation to enhance his physical attributes, he estimated that his foundational punch strength would likely reach the threshold of a primary war general. Over the past 20 days, Yang Wu had accrued far more than just 1000 days of cultivation from Luo Feng. Thank you so much, Brother Yang. Luo Feng chuckled. Without your guidance, I could not have grasped the first level of the ninefold Thunderblade so swiftly. Haha, Brother Yang. We must continue to support each other and progress together, Luo Feng stated, gazing intently at Yang Wu. At that moment, a new notification for the sequential task appeared. Sequential task. Ninefold Thunderblade has been updated. Task summary. Luo Feng has mastered the first level of the ninefold Thunderblade. Yet his thirst for strength remains unquenched as he seeks to further enhance his power to achieve his aspirations. Second phase task. Instruct Luo Feng in comprehending the second level of the ninefold Thunderblade. Indeed, we shall strive even harder, Yang Wu exclaimed with uncontainable joy. As anticipated, upon completing the first phase of the sequential task, a second phase emerged. Most significantly, he could easily surmise that the rewards for the second phase would undoubtedly be even more substantial. Regrettably, he had yet to comprehend the second level of a ninefold Thunderblade, and the cultivation required for it would certainly exceed 800 days. Nevertheless, he knew he must ultimately learn the second level. This sequential task was perfectly suited for him. Yang Wu was acutely aware that 000 days of cultivation was woefully insufficient to master the second level of the ninefold Thunderblade. Thus, he devoted the entirety of the recently acquired 1000 days of cultivation to refining his genetic primal energy. Suddenly, Yangwu opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and reveled in the surge of power coursing through him, exhilarated. Tomorrow we embark on our journey. For now, I shall head to the Extreme Pavilion to test my capabilities and ascertain my current strength. Yangwu was eager to assess the results of his arduous training over the past 1000 days. Mr. Yang, would you care for a drink? I can bring something to you. Upon entering the Extreme Pavilion, the receptionist girl called out to Yangwu. No need, just prepare some tea and snacks. I will come down to dine shortly. Yangwu replied with a gentle smile before proceeding upstairs. On the 6th floor of the Extreme Pavilion. As he gazed upon the expansive training hall, Yangwu was filled with nostalgia. It was within this very hall that he had undergone his preliminary warrior assessment. And in the blink of an eye, the once aspiring warrior had now become a primary war general. Yangwu first activated the punch strength testing machine, followed by the speed testing device. After powering up the speed tester, he casually positioned himself on the track. Let us see how my strength measures up now. Standing effortlessly on the track, Yangwu suddenly burst forth like an arrow released from its bow, dashing down the track and coming to a swift halt. He approached the speed testing device and noted the screen displaying the impressive figure of 906 ms. Not bad. Yangwu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. A speed of 90 meters per second is regarded as the baseline for achieving the physical attributes of a primary war general. Next, he proceeded to test his punch strength. Approaching the punch strength testing machine, he inhaled deeply and unleashed his power. The impact resonated like thunder as his fist struck the target, causing it to tremble violently as the screen recorded a formidable 121 kilograms. Now, let us test the power of the ninefold Thunderblade. Yangwu steadied his breath, then opened his eyes wide. As he exerted force from his legs, the floor of the training hall seemed to quiver beneath him, transmitting immense strength through his body. Crack, crack, crack. His spine elongated, channeling the robust force in his right arm. Concurrently, the area around his waist and back erupted with a ripple akin to waves on water, releasing 2 surges of hidden energy. First level of the ninefold Thunderblade, 14-fold strength, unleash. As Yangwu swung his fist, his speed escalated dramatically, culminating in a thunderous sound as his fist collided with the punch strength testing machine. Boom! The target toppled significantly before gradually righting itself. The screen momentarily paused before displaying a figure of 328 kilograms. Goodness! A smile crept across Yangwu's face. Multiplying 121 by 14 yields an exact figure of 113,694. However, the punch strength output is inherently an approximate value. Fluctuating slightly higher or lower is entirely normal. It can be surmised that Yangwu's full force output reaches just over 11,000 kg. Generally, a punch strength of 8,000 kg signifies the baseline for a primary war general, while 16,000 kg marks the threshold for a mid-level war general. This indicates that his inherent physical strength is at the threshold of a primary war general. With the application of the ninefold Thunderblades technique, he could be considered no weakling among primary war generals. Lastly, he sought to test his neural reaction speed. Yangwu entered the neural reaction testing room, adjusted the settings to the primary war general mode, and set a 5-second delay before activation. After pressing the red button, he swiftly stepped into the designated circle. Beep. Beep. After 5 seconds, the neural reaction testing machine's cannon began to rotate, accelerating until it reached an astonishing speed. Subsequently, dozens of rubber bullets were rapidly fired from the cannon towards the red shield. Zulfust. Yangwu stood at the center of the circle, swiftly evading the incoming projectiles. Thud, thud, thud. The rubber bullets struck him repeatedly, yet Yangwu exhibited no hesitation, continuing to dodge. After 1 minute, the cannon slowed to a stop. 60 seconds. Hit 85 times. Primary war general not qualified. Yangwu approached the screen, and although he had anticipated this outcome, seeing the disappointing result still left him disheartened. In battles against beasts, agility is of utmost importance, significantly enhancing his survival prospects. Yangwu gazed toward the wilderness zone. He aspired to cultivate experience points with greater efficiency, inevitably requiring him to confront groups of monsters. However, his agility was severely lacking. If his agility were inadequate, the efficiency of his cultivation would undoubtedly diminish, concurrently slowing his progression in power enhancement. Chapter 18. Entering the Wilderness Zone. The Ninefold Thunderblade also possesses a complementary agility technique, which he could certainly practice. Yang Wu no det tog fuli. The Ninefold Thunderblade encompasses not only the blade techniques, but also a set of accompanying agility methods. However, thus far, Yang Wu had solely focused on the blade techniques in his cultivation, resulting in his agility level being unable to keep pace with his current strength. In his perception, the foremost goal ahead was to grasp the intricacies of the body technique, aspiring even to attain a flawless mastery of it. Although his current proficiency in this regard was somewhat lacking, he harbored great satisfaction with the outcomes of his recent tests. He had become acutely aware of his weaknesses, yet, with sufficient cultivation, he could seamlessly compensate for them, even transforming them into strengths. After the testing concluded, Yang Wu descended the stairs in high spirits, eager to engage in tea and conversation. In a lobby bar on the first floor, several martial artists were conversing, and upon spotting Yang Wu, Wu Tong promptly approached him. Yang Wu, your Fire Hammer team is set to depart tomorrow. What brings you here today? Director Wu Tong chuckled heartily. Before our departure, I just completed a test of my abilities, Yang Wu replied with a smile. It's essential to refrain from acting rashly. That's a commendable thought, Wu Tong nodded. The Ninefold Thunderblade is notoriously difficult to master, and the manual is exorbitantly priced. Indeed, it is quite challenging, Yang Wu admitted, momentarily taken aback. I have merely achieved a slight breakthrough. How can I put it? Even with his Black Iron Tier 3 aptitude, it took him 800 days of cultivation, over 4 years, to comprehend the first layer, which certainly signifies its difficulty. Nevertheless, he could also claim that he had mastered the first layer of the Thunderblade in an instant. Oh, the gazes directed at Yang Wu from those present, including Wu Tong, shifted perceptibly. The Ninefold Thunderblade was an elite manual, sought after by many, yet the mere first layer posed insurmountable challenges for numerous martial artists. His minor breakthrough signified not only his exceptional comprehension, but also his capacity to contend against adversaries of higher ranks. After engaging in conversation with the others for a while, Yang Wu took his leave, preparing for his venture into the Wilderness Zone. August 28th, alone in the training hall, Yang Wu began donning his combat attire, long pants and alloy combat boots. He wore a tactical vest, his arms bare, adorned with wrist guards. His martial artist backpack was equipped with a hexagonal shield and a blood shadow combat knife. A communication watch was secured around his right wrist. His backpack also contained water and some high-energy sustenance. Today marks my inaugural departure from the base city. It is the moment to commence monster hunting in the wilderness. Yang Wu inhalait deeply. Indeed, today was the day the Fire Hammer team set forth. He was quite eager about entering the Wilderness Zone and planned to seize the opportunity for an extensive month of monster hunting. Yang Wu called out Chun-Gu from outside, his voice echoing. I'm coming, Yang Wu replied, hastening down the stairs. In a lobby, Luo Feng had already gathered with Chun-Gu and Zhang Ko. Within the exclusive community for martial artists in Yangzhou, Moonlight Community, the Fire Hammer team consisted solely of these 4 members, as the others were absent. Let's go. Yang Wu, Luo Feng. The 4 of us will first head to the HR Alliance Mall to meet with the captain and the others before we set off for the Wilderness Zone. Understood. Brother Chun. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Chun-Gu, and another man bearing an iron spear boarded the exclusive vehicle of the Extreme Club and swiftly departed. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where Yang Wu encountered the other team members, the Wei brothers, Wei Tai and Wei Qing, wielders of the double moon curve blade, and the team captain, Gao Feng, who wielded the double wind hammer. An intriguing incident occurred during their journey to the Wilderness Zone, yet regrettably, it did not trigger any task. The entirety of the land beyond the base city was collectively referred to as the Wilderness Zone. For those residing in the base city, the Wilderness Zone was synonymous with a realm of death. It was rife with a myriad of monsters, devious, formidable, and some nearly invincible. Such places could only be traversed by the strong martial artists among humanity who dared to battle the beasts. At present, Yang Wu and the others had gathered with the rest of their team en route to the supply base and the Wilderness Zone. Yang Wu, Luo Feng. When we martial artists venture out to hunt monsters and require supplies, we typically enter the military district. Do you see that tower? Chun-Gu pointed ahead to a towering structure, standing an impressive 50 to 60 meters tall. Yang Wu and Luo Feng nodded. Throughout the entirety of Huaxia and indeed the world, every military district designates a special area to serve as a supply base for martial artists, a sanctuary for rest. This supply base is often adorned with such a lighthouse, symbolizing the illumination of the path home for martial artists. The supply base for martial artists. nestled within the military district, comprises tranquil little buildings set in a serene environment. Fire Hammer Team, you shall reside in E6 for your rest. An officer at the supply base handed the key to Captain Luo Feng. Old Gao, how long do you plan to hunt this time? After the official matters were settled, the officer chuckled, giving Luo Feng a friendly pat on the shoulder. If you come across anything of value, do feel free to sell it to me through the Underground Alliance. I assure you a handsome price. While many of the personnel at the supply base donned military uniforms, the service staff actually hailed from the Extreme Martial Arts School, Thunder Martial Arts School, Government Forces, and the Underground Alliance. They served in dual capacities, providing assistance while also purchasing precious materials from the beast bodies. Sound good. Luo Feng laughed heartily. Please arrange for someone to prepare our lunch quickly. It was now late August, the height of summer. Carrying hundreds of kilograms while trekking through the sweltering heat, no amount of water would suffice. They would inevitably have to resort to drinking from the river. Thus, the Fire Hammer Team decided to set off in the evening, when it would be cooler, a testament to their survival experience. As dusk fell, the fully armed Fire Hammer Team of 7 departed from the supply base, entering the wilderness zone. Chen Gu, clad in a belt of ammunition and wielding a machine gun, stood alongside Yang Wu and Luo Feng in the center of the formation, safeguarded by the others. The Wei brothers, wielders of the double moon curve blade, led the way, while Captain Luo Feng and Zhang Ke brought up the rear. We will travel along this highway. In approximately 3 days, we shall reach our destination, County City 0201. Let us proceed. The sunset cast a crimson glow upon the long-abandoned and dilapidated highway, which had fallen into disrepair for decades as Yang Wu and his companions advanced along it. Roar! A woo! From the fields flanking the highway and the crumbling villages, the echoes of monstrous roars resounded, and Yang Wu could catch glimpses of numerous beasts. His eyes sparkled with excitement, for they were manifestations of potential cultivation. Chapter 19. The Astonishment of the Crowd. The other 5 members of the Fire Hammer Team were at ease, yet Luo Feng remained vigilant, unwilling to exhibit even a hint of complacency. Of course, even though Yang Wu held immense confidence in his abilities, he dared not be careless, otherwise it could cost him his life. It is important to note that ordinary battle generals would struggle against hordes of over 100 beast soldiers, often resorting to flight. However, this was the case for typical battle generals. Should Yang Wu master a perfect level of body technique, he would have no fear of the usual beast hordes. Luo Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow. Yang Wu, the voice of Captain Luo Feng resonated. There lies a unicorn wild boar that appears to have just entered the F rank, and it is entrusted to you. This is your inaugural battle. Do not underestimate it. The ferocity and cunning of these beasts far surpass those of the tamed creatures in the military district. Chen Gu solemnly advised. Good luck, Brother Yang, Luo Feng added, a smile gracing his face. He had long learned of Yang Wu's approximate strength through Wu Tong and surmised that Yang Wu possessed around 3,000 kilograms of punching power. When factoring in the 9-fold Thunderblade, his full strength would likely just allow him to breach the threshold of senior warrior. Should he encounter an F-rank unicorn wild boar comparable to a senior warrior, he might find himself in a precarious situation. You have triggered the task, Team Entry Test. Would you like to accept or forfeit? He had anticipated only receiving Luo Feng's task, yet he was taken aback to discover that he could indeed accept tasks from others as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Wu instinctively accepted the challenge. A senior beast soldier? He mused with a smile. Watch as I procure the horn of this unicorn wild boar. With a swift motion, Yang Wu drew his blood shadow battle blade, holding his shield in his left hand and the blade in his right, as he advanced rapidly towards the beast before him. In truth, he was uncertain of the exact prowess a senior beast soldier could yield, yet he was genuinely intrigued by this aspect. Captain, is it not a tad excessive to have Yang Wu face an F-rank unicorn wild boar for his first battle? Chen Gu could not help but interject. Wu Tong informed me that his current physical strength and speed are approaching that of a senior warrior. With a bit of caution, he should be fine. Although the unicorn wild boar appeared to possess greater strength than Yang Wu, the latter's intellect far surpassed that of the beast. Their confrontation would provide a clearer understanding of Yang Wu's capabilities. Luo Feng was also aware that selecting a G-rank beast would utterly fail to gauge Yang Wu's true strength, especially as this marked his first venture into the wilderness. What does it matter that it is his first time? I do not wish for him to become a burden. Wei Qing remarked with a furrowed brow. Otherwise, how could we dare hunt formidable warrior-level beasts with a novice in tow? At that moment, within the ranks of the Fire Hammer Team, Chen Gu and Zhang Ke evidently favored Yang Wu, while the Wei brothers regarded him with skepticism. Enough of this bickering. Luo Feng stated impassively, let us observe Yang Wu's performance first. Haha, rest assured, Luo Feng chuckled heartily. You may not yet realize. But Brother Yang has already mastered the first tier of the ninefold Thunderblade before our departure. As for the attitudes of Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers, Luo Feng could comprehend their reservations. After all, they were all newcomers, and earning their trust was no simple feat, however, upon hearing Luo Feng's declaration. The members of the Fire Hammer team were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Each was acutely aware of the arduous nature of mastering the ninefold Thunderblade. The fact that Yang Wu had accomplished the first tier in less than a month was staggering. The seasoned members of the Fire Hammer team felt their confidence wane, their sense of superiority as seniors shattered by Yang Wu's exceptional talent. Though they could scarcely fathom the extent of his aptitude, they recognized that in terms of innate ability, they could not compete with him. We have struck gold. After a prolonged silence, someone finally exclaimed, their voice brimming with incredulity. The Fire Hammer team buzzed with excitement, discussing Yang Wu's potential contributions to the squad. Clearly, the addition of such a prodigy would prove immensely beneficial. Yet, beneath their exhilaration lingered a subtle concern. With Yang Wu's extraordinary gifts, his growth would surely be rapid. It was conceivable that he would not remain with the Fire Hammer team for long. Like a nimble leopard, Yang Wu swiftly darted behind a car overturned on the highway, gazing intently at the unicorn wild boar not far ahead. The creature's coat was a deep black, resembling a mass of ebony spikes, while its dark gray horn resembled a deadly blade, bathed in the waning light of the evening sun. The horn glimmered with a chilling sheen. If the iron-furred wild boar had once seemed akin to a monstrous tank in their previous combat assessment, this unicorn wild boar exuded an aura of both agility and ferocity. Though the unicorn wild boar's power was inferior to his own, Yang Wu resolved to make his first battle a striking display. Let it be one decisive strike to end its life, he thought, nodding with an expressionless face. With a sudden burst, the unicorn wild boar charged forward, akin to a speeding tank, aiming directly for the dilapidated vehicle that served as Yang Wu's cover. Yet, as the beast bore down upon him, Yang Wu stood his ground, unwavering, for his formidable strength was his assurance. Stepping forth, he bent slightly, drawing his blade. The Blood Shadow battle blade sliced through the air with a chilling brilliance, aimed directly at the creature's neck. Empowered by his immense strength, a fierce and unrelenting wave of dark energy surged from his waist and arm. The first tier of the ninefold Thunderblade unleashed a full force of 14-fold dark energy. As the blade whistled through the air with a sinister shriek, it cleaved past the unicorn wild boar with the ferocity of thunder. Clang! Yang Wu sheathed his blade and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting not a glance at the motionless unicorn wild boar behind him. For he had already received 2 notifications. You have slain a senior bee soldier, yielding 4 days of black iron level cultivation. You have completed the task, team entry test, awarding 100 days of black iron level cultivation. It was only when Yang Wu turned to approach the now still unicorn wild boar that it abruptly stirred. Without any forewarning, its head violently separated from its body. Thud! The immense head rolled to the ground, while the headless torso remained upright, continuing its forward charge. Crimson blood gushing forth from the severed neck like a fountain. Yang Wu began to comprehend the patterns underlying the 4 days of cultivation from the slain senior bee soldier. He nodded inwardly. The 104 days of black iron level cultivation he had just acquired would be saved for future mastery of his movement techniques. Chapter 20. Peculiar Behavior. A junior bee soldier grants 1 day of cultivation. A mid-level bee soldier likely offers 2 days, and a senior bee soldier bestows 4 days, and so forth. Given my current strength, dispatching any bee soldier should be a trivial endeavor. However, bee soldier packs are a rare encounter, typically accompanied by a beast general, and at present, I would not dare provoke a bee soldier pack. I cannot deny that my strength remains somewhat lacking. Thus, targeting individual bee soldiers, or perhaps a small group, remains my optimal strategy, as I possess the capability to eliminate them with ease. Yang Wu leaped down and with the Blood Shadow battle blade, deftly severed the horn from the unicorn wild boar's head. The most valuable aspect of the unicorn wild boar is undoubtedly its singular horn. Materials derived from beasts of the Beast Commander rank are worth a fortune, with a starting price of 5 million. In contrast, the essential materials from a Lord-level beast command astronomical prices, with a baseline of 500 million. Of course, there are occasional exceptions, such as certain extraordinarily unique beasts or some high-ranking beast commanders that may command a higher price. However, the majority fall within the previously mentioned price range. Beast commander level monsters exhibit a certain level of intelligence, comparable to that of humans. They have the ability to command numerous beast soldier-level creatures to gather around them and follow their orders. Almost every beast commander is surrounded by a throng of beast soldiers, making it exceedingly difficult to slay one. Yang Wu currently prioritizes hunting beast soldiers, intending to enhance his strength before attempting to engage with beast commanders and the formidable beasts of the pack. As for Lord-level monsters, Yang Wu has no desire to become a mere offering, delivering himself like a courier. The 5 members of the Firehammer team, observing this scene from a distance, nodded slightly. Incredible. A monster, were the words that escaped the lips of the Wei brothers in astonishment. Unbelievable. Zhang Ke couldn't help but exclaim. Captain, Yang Wu's strength is quite impressive, Chenggu remarked with a smile. Indeed, Captain Gao Feng's expression brightened, and he nodded in affirmation. I initially thought he would struggle against this unicorn wild boar. Yes, with some training, our Firehammer team will gain another backbone. Each member held Yang Wu's previous performance in high regard. His stellar debut in combat clearly indicated that his talent for fighting was far from negligible. The seasoned members of the Firehammer team chuckled. Having traversed the precipice of life and death countless times, they understood that some so-called geniuses, despite their superior physical attributes, often falter when faced with the brutal realities of combat, revealing only a fraction of their potential. Thus, they generally held a dismissive view of such so-called prodigies. True masters are those forged in the crucible of countless life and death battles. What power! Luo Feng's gaze seemed to linger on the sword technique he had just witnessed, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. Could it be that Yang Wu had been concealing his true strength? He was more aware of Yang Wu's circumstances than the average person, yet he was still taken aback by the formidable prowess Yang Wu displayed. When Yang Wu had previously taught him sword techniques, they often engaged in sparring, and he recalled that Yang Wu's strength had not seemed nearly as potent. Yet now, only a few days had passed, and the rate of his improvement was astonishing. But who taught him the sword techniques? Wei Tai queried helplessly. The other members of the Firehammer team exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Although Yang Wu had only executed a single strike, they could discern that he had already grasped the first level of the Thunderblade technique. His mastery was undoubtedly superior, at the very least, to that of the Wei brothers. Among the entire team, only the Wei brothers wielded blades. Captain, Yang Wu sprinted over from a distance. This horn, you killed it. So it rightfully belongs to you, Gao Feng stated. Yang Wu nodded in acceptance, not declining the offer. Typically, materials from beast soldier-level monsters hold little monetary value, as they can be easily dispatched using firearms. Even a novice warrior, armed with a machine gun and possessing decent marksmanship, could effortlessly take down countless beast soldiers. The horn could fetch approximately 8,000 in the Martial Arts Academy and yield a few dozen contribution points. If sold to the Underground Alliance, it might reach 12,000. Chenggu noted with a smile. Materials from beast soldiers are not particularly valuable, usually just above 10,000. RMB warriors expend hundreds of thousands to acquire a few dozen contribution points, while a mere few thousand in price difference could also yield the same amount of contribution points. This may seem unreasonable, yet reveals the intentions of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Clearly, the Academy desires warriors to earn contribution points through their own efforts rather than simply purchasing them. However, Yang Wu harbored a lingering question. When RMB warriors gather monster materials, they can accumulate contribution points. But upon closer examination, while it may seem profitable for the warriors, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy will never incur a loss, as contribution points are merely virtual currency. If the Academy's goods can be sold at half price, it indicates that even at such a discount, the Academy still profits. After tidying up, Yang Wu and the others pressed onward. Soon, they encountered another monster, this time with Luo Feng taking the lead. His performance was commendable, as his agile movements and mastery of the first level of the Thunderblade left the others in awe. They soon learned that Luo Feng's ability to comprehend the Thunderblade was attributable to Yang Wu, further amplifying their astonishment at Yang Wu's talent. Recognizing the potential of both Yang Wu and Luo Feng, the Firehammer team was determined to cultivate them as key members for the future. Along the way, Wei Qing and Wei Tai alternated in confronting various monsters, occasionally allowing Luo Feng and Yang Wu to handle challenges independently. They understood that the essence of slaying monsters lay in maximizing the effectiveness of each attack. Throughout the journey, Yang Wu engaged in numerous skirmishes, facing no true pressure from the monsters, yet gaining valuable experience. Yang Wu, avoid the solitary beast soldiers, they're hardly worth the effort. Let us hurry to the county town, Chenggu cheerfully advised. Lion mastiffs are pack creatures. The one that fled will soon return with a horde of them. In Yang Wu's perspective, these encounters were mere opportunities for cultivation. Since they happened to pass by, he seized the chance to strike. With a mischievous grin, Yang Wu rejoined his comrades. However, the other team members found his behavior peculiar. Logically, beast soldier materials were of little value and took up space in their packs, making them question the necessity of engaging in such battles. Yet Yang Wu was different. Upon spotting a solitary beast soldier, his eyes would light up, and he would charge in for the kill. They were unaware that slaying beast soldiers offered Yang Wu benefits far beyond their understanding. However, with Yang Wu's formidable strength and speed, he managed to brush aside monsters without hindering the team's progress. At long last, the Firehammer team arrived at their destination. The county-level city numbered 0201 and quietly made their way into the suburban area. Chapter 21. Yang Wu's actions. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, over the past 3 days of travel. We've been traversing the highway through desolate areas. Chungu spoke in a lowered voice as they walked. The vast majority of monsters inhabit urban environments, thriving in densely populated areas. County towns and city centers are where the true perils lie. Understood, Brother Chun. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Yang Wu had already gleaned insights into the behavioral patterns of monsters for various posts. While the intelligence of monsters is limited, they have gleaned much from their prolonged conflicts with humanity. Monsters have learned that if they dwell in open, barren regions without cover, human armies and warriors can easily target them from a distance. They can be attacked with heavy sniper rifles or even missiles from afar. In the urban area, a multitude of towering edifices stand erect. As long as the monsters conceal themselves within the densely built-up zones, the sniper rifle would find it exceedingly challenging to strike, unless the marksman ventures into the city itself. Furthermore, once the human army engages in urban warfare with the monsters, the latter would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage. The densely constructed region is indeed the paradise for monsters. A paradise for monsters? Yang Wu's lips curled into a slight smirk, a spark of realization igniting within him. No. This is my sanctuary for enhancing my cultivation. Each member of our Firehammer squad possesses considerable strength, especially Yang Wu, who unexpectedly has attained the prowess of a junior war general. Gao Feng, whose strength approaches that of a mid-level war general, possesses keen insight. Over the past few days, Yang Wu's continuous displays of skill have not gone unnoticed by him. Thus, our objective must naturally be the beast general level monsters. However, such creatures exhibit a degree of intelligence that is not vastly different from that of humans. Gao Feng mused with a furrowed brow. We must devise a strategy to locate a solitary beast general or execute a surprise attack on one, Chungu quietly suggested. In that case, my agility is not particularly commendable, so I intend to practice my movements here. Yang Wu chuckled heartily. However, practicing movement will inevitably create disturbances that might attract the attention of the beast generals. Nevertheless, my strength is formidable enough to buy us some time. So the task of ambushing the beast general will fall to you. Yang Wu's so-called practice of movement is merely a pretext. His primary intention is to fervently enhance his cultivation. In Yang Wu's eyes, should he not encounter a beast general, he could easily slay a handful of lesser beasts. If he were to attract the attention of a beast general, it could prove somewhat perilous. Hence, to Yang Wu, Luo Feng and the others are akin to bodyguards. His actions indeed elevate their efficiency in earning, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yang Wu, do you have confidence? Gao Feng's expression turned serious as he cast a glance at Yang Wu. Naturally, I possess confidence. Besides, beast generals are not so easily encountered. Yang Wu replied with a hearty laugh. Perhaps before they even come across a beast general, Yang Wu would have already mastered the nuances of movement. The nuanced movement technique may not match the combat prowess of a perfected technique in a melee against a swarm of beast soldiers, but it would facilitate a swift escape. Then let us proceed to test this theory. Gao Feng nodded, but Yang Wu, do exercise caution. Moreover, do not stray too far from us. Within a kilometer will suffice, as we can reach you in mere seconds. This plan seems feasible. Should we encounter a beast general, I can provide immediate long-range support. Chungu raised his firearm. Let be settled then. Yang Wu beamed with a smile. In the outskirts, they tread cautiously, evading danger on numerous occasions, and occasionally dispatching several ordinary beast soldiers with swift strikes. Soon, they arrived at their first destination, the Blue Sky Community in County 0201. The Blue Sky Community was designated as the primary target by the Firehammer squad due to its 3 towering residential buildings, each standing 21 stories high. Everyone be vigilant. A monster might emerge from anywhere within the building. Let's ascend to the rooftop. Gao Feng turned to Yang Wu, urging him to remain cautious. The other 6 members of the Firehammer squad continued their ascent up the stairs, while Yang Wu planned to focus on enhancing his cultivation within the blue sky community. A low, ominous roar reverberated through the community, and Yang Wu followed the sound. He caught sight of a 2-meter-tall creature resembling a large military off-road vehicle, a lion mastiff beast, suddenly emerging around a corner. Upon spotting Yang Wu, the lion mastiff let out a low growl and charged forward with a gust of foul wind. Yang Wu, quicker than the beast, deftly maneuvered past it. As they brushed past one another, Yang Wu's blood shadow battle blade arced through the air, neatly slicing the creature's neck. Kill a mid-level beast soldier. Reward: 2 days of black iron level cultivation. Kill a high-level beast soldier. Reward: 4 days of black iron level cultivation. As time elapsed, Yang Wu diligently enhanced his cultivation within the blue sky community, while Luo Feng and the others scanned the skyline for beast generals through their telescopes. Does everyone have a telescope? Gao Feng inquired. Everyone retrieved their telescopes, and he instructed, position yourselves at the edge of the rooftop and see if we can locate any beast general level monsters. The rooftop is relatively safe. The 21-story height of the building makes it nearly impossible for monsters to ascend from the outside. Even if a beast general were to command the lesser beasts to ascend via the stairs, the staircase is hardly wide enough to pose a significant threat. The Firehammer squad would have ample time to escape. Let us begin searching for beast general level monsters. Brothers, let us hunt down some creatures. Luo Feng also produced a telescope from his backpack, along with other auxiliary tools like wire. Everyone had brought along lightweight equipment. Perched on the edge of the rooftop, Luo Feng gazed down at the streets below, where a plethora of monsters roamed. Everyone, stay alert and don't miss anything. The 5 team members, including the captain, peered through their telescopes in various directions, scanning the ground below. Being elevated allows for a broader view. From the rooftop of this 21-story residential area, one could indeed see far and discern numerous monsters. This is undoubtedly one of the most effective methods for locating and hunting beast general level monsters in an urban setting. It is exponentially faster than searching for them on the streets, with significantly enhanced safety. Each member of Luo Feng's team scrutinized the area below with great diligence, while Chenggu, clutching a heavy sniper rifle, squinted and drifted into slumber. The density of monsters in the urban area is indeed tenfold greater than that of the desolate outskirts, Luo Feng observed with a grave expression. He even spotted hundreds of monsters advancing along one of the streets. Even for a general level warrior, the likelihood of surviving an onslaught by hundreds of ordinary monsters would be slim. Captain, they're all beast soldier level monsters. I haven't seen any beast generals in sight. Yang Wu is efficiently dispatching beast soldiers. In just a short while, he has already slain several. Haha, it seems we can only watch as Yang Wu practices his movements below, while ostensibly observing Yang Wu slay beast soldiers. They were also vigilant for any potential dangers that might arise in his vicinity, ready to alert him in advance. Chapter 22, en unusual urgent mission. Yang Wu was fervently enhancing his cultivation, while Luo Feng and the others were in pursuit of beast generals. Meanwhile, approximately 30 miles away from County 0201, the Tiger 2 squad was hastily advancing toward the same location. Their objective, of course, was the injured high-level beast general hunter, as their encounter with Luo Feng and his group in the original narrative had been purely coincidental. Ordinary beast soldiers possess only a few days of cultivation, but it adds up. Just this morning, he had eliminated over 100 beast soldiers, accumulating more than 300 days of cultivation. The reason for pausing his efforts was the considerable depletion of stamina and genetic energy after several hours of combat. Most importantly, they were about to encounter a beast general and needed to regroup. The bloodthirsty tank raised its ears, and the scales on the back of its neck ignited with sparks as a bullet brutally penetrated through. A single shot to the heart. On the rooftop, Chenggu slightly raised his head, withdrawing his gaze from the scope. Fortune favored him as he struck a vital spot. The bloodthirsty tank, though robust and resilient, did not perish immediately. However, it was certain to fall within 5 minutes. In the original narrative, Chenggu had dispatched the bloodthirsty tank with a single bullet to the head, yet the swarm of monsters continued to encircle the lifeless creature. No need for flattery. I've notified Yang Wu to assemble, Chenggu chuckled. For now, you all should devise a plan to retrieve the corpse of the bloodthirsty tank, as it is surrounded by hundreds of monsters. If we delay, we risk having another warrior team snatch the prize. Let us not be pessimistic. There are probably only 2 or 3 warrior teams in this county. Gao Feng replied with a smile. All right, everyone gather your things. We're heading down to secure the body. At Gao Feng's command, Luo Feng and the other 4 swiftly descended the stairs, leaving the blue sky community behind. 5 minutes later, Yang Wu and his companions found themselves in a narrow alley, where the leader, Wei Tai, cautiously peered outside. Captain, there are approximately hundreds of monsters gathered around the bloodthirsty tank's corpse. Retrieving it will be quite troublesome, he reported. This was indeed a vexing aspect of engaging with long-range beast generals. Even if they succeeded, extracting valuable materials from the body would be perilous. As per our usual strategy, Wei Tai and Wei Qing, you will disrupt the monster horde, Gao Feng ordered. Then we will take advantage of the chaos. Yang Wu, your strength is formidable. Stay close to me for protection while I gather the materials. Charge, Gao Feng commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Wu unleashed his full power, brandishing a shield in one hand and the blood shadow battle blade in the other, racing alongside Gao Feng. Like lightning, he unleashed a flurry of strikes against the approaching beast soldiers. Killed a mid-level beast soldier, gained 2 days of black iron cultivation. Killed a high-level beast soldier. Gained 4 days of black iron cultivation. Amidst the dense throng of monsters, Yang Wu moved like a wolf among sheep, dispatching beast soldiers with ease. His cultivation rapidly escalating. Meanwhile, Gao Feng brandished a dagger and darted toward the corpse of the bloodthirsty tank in the blink of an eye. While Gao Feng began to dissect the body for materials, the remaining 5 members of the Firehammer squad faced a dire situation. Quickly, Luo Feng, protect Old Shun. Zhang Ke shouted, wielding a long spear. Luo Feng and the others were not focused on killing. Their primary goal was to endure this half-minute as efficiently as possible. Yang Wu continued to slay beast soldiers, cautious despite the tempting rewards of cultivation. Initially, the monster horde numbered in the hundreds. As dozens engaged with Yang Wu and his team, more monsters were drawn to the fray. Fortunately, the smoke obscured visibility, preventing the monsters from fully unleashing their potential. With each passing second, the peril for the Firehammer squad escalated, the surrounding monsters multiplying rapidly. All right, we're leaving, Gao Feng growled, having successfully gathered the materials, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Luo Feng and the others. Whoosh, whoosh. The Firehammer squad sprinted away. Yang Wu had slain dozens of beast soldiers in this skirmish, amassing over 100 days of cultivation, which only heightened his desire to engage further with the beast soldiers. He also yearned to perfect his mastery of movement, for with such skill, he could navigate the battlefield as if it were a sanctuary. The Firehammer squad moved swiftly, soon outpacing the intellectually challenged monster horde. Half an hour later, they arrived silently on the rooftop of the 18-story Hi-Ho Hotel. Haha, everyone did remarkably well this time. Gao Feng chuckled, pleased with their initial day's bounty. This is an auspicious start. I anticipate that by the end of the month, our gains will be substantial. However, after our recent skirmish and the exertion from last night's journey, it's time for everyone to rest. We shall reconvene at 4 this afternoon to continue our endeavors. Gao Feng declared. After a period of rest, Yang Wu resumed his cultivation, during which they encountered several beast generals. Some encounters ended in success, others did not. Amidst their jubilant banter following the slaying of another beast general, the Firehammer squad unwittingly fell into the traps set by the Tiger 2 squad. You have triggered an emergency mission. Escape with your life. Mission brief. Due to Luo Feng's actions, the Tiger 2 squad seeks revenge. Run, or do more if you can. Post-mission rewards will be based on your performance during this urgent task. Yang Wu's leaps to Wechet. Regardless of the rewards or the mission's completion, this emergency task would benefit him. After all, the Tiger 2 squad scheme appeared to have been preemptively revealed by his special insight. This meant that any future similar emergency missions could be navigated with greater caution, leveraging his understanding of the plot to avert unnecessary risks. Stay alert, everyone, Yang Wu warned as he scanned their surroundings. The recently slain prey of the Firehammer squad appeared to be a beast general. A Shao, a Dong. You two use your sniper rifles to eliminate those 2 inexperienced newcomers from the Firehammer squad. The 2 armed with firearms wasted no time. Their extensive experience in the treacherous realm of life and death had honed their skills. Both sniper rifles were swiftly positioned, and they began to aim and adjust with fluid precision. In an instant, they exchanged subtle nods with the Tiger Tooth captain, indicating their readiness. With a wave of his hand, the Tiger Tooth captain signaled, and both shooters simultaneously pulled their triggers. Bang! Bang! Too deep. Muffled sounds resonated as the bullets tore through the air, racing toward the Firehammer squad members who were dissecting the corpse of the 2-tailed tiger cat for materials. Although the sound echoed, the bullets traveled at several times the speed of sound. The Firehammer squad had yet to register the gunfire before the bullets reached them. Fortunately, Yang Wu had already alerted his comrades, and their focus was razor-sharp. Chapter 23. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Sniper bullets. Gao Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he roared. Enemy attack. Who is the scoundrel responsible? Wei Tai and Wei Qing echoed his anger. Many warriors frequently practiced reflex tests, and their conditioned responses allowed them to grasp the situation almost instinctively. The two blurry phantoms cutting through the air were the sniper bullets. In truth, firearms held little significance against warriors of the battle general level. Yang Wu's base speed exceeded 90 meters per second, unless a battle general failed to react. The bullets posed no real threat. Moreover, Yang Wu had acquired intelligence through informants, making evasion from sniper bullets exceedingly simple. Luo Feng had mastered the ninefold Thunderblade, rendering evasion a trivial task. Amidst the chaos of their furious roars, nearly all members of the Firehammer squad swiftly moved, none daring to remain stationary under the sniper's aim. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted in quick succession. Over there, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and the others all stared with red eyes in the direction of the gunfire. In the distance, shadows flickered on the rooftop and then vanished. It was the Tiger 2 squad. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Zhang Zihu actually intends to kill me? A surge of fury welled within him. He had previously investigated Zhang Zihu and knew he was a member of the Tiger 2 squad. This is bad. Gao Feng's expression changed drastically. We must flee. The Tiger 2 squad had fired 6 shots in total, 2 aimed at Luo Feng and Yang Wu, while the remaining 4 were directed at the surrounding horde of monsters. The members of the Firehammer squad quickly comprehended why the Tiger 2 squad had discharged those 4 extra shots. How treacherous. They intend to kill us all. We need to run. Boom! The ground trembled as a massive herd of iron-haired wild boars appeared on the street ahead, their colossal bodies thundering towards them. As if an earthquake had struck, the Firehammer squad members were horrified. Just as they attempted to change direction, a violent rumbling sounded from behind. An even greater number of beasts was charging towards them, comprising not only a herd of unicorn wild boars, but also a pack of lion mastiffs. They were surrounded by the beast horde, which collectively numbered over 1,000. If they delayed any longer, the situation would become even more dire. This is a serious predicament. The faces of the Firehammer squad turned pale. Brothers, this time we are in grave danger. We must escape. If we stay together, we are doomed. Gao Feng seethed. If I survive this, I will make the Tiger 2 squad pay dearly. Faced with an onslaught of over 1,000 monsters, even Yang Wu could only flee in disarray. Now is not the time to seek glory and gain strength. That would be sheer folly. One must act within their means, especially knowing that Luo Feng would ultimately save everyone. On the rooftop of a modest 6-story building, Yang Wu and the others hastily ascended. Indeed, as depicted in the original narrative, they ultimately overcame the crisis thanks to Luo Feng. Emergency mission completed. You have escaped by your own efforts. Settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Performance evaluation, average. Mission reward, 100 days of black iron level cultivation. Yang Wu twitched his lips. The cultivation gained during his escape far exceeded 100 days. Yet he bore no regret. Tasks are to be undertaken if possible, and ignored if not. There are times to endure, and there is no need to risk one's life unnecessarily. The consolation prize of 100 days was a small comfort. Click. The door to the stairs leading to the rooftop was slammed shut. The Tiger 2 squad. Gao Feng's heart burned with fury. They would surely pay. Those scoundrels from the Tiger 2 squad aimed to annihilate our entire Firehammer squad. Chingu couldn't help but curse. Those bastards from the Tiger 2 squad must be avenged. Wei Tai growled in agreement. These rascals will regret crossing me. Gao Feng clenched his fists tightly. In truth, Luo Feng was aware that as he wielded his flying knives to rescue everyone, he also inadvertently revealed the secret of being a mentalist. Ha! Chingu laughed heartily. Luo Feng, I knew I was right about you. He believed that if the Tiger 2 squad had known in advance that Luo Feng was a mentalist and Yang Wu a battle general, they would never have dared to employ such underhanded tactics against them. Gao Feng smiled. If they had known they were provoking a mentalist and a genius battle general, they would surely regret it. Wei Tai chuckled as well. We are indeed fortunate this time. Gao Feng sighed. By the way, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, why do you hide your talent from us? With your abilities, both the government forces and various martial arts schools would covet you fiercely. Captain, I hope everyone can keep this a secret and not disclose it, Yang Wu replied. He understood, well, that while 23-year-old battle generals were rare, they were not non-existent. Thus, the talent he displayed was impressive, but not sufficient to join the God of War preparatory camp. Since he could not enter, he preferred to cultivate freely outside. After all, with his advantages, whether he joined the camp or not would not greatly impact him. Of course, if the opportunity arose, he would still like to join. I feel the same, Luo Feng nodded, having his own thoughts on the matter. Yes, of course, we will keep it under wraps. Gao Feng laughed heartily. Our martial arts squad prefers you to maintain your secrecy. A trump card is truly effective when concealed. Once revealed, it loses its efficacy. Moreover, once Yang Wu and Luo Feng's talents were public knowledge, even if they could not enter the God of War preparatory camp, they could still join the basic training camp. In that case, the Fire Hammer Squad would lose these two prodigies. Indeed, our Fire Hammer Squad possesses two strong talents, while other squads remain oblivious. TSK. Chenggu nodded excitedly. If anyone dares to provoke us as before, they will suffer greatly, and in future monster hunts, we will have a distinct advantage. After a while, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad began to rest as night fell, revealing a sky adorned with countless stars. Suddenly, a howl of anger and defiance echoed from below. The resting members of the Fire Hammer Squad were startled awake. That is the howl of a wolf. Gao Feng stated gravely. There are wolf-like monsters among them. Chenggu gasped, realizing that each wolf-type creature was formidable. Silver Moon, ferocious wolf. Yang Wu raised an eyebrow. Yang Wu grabbed a pair of binoculars and rushed to the edge of the rooftop, peering down towards the source of the howling. With the aid of high-magnification night vision binoculars, he soon spotted a towering figure, a giant wolf nearly 3 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters long. Its fur was predominantly gray, with a hint of white on its forehead. Chapter 24, Challenge Mission. 5 to 6 meters. What does that even mean? It's roughly the size of a small room. Standing before it, one would feel immensely insignificant. Not all high-level beast generals are alike. Can a mentalist of comparable level truly match an ordinary warrior? The members of the Fire Hammer Squad were struck by a profound sense of their own insignificance. As a wave of primal fear surged from deep within, you have triggered a challenge mission. Silver Moon, ferocious wolf. Mission description. The Silver Moon, ferocious wolf is a high-level beast general. At its peak, it could contend with a god of war. Are you certain you wish to engage it in battle, despite its injuries? Mission requirement. Endure as long as possible against the Silver Moon, ferocious wolf. Power comparison complete. You are no match for the Silver Moon, ferocious wolf. Mission rewards generated. Rewards. The mission rewards are tiered. Each time you meet a requirement, you will receive the corresponding reward. Endure for 10 seconds. 20 days of black iron level cultivation. Endure for 30 seconds. 100 days of black iron level cultivation. Persist for 2 minutes. 600 days of black iron level cultivation. Persist for 3 minutes. 1,000 days of black iron level cultivation. Persist for 5 minutes. 2,000 days of black iron level cultivation. Persist for 10 minutes. 5,000 days of black iron level cultivation. Randomly generating a talent of Silver Moon, fierce wolf. One cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Yang Wu gritted his teeth and accepted. The rewards were simply too terrifying for him to decline, especially considering he was not fighting alone. If he recalled correctly, the original story depicted the Silver Moon, fierce wolf meeting its demise at the hands of Luo Feng. Perhaps he could merely play a supportive role. This was a high-level beast general class Silver Moon, fierce wolf. Gao Feng, judging by its size and fur color, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A high-level beast general. And it was a Silver Moon, fierce wolf. Look, it has sustained injuries to its abdomen, and they are quite severe. It is exceedingly rare to encounter a severely injured high-level beast general, let alone a wounded royal wolf like the Silver Moon, fierce wolf. Encountering it was akin to winning the lottery. It is important to note that an uninjured high-level beast general Silver Moon, fierce wolf would pose a formidable challenge even for an advanced human warrior. Even if the Silver Moon, fierce wolf is injured, it remains beyond our capabilities. Our most powerful strike might not even penetrate its fur. Captain, this is a royal wolf. The Silver Moon, fierce wolf. And it is a high-level beast general. This single Silver Moon, fierce wolf is worth more than 10 high-level beast general tiger hounds. Capturing it would yield tremendous profit. Its fur holds an exorbitant price in human society, possessing numerous special properties. The skull of the Silver Moon, fierce wolf is exceptionally hard and also commands a high price. Captain, the Silver Moon, fierce wolf is advancing rapidly and will soon vanish from our sight. We cannot hesitate any longer. Captain, make a decision swiftly. Even though the Silver Moon, fierce wolf is gravely injured, it is still beyond our power. Gao Feng urged, stay alert and do not be blinded by greed. Captain, I'll give it a try, Luo Feng declared. I will also give it a shot. Seeing Luo Feng finally speak, Yang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if he had gone alone, he would likely have become the Silver Moon, fierce wolf's next meal. Thus, avoiding close combat was preferable. Despite the high task rewards, his life was paramount. In Luo Feng's view, whether or not they could succeed was an entirely different matter. However, With Yang Wu's assistance, they might manage to restrain the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, increasing their odds of success. Yang Wu, Luo Feng. Gao Feng hesitated. Do you have confidence? I do not have absolute certainty in killing the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, as I have never defeated one before, but I am 100% confident in escaping. Luo Feng replied with a smile. He was a psychic master, and what others envied most about psychic masters was their ability to fly. Psychic power can only act on inanimate objects, but Luo Feng could instantaneously channel his psychic energy into his alloy combat boots, propelling himself to astonishing heights. He could then place his shield beneath him, allowing him to maintain his balance. By controlling the shield's flight with his psychic energy, Luo Feng could indeed fly. All right, Yang Wu and Luo Feng, be cautious. If you can capture it, do so, but do not force yourselves if it proves too difficult. Safety comes first, Gao Feng instructed. Rest assured, Yang Wu and Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Without delay, Yang Wu and Luo Feng, armed with shields and blood shadow battle knives, leapt from the rooftop of a 6-story building. Whoosh! Yang Wu and Luo Feng plummeted rapidly. The height of 6 stories could typically be withstood by a formidable body of an advanced warrior. As a battle general, Yang Wu easily landed on the ground of the community below. Whoosh! Luo Feng immediately dashed out, swiftly reaching the street, while Yang Wu, clutching a machine gun, followed closely behind. Although Yang Wu had never used a machine gun, he still possessed some basic knowledge. Moreover, he had never intended to rely on the machine gun to kill the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. His singular goal remained to attach himself to Lord Luo and find ways to secure greater task rewards. The other members of the Fire Hammer Squad on the rooftop observed intently through binoculars. Captain, do you think Yang Wu and Luo Feng can kill that Silver Moon Fierce Wolf? Chenggu asked with a smile. It's hard to say, Gao Feng hesitated. Both of them are weaker than high-level beast generals, and against a fully powered high-level beast general, they have no hope. However, since this royal hunter, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, is severely injured, they might still have a chance. There is still hope. The group, binoculars in hand, watched as Luo Feng pursued below. Luo Feng moved like a streak of black lightning, swiftly traversing the street. That Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was extraordinarily fast. It turned left? Yang Wu and the others took a shortcut, initially believing they could intercept the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, but they soon found themselves still about a mile away. Whoosh! Yang Wu and his companions dashed at an angle, chasing after the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Roar! The 2 tiger hound beasts lounging leisurely sprang to their feet upon seeing Yang Wu and Luo Feng, emitting low growls. With the tremor of the ground, the 2 tiger hound beasts charged forward, while Yang Wu swiftly dispatched them, absorbing their cultivation. Slash! Slash! As Yang Wu ran, he executed swift strikes. The 2 tiger hounds had no time to evade at such close range and were swiftly converted into Yang Wu's cultivation. The ground quaked as the 2 tiger hounds crashed down. Whoosh! Yang Wu and Luo Feng quietly leaped into a nearby alley, spotting the injured Silver Moon Fierce Wolf about 100 meters ahead at the alley's end. How the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf halted, fixating its gaze on the nearby humans. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, a severely injured one. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile graced his face. Chapter 25, Shameless Cheating and Subtle Levels. Yang Wu and the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf stood silently, the nearly 3-meter-tall Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's eyes flickering with a blood-like glow. Through you, I shall demonstrate my current greatest strength. With that, Luo Feng stepped towards the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. 2 flying daggers shot from his pant legs, transforming into streaks of light. In an instant, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's fur absorbed some mysterious energy, shifting from gray to shimmering silver. Simultaneously, it became dazzling. Even the tuft of white fur on its forehead turned blood red. At that moment, the challenge task timer commenced. Whoosh! The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf transformed into a silver streak of light, reaching Luo Feng in the blink of an eye. Perhaps sensing Luo Feng as a greater threat, it ignored Yang Wu. Sonic speed. The frequent neural response tests at the Martial Arts Academy allowed Yang Wu to instantly gauge that the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's speed was nearly supersonic. In truth, Yang Wu felt a sense of relief at this disregard, for with such terrifying speed, he had no hope of battling the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. With such speed from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, Luo Feng, you go on ahead. I will not trouble you, Yang Wu said, shaking his head slightly. Though Yang Wu refrained from stepping forward, he remained within the sphere of animosity directed by the Silver Moon Ferocious Wolf. Thus the countdown continued unabated. Successfully completing the task sufficed. Yang Wu had no desire to court death. Very well. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. subsequently engaging in a frenzied battle against the Silver Moon ferocious wolf. In Luo Feng's eyes, Yang Wu, as a warrior, proved to be of little assistance. Moreover, should Yang Wu abstain from involvement, he would, according to the distribution rules, secure a larger share for himself. 2 minutes elapsed. With a thunderous crash, the massive carcass of the Silver Moon ferocious wolf plummeted, causing a precarious wall to collapse with a resounding clamor, and Luo Feng followed suit. The high-ranking beast general possessed formidable vitality. Even after sustaining a critical blow from Luo Feng, it persisted for an additional minute before finally succumbing. Challenge task completed. You have fulfilled the requirements for the first 4 phases. Task is being settled. Settlement complete. Black Iron Rank Cultivation, 1,720 days. You accomplished the challenge task with no contribution, yet fulfilled the first 4 phases requirements, triggering the achievement. Shameless cheating. Additional reward. Black Iron Rank Cultivation, 6,880, 400 days. What constitutes shameless cheating? I achieved this task through cunning. Upon reviewing the task record, Yang Wu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, considering the bountiful rewards, he chose not to scrutinize the golden finger further. The nuanced mastery of movement had long been a goal for Yang Wu, but unfortunately, his prior accumulation of cultivation was insufficient. Given his current black iron rank of 3, alongside the first layer of 9-fold primordial essence, he estimated that approximately 4,000 days of cultivation would elevate him from nothing to the strength of a battle general. Typically, battle generals find it challenging to grasp the subtleties of advanced movement techniques, indicating that such mastery lies beyond their reach and necessitates at least 4,000 days of cultivation. With a reward of 8,600 days of cultivation, an unprecedented boon, he surmised he could finally comprehend the nuanced movement techniques. A smile graced Yang Wu's face. The 9-fold Thunderblade encompasses a movement technique known as flowing light, divided into 3 layers. Mastering the first layer alone suffices for the nuance level. Much like the 9-fold Thunderblade technique, this movement technique's first layer consists of 18 distinct forms designed to gradually guide practitioners toward nuanced comprehension. Upon complete mastery of the first layer, the nuanced movement technique would naturally follow. Thus, he resolved to first invest 4,000 days of cultivation to test the waters. With a mere thought, Yang Wu swiftly depleted 4,000 days of cultivation. Images cascaded through his mind as if an accelerator had been engaged, propelling him through 4,000 days in an instant. Light as a swallow, he practiced the movement technique, darting up walls and leaping with agility. His breath remained contained, devoid of fluctuation. He was genuinely cultivating, albeit within the confines of the panel's designated space, while the outside world merely flickered by in a moment. This would not lead to an inability to control the surge of newfound power after his enhancement. Insights into various movement techniques flooded into his mind, leaving profound impressions. As 4,000 days slipped by in a heartbeat, a glint of weariness crossed Yang Wu's eyes, as if he had traversed ages, having successfully mastered the first 10 forms. With a cultivation expenditure of 400 days per form, he deduced that he still required an additional 3,200 days of cultivation to fully attain the nuanced movement technique. He nodded in affirmation. Let us proceed. Another 3,200 days of cultivation. Without a hint of hesitation, Yang Wu once again expended 3,200 days on the movement technique. In the blink of an eye, 3,200 days vanished as the 18 forms of movement interwove, creating an extraordinary sensation that felt almost surreal. Yang Wu opened his eyes, instinctively springing into action, his entire being seamlessly integrating power. The nuanced level signifies an exquisite control over strength and body, allowing for the most intricate evasions at minimal cost. His movements and dodges resembled calculations performed by a computer. The profundity of the nuanced movement technique proved invaluable during life-and-death confrontations with beasts. By executing slight bodily movements, he could evade monstrous attacks effortlessly, ensuring his safety. The minimal range of motion enabled him to perform numerous evasions within the same time frame, resulting in remarkable efficiency. Having mastered the nuanced movement technique, Yang Wu anticipated a significant acceleration in his cultivation efficiency. A smile spread across his face. Accruing thousands of cultivation days in a single day would be a simple endeavor. The exquisite nature of the nuanced movement technique rendered him capable of confronting dozens of beast soldiers, a feat he previously could only flee from. However, should the number of beasts increase, the nuanced movement technique might prove insufficient, necessitating the pursuit of a perfect level movement technique. which he estimated would require at least tens of thousands of cultivation days. Yang Wu shook his head in resignation. The perfect level movement technique was not his immediate goal. First, he would focus on the ninefold Thunderblade and genetic primordial energy. Both the ninefold Thunderblade and genetic primordial energy would bolster his strength. And as he grew more powerful, the beasts he could confront would naturally multiply. This represented an alternative method of enhancing cultivation efficiency aside from mastering the perfect level movement technique. However, compared to the vast cultivation required for the perfect level technique, the training in the ninefold Thunderblade and genetic primordial energy seemed far more manageable. Additionally, he had a sequence of tasks to complete, which would require him to grasp the second layer of the Thunderblade. Upon finishing this task, he could even reap a return in cultivation days. Therefore, the ninefold Thunderblade and genetic primordial energy presented a higher cost-benefit ratio. He resolved to first train in the second layer of the ninefold Thunderblade for 1,000 days to test the waters. With a mere thought, Yang Wu embarked on the practice of the second layer of the ninefold Thunderblade. Images cascaded through his mind as if an accelerator had been activated, and he swung his blade countless times, reaching an astonishing speed. For an entire 1,000 days, Yang Wu diligently practiced the ninefold Thunderblade. Insights converged as he gripped the hilt tightly, furrowing his brow in concentration, before unleashing his strikes, yielding only 5 techniques. The second layer of the ninefold Thunderblade consumed 1,000 days of black iron rank cultivation for these 5 techniques. So, it appears he needed an additional 2,600 days of cultivation to fully master the second layer of the Thunderblade. Yang Wu shook his head slightly. It was evident that his remaining cultivation days were insufficient to completely grasp the second layer of the ninefold Thunderblade. Chapter 26. Independent cultivation of experience during Yang Wu's arduous training. Luo Feng had already commenced the dissection of the precious materials from the Silver Moon Ferocious Wolf. Every valuable item was meticulously harvested and stowed away in his backpack. With everything concluded, Luo Feng exhaled a long sigh of relief, regardless of the circumstances. He had struck it rich. A smile graced his face as he contemplated the monetary distribution within the Firehammer team, which allocated rewards based on individual contributions during battle. Regardless of one's prowess, if one had not exerted any effort in the hunt of a particular beast, the warrior team would not allocate a single coin to them. In the case of the Silver Moon Ferocious Wolf, Luo Feng had single-handedly executed the kill. Thus, he would indeed receive a substantial monetary reward. As for the distribution of wealth, Yang Wu remained indifferent. For him, cultivation held far greater significance than currency. Moreover, this challenge task had indirectly provided him with 8,600 days of black iron rank cultivation from Luo Feng. Such an abundance of cultivation days was invaluable, far surpassing what vast sums of money could procure. Following the dissection, Yang Wu and Luo Feng swiftly departed. Half an hour later, they quietly arrived at the rooftop of the Si Haotai Hotel, towering 18 stories high. "Ha! Everyone has performed admirably this time," Captain Gao Feng remarked with a smile. However, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf is gravely injured, undoubtedly from a prior confrontation with human warriors. The warrior squad that battled it may have left traces on its fur. If they pursue us and manage to locate our whereabouts, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation. Indeed, a warrior squad capable of inflicting such wounds on a Silver Moon Savage Wolf is not one to be trifled with. Luo Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. After all, seizing a severely wounded creature could lead to dire consequences if pursued by others. Our gains are already substantial. We cannot linger too long in the wilderness. Gao Feng said with a smile. "Let's rest well tonight, and come dawn, we shall depart for the supply base. I have only been out for a few days, and I do not wish to return just yet. I intend to continue honing my agility." Yang Wu chuckled. The rapid pace at which he was earning cultivation points and the allure of his escalating strength left him restless. "If you choose not to return, how will we divide the spoils?" Gao Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. "As for the distribution of rewards, our squad has its own regulations. You may divide them accordingly. And you are aware of my account information." Yang Wu nodded in agreement. "Very well then." Gao Feng's expression grew serious. "Although you are a warrior of the battle general rank, you must still exercise caution in the wilderness. By the way, as captain, there is something I must address. You all know we have 3 battle general level experts among us. Moreover, the rate of progress for Yang Wu and Luo Feng is exceedingly rapid. We cannot allow ourselves to hinder their advancement." Gao Feng sighed with a bitter smile, realizing that within a month, Yang Wu's strength might surpass his own. Consequently, he pondered how to keep pace with their progress. Wei Qing, Wei Tai, and the others exchanged glances, aware that they were still at the advanced warrior level. indeed lagging behind. Captain, I'm also a newcomer. Luo Feng couldn't help but interject. Luo Feng, that is not my intention, Gao Feng replied with a slight smile. Then turned to Wei Tai and the others. Do not overthink it. However, the team sensed that the captain did not intend to abandon them. They contemplated his words and began to grasp his underlying message. My point is that our squad's future targets for monster hunts must be set higher. Thus, it is our goal for every member of the Firehammer squad to achieve battle general status. Captain Wei Tai spoke up. My brother and I still have some distance to cover before reaching battle general status. I understand that. Gao Feng replied confidently. I have an idea. Let me know what you think. Yang Wu and the others nodded, eager to hear more. Wei Ti, Wei King, Diang Kiskiviko, Tiangu. Each of you should procure an A-grade gene serum, Gao Feng declared. This way, in terms of physical prowess, both Wei Tai and Wei Qing will ascend to the initial battle general level directly. Chenggu's strength and speed will also see a significant enhancement, approaching battle general capabilities. Yang Wu knew that the mainstream gene serums were classified into A and B grades. B-grade serums were meant for ordinary individuals, allowing them to become warriors. However, those who relied solely on gene serums usually possessed only mediocre strength later on. A-grade gene serums, on the other hand, were intended for warriors, typically doubling their strength. Of course, if one was already exceptionally strong, the efficacy of the gene serum would diminish. Yet, in comparison to gene serums, Yang Wu yearned more for Dragon Blood, Spirit of the Woods, and Woodya Crystal, as these rare treasures not only had a broader range of applications, but also boasted nearly no side effects. After thorough discussion, Gao Feng and Chenggu quickly reached a consensus. As Gao Feng had suggested, the future Firehammer squad would become an elite unit, all members at the battle general level. They understood that the squad's strength would experience rapid enhancement, thus accelerating their earning potential. However, if they could not keep up, they risked being left behind. Wei Tai and the others were acutely aware of this reality, and they began deliberating on the specifics of the gene serum. All right, it's settled then, Gao Feng smiled. We shall return for now. Yang Wu, take care of yourself. In the wilderness, Yang Wu took a deep breath. Most of the Firehammer squad was resting, and he felt it was time to focus on strengthening his own abilities. Tiangu, Diang Kiskiviko. And the Wei brothers were about to consume their gene serums. The full effects of the gene serums would take approximately a month to manifest. Moreover, after their power increased, they would require an additional 2 months of training to adapt to their newfound strength. Thus, they would likely rest for 3 months before re-entering the wilderness. This meant that for the next 3 months, he would probably not be able to join Luo Feng in action. As for the consecutive tasks, he estimated they would yield around 2,000 cultivation points. However, this task was certainly not something that could be completed in a day or two, rendering its cost-effectiveness rather low, making it inconsequential whether to undertake it or not. First, I need to ascertain whether any beast general level monsters are nearby. Yang Wu scanned his surroundings and found no sign of beast generals. After all, beast generals were relatively easy to spot, typically surrounded by their minions, and their size was generally quite large. Fortunately, the area appeared devoid of beast generals. Thus, he would seek out beast soldiers to begin farming monsters. Perched at the edge of the rooftop, Yang Wu observed the streets below, where numerous monsters were abundantly visible. The situation looked promising, with only beast soldier-level monsters surrounding him. However, the swarm of hundreds of monsters was not something he could handle with his current strength. Chapter 27. The second layer of the ninefold Thunderblade. After all, he was not like Luo Feng. He was not a mental warrior and could not fly without reaching the planetary level. The monsters over there seemed suitable, scattered in small groups, and the largest horde comprised merely a few dozen, which could escape if besieged by the approaching beast soldiers. I will head over there to farm monsters today, but I must keep the noise to a minimum. With that thought, Yang Wu descended the stairs, his foot striking the cement ground with such force that it cracked, propelling him towards the intended street like a cannonball. He did not draw his weapon, simply striding forward with purpose. Upon reaching his destination, Yang Wu smiled slightly, traversing a dilapidated residential street. This desolate neighborhood concealed many monsters, and upon looking up, he spotted the silhouettes of creatures on the 3rd floor of an apartment building ahead. The days of slaughter had commenced. His resolve remained steadfast. Now that he had entered the wondrous realm of the devouring starry sky, he naturally aspired to stand atop the world like Luo Feng. Thus, he could not afford to be idle. Yang Wu resolved to maximize his strength. As time passed slowly, ever since Yang Wu had long concealed himself in County 0201, countless beast soldiers had suffered as a result. Yang Wu was unlike other battle warriors who solely focused on slaying beast generals. He would directly eliminate any solitary beast soldiers he encountered. On the first day, he amassed over 1,000 days of black iron level cultivation. Yet it still fell short of comprehending the second tier of the Thunderblade. During his arduous training, Luo Feng could only manage to slay 1 to 200 beast soldiers daily. The reason Yang Wu could achieve a kill count exceeding 300 each day was due to his formidable strength and relentless fervor. As the second day unfolded and the daylight began to wane, after accumulating over 1,000 days of cultivation, he sought a secure location to rest and refine his abilities. With a total of 600 days of cultivation, he reached the second tier of the ninefold Thunderblade. With a mere thought, Yang Wu's cultivation swiftly diminished by 600 days. His mind was once again flooded with vivid images of wielding his blade countless times, each stroke seamless and executed with remarkable speed. For an entire 600 days, Yang Wu had dedicated himself to mastering the second tier of the ninefold Thunderblade. The 18 techniques intertwined, and he achieved the second tier of the Thunderblade. Almost instinctively, Yang Wu unleashed a powerful strike. His entire being erupted with an overwhelming force, transmitting power from his legs to his waist in an instant. The vertebrae of his spine aligned, channeling his formidable strength into his right arm. Simultaneously, waves of energy radiated from his waist and back, akin to ripples on the surface of water, releasing 2 surges of hidden power. The strength connected. The second tier of the ninefold Thunderblade, with a force multiplier of 21, erupted forth. With a sharp sound, 3 distinct forces coursed through his arm, and the blood shadow battle blade transformed into a gleaming arc, slicing through the air. Indeed, he had managed to unleash 2 additional hidden energies, achieving a 21-fold amplification of power. A smile graced Yang Wu's face. In simple terms, he was now capable of contending against ordinary intermediate warriors. It was true that cultivators of the second tier of the ninefold Thunderblade could indeed fight above their rank. However, if the blade's striking power was significant, but its speed was lacking, how could one challenge opponents of a higher tier? An advanced warrior could hardly keep pace with the speed of a junior warrior. Victory would be implausible. The power of a ninefold Thunderblade could be harnessed not only in the arms, but also in the legs. This revelation meant that his leg strength could be enhanced, allowing for increased speed. With both speed and strength in harmony, only then could he truly engage in battles beyond his rank. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yang Wu, and in a moment of ecstatic clarity, he calmed himself. Setting aside the inherent shortcomings of the ninefold Thunderblade compared to the cosmic techniques of bodily amplitude, he realized that he had yet to attain perfection even in the first tier of the Thunderblade. In Luo Feng's earlier training with the ninefold Thunderblade, he had faced similar deficiencies, which were later rectified by the instructors at the God of War training camp. To his astonishment, he recognized that if he could transmit hidden energy to his arms, he could naturally do so to his legs as well. Yang Wu found himself both amused and exasperated. It was only now that he truly grasped this concept. The rationale was quite straightforward. A skilled martial artist, having mastered the control of power, could unleash astonishing strength through their fists, and the same applied to their legs. Yet, Yang Wu had not connected the dots for so long, as he had been so focused on practicing his blade techniques and body movements that he had neglected the aspect of his own speed. Nevertheless, it must be said that the ninefold Thunderblade was merely a technique. Its teachings on the application of force were solely concerning the blade itself. It did not instruct warriors on how to apply the unique force application of the ninefold Thunderblade to their legs, thereby unleashing even greater speed. With my explosive power now reaching 21 times, it follows that my leg strength could also achieve the same multiplier. Even though speed might be influenced by resistance, it could potentially surge by a significant margin. To true masters, speed is often more critical than sheer strength. If one could outpace their opponent by a considerable margin, they could easily toy with them. Speed must be swifter. No wonder the ninefold Thunderblade emphasizes speed from the outset. Yang Wu's expression brightened. The fundamental essence of a ninefold Thunderblade is encapsulated in a single word: speed. Among all martial arts, none can withstand the onslaught of rapidity. Only speed remains unbreakable. The faster one becomes, approaching the limits of swiftness, the closer they come to invincibility. With only a few hundred days of cultivation remaining, he resolved to give it a try. After all, this was merely a shift in the technique of applying force, not a transformation in the level of power. Luo Feng had quickly adjusted during his training, so Yang Wu believed he could grasp it within a few tens of days. In his mind, the scene of his arduous training resurfaced. He first attempted the first tier of the ninefold Thunderblade, aiming to project an additional hidden energy through his legs based on his existing strength. With a whoosh, whoosh, Yang Wu's right foot transformed into a blur as he executed a series of rapid kicks into the air. It was a sensation he recognized. Yes, he was channeling force outward, just like that. With Yang Wu's current mastery of the second tier of the ninefold Thunderblade, after 3 days of cultivation, he successfully elevated the explosive power of his legs to 14 times. Following an additional 10 days of rigorous practice, he achieved a staggering 21-fold amplification of power through his legs. After all, while executing his blade techniques, he could now repeatedly unleash a 21-fold surge of power. As his training concluded, Yang Wu opened his eyes. He then began to dash rapidly within the confines of his cramped quarters, engaging in swift forward sprints, lateral dodges, and evasive maneuvers. It was crucial to note that in the heat of battle, one's body perpetually changes direction. To repeatedly unleash a 21-fold explosive force in an instant was far more challenging than merely summoning it once. With the refinement of his technique, Yang Wu began to contemplate the future. The second tier required a total of 600 days, which was double the first tier. Thus, the third tier would likely demand 200 days of cultivation. He was acutely aware that the resources consumed in mastering blade techniques, body techniques, and potentially grasping future realms and laws would become increasingly daunting. Currently, his black iron level cultivation felt somewhat inadequate. He would undoubtedly require superior aptitude and cultivation in the future. He could only wonder when he might achieve another leap in talent. Yang Wu shook his head slightly. Chapter 28. The Rumors of Yang Wu. 1 day of cultivation. Genetic primal energy. With a single thought, Yang Wu activated the process. Seated in meditation, with his palms facing the heavens, a glimmer of joy crossed Yang Wu's countenance. At this moment, he distinctly felt that every cell in his body seemed to be ravenously hungry, each one fervently consuming the cosmic energy. Upon mastering the first tier of the ninefold Thunderblade, my cultivation speed nearly doubled. Now that I have attained the second tier, my cells appear even hungrier, capable of absorbing even more primal genetic energy. Time trickled by, and every cell in his body seemed to jubilantly reach a state of saturation, unable to absorb any more. Having mastered the first tier, my cultivation speed matched that of Luo Feng in the original narrative, increasing by a factor of 2. While the boost in speed from mastering the second tier, though not as substantial as the first, still provided a 1/3 enhancement, it mirrored Luo Feng's progress. It seems that despite differences in innate talent, the ninefold Thunderblade offers an identical augmentation to cultivation speed. However, although my innate talent has not advanced, the amount of genetic primordial energy I can absorb after a day of cultivation has increased significantly compared to before. In simpler terms, the ratio of my cultivation transforming into strength has markedly improved. The ninefold Thunderblade is astonishingly effective, and when combined with the guiding technique, it accelerates my training at an incredible pace. If the current Yang Wu were to utilize his cultivation to absorb genetic primordial energy, he might find himself at a disadvantage due to the unique nature of a ninefold Thunderblade guiding technique. Therefore, he plans to focus on mastering the ninefold Thunderblade first, postponing enhancements to his physical conditioning for later. Perhaps once he feels his talent has reached a satisfactory level, he will begin to reveal his abilities and subsequently seek a way to join the War God Preparatory Camp. After all, once he enters the War God Preparatory Camp, his innate talent will surely earn him the Dragon Blood reward, which would save him an immense amount of cultivation effort. Thus, he resolved to continue. Yang Wu gazed at the beast soldier below and immediately charged forward, aiming to cultivate the third level of the ninefold Thunderblade first. After Yang Wu commenced his cultivation, the following day, the other members of the Firehammer Squad began to quietly depart from County 0201, progressing along the dilapidated highway towards the supply base. 3 days later, they returned to the supply base and began processing materials. However, due to the immense value of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf materials, they only sold them after returning to the base city. Upon selling, Yang Wu's account swelled with several million Huaxia coins. In the first floor bar of the Extreme Society Hall in Yangzhou, Wu Tong sat in a corner, quietly sipping from a glass of golden-hued high-purity blended liquor, while melodious music enveloped his ears. Surrounding him were martial artists from the Mingyue community, engaged in boisterous conversations and laughter. Have you heard? Yang Wu became a war general in just a month of cultivation. There were only 3 war general-level martial artists in the Mingyue community before, and now that Yang Wu had attained such status, he naturally became a hot topic of discussion. What? How is that possible? I believe he is only 23 years old this year. Indeed, at this age, one would typically only just become a martial artist, suggesting a lack of high talent. How did he become a war general in just a month? What? Yang Wu has become a war general? Wu Tong was profoundly aware of Yang Wu's situation, having seen him frequently participate in quasi-martial artist assessments, where he often faltered due to speed. However, ever since Yang Wu became a martial artist, he seemed to have entered an unstoppable ascent. He had heard that Yang Wu achieved genetic primordial energy on the very first day, directly increasing his punching power by nearly 2,000 kilograms, which was truly hard to believe. Even so, this was somewhat understandable. But to cultivate genetic primordial energy and become a war general in just a month? Surely that was a jest. However, Wu Tong's ears perked up as he perceived the nearby table-esque conversation as if it were happening right beside him. Oh, you've heard too? I know Yang Wu. I've heard Jiang Yin speak of him. Initially, Jiang Yin mentioned he was a late bloomer, and I thought he was joking or flattering. I never imagined Yang Wu truly was a late bloomer. Surely this isn't mere rumor? He previously joined the Firehammer Squad, and the squad leader, Luo Feng, is nearing the mid-level war general rank, so his words carry weight. I also heard he mastered the ninefold Thunderblade in just a month. Is that true? With a crack, Wu Tong, unable to contain his excitement, inadvertently crushed the glass in his hand. Liquor splattered everywhere, yet he seemed oblivious, his face betraying a profound shock. Wu Tong's expression shifted rapidly. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, standing up decisively, which instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the bar. Ignoring the bewildered stares of others, Wu Tong turned and strode away, having made a resolute decision. After all, he had long recognized Yang Wu's considerable talent, as he had been summoned early by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The fact that Yang Wu's physical prowess could grow to the level of a junior war general within a month was indeed remarkable, though not entirely surprising. After all, with certain heavenly treasures, one could easily elevate a person to the rank of war god in merely a month. Moreover, there were others who could surpass Yang Wu's progress. Yet, the fact that Yang Wu managed to cultivate the ninefold Thunderblade to its first level in less than a month was simply extraordinary, a true prodigy, without a doubt. While there are indeed individuals worldwide who experience rapid physical enhancements, such as during the Great Nirvana period when the world's strongest, Hong, and the second strongest, Thunder God, transcended the war god level in just a few years, one could imagine that there are still some super geniuses in the world. Nevertheless, the comprehension required for the ninefold Thunderblade hinges on one's insight and understanding. Yang Wu's rapid enhancement of physical attributes, coupled with his ability to master the ninefold Thunderblade in just a month, certainly places him in a category of freakish talent. Globally, within a year, it is likely that there are only one or two individuals like Yang Wu. Regardless, this matter must be reported to Supervisor Zhuge Tao in Jiangnan Bay City. At the Extreme General Hall, Supervisor Zhuge Tao, clad in a black training suit, sat cross-legged in the training room. As time passed, a ray of intense warmth gradually filtered in through the window. Zhuge Tao opened his eyes. Activating, he declared. Instantly, the camera emitted a glow, projecting a massive image onto the wall. Supervisor, I don't know if you've heard, but Wu Tong is utterly astonished as he relays Yang Wu's situation to Zhuge Tao. What? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Tao was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon brightened. He had previously invested in Yang Wu due to his innate talent, thus fostering a positive connection. Now, with Yang Wu once again showcasing his terrifying abilities, it seemed likely that he would at least become a war god, with the potential to surpass even that. Naturally, after hanging up the phone, Zhuge Tao reported directly to the global headquarters. It took 2 days for him to receive a response from the headquarters, since he had not witnessed it firsthand and lacked evidence. It was evident that the headquarters did not pay particular attention to such hearsay. Chapter 29, Threefold Thunderblade. At the airport in the main district of Jiangnan Bay City. The term airport felt foreign. Since the Great Nirvana period, the skies have been rife with monstrous avian creatures, significantly elevating the requirements for passenger aircraft. The cost of a passenger aircraft now far exceeded that of an aircraft carrier prior to the Great Nirvana, and the notion of a passenger aircraft had long ceased to be relatable to the average person. While passenger aircraft still existed, each ticket's price was astronomical for ordinary individuals. Even for the wealthy, purchasing a single ticket was a significant expense. At this moment, in the airport waiting area, several martial artists were gathered, including the president of the Extreme Society and 3 supervisors under his command. All 4 major figures of the Jiangnan Bay City's Extreme Martial Arts Academy were currently in the waiting area. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, seemingly teleporting above the airport before swiftly decelerating, passing through the city's defense system, and slowly descending. The headquarters personnel have arrived. Zhuge Tao smiled as he gazed upwards. A colossal, entirely azure-hued UFO-shaped passenger aircraft, with a diameter of approximately 30 to 40 meters, gleams with a mesmerizing blue light that captivates the onlookers. Beep. As the door of the UFO-shaped passenger aircraft opens, a staircase extends outward. The four titans of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall immediately approach the staircase leading to this magnificent craft. Those privileged enough to await their flight beside this aircraft are all individuals of notable status, numbering scarcely a dozen. The passengers of the aircraft begin to descend the staircase one by one, each possessing an extraordinary identity. It is worth noting that such aircraft are exceedingly rare throughout the world, as flying at such altitudes necessitates stringent safety measures. The outer surface of the aircraft is primarily constructed from materials comparable to the armor of the 9th generation combat suit and weapons of 9th generation warriors. Although this material is merely a thin layer, it is entirely capable of withstanding assaults from high-tier Lord-level monstrous avians. Furthermore, the aircraft is equipped with expensive onboard laser cannons, which can effortlessly annihilate any king-level beast daring to approach the flying vessel. All these features ensure the safety of the passenger aircraft, simultaneously rendering its construction cost exorbitantly high. Those who can afford to board such a craft are predominantly individuals of godlike prowess. Old Yang, exclaimed the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall with a smile. Iron Hand, haha, it has been a while. A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe approached with a jovial demeanor. Old Yang, the headquarters has sent you to verify the situation of Yang Wu, hasn't he it? Iron Hand also bore a smile. A 23-year-old elementary warrior is commendable, and with the first level of a 9-fold Thunderblade, he qualifies for entry into the basic training camp. Come, this is trivial. Let's find a place to converse. It has been nearly 8 years since we last met, chuckled the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Emir Yang addressed the 3 supervisors, including Zhuge Tao, with a hint of respect. The man appearing to be in his 30s, Yang Hui, is actually over 50 and is a mid-tier warrior. He usually resides at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and in terms of both martial prowess and status, he stands on par with the renowned Iron Hand, Zhou Zhengyong. Indeed, it has been 8 years. Let's find a place for tea first. Then we can have lunch together, Yang Hui suggested. By the way, Zhuge, is your elder brother in the base city? Invite him to join us. All right. I will call him immediately, Zhuge Tao replied. Iron Hand, is the inspector in the base city? Yang Hui inquired. The inspector has gone to Wilderness Zone City 003 to seek out those lord-level beasts to hone his marksmanship. Iron Hand Zhou Zhengyong responded. Once the inspector returns, I shall take you to meet him. Half a year ago, when the Hall Master visited our Jiang in Bay City and sought out the inspector, he was still in the Wilderness Zone. The inspector's rigorous training is aimed at breaking through to the level of God and transcending it, Yang Hui lamented. The Hall Master has mentioned that Inspector Liu holds great potential. Within the global system of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the inspector occupies an esteemed position, far surpassing that of Zhou Zhengyong and Yang Hui. Let's go for tea. After all, the matter of Yang Wu is merely a small rumor, chuckled the god-level warrior Yang Hui. Moreover, his age is indeed a disadvantage. We can take our time to investigate. With that, the special envoy Yang Hui and the 4 titans of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall from Jiangnan departed the airport. As the sun dipped below the horizon, in a dilapidated, ancient-style courtyard, Yang Wu found himself surrounded by dozens of armored bulls, their bodies resembling steel. The bulls emitted jets of white vapor from their nostrils, frantically attacking the one human they despised the most. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Wu's speed now rivaled that of a mid-tier warrior, his ethereal movements swift as lightning, akin to a matador before the grand rebirth. He toyed with the enraged armored bulls while swiftly wielding his blade. With each strike, the gleaming blood-shadow blade sliced through the necks of the bulls, penetrating deeply with Yang Wu's formidable strength. In a flash, he drew back his blade and evaded, moving through the throng of bulls like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The massive creatures toppled, shaking the ground beneath them. Since mastering the 2nd level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, he had accumulated several hundred days of cultivation. Today marked the 5th day, and by dusk, he had gathered nearly 8,000 days of cultivation. Feeling fatigued, he realized he had amassed sufficient cultivation for the 3rd level of the 9-fold Thunderblade and decided it was time to rest. After dispatching the last of the attacking bulls, he let out a long sigh of relief, dragging his weary body to a nearby stream to wash his combat attire, preparing to seek a safe haven. In a crumbling 6-story residential building, Yang Wu sat cross-legged. Visions surged within his mind, replaying scenes of countless blade strikes, seamless and swift to the utmost degree. The passage of 200 days echoed in his thoughts as he diligently practiced the third level of the ninefold Thunderblade. Upon opening his eyes, nearly 20 years of relentless training had honed his reflexes to the point where he instinctively swung his blade in a single, powerful arc. His entire being surged with strength, channeling immense power from his legs to his waist. Crack, crack, crack. Yang Wu's spine straightened, transmitting robust force to his right arm. Simultaneously, energies rippled from his waist and back, creating 3 waves of hidden power. Third level of the ninefold Thunderblade, 28% power. Unleash. With a swift thrust, 4 distinct forces surged into his arm, and the blood shadow blade transformed into a streak of cold light, slicing through the air. As I anticipated, it took 200 days to master the third level of the Thunderblade. Yang Wu mused, shaking his head slightly. It took nearly 20 years to achieve the third level of the ninefold Thunderblade, and this is with a black iron level aptitude. Had I been the original Yang Wu, there would have been no chance of success. Chapter 30, The Astonished Envoy. Although his innate talent may not be temporarily elevatable, cultivation is undoubtedly beneficial for him. Thus, Yang Wu immersed himself in the relentless slaughter of beasts in the wilderness zone, each day stained in blood, as if he were emerging from a sea of carnage. His cultivation steadily progressed amidst this frenzied bloodshed. However, the incessant killing has also intensified the bloodlust within him. Every true martial artist has faced unimaginable slaughter and traversed perilous paths. Yang Wu is merely traversing this journey, steadily advancing. Yet, on the following afternoon, Wu Tong contacted him. Yang Wu activated his communication watch. Uncle Wu, Yang Wu, I've heard you have become a warrior? The serious voice of Wu Tong echoed through the watch. Indeed, Yang Wu nodded. I have long been aware of your remarkable talent, especially considering you were summoned to my extreme martial arts dojo ahead of time. However, I never anticipated that your physical prowess would evolve to the level of a junior battle general. It is indeed extraordinary. Is it the ninefold Thunderblade? Wu Tong immediately surmised, as he had known that Yang Wu had acquired the ninefold Thunderblade manual. Warriors who master the ninefold Thunderblade indeed absorb the genetic primal energy at a pace unparalleled by ordinary manuals. Nevertheless, while there are many formidable warriors in this world with the means to purchase such a manual, countless individuals fail to even grasp the fundamentals. The training of the ninefold Thunderblade should not be so exaggerated. Wu Tong, having seen practitioners of the ninefold Thunderblade before, pressed further. What is your current punching power? To what level have you cultivated the ninefold Thunderblade? Yang Wu nodded, revealing that prior tests indicated his punching power exceeded 8,000 kilograms, and he had now reached the third level of the ninefold Thunderblade. However, despite having attained the third level, he found himself unable to comprehend the fourth. After all, he had not actually purchased it. With his understanding, it seemed implausible. As for the speed of his cultivation, Yang Wu had no intention of concealing it. His prowess would inevitably attract attention. Revealing certain advantages could indeed be beneficial. Not to mention, the use of dragon blood typically doubles one's strength. Not only does it have no side effects, but it also enhances the speed of cultivation, effectively elevating one's innate talent. Regrettably, it is prohibitively expensive. A single portion of dragon blood, even at half price from the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo, amounts to a staggering 80 billion, and that is the discounted rate contingent upon a 4-star contribution point. He lacked both the funds and the contribution points. By the time he could easily acquire such wealth, dragon blood might no longer be of use to him. Yet, should the higher-ups at the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo discover his talent, he might receive dragon blood even in his current feeble state. Abnormal. You are truly extraordinary. A veritable monster, Wu Tong exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yang Wu's exceptional talent was something he had reported to headquarters, and he anticipated reaping substantial contribution points from this endeavor. While I'm not entirely surprised that you've reached the level of battle general, there are certainly others who have done so more swiftly. Your rapid attainment of the third level of the ninefold Thunderblade in less than 2 months is utterly astonishing. A true monster, Wu Tong remarked. By the way, I have reported your situation to headquarters. You may soon be subject to an assessment. Prepare yourself accordingly to avoid any lapses in performance, he added with a grave expression. I understand, Yang Wu responded, his eyes brightening with the prospect of potentially joining the god of war preparatory camp. The camp is exceptionally prestigious with his talent. He might gain various advantages ahead of time. In the Jiangnan Bay City, within the grand audiovisual room of the Extreme headquarters, The gathered materials confirmed that Yang Wu indeed possessed remarkable talent and an unwavering work ethic. While most members of the Fire Hammer Squad were resting, he alone continued to toil in the wilderness. His strength as a junior battle general was undoubtedly the result of his own efforts. The special envoy from headquarters, God of War Yang Hui, scrutinized the printed documents before him. Iron Hand, have you arranged for Wu Tong? Yang Hui inquired. Wu Tong is currently online and can chat with you at any time, replied President Zhou Zhengyong with a smile. Yang Hui nodded and swiftly activated the three-dimensional virtual projection device. The mesmerizing light coalesced in the center of the audiovisual room, forming a three-dimensional hologram. Wu Tong, the director of the Extreme Dojo in Yangzhou, appeared as if in person, albeit with a subtle halo surrounding his form. Having met the president and the special envoy, Wu Tong inclined his body slightly. Yang Hui nodded. I presume you are aware of the purpose of my visit. As the head of the Extreme Dojo in Yangzhou and having recommended Yang Wu, you must be quite familiar with him. Indeed, Wu Tong affirmed. Please relay to me the information regarding his physical condition and current capabilities. Certainly, Wu Tong replied, a hint of pride gracing his features. He is one of the most talented individuals our Yangzhou has witnessed in the past decade. He only became a martial artist just over a month ago, yet his physical prowess has already reached that of a battle general. Furthermore, as far as I know, he is cultivating the ninefold Thunderblade and has already attained the 3rd level. This means he has achieved the 3rd level in just over a month and a half. This is the data I possess. He is indeed one of the most gifted individuals in Yangzhou in the last decade. Wu Tong bowed slightly. 3rd level of a ninefold Thunderblade. The previously composed Yang Hui's expression shifted dramatically as a tempest brewed within him. The decisions from above would likely need to be amended. Yang Hui, Zhou Zhengyong, and Zhuge Tao exchanged glances, instantly recognizing the significance of the situation. Are you certain? Yang Hui pressed. I am certain, Wu Tong replied with unwavering conviction. You have produced such a genius in Yangzhou. A smile broke across Yang Hui's face. Wu Tong, you are truly deserving of credit. It is primarily due to Yang Wu's own diligence, Wu Tong replied, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. By the way, where is Yang Wu now? I wish to see him in person. Yang Hui's excitement was palpable as he gazed at Wu Tong. He entered the wilderness with his Fire Hammer Squad on August 28th, Wu Tong replied with a smile. Although the others have returned, he remains in the wilderness. It's a return to the base city. Very well, that will be all for you. Yang Hui gestured to Wu Tong. Understood, President, Special Envoy. Wu Tong bowed slightly. Chapter 31. Mainline God of War Preparatory Camp. With a whoosh, the mesmerizing light dissipated and the three-dimensional projection faded away. You nearly let something slip that would have drawn ridicule from Wu Tong. Iron Hand Zhou Zhengyong remarked, his expression gradually turning serious. Let it go. It's not important. Let us discuss Yang Wu instead. What Wu Tong mentioned and the video materials are undoubtedly accurate, correct? God of War Yang Hui inquired, his brow furrowed. Absolutely accurate. Zhou Zhengyong replied confidently with a wave of his hand. I know Wu Tong well. Moreover, if he were to lie, we could uncover the truth later. If that is the case, why would he fabricate anything? God of War Yang Hui nodded solemnly. I understand, but I truly find it hard to believe. At just 23, he has only recently become a martial artist, yet he has soared to such heights. Within a month, his physical condition rivals that of a junior battle general. Now, he has even mastered the 3rd level of the ninefold Thunderblade, which is exceedingly rare. It seems we must reach out to the higher-ups. Given the current situation, the special training contract may not be suitable for Yang Wu, Zhou Zhengyong concurred. Yang Wu is not merely eligible to join the foundational training camp. He is wholly qualified for a special admission into the God of War Preparatory Camp. The Extreme Martial Arts Institute boasts 2 primary training camps, the Foundational Camp and the Elite Camp. The Foundational Camp selects a handful of gifted martial artists from across the globe. To gain entry, one must meet the criteria for signing a top-tier training contract, which ensures access to the finest training available. In contrast, the Elite Camp is the premier training facility worldwide, also known as the God of War Preparatory Camp. The very name suggests that the Elite Camp surpasses the Foundational Camp in its exceptionalism. You mentioned the Elite Camp? Yang Hui furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he indeed met the criteria, yet with more than half the year already passed, the slots were likely filled. As you know, the slots for the Elite Camp are exceedingly precious, and adding another candidate involves numerous considerations. However, given his innate talent, it will be prudent for me to submit a request to the higher-ups. Indeed, Zhou Zhengyong nodded in understanding. Generally, within the Jiangnan base city, The Extreme Martial Arts Institute selects 2 to 3 prodigies annually for the foundational camp. It was through such a slot that Lei Dian Martial Arts Institute recruited both Yang Wu and Luo Feng. The elite camp, however, is markedly different. In the entire Jiangnan City, home to 200 million people, a mere slot becomes available approximately every 5 years. Across all 6 base cities in Huaxia, it can be said that with a population exceeding 1 billion, only one talent is chosen each year. Moreover, this slot is typically confirmed a year in advance. Connect me to the Inspector General, Yang Hui commanded, utilizing a voice-activated directive. Beep beep. Hello. A low, gravelly voice echoed throughout the audiovisual chamber. Inspector General Yang Hui and Zhou Zhengyong immediately stood, their demeanor respectful. The Inspector General is a planetary-level powerhouse who transcends the god of war. Within the hierarchy of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, the Inspector General ranks just below the founder, Hong. According to the Institute's regulations, anyone who transcends the god of war automatically assumes the position of Inspector General. Oh, Yang Hui, what brings you here? The voice of the Inspector General resonated. Sir, I previously arrived at the Jiangnan City to assess a young man named Yang Wu. However, I discovered that his talent far exceeded my expectations. In just over a month, he has already reached the 3rd level. Given his aptitude, he is entirely qualified for entry into the elite training camp, Yang Hui reported. Oh, the Inspector General fell silent momentarily, and the audiovisual chamber was enveloped in silence as Yang Hui and Zhou Zhengyong refrained from interjecting. The military of Huaxia previously approached my headquarters to request a slot in next year's elite training camp. However, this year's slots have already been filled, and logically, I should not allocate another to Huaxia. Very well, let us grant Yang Wu an opportunity to undertake a B-level assessment. Should he pass, he shall be admitted to the elite training camp. The gravelly voice of the Inspector General echoed within the chamber. Understood, Yang Hui replied respectfully. He discerned the implication of the Inspector General's words. Should Yang Wu fail, he would have no recourse but to enter the foundational camp. Beep. The call was terminated, and both Yang Hui and Zhou Zhengyong let out a sigh of relief. The distinction between a god of war and a transcendent god of war may seem slight. Yet in terms of strength and status, the disparity is immense. A transcendent god of war possesses the capability to level a city of over 10 million inhabitants and converse on equal footing with a superpower. A B-level assessment? Zhou Zhengyong frowned. Isn't it typically sufficient to pass an A-level assessment? The slots are scarce, the population of Huaxia is vast, and the martial arts culture is robust, often yielding a few prodigies who far surpass those from other nations. Therefore, it is unsurprising that if Huaxia seeks to allow more talented martial artists into the training camp, they must undergo more challenging evaluations. Prepare a fighter jet for me. I will venture into the wilderness to observe Yang Wu and allow him to undertake the B-level assessment. Yang Hui instructed. Of course, for such an important matter, the aircraft will be made ready immediately. However, while Yang Wu is undoubtedly formidable, the likelihood of him passing the B-level assessment? Zhou Zhengyong shook his head. By the way, please notify Yang Wu and confirm his current whereabouts, Yang Hui directed. Rest assured, such trivial matters are well within my capabilities. Zhou Zhengyong replied with a hearty laugh. Unable to reach him? No response? Yang Wu's silence was due to his fortuitous encounter with a small group of beast soldiers, and he naturally had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. You couldn't handle this minor task, Iron Hand? I must express my disdain, remarked the god of war, Yang Hui, as he dialed Yang Wu's communication device. His location is now visible. He is in the outskirts of City 0201. I shall proceed directly, Yang Hui declared, lifting his hand as he stepped onto the rooftop and boarded a sleek, azure-hued fighter jet. You have triggered the main storyline mission, God of War Preparatory Camp. Mission brief. Your innate talent has garnered the attention of the higher-ups at the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, who have granted you an additional slot in the God of War Preparatory Camp, contingent upon passing an assessment. Assessment. Pass the B-level assessment to join the God of War Preparatory Camp. Yang Wu's eyes lit up, and he gazed skyward, realizing that the main storyline had resumed, offering yet another opportunity for his talent to ascend. In the distance, a streak of azure light swiftly traversed the sky before decelerating and halting high above. Just yesterday, Wu Tong had informed him that a special envoy would be arriving from headquarters, and he had not anticipated their arrival so soon, just past 8 in the morning. Then, the elegantly curved, saucer-shaped azure fighter jet began its descent, landing directly beside him. The efficiency is commendable. I was only informed yesterday, and they have arrived this morning. Yang Wu thought with delight. Chapter 32. Verification of Strength. Yang Wu had long yearned for the elite training camp, and the B-level assessment he was about to face was not daunting for him. With a whoosh, the cabin door opened. Yang Wu peered closely and saw two figures leap down in succession, clad in black combat uniforms, approaching him one after the other. One of them was unfamiliar to Yang Wu, but the latter figure was none other than Zhuge Tao, one of the four titans of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute in Jiangnan Base City. Yang Wu, allow me to introduce you, Zhuge Tao smiled, standing beside the middle-aged man. This gentleman is Mr. Yang, a special envoy from our global headquarters at the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. He is indeed a god of war. Emir Yang, the god of war, merely nodded, casting a brief glance at Yang Wu, who had already been seen in photographs by Yang Hui. Yang Wu, Emir Yang inquired. Yes, sir. Yang Wu replied promptly. Yang Wu, Mr. Yang has traveled specifically from our global headquarters to the Jiangnan Bay City, primarily concerning your case, Zhuge Tao remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Yang Wu. Mr. Yang has invested significant effort on your behalf, so be sure to express your gratitude. Indeed, despite possessing the typical aloofness associated with God of War, Mr. Yang displayed a genuine concern for talented juniors. Had it not been for Mr. Yang's request to the Inspector General for Yang Wu's admission into the elite training camp, he might not have even been afforded the opportunity to undertake the B-level assessment. There is no need for gratitude. It is solely through Yang Wu's own efforts that he has attained this opportunity, Yang Hui remarked with a faint smile. Emir Yang, are you prepared to conduct the B-level assessment for Yang Wu at my Jiangnan Bay City? Zhuge Tao inquired, directing his gaze towards Yang Hui. Indeed, I wish to expedite the B-level evaluation. Yang Hui nodded affirmatively. After we locate Yang Wu, the president pondered extensively and concluded that applying for the B-level assessment procedure at the Bay City would be rather cumbersome. Zhuge Tao's expression brightened with a smile. The crux of the matter is that regardless of the outcome, Yang Wu will eventually proceed to the global headquarters. It will be far simpler to conduct the B-level assessment directly at the headquarters. You make a valid point. Yang Hui conceded with a nod. Should Yang Wu succeed, he will enter the elite training camp. Should he fail, he will enter the foundational training camp. In any case, there is no doubt that his qualifications will secure him a place in the foundational training camp. Moreover, with Yang Wu having mastered the third level of the Ninefold Thunderblade, his control over physical strength has become exceedingly refined. Under normal circumstances, he would qualify for the elite training camp to undertake an A-level assessment. However, this year's slots have already been filled. Yang Hui is also aware of the difficulty inherent in the B-level evaluation, and he estimates that Yang Wu has a substantial likelihood of passing. By the way, Yang Wu, you may not yet be aware of my intentions, Yang Hui said, turning his attention to Yang Wu. At the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, there exist two primary training camps, the Foundational Training Camp and the Elite Training Camp. Are you familiar with this? Yang Wu nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed heard of it. The Foundational Training Camp is designed to attract gifted individuals from around the globe, providing them with the finest training. The Elite Training Camp, on the other hand, is the foremost training camp in the world, admitting only the most extraordinary talents, akin to prodigies among prodigies. For instance, Luo Feng will eventually gain entry to the elite training camp. Each slot in this elite training camp is invaluable. Even super conglomerates find it exceedingly difficult to secure a single spot, often expending hundreds of billions through their extensive networks. Yang Hui gazed intently at Yang Wu. You now have the opportunity to enter the world's premier training camp. The sole condition is that you must pass the B-level assessment. Do you have any questions? Both Yang Hui and Zhuge Tao looked at Yang Wu expectantly. I have none, Yang Wu replied, shaking his head slightly. Although he possessed only a general understanding of the elite training camp, it sufficed for his purposes. His primary objective for entering was to fulfill the main storyline task and to obtain dragon blood. Perhaps his stay would not be prolonged. Are you willing to undertake the B-level assessment and gain entry into the elite training camp? Yang Hui queried. If you fail, you will still qualify for the foundational training camp. I am willing, Yang Wu affirmed with a nod. Now, throw two punches at me. The first without employing the Ninefold Thunderblade, and the second with all your might. Yang Hui nodded slightly, and then focused on Yang Wu. This was, in truth, a straightforward verification task. With Yang Hui's keen eyesight and prowess, he could discern most of Yang Wu's capabilities. First, he would assess Yang Wu's mastery of the Ninefold Thunderblade by observing the momentary acceleration of his punches. Second, through this punch, he would also gauge Yang Wu's overall strength. Yang Wu adjusted his breathing slightly, and in an instant, he resembled a gorilla charging forward. His entire right shoulder and arm emanated a forceful momentum as his fist traced an arc through the air. Bang! A sound resonating deeply, akin to a strike upon a drum, filled the air, yet Yang Hui did not retreat an inch. Indeed, a warrior. Yang Hui smiled again. Yang Wu grinned and prepared himself once more. This time, he intended to apply the striking technique of the Ninefold Thunderblade. Regrettably, he had not acquired the manuals for the first 4 levels of the Ninefold Thunderblade due to financial constraints. Yang Wu showed that, his breath erupting like an arrow from his lips. In tandem with a shout, his right arm sliced through the air. In that brief moment, he accelerated multiple times, shattering the sound barrier and generating a terrifying sonic boom. Subsequently, his fist, akin to a hammer, struck directly into Yang Hui's palm, causing the latter's expression to shift slightly. Yang Wu stumbled back 3 steps, causing the ground to thud beneath his feet, acutely aware of the pain surging through his right arm, nearly suffering from the recoil. Good punch. Indeed, the 3rd level of the Ninefold Thunderblade. Yang Hui's boisterous voice rang out. He had not anticipated that a momentary lapse could lead to a minor injury. Is this the god of war? Yang Wu marveled, astonished that his full-powered punch had caused Yang Hui no harm whatsoever. Yang Hui's face flushed, and he swiftly changed the subject. Zhugetao, please fetch the contract. Yang Hui did not require to test Yang Wu's speed or neural response. His verification was fundamentally focused on assessing Yang Wu's mastery of the Ninefold Thunderblade, the most telling indicator of his understanding and strength. Before long, Zhugetao returned from the aircraft with 4 copies of the contract. Yang Wu scrutinized the document in hand. It was a unique training contract, entirely different from the one he had previously signed. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy indeed imposed fewer restrictions on its martial artists. Yang Wu harbored no objections to the contract and promptly signed all 4 copies. One of these belongs to you, while the remaining 3 are primarily for internal processing at my Extreme Martial Arts Academy. With a smile, Yang Hui produced a black wooden box from his pocket, revealing a jade seal within. This is the seal of the envoy. Yang Hui's signature holds no validity without the envoy's seal. With a decisive motion, the jade seal was pressed down. Chapter 33. Undertaking the B-level assessment. Keep it safe. Yang Hui handed 1 contract to Yang Wu, instructing on the 28th. You are to accompany me to the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Remember, you must arrive at the airport by 2 p.m. on September 28th to meet me. Understood, Yang Wu nodded. By the way, since it is still before September 28th, do you plan to remain in the wilderness area or return to the base city? Yang Hui asked, looking at Yang Wu. If I return, it would indeed be convenient. However, I shall not return. I intend to remain in the wilderness area for further honing, Yang Wu replied, shaking his head slightly. That is also acceptable, Yang Hui smiled. Your accomplishments are inextricably linked to your diligent attitude. Indeed, Yang Wu boldly acknowledged. Subsequently, Zhugetao, the envoy Yang Hui, boarded the aircraft. The saucer-shaped warplane swiftly ascended, transforming into a streak of azure light that vanished into the distant sky. With a swift motion, the Blood Shadow war blade sliced through the air, decapitating a mountain deer the size of a car. There are still over 20 days left, Yang Wu mused as he gazed into the distance. Before entering the God of War preparatory camp, he should be able to accumulate several thousand days of cultivation for unforeseen circumstances. With such a considerable amount of cultivation, he did not intend to practice either the Jin original energy or the body technique. As for the Ninefold Thunderblade, he had not purchased the manual for the 4th level, thus he could not cultivate it. As time gradually passed, September 28th arrived. On that day, upon Yang Wu's arrival at the Jiangyan Bay City headquarters, President Zhou Zhengyong promptly arranged for a passenger plane to transport Yang Wu and Yang Hui to the global headquarters. Approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes later, the passenger aircraft gracefully descended upon the airport of the Hongning Base, the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon exiting the airport, Yang Wu and Yang Hui promptly boarded a dedicated vehicle, en route to the God of War preparatory camp. In no time, they arrived at their destination. As Yang Wu disembarked, he and Yang Hui entered the expansive gates of the training camp. Upon crossing the threshold, they were immediately greeted by a colossal dragon sculpture, nearly 50 meters in height, with its enormous, piercing eyes fixated upon Yang Wu. The massive black dragon, stretching an impressive 50 meters in length, was adorned with countless small display screens, each showcasing a name. Number 1. Renatus Bridge 530321. Number 2. Chuchong 5406010. 3. Aben Pa 520916. From top to bottom, Each dragon scale bore a name. Yang Wu understood the significance of these rankings, as they directly influenced the allocation of resources. The higher the rank, the greater the access to resources. This was the ranking of the students, representing the most exceptional talents from around the globe within the elite training camp. Each individual's combat PowerPoints determined their standing, ranked from highest to lowest. Young Wu, if you manage to get in, you must strive diligently to secure a higher position, Yang Hui remarked with a smile. Different rankings would grant varying levels of training resources. Accumulating 3 instances of being in the bottom 3 would result in elimination. Therefore, Yang Wu, once you pass the trials, you must exert yourself to achieve a better rank, as it naturally signifies an advantage in resource allocation. Yang Wu nodded affirmatively. I shall endeavor to do so. Yang Hui, exhibiting concern for the talented youth of Huaxia, promptly arranged for Yang Wu to undergo his assessment after completing the necessary formalities. Are you prepared? Follow me to the 9-tier tower, Yang Hui instructed, leading Yang Wu towards their destination. Ascending to the 9th floor of the 9-tier tower, Yang Wu was soon guided into a modestly sized, dimly lit room. Suddenly, the lights flickered on. Within the chamber were 2 sofas, each adorned with a cerulean helmet. Upon wearing this, your consciousness will be transported into a virtual realm with a 100 realism factor, indistinguishable from reality, Yang Hui explained. Once inside the virtual space, you will enter the trial tower to undertake a B-level assessment. As Yang Wu donned the helmet, a sudden buzz enveloped his mind. He found himself on an endless expanse of silvery terrain, with 2 silhouettes, himself and Yang Hui, standing upon it. How remarkable! Is this truly the virtual realm? Yang Wu pondered, scanning his surroundings. The sky above was a cosmic tapestry, filled with a multitude of stars that cast a dreamlike glow upon the silver ground. Yang Wu, this is the virtual space of the trial tower, Yang Hui said, gesturing towards the distance. The only structure visible in this vast expanse was the 7-story trial tower, the very place where he would face his assessment. Indeed, as he surveyed the area, he noticed only that singular edifice. Regardless of who enters, one's consciousness is the sole entity that traverses the virtual space, while the system provides a virtual body with identical physical attributes. Our physical capabilities are uniform. Yang Hui elaborated. Whether a god of war, a transcendent warrior, or merely an ordinary martial artist, upon entering, everyone would possess a body with equivalent physical prowess. The standard punch strength was 10,000 kilograms, with a speed of 150 meters per second and neurological reflexes on par with a junior battle general. Suddenly, an electronic voice reverberated throughout the virtual realm. Yang Wu, please select your combat attire and weapon. Once completed, you have 1 minute to enter the trial tower for your B-level assessment. Instantaneously, an array of combat outfits and weaponry materialized before Yang Wu. Without hesitation, he selected a set of combat gear that suited his physique, along with a blood shadow battle blade and a hexagonal shield. The gear promptly materialized at his feet as he quickly donned it. Wishing you success, Yang Wu, Yang Hui smiled. This B-level assessment is of moderate difficulty within the first layer of the trial tower. Although it is merely the first layer, there are dozens of current elite training camp members navigating through it. Taking a deep breath, Yang Wu approached the ominous entrance. With a whoosh, it felt as if he was transported into an expansive grassland. Yang Wu, the electronic voice resonated across the prairie. The B-level assessment is to eliminate 100 initial grade beast generals, the rampaging bulls, within 30 minutes while under siege. Should you perish at any point, you will fail. If you do not slay 100 rampaging bulls within the allotted time, that too will result in failure. This is your first entry into the trial tower, and you have 5 minutes for preparation. Yang Wu's expression grew solemn. Although he had faced fearsome beast hordes before, most have been beast soldier-level monsters. However, this B-level assessment demanded he confront 100 rampaging bulls, all of initial grade beast general rank. With a standard punch strength of 10,000 kilograms, bolstered by the 3rd layer of the 9-fold Thunderblade, he could reach a staggering 28,000 kilograms of force. A smile crept across his face. Such power was already approaching that of a senior battle general. Though facing 100 initial grade beast generals posed some difficulty, it was not insurmountable. Chapter 34. Ascendancy of Talent. After all, in terms of sheer strength, he had indeed surpassed the initial grade beast general rampaging bulls, and he possessed advanced agility techniques as well. However, the trial tower, akin to the virtual cosmos, primarily focused on honing fundamental skills, including blade techniques, agility, and force application amplitude. In the absence of external influences, these attributes became glaringly evident. thereby allowing for a clear assessment of an individual's true combat capability. It was quite similar to the virtual cosmos, albeit with significantly more advanced functionalities. Not bad. My physical condition in reality is comparable to this virtual body, so I'm adapting quite well, Yang Wu mused. Engaging in a series of swift dodges, lateral movements, and strikes with the Blood Shadow battle blade to acclimatize to his new physique. Rapidly contemplating, he utilized the 5 minutes of preparation time to adjust to this body. The Trial Tower and the Virtual Cosmos shared a similar focus on fundamental techniques, encompassing blade work, agility, and force application amplitude. In the absence of external forces, everything became clear, allowing for an effortless evaluation of one's genuine combat prowess. This was fundamentally akin to the Virtual Cosmos, though the latter offered considerably more advanced features. Before long, the 5 minutes elapsed. B-level assessment commenced. The electronic voice boomed like thunder across the vast prairie. Simultaneously, within 100 meters ahead, formidable bovine beasts, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged from the grassland. Rampaging bulls. Renowned for their unity and pack mentality. Their long, flowing manes, sharply curved horns, and blood-red eyes set them apart. 100 ferocious bulls, each adorned with a faint crimson hue upon their horns, reminiscent of bloodstains. The sharp tips of their horns pierced toward Yang Wu. Even if they did not penetrate his battle attire, they could surely shatter his bones and cause internal bleeding. Each one posed a formidable threat. With a resounding roar that echoed across the vast grasslands, all 100 bulls, each at the elementary beast general level, trampled the ground and charged swiftly toward Yang Wu. The earth trembled with a thunderous rumble. The mere 100 meters separating them vanished in an instant before the stampede of these elementary beast generals. Never before had I faced such an overwhelming number of elementary beast general monsters at once. As the herd surged toward him, Yang Wu remained motionless, wielding a hexagonal shield in one hand and a Blood Shadow battle blade in the other, standing resolutely in place. Like an unstoppable tidal wave, the endless tide of bulls soon engulfed him. The stench of their breath wafted through the air as the foremost bull charged directly at Yang Wu. Having endured countless battles against beast hordes, Yang Wu's experience was vast. With a deft sidestep and retreat, the blade of his Blood Shadow flashed. The third level of ninefold Thunderblade erupted with 28 times the force, and blood gushed forth from the bull's neck. 1. Yang Wu's gaze was icy, his composure unwavering. He understood all too well that in the face of a beast horde, especially when each creature posed a threat, maintaining calm was paramount. The bulls were considerably larger than the typical iron-haired wild boars, resembling tanks in stature. Their size meant that only a few could simultaneously attack him. Yang Wu's expression grew grave. He knew he must utilize the bodies of these bulls as shields while he maneuvered through the gaps. Time ticked by, and Yang Wu's agility had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to weave through the herd with remarkable finesse. Fortunately, having fought predominantly amidst beast hordes in the past, his experience proved invaluable. Without it, encountering 100 elementary beast generals would indeed have been a daunting challenge. Moreover, having cultivated ninefold Thunderblade to the third level granted him the capability to slay a bull with a single strike. Furthermore, his current ability to harness power was even more exquisite than that of Luo Feng at the same stage in the original tale, as he could now channel force through his legs. With 28 times the power, his speed approached that of high-ranking warriors, allowing Yang Wu to effortlessly outpace these elementary beast generals. It was a breeze. Thud, thud, thud. As a bull's head was sent soaring, blood sprayed forth. In just 15 minutes and 24 seconds, all 100 bulls lay slain, passing the B-level test. You have completed the major mission, God of War Preparatory Camp. Talent and comprehension slightly enhanced. Name, Yang Wu. Race, human. Innate talent, Black Iron 2. Congratulations, Student Yang Wu. An ethereal voice resonated throughout the expansive grassland. Student Yang Wu, in 5 seconds, you will automatically exit the virtual space. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Following Yang Wu's successful completion of the B-level assessment, the engraved information on the Blackstone pillar underwent a transformation. Name, Yang Wu. Gender, male. Identity, elite training camp student. Trial Tower level, 16. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of this process. Upon overcoming the first level, one would directly advance to the second level, where the Trial Tower level would then be 20. Should one fail at the first level, the levels could vary between 11, 12, or 13. Now that he had passed the first level's B-level assessment, his Trial Tower level stood at 16. Almost there, the bronze rank was within reach. I smiled gratitude Yang Wu S. Leaps. Elite Training Camp, the ninth level of the Ninefold Tower. As Yang Hui and Yang Wu stepped out of the trial room, laughter and conversation filled the spacious hall of the ninth level. Talented warriors of various hues from around the globe looked on in astonishment, with one young man of Asian descent eagerly inquiring, "Teacher, did he pass the test?" "He did," Yang Hui replied with a grin. "I will assist him in completing the formalities, and now you may proceed with your trials." Instantly, the spacious hall buzzed with activity as over 10 individuals engaged in conversation with Yang Wu or whispered among themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. Though only 100 students were present, the implications reached deep into the 5 great powers of the world, including various families within the HR Alliance. The depths of this web were unfathomable. Now that Yang Wu had become a member of the elite training camp, as long as he wasn't eliminated, a glorious future awaited him. Consequently, they offered him an array of enticing conditions to entice him, yet Yang Wu remained entirely indifferent. The powers on Earth were still far too weak. His aspirations lay amidst the boundless cosmos, seeking to join the virtual universe company through the genius battles. He aimed to ascend the rankings on the training camp leaderboard. Including you, there are over 100 students, each a paragon of talent. Your task is to rise above others and stand taller. Yang Hui solemnly declared. Yang Wu nodded. Ifan without Yang Hui's admonition. He would fervently accumulate points to climb the ranks. Only through such efforts could he capture the attention of the higher-ups and secure the dragon's blood more swiftly. Chapter 35, God of War Yang Wu. Your student code is 560900. Yang Hui noted, and the remaining formalities will be completed shortly. That same day, a new name, Yang Wu, 560900, appeared on the Black Dragon Sculpture leaderboard of the world's foremost training camp. This news rapidly spread across the 5 great powers and their respective base cities. Special divisions of government militaries and the 9 core families of the HR Alliance, along with dozens of influential families, swiftly received this information. Moreover, on that very day, each institution and organization obtained a detailed dossier on Yang Wu, from his birth and upbringing in Mingyue community to his enrollment in the God of War preparatory camp. Everything was meticulously documented. In a subterranean building within the capital city of Huaxia, on the 3rd underground level, a slender man dressed in loose training attire gently tapped his fingers on the desk while perusing Yang Wu's dossier. His talent is commendable. Let us attempt to recruit him into the God of War preparatory camp. The slender man, with a distinctive black mole on his chin and a piercing gaze, commanded attention. Understood. Naturally, it was not only Huaxia that sprang into action. Governments, military organizations, and conglomerates from other nations also devised various strategies to engage with the newly enrolled Yang Wu. In Jiangnan Pavilion, within Yang Wu's study, his laptop had just powered on, and he sat attentively in his chair, meticulously reviewing the student handbook. The trial room, the challenge chamber, the gravity chamber, these 3 training facilities were all crafted from remnants of ancient civilizations. Previously, Yang Wu had only heard whispers about the elite training camp, but as he delved deeper into his reading, he became increasingly aware of its intricacies. The camp was indeed equipped with a plethora of advanced hardware, the most valuable of which were the ancient relics of bygone civilizations. However, the crux of the training camp lay in the points ranking system. The standings held significant implications. For instance, the ancient gravity chamber associated with these relics. While contemporary Earth had its imitations, the efficacy of these modern chambers paled in comparison to the original devices. Yet, there is only one such training room available within the entire camp, and its allocation depended on the rankings. The higher the rank, the more time one could access it. This was merely one of the incentives. Achieving the top rank for a month could lead to extraordinary rewards. After accumulating 9 monthly first-place finishes, one could acquire a share of dragon blood valued at 80 billion, the privilege to select any 3 complete manuals free of charge, and the opportunity to be mentored directly by either Hong or Thor, becoming their personal disciple. Moreover, accumulating 6 monthly first-place finishes would yield a single drop of jade essence worth 30 billion, the choice of any one complete set of manuals, and a chance for direct guidance from Hong or Thor. In the training camp, the points ranking was of utmost importance. The Black Dragon leaderboard represented this points ranking, where higher scores corresponded to superior rankings. The 1st and 28th of each month were designated for earning points, with the results tallied on the 29th, establishing the final standings for the month. Come the next month, all participants would see their points reset to 0, compelling them to strive anew for points and ranks. Points were calculated as the battle record points multiplied by the combat power amplitude. For instance, in October, as it began, Yang Wu was poised to vie for his ranking. If, On the 1st and 28th, he amassed a total of 2,000 battle record points and a combat power amplitude of 20. His points would total 4,000. Points were accrued through hunting beasts. A low-level beast general was worth 1 battle record point, a mid-level beast general 10 points, and a high-level beast general 100 points. A low-level lord-level beast would yield 1,000 battle record points, and so forth. Of course, within the elite training camp, very few possessed the audacity to hunt low-level lords, as accumulating the hunt of 2 would elevate one's strength classification to that of a war god, necessitating graduation from the camp. Nevertheless, Yang Wu harbored intentions of hunting lords, but only after acquiring resources such as dragon blood. The combat power amplitude was straightforward, calculated as the fist power exertion level multiplied by the trial tower level. For example, Yang Wu's third level of a 9-fold Thunderblade had a fist power exertion level of 28, and his trial tower level was 16, resulting in a combat power amplitude of 448. The camp placed significant emphasis on both fist power exertion levels and trial tower levels. A slightly larger combat power amplitude could greatly enhance one's points. Currently, without further manuals for the 9-fold Thunderblade, Yang Wu considered the necessity of hunting several high-level beast generals. The cost for the 4th level of a 9-fold Thunderblade was 2.5 billion, while the 5th level required 1 billion. Important materials from a low-level beast general could fetch 5 to 15 million, while those from a mid-level beast general could bring in 10 million to over 100 million. A high-level beast general's important materials could be sold for 50 to 600 million. Yang Wu surmised that to hunt particularly valuable high-level generals, he would need to reach the physical standards of a high-level martial general. 1,000 days of Jin primal energy. With a thought, Yang Wu commenced his training. Within the confines of his golden finger space, waves of energy surged from around his body, swiftly permeating his limbs and invigorating his blood. At that moment, a vibrant Jin primal energy flowed through every pore of his skin, rapidly seeping deep into his being. This extraordinary energy, rich with life force, began to catalyze the improvement and evolution of his genetic material upon entering his cellular structure. His skin became more lustrous, his bones denser, and the density of his muscle fibers increased, enhancing his explosive power. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wu absorbed a full 1,000 days of Jin primal energy. Remarkably, he had genuinely trained for 1,000 days, gaining a profound understanding of every inch of his physical enhancement. Accounting for his innate talent and the 3rd level of the 9-fold Thunderblade's guiding technique, he estimated an increase of 5,000 kilograms in fist power. Clenching his fist, Yang Wu reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. This meant that his current ratio of converted Jin primal energy was approximately 15. The threshold for a high-level martial general was around 32,000 kilograms of fist power, so he resolved to undergo another 4,000 days of arduous training. His foundational physical attributes could not exceed certain limits. Otherwise, the dragon blood might lose its efficacy in augmenting his strength. After an additional 4,000 days of rigorous training, Yang Wu's fundamental fist power surged to an astonishing 33,000 kilograms, qualifying him as a high-level martial general. Coupled with the enhancement from the 9-fold Thunderblade, he had now attained the strength of an initial level war god. Chapter 36. Alliances and plans in the evening. Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo returned to Jiangnan Pavilion. Having learned of Yang Wu's arrival, they extended an invitation to him for a gathering. "Please, take a seat," Zhao Ruo warmly urged as Yang Wu and Shi Jiang convened in her living room. "I arrived in 55, and senior brother Shi Jiang came in 53, both of us much earlier than you," Zhao Ruo remarked with a smile. "Moreover, we both hail from Jiangnan Bay City, which is a rare fate." Shi Jiang chuckled heartily. As he spoke, Yang Wu sensed the weight of Shi Jiang's voice, imbued with a calm assurance. After all, Yang Wu was well aware that Shi Jiang had emerged as a leading figure among the mid-level war gods. Even so, Shi Jiang regarded Yang Wu with utmost caution, as he believed Yang Wu's innate talent surpassed his own. "I'm from Su City in Jiangnan Bay City, and senior brother Shi Jiang is from the main urban area. What about you, Yang Wu?" Zhao Ruo inquired. "I'm from Yangzhou City," Yang Wu replied. "My grandfather resides in Yangzhou City." Shi Jiang exclaimed in surprise, a grin spreading across his face. After some light-hearted conversation, they prepared to attend the welcome banquet. "Ah, it's about time." Zhao Ruo glanced at her communication watch. "Let us go, Yang Wu. Join me at the banquet and meet many of the extraordinary talents from our huaxia," Shi Jiang said to Yang Wu before swiftly heading downstairs. Subsequently, Yang Wu, along with his senior brothers and sisters, departed Jiangnan Pavilion to partake in the gathering of the huaxia faction within the training camp. At 8 in the evening, the second floor of the elite training camp's dining hall was bustling with 21 students from Huaxia, ostensibly gathered to welcome Yang Wu's arrival. Undoubtedly, when one is away from home, the bond among fellow townsfolk feels particularly intimate. Many senior students, one after another, displayed great warmth and camaraderie while engaging in spirited conversations and toasting with Yang Wu. Their primary motivation was to glean insights about this prodigy who had entered the God of War preparatory camp through unconventional means. They had already learned through various channels about Yang Wu's extraordinary resources, which left them astounded by his innate talent. Mastering the triple Thunderblade in just over a month was, in their eyes, an unparalleled feat. Yang Wu was acutely aware of their underlying intentions, reminiscent of his earlier encounters at the 9-story tower. That night, he received 6 formal invitations, with other factions also revealing their desire to cultivate a relationship with him. Hesitant to outright refuse, he provided a diplomatic response. Seniors, I have only just commenced my journey in the training camp and have no intentions of joining any organization at this time. Perhaps we can revisit this conversation once I have ascended to the status of a god of war in a few years. They appreciated his perspective, understanding that these 5 years were crucial for their own development. What they failed to realize was that Yang Wu did not intend to linger at the God of War preparatory camp for long. The dragon blood and the spirit of flora and fauna were treasures that could significantly enhance one's aptitude and were relatively easy to acquire. Once he obtained the dragon blood, he would likely depart without delay. It is well known that dragon blood can typically double the user's physical foundation and may offer even greater enhancements. Yang Wu could effortlessly ascend to the status of a god of war, after which he planned to travel to Australia in search of the spirit of flora and fauna. This too could greatly enhance physical capabilities and would not conflict with the effects of dragon blood, significantly aiding Yang Wu in rapidly improving his prowess and innate talents. Aware of the future, he understood the urgency of elevating his strength. For a slow step leads to a gradual downfall, while a swift step fosters rapid advancement. The following morning, Yang Wu encountered his future instructor in the courtyard of Jiang Pavilion. Yang Wu, this is Teacher Jiang. You will be studying under her during your time in the training camp, introduced Shi Jiang. I am Jiang Feng, and I will be your direct teacher for the next 5 years, she continued. Currently, I have 5 students under my guidance, and you shall be the 6th. To be a teacher in this camp, one must at least be a god of war. Even Special Envoy Yang Hui is, in fact, one of the instructors here. Jiang Feng appeared youthful and strikingly attractive, possessing the so-called ideal figure. Yet, upon first glance, it was not her physique or beauty that captivated attention, but rather her presence. She stood with an effortless poise that evoked the image of a finely honed blade. In Yang Wu's eyes, she undoubtedly embodied an understanding of the profound. He believed that such a level of comprehension would require at least 100,000 days of cultivation, an arduous endeavor that solidified his resolve to enhance his aptitude. Teacher Jiang. Yang Wu respectfully inclined his head. Jiang Feng nodded. Her initial impression of him was quite favorable. I have heard that you have been practicing with a blade. Bring your weapon, and let us proceed outside. Yes. Yang Wu promptly retrieved his blood shadow battle blade and followed Jiang Feng out. To his surprise, he found himself under the tutelage of a female instructor at the elite training camp. However, the identity or strength of the teacher was of little consequence to Yang Wu, for in his pursuit of comprehension, he would have to rely solely on his own efforts without external assistance. I have heard that you have only been a martial artist for 2 months, yet you effortlessly passed the B-level assessment yesterday afternoon, correct? Jiang Feng remarked with a smile as they walked through the training camp. Prior to joining the God of War preparatory camp, Yang Wu had directly cleared the B-level assessment, while dozens of other students remained unqualified for the first tier. This comparison indicated that Yang Wu possessed considerable talent and insight, as he did not appear to be lacking in intelligence. Indeed, Yang Wu nodded in affirmation. You are quite impressive, Jiang Feng acknowledged with satisfaction, drawing 2 curved blades from her waist. Now, Yang Wu, demonstrate your swordsmanship and engage me in combat. I shall not exceed your strength or speed. Understood, teacher. Yang Wu unsheathed his blood shadow battle blade. Strike, Jiang Feng commanded. Yes. Yang Wu surged forward with lightning speed, executing a flawless strike aimed at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's right blade remained unmoved, while her left hand initiated the counterattack, arriving before Yang Wu's strike. Clang! The moment the left blade met Yang Wu's blood shadow battle blade, he felt an uncanny sensation of weightlessness. Before he could retract his blade, the glimmer of her weapon brushed against his throat before withdrawing. He was not taken aback that his attack was thwarted. If Jiang Feng lacked such capability, she would hardly be deserving of her position as an instructor. However, Yang Wu discerned the underlying intention behind her actions. If she sought to evaluate his swordsmanship, there was no need for her to immediately counterattack and reverse the situation. This approach merely showcased her prowess while highlighting his relative inexperience, rather than serving as a genuine test of his skills. Jiang Feng's actions were evidently a display of dominance, or rather, a demonstration of her strength. After all, those who entered the elite training camp were all exceptional talents, and it was common for prodigies to possess a certain level of pride and defiance, necessitating the occasional display of authority. Chapter 37. Cultivating the Fourfold Thunderblade. You have lost. Again. Yes. Yang Wu readied himself for another assault. This time, he unleashed the triple Thunderblade. Clash. Clash. The triple Thunderblade? Your power levels are remarkable, Jiang Feng exclaimed, her approval evident. It is no wonder you were individually recruited. At such a young age, your striking force is already formidable. Jiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. In my youth, my swordsmanship was not as refined as yours. This reflects a high level of control over your physical power. According to my records, your understanding of martial arts may even surpass your innate talent and genetic potential. Therefore, you must diligently study under me and not squander your insight. I understand, Yang Wu replied, recognizing that for true geniuses, insight indeed holds greater significance than mere talent. For instance, in the Genius Tournament organized by the Virtual Universe Company, all participants possess identical physical attributes within the virtual realm. This highlights that in the cosmic arena, the emphasis is decidedly on comprehension. Later, Jiang Feng took Yang Wu to the gravity room, explaining its functionalities. However, for Yang Wu, the gravity room held little significance. He could merely venture out and slay monsters for a day, acquiring foundational strength that would far surpass the room's effects. Before their parting, she also briefed him on the scoring system. Yang Wu, as a newcomer, your score currently stands at 0, placing you at the bottom of the rankings. Your ranking is determined by your odd or even number. Thus, for the first 28 days of this month, on odd number days, you will accompany other trainees to the wilderness to hunt monsters and earn merit points. Conversely, on even number days, you will remain in the training camp to diligently study and hone your skills, during which I shall guide you. Yes, teacher, Yang Wu nodded in agreement. That night, Yang Wu sat in his study, reviewing his laptop. Upon returning, he found 2 unread emails in his inbox. He first opened the top one. Dear Yang Wu, congratulations on officially joining the elite training camp. Your ranking this month is 181st, granting you access to the ancient civilization gravity chamber for 1 hour and the trial room for 1 hour. This month marks your initial entry into the training camp, and you are entitled to an additional trial tower assessment privilege, which does not count against your allocated time. Please utilize these resources wisely to enhance your strength and strive for a higher rank. Accumulating 3 instances of being in the bottom 3 ranks will result in expulsion. For detailed resource allocation, please refer to the attachment. Yang Wu paid little heed to these resources, quickly perusing the attachment before closing the email and opening the next one. Thankfully, October is considered my first month in the training camp, granting me the privilege to undertake a trial tower level assessment. He mused. The trial tower level assessment is a privilege afforded to every new trainee during their first month. The time consumed in the trial tower is not counted within the allocated time. For instance, Yang Wu has only 1 hour in the trial room this October. Should he spend 40 minutes in the trial tower for the assessment, it would total 1 hour and 40 minutes. The duration of this assessment varies among individuals. Some may take longer, while others may complete it swiftly. Hence, if Yang Wu possesses the capability, he could effectively utilize this 100 minutes to ascend to a higher level. Consequently, his points ranking would improve, and he would naturally receive more resources in the following month. Moreover, being the sole new trainee in October, Yang Wu could choose any day between noon and 1 p.m. to conduct his level assessment. There are only 2 avenues to obtain Dragon Blood. Yang Wu stroked his chin, contemplating how to acquire it. The first is to achieve a fist power level of 6, which grants a portion of Dragon Blood valued at 80 billion, along with an SS-grade combat suit and a complete set of weaponry. However, reaching a fist power level of 6 necessitates Yang Wu's comprehension of the Eightfold Thunderblade, not to mention whether he can afford the initial 8 levels. Even if he could, the cultivation required to grasp these 8 levels is not something he can easily accumulate. The second avenue is to reach Trial Tower Level 5, which bestows the position of Extreme Martial Arts Hall Inspector, also yielding a portion of Dragon Blood valued at 80 billion, an SS-grade combat suit, complete weaponry, and any 3 complete manuals, including a set from the ancient civilization ruins of the Black God, the world's strongest, Hong. only managed to reach the 6th layer. The difficulty of reaching the 5th layer is thus apparent. Still, the same issue arises. His cultivation is limited in the short term, and his comprehension is insufficient to fully conquer the 4th layer of the trial tower. It seems I must diligently train this month, and then I can astonish everyone. Based on my understanding of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, if my talent displays significant strength, I might receive a contract akin to the one signed by Luo Feng. Yang Wu Tog. Before long, it was October 1st, the day Yang Wu would officially begin earning merit points in the training camp. That day, he set out with 91 other trainees. They were headed to City 1001, located approximately 300 kilometers from the training camp in the wilderness. This designation was personally assigned by Hong, the founder of the Hongning Bay City, and all trainees were required to hunt monsters within this city. Furthermore, a satellite monitored City 1001. Strict rules govern the training camp. 1. Engaging in private transactions involving monsters, providing monster materials to other trainees, or assisting others in gaining merit points will result in expulsion upon discovery. 2. Any acts of mutual slaughter or killing fellow trainees will result in execution upon discovery. With a swift slash, the Blood Shadow Battle Blade severed the head of a high-level beast general resembling a small mountain. Killing a high-level beast general yields 32 days of black iron-level cultivation. The types of monsters in this region differ significantly from those in the heart of my homeland, China. Yang Wu thrived within the urban wilderness. He had practiced his sword techniques amidst beast hordes, while other trainees were apprehensive about being besieged. Yang Wu felt no such trepidation. Thus, his efficiency in hunting monsters was exceptionally high, earning him considerable merit points. High-level beast generals could typically be sold for over 100 million Chinese yuan. Having slain merely 2, Yang Wu garnered substantial contribution points and Chinese currency, which he used to purchase the 4th level of a 9-fold Thunderblade at half price. Now, with his talent at Black Iron Level 2, the cultivation required to comprehend the 4th level of a 9-fold Thunderblade would surely be less than the anticipated 400 days. He decided to test the waters with 4,000 days of cultivation. With a mere thought, Yang Wu instantly consumed 4,000 days of black iron level cultivation to practice the 4th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Images whirled before him as if propelled by an accelerator. He wielded the blade countless times, reaching an apex of speed. For a full 4,000 days, Yang Wu dedicated himself to mastering the 4th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Insights coalesced within him as he gripped the hilt, furrowing his brow in concentration. Before executing 10 strikes. Chapter 38, 1 month. During my time as a Black Iron Level 3, it took me 400 days of cultivation to master one technique of the 3-fold Thunderblade. It appears my comprehension has doubled compared to my time as a Black Iron Level 3. Yang Wu's eyes brightened. Once more, the 200 days of cultivation rapidly coursed through his mind as he continued practicing the 4th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade. When Yang Wu finally opened his eyes, nearly a decade of arduous practice had rendered him instinctively capable of unleashing a blade strike. He channeled all his strength to its utmost limit. Powerful energy surging through his legs to his waist. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Wu's spine arched, transmitting formidable force to his right arm. Simultaneously, his waist and back rippled like water, unleashing 4 hidden energies. 9-fold Thunderblade, 4th level, 35 power, unleashed. With a whoosh, another 4 forces surged into his arm, and the Blood Shadow Battle Blade transformed into a streak of cold light, slicing through the air. Just as I anticipated, it took 200 days to master the 3-fold Thunderblade. Yang Wu shook his head slightly. However, this talent is truly lacking and cannot be compared to Luo Feng. After 200 days, he had only just mastered the 4th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, while Luo Feng had comprehended it in just a few months. The disparity in comprehension is incalculable. Yet, it is worth noting that he required a full 200 days of cultivation to grasp the 3rd level, indicating that as talent increases, the cultivation needed for comprehension decreases. This entirely aligns with my expectations. Otherwise, in the future, if I wish to attain mastery in perfect level techniques, realms, and even laws, it will be a formidable number. Moreover, as time passes, it is entirely possible that my talent will one day rival that of Luo Feng. The realms of swordsmanship and blade techniques are categorized into 4 levels: foundation, specialization, perfection, and satisfaction. Establish a solid foundation. Dedicate 2 hours each day in the gravity chamber to practice your swordplay. Similarly, Devote another 2 hours in the sword training room to hone your skills. And continue your practice at home. A shaky foundation will not suffice. While training, engage your mind and reflect deeply. How can one achieve the fluidity and continuity reminiscent of flowing clouds and flowing water? Jiang Feng commanded. Every day, within the gravity room, the sword training chamber. In the underground secret chamber of Jiangnan Pavilion, Yang Wu immersed himself in the cultivation of sword techniques. Due to his dual number status, he was unable to venture out to hunt monsters. This lad's progress is indeed astonishing. In such a short span, he has grasped the 4th layer of Thunderblade. However, it is not surprising to witness such prodigious talent within this training camp. Although Jiang Feng was astonished, her expectations for Yang Wu escalated even further. Various training methods were incessantly imposed upon him. Yet, Jiang Feng felt an inexplicable oddity. Logically, Yang Wu should effortlessly comprehend the 4th layer of Thunderblade, as his aptitude is undeniably high, arguably the highest among his peers. Yet, why does his swordsmanship remain at the foundational level? It is noteworthy that within the God of War preparatory camp, several gifted students have already attained the comprehension of intent. The disparity between intent and foundation is vast, and this stark contrast does not align with Yang Wu's demonstrated aptitude. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Wu had not sought to comprehend the realm of swordsmanship. There was no necessity for it. After all, he rarely engages in combat, and the monsters he faces possess no discernible realms. His foundational swordplay suffices. Furthermore, he was aware that achieving the subtle level of body technique had previously consumed 200 days of cultivation. Even with his enhanced comprehension, grasping the specialization level of swordplay would likely require another 600 days of cultivation. He was currently in dire need of cultivation resources. The finest steel must be utilized for the blade. This level of swordplay was not a pressing requirement. If there is no need for comprehension, then there is no need to pursue it. During his time in the training camp, Yang Wu was completely absorbed in his endeavors. Many prodigies surrounded him, each more formidable than the last. In terms of swordplay, body techniques, and power generation, there were indeed individuals as strong as Yang Wu. Some could achieve 4-fold power generation. Such talents existed within the training camp. In terms of swordplay, he was unfortunately at the bottom of the rankings. However, his speed of improvement in swordplay was truly exasperating. It appeared he was rather dull in this regard. Conversely, his aptitude for physical power generation was terrifyingly high. In no time, he had already grasped the 5th layer of Thunderblade. Within just 6 months, perhaps even sooner, it was entirely possible for him to break into the top 10 of the training camp. Jiang Feng was quite pleased with this disciple. On October 28th, in Jiangnan Pavilion, within Yang Wu's study, as he had anticipated, the 5th layer of Thunderblade consumed 400 days of cultivation. Over the past month, he had ventured out alone to hunt, slaying numerous beast generals, and had purchased the 6th layer of Thunderblade at half price. However, the 5th layer provided a 42-fold power boost, while the 6th layer offered merely a 49-fold increase. The transformation from 5th layer to 6th layer yielded limited strength enhancement, yet required an astounding 800 days of cultivation. This demand was indeed substantial. Even though he had previously expended 600 days of cultivation, his total cultivation surpassed 800 days. After all, he had accumulated quite a bit before arriving, and in this month, he had hunted for 14 days. Nonetheless, he refrained from cultivating the 6th layer of Thunderblade due to its poor cost-effectiveness. He intended to explore the trial tower to assess whether it was more advantageous to comprehend body techniques, swordplay, or the 6th layer of Thunderblade. With the 5th layer of Thunderblade providing a 42-fold power boost, Yang Wu had already attained a level of strength comparable to an average god of war. Typically, it would take 4 to 5 years for other seasoned students to reach such formidable prowess, but Yang Wu's efficiency in hunting monsters was already on par with theirs. The higher one ascended within the trial tower, the greater the level achieved. Upon successfully passing the B-level trial, his trial tower level automatically elevated to 16. As he had not previously entered the trial tower, his battle power amplitude was now 4,216. On the Black Dragon leaderboard, his score, battle power amplitude, and achievement points had surged to the 111th position. After a thorough rest, he prepared for the upcoming challenges in the trial tower. It was nearly time to venture into the trial tower. Thus, clad in casual attire, Yang Wu leisurely exited Jiangnan Pavilion, just as Zhao Ruo returned from outside. Yang Wu, are you going for lunch? I've already eaten, Yang Wu replied with a smile. I just checked the Black Dragon leaderboard. Your ranking is astonishingly at 111th. Junior brother, you truly excel. I barely managed to crack the top 100, Zhao Ruo teased. Sister, you must be cautious. My ambitions extend beyond merely breaking into the top 100. Young Wu grinned at the top 100. Zhao Ruo raised an eyebrow. We'll continue this conversation later. I have matters to attend to. Yang Wu said little more. He had resolved to undergo the trial tower level assessment on the afternoon of October 28th, a fact unknown to anyone in the training camp. They assumed that Yang Wu must have previously undergone the trial tower assessment to achieve the 111th rank within the first month. Along the way, numerous students greeted Yang Wu. The students respected the strong, although the ranking would only close at midnight on the 28th. Being ranked 111th already showcased Yang Wu's prowess. Chapter 39, Ranking Changes. Having entered the camp for barely a month and already achieving such excellence, what might the future hold? Thus, students from South America, North America, Europe, Africa, and other regions sought to establish connections with Yang Wu in advance. On the 9th floor of the Ninefold Tower, only a few black students had just concluded their training in the trial tower and were engaged in sparring in the gravity chamber. Hey, Yang Wu, what brings you here at noon? One of the black students who spoke Mandarin called out. Just some matters. Yang Wu smiled and proceeded towards the trial chamber, where his identity was scanned and confirmed. With a click, the doors to the trial chamber automatically unlocked, and Yang Wu gently pushed them open to enter. How can he access the trial chamber after midnight? The 6 black students murmured in fluent African dialect. Ah, Yang Wu is a new student. This is his first month since arriving in April, and new students have the privilege of trial tower level assessments during their first month. Could it be he has yet to undergo the assessment? It is already the 28th. They deduced that he had certainly not taken the assessment. Otherwise, students would be unable to enter the trial chamber between noon and 1 p.m. Incredible. His trial tower level hasn't been assessed. Yet he has surged to 111th on the Black Dragon leaderboard. After the assessment, how high might he climb? Could it be into the top 100? A newcomer breaking into the top 100 in their first month? Quick, rather than speculating here, let us hurry to the Black Dragon leaderboard. The rankings are sure to refresh soon. Let us go. Proceed to the Black Dragon sculpture. The 6 African trainees chattered excitedly, each one profoundly astonished. They swiftly descended the staircase, heading towards the Black Dragon sculpture at the entrance of the training camp. It is well known that for newcomers in the training camp, breaking into the top 100 within the first month is nearly an impossible feat. However, if one could achieve such a miracle, the accomplishments would be truly remarkable. Could it be that another individual is about to emerge, one who enters the training camp and immediately ascends into the top 100? In the trial chamber, Yang Wu illuminated the lights. Reclining on the sofa, he picked up the ethereal blue helmet beside him, a consciousness-sensing device that shimmered with a dazzling azure glow under the light. The farther I charge, the better, Yang Wu murmured. Presently, he was merely in the nascent stage of absorbing the cosmos, and the Earth's martial artist had maintained a relatively harmonious existence, as he had not provoked anyone. For Yang Wu, there were hardly any lethal threats now. It was time for him to unleash his potential. If he could attract the attention of the higher-ups at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, it would be highly advantageous for him, perhaps allowing him to acquire dragon blood next month. Once he obtained the dragon blood, his strength would at least double, enhancing his innate talent. At that point, should he venture to Mist Island, his chances of survival would be considerably improved. With a stroke of luck, by slaying a few thousand-year-old spirits of flora, he could swiftly elevate his physical prowess to that of a peak war god. Buzz, on the vast silver expanse of land. The sky was an infinite tapestry of cosmic stars. The sole structure, a 7-story trial tower, soared as if to pierce the heavens. Yang Wu approached the entrance of the trial tower, where a message regarding himself materialized on the pillar to the left. Name, Yang Wu. Gender, male. Identity, official trainee of the elite training camp. Trial tower level, 16. Each level of the trial tower comprises 3 tiers of challenges, A, B, and C. For instance, Yang Wu's completion of the first level's B tier challenge designated it as level 16. Should he pass the C tier, he would advance directly to the second level, which would be level 20. Yang Wu smiled, rapidly donning his combat attire, weapons, and shield, prompted by the virtual space. He then stepped directly into the trial tower. In the vast grassland, Yang Wu materialized. Yang Wu, the electronic voice reverberated across the expansive prairie. You have completed the B tier trial of the first level. The next step is the C tier trial. Your objective is to slay 200 raging bulls within 50 minutes. Among these 200 beasts, 190 are the low-level beast general class, and 10 are the intermediate beast general class. Good luck. Yang Wu grinned, his gaze sharp as a blade. After nearly a month in the training camp, he was acutely aware of what challenges awaited him at each stage of the trial tower. The limit for the intermediate beast General Raging Bulls was merely 32,000 kilograms of force. Naturally, the physical prowess of the Raging Bulls in the first level test was only at the lower threshold of an intermediate beast general, equating to 16,000 kilograms of striking power. Yet, after utilizing the fifth tier of the ninefold Thunderblade within the virtual space, Yang Wu had achieved an explosive force of 42,000 kilograms. The disparity in strength between the Raging Bulls and Yang Wu was glaringly apparent, with the sole advantage of the bulls being their sheer number, 200. Nevertheless, Yang Wu felt no trepidation. Without waiting for the bulls to charge closer, he surged forward towards the herd the moment the trial commenced. The ground trembled as 10 intermediate beast General Raging Bulls led the charge, resembling a roaring tide crashing towards Yang Wu. However, the Raging Bulls faced a fundamental issue. Their immense size meant that only 3 or 4 could attack Yang Wu simultaneously. For him, these 3 or 4 bulls were akin to mere offerings. Throughout the encounter, just as Yang Wu had anticipated, he experienced no pressure whatsoever. After all, it wasn't merely a matter of physical prowess. His agility was also superior. The Raging Bulls failed to land a single blow on him, and the trial concluded seamlessly. Yang Wu, congratulations on completing the first level trial. Next, you will face the A-tier trial of the second level. Your objective is to eliminate 50 low-level beast General Armored Scorpions within 10 minutes. Good luck. The electronic voice echoed across the desert sky. As Yang Wu undertook the trial tower level assessment, the news spread among the 6 African trainees. Many other students quickly learned that Yang Wu, a newcomer from Huaxia who had just entered the training camp, had terrifyingly surged to the 111th position on the leaderboard. Remarkably, he had not even participated in the trial tower assessments until today. How could someone who had yet to face any trials already rank 111? After the assessments, would he leap into the top 100? Instantly, several students who were dining hastily finished their meals and rushed towards the colossal black dragon sculpture at the entrance of the training camp. They eagerly watched the changes on the leaderboard inscribed on the sculpture, aware that it frequently updated until midnight on the 28th. Their curiosity piqued. They were keen to discover how far this exceptionally talented newcomer could ascend. It is important to note that breaking into the 101st or 102nd ranks would still be a remarkable achievement for them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as Yang Wu's rank changed. They hadn't waited long before an astute observer exclaimed, "What's the new rank?" From 111th, he had surged to 98th. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock as they processed the astonishing development. Chapter 40, Perfect Level Agility. Hiss. The training camp fell momentarily silent, followed by a chorus of gasps as if a gust of wind had swept through, leaving every face momentarily frozen in awe. Yang Wu had directly entered the top 100? How could this be? Some were astounded by Yang Wu's terrifying ranking, as a young trainee nearby could not help but shake his head in disbelief. He too was a specially recruited trainee, evidently possessing considerable talent, yet the gap between him and Yang Wu was still vast. From his entrance into the trial tower until now, it had been less than 10 minutes, an initial Huaxia trainee observed. He has passed a trial so quickly. I doubt the next stage will pose a challenge for him. The leaderboard should refresh again soon. Others, not being foolish, quickly grasped his implication. Thus, they continued to wait before the black dragon sculpture, anticipating a potential second refresh. The first refresh had already propelled him to 98th. Surely the next update would be even more astonishing. They sensed they were about to witness a miracle unfolding, a living legend in Yang Wu. This news rapidly spread, multiplying from 10 to 100, and soon the majority still present in the training camp were aware of the situation. The newly arrived Huaxia trainee Yang Wu was making an audacious bid for the Black Dragon leaderboard, having forcefully entered the top 100 within his first month. It was said that Yang Wu had surged to 98th place around noon today. I have also heard that Yang Wu has brought honor to our Huaxia nation. Haha. The first task for these trainees upon entering the training camp is to gaze upward at the leaderboard engraved upon the Black Dragon sculpture. It has only occurred 5 times in the history of our training camp for a newcomer to break into the top 100 within their first month. All 5 of those individuals were exceptional prodigies, the earliest of whom emerged 2 decades ago. Among these 5, 4 have ascended to the rank of High War God, while 1 has transcended to become a being beyond the War God. Beside the grand Black Dragon sculpture of the elite training camp, a number of trainees have already settled on the ground, engaged in animated discussions. They have toiled for nearly a month, and now find it challenging to advance their levels in the trial tower. Today, they cannot venture out to slay beasts and earn achievement points. They have done all they could and fought with all their might. Now, they can only await the final outcome. Outside the training camp, within a residential building approximately 3 kilometers away, a boisterous man with short yellow hair bellowed, "Quickly, set up the equipment. Hurry up, you lot. The boss has provided you with ample funds, and working here is akin to a vacation. We must execute the few tasks assigned to us by the boss to the best of our abilities. Understood?" The other 5 swiftly began assembling the equipment. "Understood, Captain. It's ready." A massive screen on the wall of the room illuminated with the leaderboard from the Black Dragon sculpture. "Excellent," the yellow-haired man nodded. "At midnight, when the leaderboard freezes, we will immediately relay the news to the boss. By the way, the boss has instructed us to pay special attention to Yang Wu from our Huaxiao Nation." "Understood," the others replied with cheerful smiles. Not only this team, but numerous intelligence personnel in Hongning Bay City, especially around the vicinity of the elite training camp, are closely monitoring the Black Dragon leaderboard. Today, it is not just the trainees of the elite training camp who are focused on this leaderboard. Various organizations worldwide are also keeping a watchful eye on it. Each trainee listed on the leaderboard has a wealth of intelligence data prepared by these organizations. Yang Wu, however, remains quite unfamiliar to them. They are entirely unaware of when and where such a genius emerged. Nevertheless, Yang Wu's ability to break into the top 100 in his first month clearly marks him as a prodigy among prodigies. The Boundless Desert serves as the second layer of the trial tower. As Yang Wu understands, each layer of the trial tower consists of 3 stages, A, B, and C. For instance, upon completing stage A of the second layer, a trainee earns a score of 23. Completing stage B yields 26. And completing stage C results in a score of 30. Yang Wu did not expect that transitioning from the B stage of facing 100 rampaging bulls to the C stage with 200 would prove so daunting. With 10 medium-grade beast generals among them, the threat is certainly not negligible. The real challenge lies in their capacity to coordinate organized assaults. Unlike the aimless attacks of the B stage, had it not been for Yang Wu's significantly enhanced power level, he might have faltered during the first charge of the herd. The subtle movement technique allows one to enhance evasion efficiency through slight dodges within a brief time frame, yet it has its limitations. The difficulty of the subtle movement technique arises from the fact that even the slightest miscalculation during a minor dodge can result in being struck by a beast. Being hit by a beast typically leads to severe injury or death. If not for my elevated power level, strength, and speed, I might have failed the C stage of the first layer. Yang Wu shook his head slightly. He is acutely aware that the second layer presents a challenge of a significantly greater magnitude than the first, surpassing the incremental difficulty of merely progressing through stages A, B, and C. Currently, the cost-effectiveness of enhancing his physical power level is too low. He can only aspire to comprehend the perfect level movement technique. The ninefold Thunderblade comprises 9 levels, while the movement technique is divided into 3 tiers, meaning that one must acquire 3 levels of blade technique to possess a complete tier of movement technique. Fortunately, he previously purchased the 6th level of the ninefold Thunderblade. Otherwise, he would lack the entirety of the 2nd level of movement technique. A smile graced Yang Wu's face as he estimated that mastering the perfect level movement technique might require 800 days of cultivation. With a thought, Yang Wu commenced his training in movement techniques. Images flowed through his mind as if propelled by an accelerator, and in an instant, he experienced the passage of a full 600 days. Light as a swallow, he practiced the art of movement, leaping and traversing with grace. Various insights into movement techniques surged into his consciousness, leaving profound impressions. In the span of 600 days, he successfully cultivated a single perfect level movement technique. Indeed, after 600 days of training for one technique, a total of 800 days would be required to comprehend the perfect level movement technique. Yang Wu's gaze sharpened. He pressed on. In the blink of an eye, 200 days slipped away as he intertwined 18 forms of movement, blending extreme sensations into a peculiar experience. Yang Wu opened his eyes, his body instinctively reacting as if conditioned by reflex, with every ounce of strength harmoniously combined. The subtle movement level signifies the ability to exert meticulous control over one's strength and body, achieving the most exquisite evasions at minimal cost. Movements and dodges unfold with the precision of a computer's calculations. The perfect level, however, entails mastering the surrounding environment, utilizing any objects within it, be they living beings, stones, or structures. The ability to flawlessly exploit the environment while executing the most precise evasions defines the essence of the perfect level movement technique. If the subtle movement level still necessitates mental calculations, then the perfect level movement technique transcends such dependency, executing flawless actions without the need for cognitive computation. This is the formidable distinction that sets the perfect level movement technique apart from the subtle movement technique. Chapter 41. A Stunning Performance. Young Wu, congratulations on completing the first layer of the trial. Next, you will proceed to the A stage of the second layer's trial. Your objective is to slay 50 low-grade beast generals, the iron-armored scorpions, within 10 minutes. Good luck. The electronic voice echoed throughout the desert. Iron-armored scorpions are a common sight in desert regions, amongst the most abundant of scorpion-type beasts. While relatively small in size, each iron-armored scorpion can attack humans in groups of 10 or even more than 20 simultaneously. Moreover, their evasive maneuvers are uncanny, rendering them exceedingly difficult to combat. For others, this stage of the second layer may present a challenge several times greater than before. Yet, every movement and dodge he executes is immaculate. And given that all opponents here are merely low-grade beast generals, they are vastly inferior to Yang Wu in terms of strength and speed. Besides, there are only 50 of them. It is a trivial task. Thus, after comprehending the perfect level movement technique, the difficulty of the A stage in the second layer is, in fact, less daunting than the C stage of the first layer for him. Suddenly, amidst the endless desert, dark red-shelled scorpions emerge from the sands. Clearly, these scorpions are adept at burrowing into the desert. Each scorpion bears a dark red exoskeleton, and their long, pointed tails are pitch black. There is no doubt about the power of their stingers. The trial for the A stage of the second layer commences. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yang Wu's body surged forth towards the swarm of iron-armored scorpions. A dozen iron-armored scorpions erupted simultaneously from the yellow sands, their razor-sharp claws and sinister stingers exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. Yet, in that fleeting moment, as these formidable creatures lunged forward, Yang Wu made a decision without a hint of hesitation. With a single, sweeping stroke of his blade, he accounted for their positions, trajectories, and the surrounding environment, even contemplating the ramifications of his evasive maneuvers. Such precision is a feat that eludes ordinary martial artists, even those who have grasped the intricacies of advanced footwork. However, Yang Wu, having mastered the art of perfect movement, executed each motion with unparalleled grace and efficacy, devoid of conscious thought. Before long, the battle concluded, and an electronic voice resonated through the air. Time taken, for minutes and 4 seconds. You have slain 50 elementary beast general grade iron-armored scorpions. You have successfully passed the second layer, Phase A trial. Congratulations, Yang Wu. A transformation occurred. Yang Wu's ranking ascended. Impossible. How could he rise further? Murmured those around him in astonishment. Remarkable. This newcomer, Yang Wu, must possess extraordinary speed, agility, and swordsmanship. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Oh my God! He has directly elevated to the 81st position. In an instant, the gathered cohort of nearly 100 students erupted into fervent excitement. Quickly, notify the inspector and convey this news. Outside the 9-story tower, Luo Feng, renowned within the global martial arts community as the Moon Demoness, was revered for her unparalleled skill with the curved blade. Averse to scheming and the petty rivalries of the outside world, many martial artists, including Luo Feng, preferred to impart their knowledge at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Having devoted nearly a decade to the elite training camp, Luo Feng found her sole delight in witnessing her disciples achieve greatness, surpassing the accomplishments of others. Congratulations, Jiang, remarked a lean, bald African man. It is indeed Yang Wu's exceptional talent and insight, Luo Feng replied with a smile, adding, but one must consider what can be taught in just a month. Despite her words, her beaming expression betrayed her elation. Throughout her years at the training camp, she had mentored many students. Yet none had managed to breach the top 100 within their first month. Only 5 had achieved such a feat in the camp's history, and now one more had emerged. Her very own disciple. It is a testament to your excellent guidance, Miss Jiang. There's a saying in Huaxia, a great teacher begets exceptional students, interjected a burly Caucasian man with a thick beard, struggling to articulate in broken Mandarin. Yang Wu. The electronic voice echoed across the vast grassland. You have completed the second layer, Phase A trial. The next step is Phase B. Your objective is to slay 100 elementary beast general grade iron-armored scorpions within 15 minutes. Good luck. The second layer, Phase B, posed a considerable challenge. Only those who had mastered the perfect movement could hope to succeed. Yet for Yang Wu, it was merely a matter of increased numbers. As he faced the onslaught of the scorpion horde, each evasion and strike was meticulously calculated, leveraging the very scorpions that assailed him. He would either spring off their backs or find angles to manipulate their attacks, causing them to turn upon one another. Even when confronted by scores of iron-armored scorpions, Yang Wu accounted for them all. Despite engaging multiple foes in close quarters, not a single one could land a blow upon him. This was the mastery of the perfect movement, a level above the intricate, culminating in a realm of ethereal artistry. Soon, the battle reached its conclusion, and the electronic voice resounded once more. Time taken, 8 minutes and 42 seconds. You have slain 100 elementary beast general grade iron-armored scorpions. You have successfully passed the second layer. Phase B trial. Congratulations, Yang Wu. Simultaneously, the Black Dragon rankings refreshed. Look, Yang Wu's ranking has been updated, exclaimed a student, captivated by the sudden change. Can you believe it? He has risen to the 68th position. This newcomer is truly terrifying. Should we wait a moment longer? Perhaps he can refresh his ranking again? Unlikely. His previous assessment was a B grade, which implies that his current ranking growth is due to overcoming the second layer's B grade trial. Indeed, during the second layer's C grade trial, fewer than 40 individuals have succeeded in the entire martial arts preparatory camp. That seems improbable, another student hesitated. However, the time interval for this update is quite short, suggesting that the Phase B trial was not overly difficult for him. Perhaps there is a chance for another surge? Let us wait and see, one student nonchalantly remarked. After all, we've already waited this long. Yang Wu, the electronic voice reverberated across the vast grassland. You have completed the second layer, Phase B trial. The next step is the Phase C trial. Your objective is to slay 200 iron-armored scorpions within 20 minutes. Among these, there are 190 elementary beast general grade and 10 intermediate beast generals. Good luck. Let us go. This third layer trial introduced a new challenge with flying beasts, and the golden vultures were far more formidable than their terrestrial counterparts. Once captured by the talons of these avian monstrosities, a human would find themselves helplessly suspended in mid-air, facing certain doom against the swarm. Thus, it was imperative to avoid being seized and lifted by their claws at all costs. A piercing cry reverberated through the air as the golden vulture swooped down from the heights. A dense swarm of avian beasts encircled Yang Wu like a golden cloud, explaining why numerous esteemed war gods remained ensnared in the third level. Take Yang Hui, for instance. His trial tower level stagnated at a mere 32, clearly having faltered at stage A of the third level. In contrast, the protagonist of the original tale, Luo Feng, achieved a trial tower level of 35 through impeccable agility and a 35-fold exertion, evidently surpassing stage A. From this data, it is evident that Yang Wu has indeed eclipsed Luo Feng of that era, harboring considerable confidence in his ability to surpass stage A. Upon Yang Wu's triumph over the second level, the nearly 100 gathered students erupted with fervor. His ascent in rank was astonishingly swift. Cheating, someone exclaimed. He must have wagered points with someone. Indeed, some speculated that others had deliberately conspired to bestow points upon Yang Wu through illicit means. A few students, unable to fathom the situation, believed that Yang Wu, a recent addition to the war god preparatory camp, could not possibly possess superior physicality compared to their own. Thus, they assumed that, even after passing the second level, his rank should not have surged so dramatically. Yet, this belief was futile. The truth remained unchanged. The reality was that Yang Wu had completed all challenges in the second level, elevating his trial tower level from 26 to 30, warranting a significant improvement in rank. No cheating. Yang Wu is currently within the trial room. A voice echoed. We witnessed his entrance. Several young men and women of various ethnicities from the ninefold tower interjected, silencing the previously raucous assembly of gifted students. In truth, only a handful had shouted accusations of cheating. Among the 180 talented individuals present, a select few were driven by jealousy. The revelation that Yang Wu remained inside, seemingly ascending in trial tower level, fueled the anticipation of the many students present. For it had been quite some time since the war god preparatory camp had seen a talent of his caliber. The golden vulture, a formidable raptor, sported black feathers on its upper wings, glimmering with a silver-gray sheen, while its underbelly was adorned with downy plumage and golden feathers beneath its wings. Its powerful talons and the force of its wings posed a tremendous threat to Yang Wu, although he was significantly faster than the golden vulture. The onslaught of the avian horde rendered his speed nearly ineffective. Yet Yang Wu was different. He possessed perfect agility. Faced with the relentless assault of the golden vultures, he remained unfazed, skillfully utilizing their characteristics to evade and counterattack. With a swift flash, the gleaming edge of his blade illuminated the chaos, and piercing cries echoed through the sky as golden vultures plummeted. Meanwhile, the remaining vultures continued their frenzied assault. Their flight speed far surpassed that of equally ranked terrestrial beasts. It is common knowledge that avians outpace terrestrial creatures, leaving Yang Wu unable to escape their onslaught, forcing him to fight fiercely amidst the flurry of feathers and talons. His swordplay was as swift as lightning, each strike claiming a life. In just 8 minutes and 42 seconds, he felled 100 initial-level Beast General Golden Vultures, successfully passing the third Level A trial. Congratulations, Yang Wu. You have advanced to the B stage trial, with the objective of slaying 190 initial-level Beast General Golden Vultures and 10 intermediate-level ones within 30 minutes. Best of luck. The leaderboard refreshed once more. Refialing Yang Wu et rang 29, 570.100. In that moment, his rank soared from 42 to 29. However, at that instant, nearly 100 students and several war god instructors beneath the colossal black dragon sculpture stared in astonishment at the name Yang Wu, 570100, at rank 29. Everyone understood that today was the 28th, and the deadline loomed close at midnight. The likelihood of any rank fluctuations was exceedingly slim, implying that even with changes, Yang Wu would undoubtedly remain within the top 40. This was a significant revelation. Where did this prodigy, Yang Wu, emerge from? My God, even the most composed individuals were taken aback by this ranking. While rank made 29th seem inconsequential, the fact that a newly inducted student achieved such a position in the first month of training was extraordinary. The value of this accomplishment eclipsed that of seasoned students who had toiled for 4 or 5 years to reach the top. How was it possible to be 29th? A slightly plump young man with yellow skin exclaimed in awe. In the history of our training camp, only 5 students have ever broken into the top 100 in their first month, the most recent occurrence being years ago. Yang Wu, however, has not only entered the top 100, but has achieved rank 29. While rank 98 and rank 29 both fall within the top 100, their significance is vastly different. Rank 29 represents a substantial superiority over rank 98. Everyone comprehended that various powerful nations and organizations on Earth place immense value on talent. To overlook a talent like Yang Wu would be an anomaly. Yang Wu's rank of 29 carries more weight than the first place in this instance, hinting at forthcoming privileges and opportunities. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a trial tower level of 33 was not Yang Wu's ultimate limit. Chapter 43, Global Sensation. In a residential building 3 kilometers away, a rugged man with short yellow hair widened his eyes, fixated on the screen displaying the rankings. He stared intently at the name Yang Wu, which held the 18th position, his eyes bulging in disbelief. As the leader of the intelligence team in that region, he understood well the implications of Yang Wu's name appearing at such a rank. Quick, connect me to the boss, the rugged man demanded, his face contorted with urgency. Captain, it's not yet midnight. A young woman dressed somewhat provocatively chuckled. Damn it, hurry up. Connect me to the boss. Now. His eyes glinted with intensity. It was only then that the previously carefree woman realized the gravity of the situation and immediately began the connection to their superior. This genius is from the Huaxia Nation. Connect me to the general. I need to speak with him immediately. He has entered the war god preparatory camp and is already at rank 18. This Yang Wu is truly extraordinary. Hurry, connect me to the commander. A middle-aged Huaxia man commanded. At that moment, various military organizations from powerful nations, especially specialized units, gathered at Hongning Bay City. Upon discovering the latest refresh of the Black Dragon leaderboard from the elite training camp, all responsible personnel promptly reported to headquarters. To break into the top 100 upon entry is already a mark of unparalleled genius. To be ranked 18th is even more remarkable. This individual is indeed fearsome. A martial artist's physical prowess may elevate swiftly, which, while astonishing, does not incite an all-consuming desire to possess them. After all, enhancements to physical attributes can be attained through various means, both publicly known, such as dragon blood, and others that remain undisclosed, like the spirit of flora and fauna, among numerous other special items. In essence, one can amass considerable wealth to bolster their physical capabilities forcibly. However, the mastery of movement techniques, the strength of one's punches, and the finesse of swordplay cannot be arbitrarily demanded. These skills can only be honed through relentless combat, rigorous training, and the cultivation of experience and insight. As articulated in the elite training camp, this is what one refers to as combat power amplification, where a modicum of strength can be transformed into tenfold, or even 100-fold, combat efficacy. This is the true measure of skill. Upon entering the third layer, stage C, one may find themselves at a standstill. Yet this is of little consequence. Yang Wu felt a surge of joy within. Given his current performance, he had already made a significant impact. For instance, in terms of combat power amplification, the evaluations within the War God Preparatory Camp denote that a score of 12 is considered elementary, usually characteristic of newly admitted elite training camp students. A score of 24 represents the intermediate level, which most students achieve after a year and a half of training. A score of 48 signifies the advanced level, marking the competent students of the elite training camp. Scores of 816 are regarded as exemplary, defining the standard for outstanding students within the camp. Remarkably, Yang Wu's combat power amplification had soared to a staggering 1512, 4236, nearing the upper limits of the exemplary category. Among all students, only those who have grasped the essence of mastery could potentially eclipse Yang Wu's performance. As Yang Wu emerged, a voice called out, prompting Jiang Feng to turn her gaze. She beheld Yang Wu clad in simple, casual attire, stepping out of the 9-tiered tower. Upon his exit, he spotted his teacher, Jiang Feng, approaching from a distance. Excellent. You currently rank 18th on the Black Dragon leaderboard, Jiang Feng praised warmly. How did your assessment in the trial tower fare? I faced defeat in the third layer, Yang Wu replied, somewhat resigned. What did you say? The third layer? The talented students of the War God Preparatory Camp erupted in astonishment, unable to contain their shock, fully aware of the significance of the third layer. Many instructors from the War God Preparatory Camp might not even surpass Yang Wu in terms of trial tower rankings. This revelation underscored Yang Wu's extraordinary talent, far exceeding their expectations. At that moment, the collective appraisal of Yang Wu among the onlookers soared tremendously. The success one achieves within the first month directly impacts the subsequent privileges within the War God Preparatory Camp. With his remarkable talent and insight, if granted access to more resources, he would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, his current performance had certainly captured the attention of the higher echelons. The recruitment contract he desired, along with the Dragon Blood and the complete version of the 9-tiered Thunderblade, seemed closer than ever. Once he acquired the Dragon Blood, his foundational physical attributes would reach that of a war god, and with the enhancement of a 9-tiered Thunderblade, his combat power would rival that of advanced war gods. Should he procure additional spirit of flora and fauna, he could elevate his physical prowess to the pinnacle of war gods. However, relying solely on his innate talents without these rare treasures, he would still require nearly 100,000 days of cultivation to attain the pinnacle of war gods. Thus, the repercussions of his recent performance might save him a substantial amount of cultivation time. As he reflected on his recent achievements, Yang Wu marveled at the extraordinary commotion his ascent to 18th place had incited. Upon exiting the trial room, particularly upon leaving the 9-tiered tower, he had been besieged by numerous students from the training camp who were there to congratulate him, and many representatives from various factions extending their invitations. The offers were tantalizing, with annual activity budgets often amounting to hundreds of billions. Such extravagant invitations were typically reserved for peak war gods. Yet Yang Wu was now more sought after than even the most illustrious war gods. To enter the War God Preparatory Camp and immediately break into the top 100 was an achievement that signified a potential surpassing of legendary war god strengths. Given Yang Wu's current display, his future accomplishments promised to be formidable. Had he not been a time traveler, he might have been swayed by these generous contracts. Before midnight, in the city of Hongning, numerous intelligence agents surrounded the elite training camp, their eyes fixated on the Black Dragon leaderboard. Yang Wu's ranking, in particular, was of paramount importance. Although there was general interest, they maintained a sense of ease, believing that since Yang Wu could not accrue performance points that day, his ranking was unlikely to improve. With the return of other students, it was conceivable that he might even drop a few places. Nevertheless, they assumed he would remain within the top 20. Accepting this as a foregone conclusion, they merely intended to document the moment. However, events often unfold contrary to expectations. While the rankings of others indeed fluctuated, Yang Wu held steadfast at 18th place. In the depths of the night, within a virtual space, a grand conference hall gleamed with silver floors and walls and an enormous round table of the same hue. Only 6 chairs stood out in pure black, seemingly capable of consuming all light. 5 of these chairs were occupied by individuals clad in white robes. This was the legendary roundtable meeting of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Only 6 people in the entire academy had the privilege to attend: the headmaster, Hong, and the 5 supreme inspectors. Chapter 44. The Inspector Summons. Hong required no introduction, being the foremost individual globally, while the inspectors of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy could only be individuals who surpassed the war god level. These 6 individuals, along with Hong's 3 planetary-level bodyguards, constituted the pinnacle of the academy. However, the roundtable meetings were generally convened by the 5 inspectors, with Hong rarely intervening. As the inspectors were scattered across the globe, these meetings were conducted in virtual space. Other war gods had merely heard of the roundtable meetings but had never witnessed one. Gentlemen, here lies the dossier on Yang Wu. His trial tower level stands at 36, and his punch strength level is at 42, yielding a combat power amplification of 1512. Categorizing him as exemplary. Although still exemplary, there exists a disparity. He can rival the average level of 5th-year students. Furthermore, his monster hunting performance points are on par with those of veteran students who have spent 4 to 5 years in the training camp. The combination of these factors solidifies his 18th rank, a testament to his own efforts. Inspector Wang, I consent to summon Yang Wu, but only on the condition of the benefits you propose. Vladimir, I believe the treatment I am offering is not excessive. The 5 white-robed figures engaged in intense debate. As a resonating electronic voice echoed, the 5 inspectors lifted their gazes to the ceiling. From the starlit expanse above the conference hall, 5 documents descended, landing directly before each of the 5 inspectors. This is the decision of the curator regarding the matter of Yang Wu. Should there be any dissent, you may report it to the curator. If there are no objections, please execute this decision. Is there any dissent? The electronic voice inquired. None, 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 none. The 5 inspectors glanced at the document briefly and swiftly responded in unison. It is not that there are no objections, but rather a fear of expressing them. Typically, roundtable meetings are convened by the 5 chief inspectors, and the curator seldom intervenes. However, once the curator takes a stance, it is almost always unanimously accepted, showcasing Hong's formidable influence as the foremost figure within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Then, Inspector Wang, please proceed with the execution immediately, the electronic voice commanded. The entire month of September has been fiercely competitive. However, the rankings have now been established. In the final 2 days of this month, the 29th and 30th, the students will find themselves at ease. On the 29th, at 8 a.m., within a modest training hall on the 2nd floor of the Ninefold Tower. Senior sister, senior brother. Upon entering the training hall, Yang Wu greeted the 3 other students already present, soon joined by 2 more. In total, there were 6 individuals, 4 of whom were of Chinese descent and 2 were Caucasian. Notably, among these 6 students, 3 were female, representing a remarkable gender ratio for their training camp. Yang Wu, you astonishingly ranked 18th in your first month, exclaimed a robust young man of Chinese descent, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Junior brother, a Caucasian girl with long brown hair, smiled at Yang Wu. Speaking fluent Mandarin, many people in the training camp were discussing you this morning in the dining hall. I never realized how formidable you were. I want to learn from you. Shall we practice swordsmanship together this afternoon? Janet, are you interested in Yang Wu? Another Caucasian girl teased. Yang Wu, Janet has a date with you. Don't miss the opportunity. And what if I do? Janet raised an eyebrow. Oh, huh. Junior brother Yang Wu, why aren't you seizing the chance? The others chimed in, creating a lively atmosphere. The war god marrying the war goddess would yield exceptionally gifted offspring, blessed with innate talent and understanding. Were it not for his foreknowledge of the plot, he might have entertained such thoughts. Yet, he would never allow trivial matters to hinder his progress. Teacher, all 6 of you are present today. Jiang Fong, clad in a purple training outfit, entered with a smile. Yang Wu, you performed exceptionally yesterday. The swordsmanship class concluded at 10:30, and one by one, everyone departed. Yang Wu, please wait a moment, Jiang Fong called out, as the other 5 students exited, leaving only Yang Wu and Jiang Fong in the training hall. Teacher? Yang Wu inquired, Bouzlet. With a warm smile, Jiang Fong's eyes twinkled. It brings me joy to have such an outstanding disciple. Yang Wu, your ascension to the 18th rank in your first month is remarkable. I can only imagine how organizations worldwide will extend their olive branches to you. Indeed, Yang Wu nodded, fully aware of the repercussions of his astonishing achievement. However, I must caution you, Jiang Fong said earnestly. This elite training camp was established by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. While there are agreements between the academy and various nations, including the HR Alliance, allowing fair competition for talent. Your exceptional abilities will not easily permit you to join other organizations. I advise you not to accept offers from other groups. It is best to remain with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I understand. Yang Wu affirmed. Typically, only those with insufficient backing would offer higher incentives to retain talent. The conditions provided by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy would undoubtedly be the most favorable. Yang Wu was acutely aware that only Hong could provide the benefits he sought. For instance, the global sale of dragon blood is solely handled by Hong. Confident in his own talent and insight, Yang Wu also recognized that he was not a mentalist, making the likelihood of obtaining the legacy of the fallen ink star quite slim. Therefore, the ancient relics and civilizations that Hong possessed were of paramount importance to him. Perhaps he might acquire some martial heritage. Just remember what I said. Jiang Feng advised, expect a summons from higher-ups within the next day or two. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a flute filled the air, causing Jiang Feng to raise an eyebrow. It was indeed class time. Who could be calling at this hour? She wondered, rising barefoot to approach the phone resting in the corner. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Jiang Feng's expression shifted, her demeanor becoming markedly serious. Inspector Wang, Jiang Feng, please inform your disciple Yang Wu and bring him to me. A somewhat hoarse voice emanated from the phone. Of course, Jiang Feng responded promptly. After hanging up, a smile graced her lips. It was indeed a summons for Yang Wu. It was only fitting, as it had been 8 years since a student had entered the top 100 upon arrival, let alone ranking 18th like Yang Wu. Yang Wu, as you may have heard, Inspector Wang wishes to meet you, Jiang Feng said with a slight smile. We just mentioned that you would be summoned. Let us go. All right. Yang Wu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 45, Generous Rewards. Though he was now considered a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he enjoyed a considerable degree of freedom. The Academy imposes minimal restrictions on its martial artists, hence the term freelance martial artist. However, this upcoming meeting was evidently of greater significance. Upon signing the contract, he would become a formal member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The Academy would provide him with a salary, and he would no longer be able to join other factions. Jiang Feng, the esteemed inspector, is awaiting you and disciple Yang Wu inside. A smiling elderly butler announced at the villa's entrance. Guomin. The door to the reception room was ajar, and as they approached, a raspy voice beckoned them from within. Upon entering the reception room, they found only a middle-aged man seated cross-legged, eyes closed, gently manipulating a string of prayer beads. A cup of tea rested on the low table before him, emanating a delicate aroma that was soothing to the senses. The lean man slowly opened his eyes, and as his gaze fell upon Yang Wu, the young man felt as though he had momentarily transcended the boundaries of the world. The reception room felt like a separate realm, and the lean man appeared as a deity within it, his intangible presence rendering Yang Wu breathless. Truly a being surpassing the war god. Yang Wu's gaze sharpened. You may examine the contract before you. If you find it satisfactory, please proceed to sign it. Inspector Wang remarked calmly, before closing his eyes once more and resuming his manipulation of the prayer beads. On the table lay indeed a new contract, consisting of 3 pages. Yang Wu picked it up and began to scrutinize it in detail. This was the formal recruitment contract from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, distinct from ordinary contracts. In the past, Yang Wu, despite lacking a salary, found that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy imposed minimal requirements on ordinary practitioners. However, this contract was distinct, laden with power and benefits, yet accompanied by responsibilities. An annual operational budget of 5 billion huaxia coins? Yang Wu furrowed his brow slightly. This sum was not particularly high and could even be deemed quite low. It is known that a junior battle god can effortlessly earn 5 billion. Presently, Yang Wu was more sought after than an ordinary peak battle god. Other organizations offer conditions with annual budgets not falling below 20 billion huaxia coins. Though the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's budget was relatively modest, those who joined, like Yang Wu, typically did not do so for monetary gain. Upon reaching the 3rd page, Yang Wu's eyes brightened. This was the reward clause, featuring both direct rewards and those contingent upon certain conditions. Rewards included an SS-grade combat suit, a complete set of weaponry, any 3 sets of manuals, and a portion of dragon blood valued at 80 billion. The SS-grade combat suit could withstand the majority of attacks and bites from king-level monsters, completely ignoring those from lord-level creatures. The SS-grade weaponry could pierce through the formidable defenses of king-level beasts. Even at half price, the combat suit and complete weapons would still require 75 billion. The complete set of a 9-fold Thunderblade alone, even at half price, would cost 50 billion. Of course, while the manuals might not be costly, they still represented a substantial value for Yongwu. The dragon blood, valued at 80 billion, was what truly exhilarated Yongwu. In fact, by providing Yongwu with dragon blood, the Academy aimed to enhance his strength and potential, alleviating any concerns regarding his physical condition in the short term. If the second party's combat power amplitude reached 16 by January 1st, 2057, they would receive the ancient civilization relic, the Black God set. If they achieved a combat power amplitude of 20 by June 1st, 2057, there were numerous enticing reward clauses. Apart from the direct rewards, two conditions were particularly close to him, albeit with high requirements that ordinary talents would find difficult to meet. However, for Yongwu, they were not insurmountable. The Black God set was appealing. A combat power amplitude of 16? Yongwu mused silently that if he could reach such an amplitude, he would almost certainly secure the top position. Having read the student guidelines and conversed with seasoned students like Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo, Yongwu understood the challenges and significance each numerical combat power amplitude represented. An amplitude of 8 to 16 is exceptional. Yet, there were times when none of the trainees over the 5 years of the training camp surpassed the amplitude of 16. Nevertheless, historically, there have been students who graduated with amplitudes exceeding 16. The contract stipulated that Yongwu must achieve this goal within 2 months to obtain the Black God set. Currently, it was uncertain if any student in the training camp had reached an amplitude of 16. Yet Yongwu held a glimmer of hope. For instance, his trial tower level was at 36, while the power of the six-fold Thunderblade was 49. If he could master the six-fold Thunderblade, his combat power amplitude would reach a staggering 1764. Moreover, mastering the six-fold Thunderblade would concurrently elevate his trial tower level. Regardless, Yongwu believed it was not difficult to achieve a combat power amplitude of 16 or even 20. Have you finished reading? A hoarse voice inquired as Wang Chao inspected Yongwu across the tea table. I have, Yongwu nodded. Do you have any objections? Wang Chao inquired blandly. None. Yongwu replied with a slight smile. Although the contract's demands were exceedingly high, he remained confident in his ability to fulfill them. Are you willing to sign now? Wang Chao asked, a rare smile gracing his features. Yes, Yongwu nodded and promptly signed a contract. This is a copy for you, Wang Chao said, handing over another identical contract, one for you to keep and one for the Academy's records. With the signing of the contract, Yongwu became a core member of the Academy with an annual operational budget of 5 billion. His immediate objective was to achieve a combat power amplitude of 16 and secure the Black God set. If I can succeed, my chances against the ancient Willow King will significantly improve. Yongwu's gaze burned with determination. This contract was personally drafted by the Academy head. Wang Chao chuckled. Though I believe the subsequent clauses are nearly impossible for you to fulfill, even if you wish to amend them, you cannot. The Academy head? Yongwu was taken aback. That individual was the world's strongest, the wealthiest, and undoubtedly the foremost authority. The resources Yongwu required in the early stages could almost all be provided by him. However, I am quite curious to see how many of the reward clauses you will ultimately fulfill. Wang Chao laughed heartily. Well, I have said all I needed to, so you may return now. The dragon blood and other rewards will arrive shortly. Understood. Yongwu nodded, then departed with Jiang Fang. The dragon blood was indeed invaluable. It could potentially double one's strength and accelerate future cultivation, effectively enhancing one's innate abilities. Currently, the cost-effectiveness of techniques like power and agility was lacking, making it difficult to enhance comprehension in the short term. Thus, what he most needed was an improvement in physical quality. The stronger his physique, the greater his assurance in numerous endeavors. The dragon blood could expedite this process and save a considerable amount of cultivation effort. Chapter 46, Utilizing Dragon Blood. Upon returning home that day, Yongwu informed the headquarters of the manuals he required, and they replied that the rewards would be delivered that evening. At the entrance of the Battle God preparatory camp, it was already late at night, around 11 p.m., and a chill had settled in. As it was the 29th, there were no students at the entrance in the dead of night. Yongwu, what brings you here at such a late hour? A middle-aged man, the head of the guarding troops, called out with a smile. Yongwu had now gained significant notoriety, and the head was certainly familiar with this rising star of the training camp. I have some matters to attend to, Yongwu replied with a smile. The head of the guard was well aware of the rules and did not press further, as Yongwu strolled alone at the entrance. The cool night breeze swept over him. In this waiting, he felt as though every minute and second passed agonizingly slowly. Whenever a car passed by the camp entrance, he instinctively looked up, yet unfortunately, none were the ones he awaited. Ding! A horn blared as a large truck approached the camp entrance. Beep. Allow passage. An electronic voice echoed from the guardhouse, startling the patrolling soldiers and others present. The elite training camp's many systems were controlled by intelligent systems rather than humans, and typically, even academy vehicles were not permitted direct entry. This must be it. Yang Wu stepped aside as the large truck seemed to notice him and maneuvered to the side. Coming to a halt. With a clatter, the truck's rear door swung open, and a voice called out, "Yang Wu, please board the vehicle." Yang Wu hurriedly approached the rear door of the truck, and before he could board, a beam of blue light enveloped him, accompanied by an electronic voice. "Yang Wu, identity confirmed, please board the vehicle." Inside the truck's compartment, which was surprisingly opulent, 3 individuals gazed at Yang Wu in astonishment. Is this Yang Wu? I wonder what the headquarters has tasked us with escorting that necessitates all 3 of us. Among the trio, 1 was of Asian descent while the other 2 were Caucasians. Conversing in Mandarin, they were acutely aware of the immense value of Yang Wu's possessions. Even at half price, they would be worth hundreds of billions. The common language within the city of Hongning was Mandarin, thus the majority at headquarters were fluent in it. Yang Wu leapt onto the vehicle, his gaze immediately drawn to a large safe. A fleeting glance revealed that the safe was indeed large enough to contain items like the shield and Blood Shadow battle blade. At that moment, the same blue light illuminated the safe. Reward items confirmed, no discrepancies. The electronic voice intoned, "Yang Wu, please accept the reward items." Taking a step forward, a tall Caucasian man among the 3 presented the safe directly to Yang Wu. "Yang Wu, what is inside?" he inquired with a smile. "Classified." Yang Wu replied with a grin as he accepted the safe. At last, this substantial reward was in his grasp. Dragon blood was within reach. Clutching the safe, Yang Wu swiftly returned to his residence at Jiangnan Pavilion, descending into the underground chamber. With a decisive click, he turned the lock on the chamber's alloy door. Utilizing the dragon blood was of paramount importance. To prevent any interruptions, it was best to do so within the confines of the underground chamber. He placed the safe in a corner. It was a fingerprint-locked safe. As his finger brushed against it, a click sounded and the safe sprang open. The interior was spacious, divided into 2 tiers. The upper tier contained neatly stacked SS combat uniforms, the Blood Shadow battle blade, shields, and a variety of other items. Yang Wu removed these and set them aside, turning his attention to the lower tier. There lay 2 wooden boxes, 1 large and 1 small. The larger box likely contained the 9-fold Thunderblade manual, while the smaller held the dragon blood. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yang Wu eagerly opened the smaller box. With a soft click, the box revealed a test tube secured within foam. The test tube was corked, containing a golden liquid that occupied approximately 1/3 of its volume. This was the dragon blood. Even at half price, it was worth a staggering 80 billion. Yang Wu carefully extracted the foam and gingerly grasped the test tube, fearful of shattering it. Under the illumination, the golden liquid shimmered enticingly. To the untrained eye, its value would be unfathomable. However, as a transmigrator, he understood that this dragon blood was not the genuine blood of a dragon. Rather, it was a potion fabricated using substantial energy resources through ancient civilization relics, akin to the water of life. The allure of the dragon blood stemmed from its primary ingredient, the essence of the king-level beast, the Earth's sovereign dragon. Yet in reality, there were fewer than 10 king-level dragons on the entire planet. Nevertheless, dragon blood could be procured if one had the financial means. Currently, however, Yang Wu was devoid of funds, and subsequent applications would yield diminished effects. Thus, treasures known through the internet were mostly renewable and publicly priced, making it improbable to trade them for exorbitant amounts. Truly rare and precious items were elusive, such as the spirit of plants from Mist Island. Even if a typical martial artist encountered such a phenomenon, they would likely not recognize it or know how to utilize it, let alone afford to purchase it from elsewhere. The most feasible exchange would involve bartering with items of equivalent value. As a transmigrator, Yang Wu was privy to the application of dragon blood. He merely needed to apply it to his skin, and there was no necessity to cover his entire body. The dragon blood would naturally permeate throughout. The sole prohibition was against ingesting it. Previously, during his test at the 9-fold tower, his punching power was approximately 33,000 kilograms. He pondered how much it might increase upon utilizing the dragon blood. Although his strength was forcibly enhanced through rigorous cultivation, he maintained complete control over it, with no adverse effects. If it were to double, he would reach over 66,000 kilograms, surpassing the physical threshold of a war god. He mused. The higher 1S strength, the weaker the effect of the dragon blood. Conversely, the lower 1S strength, the more pronounced the effect. a warrior-level martial artist, due to their inherent weakness, could see their power quadruple upon using dragon blood. It was said that dragon blood could double one's strength, but such figures were merely estimations. He had yet to experience it, and while others might have utilized dragon blood, their insights remained undisclosed, leaving no concrete data available. In the underground chamber, Yang Wu reclined on the floor, holding the test tube containing the dragon blood in his left hand, and gently removed the cork. Instantly, a unique aroma permeated the chamber. Simply inhaling this scent, as it entered his body, Yang Wu felt a tingling sensation coursing through every part of him, akin to the awakening of genetic energies. Dragon blood. He slightly tilted the test tube, pouring the liquid onto his chest. The dragon blood was viscous, reminiscent of mercury, flowing slowly. Given the size of the test tube, the volume of dragon blood was indeed quite limited. As it spread across his chest, the area it covered was minimal. Soon, all the liquid had flowed out, and Yang Wu set the test tube aside. The area was too small. Without hesitation, he applied the dragon blood with both hands, swiftly rubbing it across his bare upper body. He also applied it to his arms. In that instant, he felt a surge of warmth radiating from his upper body and arms. Is it working? Yang Wu thought, brimming with anticipation. He could feel streams of heat coursing through his skin where the dragon blood had been applied, rapidly integrating into his body. The warmth surged through every part of him, his legs, arms, back, chest, and head. The intensity of the heat continued to escalate, visibly diminishing the amount of dragon blood on his skin as it seemed to seep deeper. The heat intensified. The temperature rose. The instructions indicated that the process could be excruciating, potentially leading to fainting, but he never anticipated it would be this torturous. Yang Wu clenched his fists, his body trembling subtly. At that moment, it felt as if countless ants were gnawing at every part of him, the agony rendering his complexion pale. Moreover, the pain escalated. A deep, aching sensation coursed through him. Every inch of his body, including his head, was engulfed in heat. It felt as though he were being consumed by flames. The tingling sensation felt like relentless itching, driving him to the brink of madness. The pain, an agony that penetrated to his very marrow, causing him to convulse. Though he had long been aware that merging with the dragon blood would be painful, it was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the extent of that suffering. As time ebbs away, the torment intensifies relentlessly. Yang Wu's forehead glistens with beads of sweat. His entire body trembles violently, muscles convulsing, heart racing. The flow of blood within him accelerating incessantly. The sound of his heartbeat thump, 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 echoes like the resounding of drums in his ears, growing louder and louder until he loses consciousness. Unconsciousness. It is evident that the dragon's blood smeared on Yang Wu's skin is diminishing, seeping ever deeper into his being. Accompanying this infiltration is the convulsion of his entire body, not merely a general spasm, but every muscle convulsing in unison. Yang Wu's bare torso reveals muscles writhing like worms, as if his skin were scorched red, the veins beneath appearing grotesquely swollen and twisted. Hiss! Alongside this terrifying transformation, every cell within Yang Wu's body voraciously devours this extraordinary energy, embarking on a series of metamorphoses. Throughout his life, even with the remarkable progress made over the past 2 months, nothing has been as exaggerated as this moment. The genetic material within his cells undergoes rapid evolution under the influence of the dragon's blood energy, discarding useless genes while enhancing and perfecting the valuable ones. Some discarded cells and impurities are expelled from Yang Wu's body, surfacing like detritus. This profound cellular transformation leads to astonishing changes in Yang Wu's tendons, bones, membranes, muscles, skin, and internal organs. The hardness of his bones continuously increases, while the resilience of his connective tissues experiences remarkable leaps, as the dragon's blood energy sufficiently fuels such transformations. Everything transpires with unprecedented speed, accelerating 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold compared to ordinary training. His physical prowess and potential surge astonishingly. Consumption of dragon's blood has slightly enhanced innate talent. Innate talent has reached Black Iron 1, triggering advancement task. External conditions under review. Strength assessment concluded. Task generated. Advancement task. Trial of the strong. Task overview. Push oneself to the limit in battle. Comprehend the elevation of innate talent. Task completion condition. Independently slay a king-level monster. Completion reward. Innate talent evolves to Bronze 5. Task failure condition. Breakthrough to planetary level. Failure penalty. Innate talent reduced to Black Iron 2. I fainted. Yang Wu's body trembles slightly as consciousness returns, his eyelids fluttering before he opens his eyes. At this moment, Yang Wu is entirely enshrouded in grime. His body a deep black, even his face obscured. Upon opening his eyes, he effortlessly rises, moving his arms slightly before grabbing a towel to wipe himself. Instantly, a patch of black filth is swept away, revealing skin of a rich bronze hue. From previously ordinary yellow skin, he is transformed into that of a bronze-like cast, evidently a result of the dragon's blood infusion. Such formidable power, estimated at around 70,000 kilograms of punching force. Yang Wu feels the astonishing strength coursing within him. 70,000 kilograms of force, more than double his strength prior to consuming the dragon's blood. Even without exerting his physical strength, Yang Wu is undeniably a formidable warrior. A 42-fold amplification, explosive. Yang Wu strikes the alloy wall beside him with a mighty punch, a thunderous crash resounding as his fist indents deeply into the surface. Then, with his left fist, he delivers another heavy blow, each strike sending tremors through the entire underground chamber. Boom! 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 The deep vibrations resemble the heartbeat of a colossal beast, each resonating sound echoing one after another. Suddenly endowed with such overwhelming power, Yang Wu unleashes his exhilaration in the most primal manner. Ecstasy! Ecstasy! Yang Wu cannot help but shout out loud. Wait! Yang Wu's expression suddenly shifts at this moment. He has received a series of notifications from his system. Advancement task, the legendary promotion trial. Although the rewards are enticing, the penalties for failure are truly daunting. The most concerning aspect is the difficulty of this advancement task. How infuriating! Yang Wu leaps tweets. As a transmigrator, he is acutely aware of the formidable strength of king-level monsters. Even a first-tier planetary king-level beast is not easily slain, to say nothing of their power. Upon entering the planetary level, a monster's genetic primal energy can be unleashed. The offensive capability of this primal energy can reach 1 million kilograms, and their physical strength also attains 1 million kilograms. Thus, the baseline values for a first-tier planetary monster are between 2 and 4 million kilograms. Yet Yang Wu, even at the pinnacle of his warrior prowess, possesses only about 500,000 kilograms of punching strength. Even if he were to master the 9-fold Thunderblade to perfection, his force amplification level would only reach 7 times. Other planetary human warriors typically achieve around 5 times. Even if king-level monsters lack precise control over their bodies, they would still surpass Yang Wu in a full-powered strike. Moreover, the most critical factor is that king-level monsters at the planetary level can fly, while Yang Wu is utterly incapable of flight. Should he break through to the planetary level, he would indeed be able to take to the skies. Yet this would trigger the failure condition of the advancement task, resulting in automatic failure. Not to mention the uncertainty of successfully advancing. He certainly cannot complete it in the short term. Damn! Yang Wu exhales heavily, a myriad of emotions culminating in a single word. Chapter 48. The Intention to Depart. In the Jiangnan Pavilion, within Yang Wu's bathroom. Splash! Warm water cascades over Yang Wu's robust physique, washing away the dirt and grime. The murky water in the bathtub drains away entirely, after which Yang Wu plugs the drain. He then reclines in the bathtub, allowing the hot water to cascade over him. Despite lying there, his mood is unprecedentedly elated. The Black God Suit. The Black God Suit is exceptionally rare, originating from the number 9 ruins, and is considered scarce across the globe. Only those who enter the ruins and emerge successfully can acquire a Black God Suit. Each individual is afforded only a single opportunity to enter. Hence, not even Yang Wu, nor Hong, can obtain an additional Black God Suit. For the time being, it is imperative to remain in the warrior preparatory camp to secure the Black God Suit. Once he leaves the camp, acquiring another Black God Suit becomes exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, for the sake of mastering superior methods of exertion, it is possible that I may need to enter the number 9 ruins in the future. A smile graces Yang Wu's face. Ordinary king-level monsters, indeed, cannot breach the defenses of SS-level combat gear. Yet relying solely on their terrifying impact could easily prove fatal to Yang Wu. The Black God Suit not only possesses formidable defensive capabilities, capable of dissipating 90 of the force, but it also channels the remaining 10 of the force throughout the body. In other words, with the Black God Suit, Yang Wu's defensive capabilities have increased tenfold. At this moment, should he engage in combat with a king-level monster, while the outcome of a kill remains uncertain, his chances of survival have significantly improved. Moreover, during the early stages of cultivation, or indeed across the entirety of Earth, There exists no battle attire that surpasses the defensive properties of the Black God suit. Additionally, the Black God suit possesses the ability to transform, effortlessly taking the shape of blades, throwing knives, swords, and other forms, thus serving as an excellent weapon in its own right. This implies that Yang Wu will no longer need to concern himself with the issues of weapons and combat attire on Earth. Having cultivated the 6th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade, his combat power has surged beyond 16, sufficient to earn him the black suit. Although he had previously amassed considerable cultivation, he had nearly exhausted it in a bid to showcase his talent, leaving him with just over 2,000 days of energy. Even if his innate talent has risen to the level of black iron, such cultivation is still insufficient for comprehending the 6th level of the Thunderblade. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Wu gently shook his head. After quite some time, Yang Wu finally emerged from the bathtub. Toweling off, he donned a newly acquired SS-grade battle suit and alloy combat boots before stepping into his room. With great caution, he opened another large wooden box, within which lay 3 thick tomes and a substantial stack of discs. On the cover of one tome were the 4 bold characters that read Ninefold Thunderblade. The complete manual now in his possession. Henceforth, he would no longer need to expend effort or resources on this particular tome. Yang Wu resolved to first peruse the entirety of the Ninefold Thunderblade. Upon finishing, he swiftly rose and descended the stairs, making his way to the Ninefold Tower under the cover of night, now past 2 in the morning. He intended to test his current strength at the Ninefold Tower. By now, it was indeed past 2 in the early morning, and within the Ninefold Tower, even at the 9th level, there remained a few students. This was due to the elite training camp's ancient civilization gravity chamber and trial room being operational 24 hours a day, only pausing for 1 hour at noon. Other times, students frequented these facilities even in the dead of night. However, the other martial arts halls were devoid of any presence. On the 5th floor of the Ninefold Tower, in one of the smaller training halls, the lights flickered on. First, to assess the current state of his physical prowess, Yang Wu approached a state-of-the-art punching power testing machine stationed in the corner of the hall. This testing machine, located within the Ninefold Tower, was the pinnacle of its kind, capable of easily measuring the strength of even high-level war gods. Its construction cost was undoubtedly exorbitant, given its ability to withstand the might of advanced deities. Activating the machine, the display screen illuminated. Just 2 days prior, his punching power was over 33,000 kilograms. He was eager to see how much he could achieve now. Standing before the punching target, Yang Wu sprang into action. Without employing any special techniques, he unleashed his raw physical strength. His right fist struck the target with the force of a cannonball, producing a resounding boom upon impact. The target reverberated violently, emitting a deep, muffled sound. Yang Wu immediately glanced at the display, which revealed a figure of 70,888 kilograms. Almost precisely as he had estimated, it was even slightly higher than anticipated. He had initially projected his punching power to be around 70,000 kilograms. His physical prowess had not merely doubled. Yang Wu Chaojulatet mentally. The effect of the dragon blood was indeed remarkable, marking him as a nascent war god. He was aware that the threshold for a nascent war god lay between 64,000 kg and 128,000 kg. At the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade, he unleashed a full power strike. With a resounding impact, his fist struck the punching target once more, causing it to shudder dramatically, producing a sound that felt as though it could halt one's heartbeat. The display screen instantly registered a staggering 297,700 kilograms. The lower limit for the physical prowess of a high-level war god is 256,000 kg, and he had surpassed that threshold with his full strength. In that moment, an exhilarating tide of emotions surged through Yang Wu. This was true power. At this juncture, his actual strength could be deemed the pinnacle among students in the elite training camp. Yet, Yang Wu was acutely aware that there were still those on Earth who surpassed him. Setting aside the existence of transcendent war gods among the war gods themselves, he was not yet invincible. This was merely the case on Earth. When considering the vastness of the universe, he was still but an apprentice. In October, Yang Wu's final ranking was 18. Thus, he was eligible for dual-numbered hunting expeditions that month. On the morning of October 2nd, he departed early alongside other students for City 1001, where all eyes were curiously fixed upon him. Having achieved the 18th rank in his 2nd month, he was on the cusp of breaking into the top 10. Whispers circulated that Yang Wu had fully integrated into the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and must have received considerable rewards, with dragon blood being a certainty. Are you implying that Yang Wu's strength has more than doubled now? This month, he is bound to break into the top 10. Additionally, he has nearly 5 years remaining in the War God Preparatory Camp. This place will undoubtedly become Yang Wu's dominion. Like a tempest, this news swept through the entire training camp, reaching not only those embarking on hunting expeditions, but also those remaining in the camp. Following their astonishment, many were unable to suppress their thoughts. At this juncture, they no longer felt disheartened, nor was there any jealousy to harbor. When the disparity is so vast, there is little room for comparison. Unbeknownst to them, at this moment, Yang Wu had already made plans to depart. Chapter 49. The 6th level of the Thunderblade and Hong Summons. Yang Wu had long harbored a goal, to achieve a combat power amplitude of 16 before January 1st, 2057. Based on past experiences, it is likely that no student in the entire War God Preparatory Camp has achieved such an amplitude. However, this objective is remarkably attainable for Yang Wu. As time passed, Yang Wu immersed himself wholly in cultivation and in slaying monsters to amass experience. In the tranquil room of Jiangnan Pavilion, where Yang Wu resided, he lit an incense stick, its aroma permeating the tranquility and invoking a sense of peace. Dressed in a loose silk robe, Yang Wu sat cross-legged in meditation. Images flowed through his mind as if accelerated. Each stroke of his blade repeated countless times at an exhilarating pace. Within his consciousness, 400 days whirled by as he sought to comprehend the 6th level of the Thunderblade. When Yang Wu finally opened his eyes, having endured decades of arduous training, he instinctively unleashed a powerful strike. His entire body erupted with energy to its utmost limit, transferring immense strength from his legs to his waist and hips. Crack, crack, crack. Yang Wu's spine arched in response, transmitting tremendous force to his right arm. Simultaneously, his waist and back rippled like the surface of water disturbed by a gentle breeze, unleashing 6 additional hidden energies. The 6th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, 49 times the power, unleashed. Previously, he had expended 400 days of cultivation to master the 5th level of Thunderblade, and now, the 6th level still required the same 400 days. As I anticipated, it would take 400 days to attain the 6th level of Thunderblade. A smile graced Yang Wu's face. Perhaps for Luo Feng, with his formidable innate talent, the dragon blood offered little enhancement to his potential. However, for Yang Wu, whose aptitude was rather mediocre, the improvement was remarkably evident, elevating his innate talent to Black Iron Level 1 and doubling his comprehension. After finishing his shower and donning a fresh set of training attire, Yang Wu made his way to the 9-story tower. It was nearly time to depart. Yang Wu's gaze sharpened when he arrived at the 9-story tower. It was already past 10 p.m., with more than an hour until midnight. Ample time for him to complete the update of his power level. Yang Wu, you're here for the trial? Yang Wu, why are you attempting to challenge the rankings before the end of the month? As he walked along, people greeted him, and Yang Wu responded with a warm smile to each. Upon entering the trial room, he reclined on the sofa, donned a consciousness-sensing helmet, and, in an instant, his figure materialized on the argent expanse of the virtual realm. He had no intention of entering the trial tower, for it was unnecessary. A test of his fist power level sufficed. The power level test was straightforward, as long as one was within the virtual space. Be it in the trial room or challenge room, they could conduct the test at any moment. I wish to conduct a fist power level test. As soon as he spoke, a fist power testing machine appeared before him, as if conjured from thin air. Yang Wu, please proceed swiftly with the fist power level test. A familiar electronic voice echoed across the argent terrain. Having undergone this test before, Yang Wu was well acquainted with the process. He stood still, inhaled deeply, and concentrated his entire strength into his fist. At the moment of impact, an additional 6 dark energies erupted, culminating in a total force of 49. Whoosh! The force of his punch tore through the air with a howling sound, striking the punching target with tremendous force. The target shook violently under the influence of gravity, and when it finally stilled, the display screen froze at 49,040 kg. The strength standard for this virtual body was 10,000 kg, with an acceptable margin of error not exceeding 10 kilograms. Given that the power level for the 6th level of Thunderblade was 49, the resultant reading of 49,040 kg was entirely plausible. As expected, the electronic voice chimed again. Fist power level 49. Congratulations, Yang Wu. Your combat power amplitude is now 1,764. Yang Wu, having completed his testing in haste, left the 9-story tower without delay. At the Jiangnan Pavilion, in his study, Yang Wu returned to find it was already 11 p.m. Without taking much time to ponder, he quickly accessed the contract document he had signed with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall on his laptop. This document was a scanned copy of the contract he had signed. Within it was a specific phone number. Once Yang Wu's combat power amplitude reached a certain threshold, he could call this number to claim his rewards. Beep beep. Yang Wu dialed the number. Hello. A deep voice resonated. Hello. This is Yang Wu from the elite training camp. At this moment, Yang Wu found himself surprisingly calm. I previously signed a contract with the Martial Arts Hall, which includes 5 reward clauses. If I meet any one of these conditions, I can call this number to claim my reward, correct? Yang Wu felt his heart race with anticipation. Indeed, came the deep voice. My combat power amplitude has reached 764, qualifying me for one of the clauses regarding the Black God set, Yang Wu stated. Please hold for a moment while I check. Congratulations, Yang Wu. Just a moment later, the voice's tone rose slightly. Your combat power amplitude is indeed 764, and as it is still before January 1st, 2057, you qualify for the reward. Your reward is the Black God set. Once again, congratulations, Yang Wu, on receiving this reward. Additionally, I encourage you to strive diligently to achieve a combat power amplitude of 20 to secure another reward. With that, the deep voice concluded the call. After hanging up, the study fell silent. Yet Yang Wu's heartbeat raced, excitement coursing through him as he clenched his left fist tightly. I did it. My chances of advancing to the task of defeating the king-level monster on Mist Island have greatly increased. Yang Wu chuklet heartily. He was on the brink of leaving the God of War preparatory camp to journey to the Australian continent. As long as he could find the spirit of the woods, he could elevate his physical capabilities to the pinnacle of a war god. He could then commence planning for his advancement task. For the enhancement of innate talent should be pursued promptly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the staff had also begun to bustle with activity. Firstly, the Black God set was of utmost importance and needed to be reported to the Hall Master Hong. Secondly, it was astonishing that Yang Wu had achieved a combat power amplitude of 764 in just over a month since entering the God of War preparatory camp. To put this into perspective, it was rare for a seasoned student who had spent 5 years in the camp to reach a combat power amplitude of 16. Such a significant matter certainly warranted informing the Hall Master. The staff member's expression turned grave. Soon, that staff member returned a call. The Black God set is exceedingly important. The Hall Master requests your presence at the Hong Ning base headquarters. This is to collect the Black God set and to discuss other matters with you. The staff member's excited voice conveyed. Understood. Yang Wu nodded. He had anticipated that his revealed talent would attract Hong's attention, but he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. From Yang Wu's perspective, both Hong and Thunder God had become akin to deities on Earth. They seemed to disregard everything in the mortal realm, appearing as if they were devoid of desires. Yet they were fervently engaged in arduous training, pursuing breakthroughs in martial arts, and striving to reach the limits of human potential. Perhaps this was the true calling of a martial artist. It must be said, in terms of martial will and strength, Yang Wu still lagged significantly behind the two. Upon entering the devouring starry sky world, his mindset had subtly shifted. Yang Wu smiled faintly. Compared to his past life of mediocrity, he now yearned to embrace life and death with fervor. Each use of his golden finger was a protracted passage of time. Yang Wu immersed himself wholeheartedly in the practices of blade techniques, body techniques, and physical conditioning. This fervent dedication brought him not a sense of tedium, but rather a profound inner joy. The transformation and refinement of the genes within his body, the continuous progression of his strength, and the repeated breakthroughs in the 9-level Thunderblade. These myriad changes in his physical essence left him entranced. He realized that he had already fallen in love with the sensation of elevating the essence of life. I too wish to pursue the limits of life, continually surpassing myself. Yang Wu's gaze was resolute and powerful. He stood there like a piece of exquisite jade, radiating clarity from within, resembling a blade poised to pierce the heavens. Filled with an indomitable spirit of perseverance. Strive, advance, surpass. When the time comes for me to close my eyes in death, I wish to have no regrets over the opportunities lost due to a lack of effort in the past. In the early hours of dawn, 2 individuals clad in black uniforms swiftly approached the courtyard of Jiangnan Pavilion. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yang Wu emerged from his dwelling, opening the courtyard door. The pair outside, appearing to be around 30 years of age, possessed strikingly spirited eyes. Student Yang Wu, the master has summoned you. Please accompany us. The man beside her gazed curiously at the young man before him. To be personally summoned by the master is indeed a rare occurrence. The mention of the master brought a surge of joy to Yang Wu. How swift! Just moments ago he received a call, and now he was being summoned. Very well. Let us go. Yang Wu nodded, following the two individuals. It was only Hong who had summoned him. Had it been anyone else of the majority of planetary ranks, he would never have gone, for he understood Hong's character rather well. Along the familiar path, they soon arrived at the entrance of the elite training camp, where a luxurious black, extended limousine awaited. At first glance, the vehicle appeared to exceed 6 meters in length, and the woman in the black uniform stepped forward to open the door with grace. "Student Yang Wu, please enter." Upon entering, Yang Wu found the interior of the car reminiscent of a space capsule, exuding comfort and opulence. The car began to move smoothly, barely causing a tremor within. The man in the black uniform occupied the driver's seat, while the woman sat beside Yang Wu. 20 minutes later, the limousine came to a halt. "Student Yang Wu, we have arrived at headquarters," the woman in black said with a smile. Before him stood a colossal structure resembling a giant spaceship, extending 10,000 meters in length and rising roughly 100 meters high. This magnificent building featured a vast hatchway several dozen meters wide, large enough for one to enter. Even at night, numerous troops were stationed outside, creating an imposing atmosphere. A beam of blue light emanated from the spaceship, enveloping Yang Wu. "Beep, Student Yang Wu. Please proceed inside," an electronic voice announced. Only a select few high-ranking officials have permission to enter the headquarters. Those who attempt to breach without authorization will be neutralized by the defense system. Kindly enter quickly. Yang Wu nodded and walked forward. The expansive silver corridor leading through the massive hatchway welcomed him. "Student Yang Wu, please follow us." Inside, two individuals clad in blue robes greeted him with smiles. Almost all personnel within the headquarters wore blue robes, with only a rare few adorned in red. "This is the lounge. Please rest here, as the master will summon you shortly," the blue-robed girl said with a smile before preparing to leave. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Yang Wu, the master summons you." A red-robed man of African descent stood at the door. Yang Wu took a deep breath, rising to follow the man in red. Traversing the corridor, they soon arrived at the entrance of a tranquil chamber, where the red-robed man slightly bowed and departed. "Yang Wu, please enter." A cold voice resonated. It was the master. Yang Wu recognized Hong's voice, having encountered him before. Inside the meeting room was an empty, dark space, furnished with only 2 cushions. "Seat." The black-haired man sat cross-legged on one of the cushions, gesturing toward the other. In that instant, Yang Wu felt a deafening roar in his head as the world around him twisted completely. There was not a glimmer of light, only darkness. In this realm of shadows, the most radiant presence was that of the black-haired man. Yang Wu could not muster even a thought of resistance. The mere gaze of the black-haired man was enough to instill an overwhelming sense of dread, rendering him powerless to oppose. "Du Yang Wu." He felt as though this formidable figure could extinguish his life with but a glance. To Yang Wu, he was akin to a deity. Yes. Yang Wu moved forward and sat on the cushion. Before Hong, the intangible pressure compelled one to bow their head, leaving no room for defiance. Perhaps, in the presence of a dragon, an ant could only lower its head, overwhelmed by the vast disparity of power. Truly, the essence of one who has comprehended realms is terrifying beyond measure. Yang Wu's heart trembled with awe. In the future, he too aspired to grasp such realms. Having chosen the path of a warrior, one must possess the courage to strive onward. It is through trials that one's blood can boil with fervor and ambition. Hong observed Yang Wu's demeanor with quiet approval. The talent and insight displayed by Yang Wu were remarkable, yet achieving great success required more than mere aptitude. Now, Yang Wu exuded an indomitable spirit, one that could not be bent by the fiercest hammer nor swept away by the strongest current. To truly transcend the limits of existence, one must embody an unwavering determination that none can obstruct. At this moment, the black-haired man's gaze softened as he regarded Yang Wu. "I have long been aware of your endeavors. This is our first meeting, and you have indeed surprised me greatly. I initially presumed that, even with the dragon blood, your foundational physical prowess would at best rank you among high-level warriors after a month or two. Yet here you are, already on the brink of godly combat. And with your 6-fold Thunderblade, your combat power now qualifies as that of a high-tier warrior." Hong's lips curled into a subtle smile. Chapter 51, The Black God Ensemble. Hong first learned of Yang Wu when he joined the God of War preparatory camp. At that time, Hong was astonished by Yang Wu's innate talent. In just over a month, he had advanced the 9-fold Thunderblade to its 3rd level. If one were to measure insight alone, Yang Wu might even surpass the Thunder God. After entering the God of War preparatory camp, Yang Wu repeatedly demonstrated his exceptional talent, causing Hong to regard him with increasing esteem. Regardless of the reasons, Yang Wu's talent was undeniably extraordinary, leaving even Hong in awe. Furthermore, he understood that Yang Wu's rapid progress, so remarkable and unusual, must be attributed to some secret. Yet, everyone has their secrets, including himself, and some secrets are too sensitive to share, even with family. There was no necessity to pressure Yang Wu for answers. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall had always been formidable. Why? Because of unity. Hong had tirelessly sought to cultivate talent, striving to strengthen the hall rather than fearing that any among them could surpass him. After acquiring numerous relics, he had developed a broad understanding of the universe. There were countless powerful beings across the cosmos, while humanity on Earth remained woefully weak, insignificant amidst the vast expanse of the universe. His greatest concern was that one day, Earth would be discovered by some cosmic power or faction. At that moment, whether humanity would face extinction, enslavement, or merely survive by chance remained uncertain. Thus, his aspirations have always been stellar, granting him a modicum of capability to safeguard the Earth. For Hong, who hails from Earth, even with extraordinary insight, ascending to cosmic levels might be a distant dream. However, for Yang Wu, immortality may merely represent the baseline of his ambitions. It is not merely a matter of prowess. It is because he is a traveler, possessing a broader perspective. To exist in eternal freedom, unshackled by the constraints of rules, transcending all, and becoming a sovereign. Perhaps this is the deep-seated desire within him. Yet, longing is ultimately ephemeral. Even endowed with extraordinary abilities, he lacks the confidence to realize it. It is uncertain whether Hong has sensed that flicker of a traveler's lofty aspirations within Yang Wu. Suddenly, the entire room fell into silence as the dark-haired man, Hong, scrutinized Yang Wu. Under Hong's unwavering gaze, Yang Wu felt an unsettling discomfort envelop him. Your current strength places you among the pinnacle of the war gods. As for how you achieve this, I am indifferent. Now, let us address the matter at hand. The Black God suit is indeed exceptional. Globally, the Black God suit is quite scarce. Only those who venture into ancient civilization ruins and succeed may acquire a complete set of the Black God suit. Yang Wu, my Limitless Martial Arts Academy has its regulations. Those who directly obtain the Black God suit as a reward must, upon the designated time, revisit the ancient civilization ruins to acquire another set, which must then be sold to my Limitless Martial Arts Academy. The Academy rewards the Black God suit. When a set is given out, the inventory diminishes, necessitating another venture to replenish it. Given your potential, it is certain that within a year, your physical capabilities will reach the zenith of the war gods. Thus, you must make a trip to the number 9 ruins within a year. Your innate talent is remarkable, so obtaining the Black God suit should pose no challenge. For now, that is the arrangement. By the way, this box contains the Black God suit. You may return now. Understood? Yang Wu nodded affirmatively. At the global headquarters of the Limitless Martial Arts Academy, Yang Wu emerged from the entrance of the enigmatic, colossal spacecraft, accompanied by a red-robed Caucasian man. Meanwhile, within the reception room, Hong's lips curled slightly upward. His comprehension is on par with mine. Evidently, his cerebral capacity is substantial. I hope he too can inherit the legacy of martial artists, for that would elevate his future accomplishments. He is a martial artist, and his focus must be entirely devoted to the martial path. Presently, based on Hong's understanding of various matters in the universe, he has discerned much. Although he is at the 6th tier of planetary class, his realm in martial arts is exceedingly elevated. It must be noted that grasping a domain is incredibly arduous. In the cosmos, let alone those at the planetary level possessing a domain, many stellar and cosmic level powers have yet to attain their own domain. His ability to comprehend a domain is not solely due to his extraordinary talent, but also the martial inheritance gained from the number 9 ruins guiding him. Jiangnan Pavilion. The silver box has been opened, revealing only the neatly packaged Black God suit within. The method of utilizing the Black God suit is rather straightforward. Yang Wu smiled. The Black God suit, once donned, automatically permeates the skin, absorbing blood. After absorbing a portion of blood, the Black God suit undergoes certain mutations. The entire suit synchronizes seamlessly with the human body, akin to the skin itself, entirely responsive to one's will. This is a pure, white plastic packaging box, measuring merely 20 centimeters in length and width, housing the Black God suit. With a rip, Yang Wu tore open the plastic packaging. Inside lay what appeared to be substantial black gloves. If it were not for his status as a traveler, One could hardly fathom that this item is the Black God suit. A smile spread across Yang Wu's face. In truth, the Black God suit can manifest in various forms. Whether it's gloves, vests, hats, pants, or even rings. Regardless of its appearance, it matters not. For once worn, it could transform at will. Yang Wu picked up the black gloves, inhaled deeply, and then slipped them onto his hands, awaiting silently. Initially, there was no sensation, but after a full 30 seconds, a prickling sensation coursed through his scalp as if pierced by needles. With a hiss, the entire black glove seemed to boil, droplets of black liquid quivering. Simultaneously, Yang Wu felt waves of pain coursing through his fingers, palms, and backs of his hands. Fortunately, the pain was not overwhelming. Visible strands of crimson flowed into the droplets of black liquid, countless droplets entwining around Yang Wu's left hand. As the crimson blood merged with the black droplets, they appeared to undergo a transformation. This entire process continued for approximately 15 minutes before coming to a halt. How intriguing. Yang Wu sensed his left hand, feeling as if the surrounding breeze caressed it. The black gloves felt like an extension of his own skin, an integral part of his body. Change. Yang Wu gazed intently at the black gloves. Suddenly, a black luminescence swiftly spread, enveloping his entire left arm in an instant. Simultaneously, part of the black luminescence detached, leaping to envelop his right arm, cascading over his entire body, legs, thighs, neck, and face. It was utterly marvelous. Yang Wu approached a nearby mirror, observing his reflection. His clothing was entirely covered by a layer of black skin, with only his eyes, nose, and mouth remaining visible. Let us test the defensive capabilities. Yang Wu seized an SS-class Blood Shadow battle knife and drew it across his arm. It felt as though he were slicing through remarkably resilient leather, leaving no trace of a wound. Chapter 52. A tremendous commotion. Jiangnan Pavilion, early morning. Haha, our Jiangnan Bay City has indeed produced a super genius. Shi Jiang approached, draping an arm around Yang Wu's shoulder. Shall we hunt some monsters together? I'd like to witness the prowess of this super genius. Shi Jiang jested. That sounds splendid. I had intended to hunt a few Lord-level monsters. Your presence will surely bolster our efforts. Yang Wu laughed heartily. Hunting lords? Shi Jiang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. Although the top 30 in the training camp possess war god-level strength, they typically only hunt high-ranking war generals to earn achievement points. Shi Jiang was not devoid of the capability to hunt lords. However, to hunt several lord-level monsters would necessitate achieving war god status, effectively graduating. Moreover, the top rank from the previous training camp still lingered. And though Yang Wu's strength had risen rapidly, it seemed improbable that he would graduate so swiftly. Yet Yang Wu intended to defy expectations. He understood that Yang Wu might genuinely plan to depart, foregoing the numerous advantageous conditions and facilities of the war god preparatory camp. What? Are you planning to graduate? Shi Jiang was astonished. Indeed, remaining here has become rather inconsequential. Yang Wu spoke the truth. Many of the training camp's facilities were nearly useless to him. Furthermore, there were rules in the training camp. For instance, Yang Wu ranked 18th last month, and he could only venture out to hunt with a double number. Thus, he only had half a month each month to engage in hunting, thereby missing out on a vast amount of cultivation. Cultivation is indeed a precious asset, and he was reluctant to squander it. Why? Shi Jiang raised an eyebrow. The training camp should still be beneficial for you at this stage, right? Of course. Yang Wu nodded. Some contractual terms are still advantageous for me at present. In truth, if he were oblivious to the future, he would be willing to remain in the training camp, for the rewards and terms were indeed substantial and greatly aided his strength enhancement. However, Yang Wu was equally aware that a single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. He needed to acquire the spirit of flora and fauna swiftly, complete the promotion task, and subsequently break through to become a planetary-level being. He could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Once he reached the planetary level, he would have ample time to gradually refine his cultivation, comprehend techniques, unleash his potential, and even grasp the essence of domains. All right, let us collaborate then. Shi Jiang said with a smile. You deal with the Lord, while I handle the beast general surrounding him. Haha, a delightful partnership. Yang Wu chuckled in response. He was not a mentalist. Without achieving planetary status, he could not engage in long-range attacks. Thus, confronting the Lord amidst the beast horde would indeed be troublesome. After all, lords were inherently difficult to contend with, and even human warriors of the same level often found themselves losing more than winning in one-on-one encounters. Not to mention, Each lord was invariably flanked by numerous beast generals. Even a warrior of the godly level would typically struggle to slay more than a few monster lords in a year. Early this morning, Yang Wu, accompanied by other trainees, set off for City 1001. Along the journey, every gaze directed at him seemed peculiar. It was as if they were not looking at a person, but rather at a monster. The previous night, after Yang Wu underwent a power level assessment, his combat strength surged by 252, reaching a total of 1764. Moreover, his strength had more than doubled, resulting in a dramatic increase in his efficiency in hunting monsters. This propelled his ranking to soar. However, since it was already quite late at that time, not many had noticed. Yet, when the trainees ventured out to hunt, they would invariably cast a glance at the Black Dragon ranking. This morning, upon such a glance, they discovered something astonishing. The top rank had indeed changed. What was even more critical was that the individual responsible for this ranking shift was none other than the training camp's rising star, the prodigious newcomer Yang Wu. Yang Wu had surged to first place in his second month. This news swept through the entire training camp like a tempest. Not only did those out hunting become aware of it, but those remaining in the camp also quickly learned of this development. Although the final rankings would not be determined until midnight on the 28th, Yang Wu's ascension to first place already spoke volumes. In truth, Yang Wu understood that if he were to take the Trial Tower's level assessment again, his ranking would remain unchanged, for he had already claimed first place. From 18th in the first month to a commanding first in the second month, did this not imply that he might well monopolize the top rank in the training camp of the future? After the initial shock subsided, many could not help but entertain this thought. While it was merely a notion, they were acutely aware that such a possibility could indeed materialize. However, they could never have guessed that today, Yang Wu would be departing. As evening fell, Yang Wu, laden with a backpack full of lore materials, returned to the training camp's achievement assessment area alongside Shi Jiang. The warrior's backpack was expandable and possessed a considerable capacity. At this moment, however, Yang Wu's backpack had transformed into a manifestation of the Black God set, rendering its volume even more adaptable. The bottom of his backpack had extended to his ankles, a testament to the day's bountiful haul. Initially, Shi Jiang had accompanied Yang Wu more for the camaraderie and assistance, for confronting a lord was no small feat. Even warriors of equal strength often found themselves outmatched in one-on-one encounters, especially with the multitude of beast generals surrounding each lord. Yet, with Yang Wu possessing the strength of a high-tier warrior, along with the SS-grade Bloodshadow Battleblade and the Black God set, dispatching lords was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. In just one day, Yang Wu had vanquished 3 monster lords, 2 intermediate and 1 beginner. As for the locations teeming with monsters, they were undoubtedly adjacent to the lords. Shi Jiang unleashed his full potential, his combat prowess rivaling that of intermediate warriors, and his strength was not to be underestimated. With Yang Wu tackling the lords, the remaining beast generals were nothing more than fodder for Shi Jiang. Eventually, due to the limited capacity of his backpack, Shi Jiang was forced to make the painful decision to discard all materials from high-tier beast generals and below. Yang Wu, Shi Jiang approached, draping an arm around his shoulder, playfully remarking, "You truly have remarkable restraint. This morning, you appeared utterly unfazed, only to find yourself plummeting from second to third place at the entrance. I was left wondering who had surged ahead of me, only to discover it was you, the prodigy who pushed me down to third. You've consistently maintained your position among the top 5. You are indeed a talent with an aptitude for controlling points." Yang Wu chuckled, understanding that Shi Jiang was jesting, and reciprocated the banter. "This is not the final ranking. If you eliminate the current second, you can easily ascend." Chapter 53, Australian Continent. In truth, the rankings within the training camp frequently fluctuated, especially among the top 5, where competition was fierce and positions were often exchanged. Shi Jiang's ability to remain stable within the top 5 marked him as one of the strongest individuals in the camp. Oddly enough, since acquiring the capability to challenge for the top 5, Shi Jiang had refrained from pursuing first place. Let's go. Yang Wu, clad in a black combat uniform, hoisted a backpack towering nearly 2 meters high. Guided by 2 female attendants from the warrior preparatory camp, he traversed the hall and entered the elevator. Good heavens, that backpack must indeed be towering at 2 meters. Just how much monster material has it stored? The expressions of the warrior preparatory camp trainees shifted noticeably. The backpack? Yang Wu chuckled, gripping the black pack with one hand. This was not a mere backpack purchased earlier. It was an extension of the Black God set. Possessing the Black God set rendered traditional backpacks unnecessary. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Under the guidance of the attendants, they entered a spacious reception room, where a woman appearing to be in her 40s awaited them. "Hello, Yang Wu. how does it feel to ascend to first place? The female warrior inquired with a smile. Fairly ordinary, Yang Wu replied with a slight shake of his head. Haha, that's understandable. Achieving first place in your second month certainly bodes well for your future. You will likely remain first henceforth. The female warrior laughed heartily. With a flourish, Yang Wu unfastened the buckle of his backpack and proceeded to pour out all the monster materials into a nearby pool. The sight left the warrior momentarily stunned. But upon witnessing the materials spilling forth, she could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Among them lay 3 remarkably sharp spikes, faintly stained with blood. Raging Tyrannosaurus. The woman bearing the surname Zhang could not help but exclaim, "You may leave now." The female warrior gestured towards the service attendant beside her. This attendant, well acquainted with the various types of monsters due to her work, was taken aback upon hearing the mention of the Tyrannosaurus and turned her astonished gaze towards Yang Wu. If this were indeed a Lord-level monster, Yang Wu's actions would certainly make headlines. Yes, supervisor, the attendant responded promptly, retreating from the scene. Upon examining the other 2 types of monster materials, their colors and sizes also indicated they were of Lord-level quality. The female warrior's expression shifted slightly. With your exceptional talent, the God of War Preparatory Camp is undoubtedly your best choice. If you choose to return these materials now, I shall pretend I have seen nothing. She instructed Yang Wu to process the materials. Yang Wu shook his head gently. Please assist me with the evaluation of my battle achievements and the reassessment of my title. To become a God of War, one must submit the most crucial materials from 2 Lord-level monsters, which must be personally slain. In this regard, there is no room for deception, as lying holds no merit. Crafting a grandiose title without the requisite strength serves no purpose. Since you are so resolute, I shall refrain from further discussion. The female warrior nodded. She quickly began using her instruments to assess the materials, and once their levels were confirmed, the ranks could be evaluated. Mr. Yang Wu, the female warrior spoke with a hint of reverence, acknowledging that his power was still at the initial stage of a God of War. The value of 2 mid-level Lord-class King Kong apes was 6 billion Chinese yuan, with a contribution value of 3 million points. The Tyrannosaurus was priced at 400 million Chinese yuan, with a contribution value of 200,000 points. Emir Yang Wu, you shall receive a total of 6 billion Chinese yuan and 2 million contribution points. In truth, selling to the Extreme Martial Arts Museum would not yield the best price. For instance, 2 King Kong apes could fetch up to 9 billion on the HR Alliance side, bringing the total to 6 billion, while here it was merely 6 billion. Of course, the contribution points were substantial, with 2 million points, bringing Luo Feng close to achieving 4-star contribution status. Yet, these points were of little use to him now, as almost all items purchasable with currency lost their significance. As the female warrior observed Yang Wu with keen interest, he completed the assessment of his achievements, updating his martial artist rank. His rank had now ascended to that of an intermediate God of War, and with the proper procedures, he could graduate from the preparatory camp. From this point on, the sea would stretch wide for fish to leap, and the sky would rise high for birds to soar. After all, the cosmos was the true realm of the mighty. And before that, Yang Wu must at least attain planetary level first. The news of Yang Wu's updated achievements and his imminent departure from the God of War Preparatory Camp spread rapidly throughout the facility. As the pinnacle concentration of genius talent globally, every individual was envious. Yet, no one anticipated that Yang Wu, having only entered the camp for less than 2 months and recently claiming the top position, was preparing to leave so promptly. Typically, even the most gifted individuals would linger in the preparatory camp for 5 years before departing. Indeed, many of our talents in the God of War Preparatory Camp possess the strength of a God of War, but how many have actually become one and then left? They murmured, "What madness has seized Yang Wu? Who knows? Perhaps he has reached invincibility and now feels the pangs of solitude. At least he possesses the courage to strive forward. Who can predict the future?" They all sensed Yang Wu's unwavering determination, a belief that would never waver. Despite this understanding, none in the God of War Preparatory Camp sought to learn from Yang Wu. His ascendancy to first place had showcased his potential, and although they were reluctant to admit it, they were undeniably inferior to him. While the talents within the preparatory camp engaged in fervent discussions, Yang Wu had already boarded a flight bound for the Australian continent, heading directly towards Oceania. Unlike regions such as Asia and Europe, which, due to their dense populations, had fewer monsters, the Australian continent was teeming with them, leading to vast herds. Thus, he needed to remain vigilant regarding these herds, particularly those of Lord-level monsters. Jiang Fan casually flipped through the materials in his hands, which detailed the common monsters and various lord-level beasts of the Australian continent. Currently, Australia was renowned for having the most astonishingly dense population of monsters in the world, isolated from other land masses. The terrestrial monsters in Australia differed significantly from those found on other continents. For instance, rodent-like monsters and badger-like creatures were abundant, showcasing a variety distinct from Asia and Europe. Before the Great Nirvana, the Australian continent was famous for its vast array of animal species and their numbers. Thus, post-Nirvana, the diversity of monsters here was extraordinary, with hybrid mutations resulting in many terrifying creatures. The Hongning Bay City was a hotspot for gathering king-level monsters, as Hong could easily slay them. However, the Australian continent did not possess a being of such caliber, and the sheer number of monsters had led to the emergence of numerous king-level beasts congregating in the region. Chapter 54. Mist Island and the Spirit of Flora. Particularly in areas where large numbers of lord-level monsters gathered, it was prudent to keep a safe distance. A significant congregation of lords greatly increased the likelihood of encountering king-level monsters. Nevertheless, once Jiang Fan's foundational power reached the pinnacle of a god of war, he would inevitably seek out king-level monsters. As the airplane descended and the cabin doors opened, passengers swiftly disembarked. Upon stepping out, Yang Wu felt his vision broaden. Before him lay an expansive expanse of wilderness, blanketed in vibrant greenery, with abundant vegetation and shadows of monsters faintly visible in the distance. Australia had long since lost its urban constructions, yet the mountains remained intact. However, the map was nearly rendered useless. It was an entire wilderness. Regardless, it mattered little where he found himself. His immediate priority was to reach Mist Island, a place where the spirit of Flora resided. The spirit of Flora could significantly enhance his physical capabilities, hastening his ascent to the peak of a god of war. As for the original location of Mist Island, it was situated in a lake spanning 100 miles. Although the original map had become largely ineffective due to the monsters, the terrain would not have undergone drastic changes. Thus, he merely needed to search within a 1,000-mile radius for areas with lakes. The wind rustled, causing the tall grasses to bend, revealing numerous herbivorous monsters grazing. Among these creatures were carnivorous ones, but they shared a common trait. Nearly all possessed a fierce aggression. Suddenly, a fleeting silhouette darted past the monsters without alarming them. It was the solitary Yang Wu. Now, Yang Wu's objective was to make his way forward, generally refraining from engaging with these monsters unless they posed a threat. The Australian continent was abundant with avian and terrestrial creatures, and being encircled by a horde would spell trouble, so traveling on foot was more convenient. His fortune smiled upon him. The following day, he discovered a vast population of monkey monsters inhabiting the second mountain range. Particularly, the presence of the high-ranking Lord-class diamond ape has confirmed Yang Wu's suspicions that he has indeed located the target, the Ape Mountain Range. Yang Wu's primary objective now lies with Mist Island, hence he has no intention of provoking the diamond ape. Not to mention, aside from the diamond ape, there are also two initial Lord-class beasts, the mighty demon apes, within the group of monkeys, which would undoubtedly require considerable effort to deal with. The Australian continent is teeming with monsters, many of which are Lord-class. Should he wish to rapidly enhance his cultivation in the future, the Australian continent would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. A smile graced Yang Wu's face. Upon discovering this sought-after landmark, he opened the satellite map, and indeed found a river approximately 3 kilometers south of the Ape Mountain Range. Following this river for over 200 kilometers would lead to a large lake. Mist Island is situated within this very lake. Yang Wu marked the precise route on the map, and then leapt down for the mountainside. He swiftly advanced southward along the canyon below. Yang Wu swam along the river for an extensive period, and only by afternoon did he finally reach his destination. Before him lay a lake spanning 100 miles, from which eerie sounds occasionally emanated from beneath the water, indicating the presence of underwater monsters. The mist enveloped the area. After 2 arduous days of searching, Yang Wu had finally located the site of Mist Island. True to the original account, the fog over this lake was indeed dense. Despite the blazing sun overhead, the lake was entirely shrouded in an endless expanse of thick mist. The deeper one ventured into the heart of the lake, the thicker the fog became. With his battle god-level eyesight, Yang Wu could barely discern objects within 100 meters. Strangely, however, the mist dissipated significantly at the lake's edge, and the surrounding land was devoid of fog. While human warriors are affected by their powers within the water, aquatic monsters are not. It is within the water that they unleash their full potential. The lake was teeming with high-level monsters, rendering entry from the water evidently impractical. Yang Wu moved swiftly. Yet even so, he encountered several ambushes along the way. After a series of trials and tribulations, he finally reached the island at the heart of the lake. The Heart Island, also known as Mist Island, is perpetually cloaked in fog, yet within lies a primal forest with towering and robust trees standing tall. As Yang Wu traversed the dense jungle, the only sensation he could perceive was the overwhelming silence. Despite the multitude of monsters encircling the island, none resided within. And it was this absence of monstrous roars that rendered the place so eerily quiet. Yet, Yang Wu understood that this silence was due to the presence of a multitude of plant spirits inhabiting the island. The lush vegetation, vibrant flowers, and thicket of thorns, which appeared so lively, concealed the greatest peril. For the most terrifying aspect of Mist Island lay precisely within these plants. Following the Great Nirvana, most of the mutations were observed among animals, and humans are considered a species of animal as well. Conversely, plants such as flowers and trees are rarely mutated. However, Mist Island harbored a significant number of mutated plants, known as plant spirits. Each plant spirit embodies the essence of heaven and earth, possessing unique effects. On Mist Island alone, there were as many as 9 willow-type plant spirits, the weakest of which was no less than the heart of a 1,000-year-old willow. The finest could even be deemed the heart of a 10,000-year-old willow. As Yang Wu advanced through the jungle, he remained vigilant. Plant spirits are known to exhibit aggression when approached. They do not permit themselves to be harvested without resistance. Just moments prior, he had encountered an attack from a wild grass-type plant spirit. Fortunately, this particular spirit was not particularly formidable, and he managed to subdue it with relative ease, adding it to his collection. After continuing for a while longer, Yang Wu finally spotted his target, the willow tree. A smile spread across Yang Wu's face as he gazed at the willow tree in the distance. He had thoroughly researched the appearance of willow-type plant spirits, and he was exceedingly familiar with this particular willow. Not far off, in a flat area, stood 9 extraordinarily robust willow trees. The thinnest among them had a diameter of around 1 meter, while the thickest reached an impressive 3 meters. These 9 colossal willow trees swayed gracefully in the wind, with the most conspicuous being the 3-meter-wide specimen, notable not just for its girth, but also for the fact that its branches bore a pale, golden hue. Among the 9 plant spirits, one was unmistakably of the 10,000-year class. Yang Wu understood his course of action, setting aside the Willow King for the moment. His initial goal was to acquire a heart from a 1,000-year-old willow. However, obtaining a 1,000-year-old willow heart is no simple task. In fact, it can be exceedingly challenging. The attacking power of the Willow King is formidable, with its pale golden branches. Each of these branches stretches several hundred meters in length, capable of ensnaring foes, and they are remarkably resilient. Furthermore, the sheer number of these pale golden branches is nearly 10,000. The other willows are slightly weaker and would not pose much trouble to eliminate. However, given the proximity of these trees and the protective presence of the Willow King, it would be virtually impossible for a typical high-level battle god to extract a 1,000-year-old willow heart. Patience is key. The Willow King cannot maintain its guard without revealing a single flaw. Even if it takes time, one must first eliminate a tree. Yang Wu was prepared for a protracted battle. If one day proved insufficient, he would extend it to 2, and if 2 were inadequate, he would stretch it to 3, a week, or even a month. The plant spirits were a prize he was determined to obtain. Of course, if all else fails, he would have no choice but to report to the Martial Arts Academy. Reporting to the Academy would be a last resort, unless absolutely necessary. He did not intend to take such action. Nevertheless, before resorting to that, he would first attempt to acquire a 1,000-year-old willow heart. He estimated that achieving this would elevate his physical prowess to that of a high-level battle god. At that point, even the Willow King would be unable to thwart him, and the heart of its 10,000-year-old willow would undoubtedly belong to him. Resolute in his decision, Yang Wu took a few steps forward, gauging the distance, and halted around 400 to 500 meters away. The branches of the Willow King extended 200 to 300 meters to engage in a protracted battle. He needed to ensure his own safety to maintain an advantage. Moreover, his current physical prowess was merely at the initial battle god level. Even if he charged forward recklessly, he must first test the waters. As Yang Wu drew nearer, the 9 plant spirits began to sway violently, each adorned with millions of willow branches. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, every willow branch went into a frenzy, as if each were a strand of silk rapidly entwining toward Yang Wu. The speed surpassed that of sound, and faced with the overwhelming onslaught of countless willow branches, evasion proved somewhat challenging for Yang Wu. But that was all. Clad in his black divine armor, Yang Wu stood his ground, motionless. Whoosh! The attack intensity of each of the Willow King's branches could rival the furious strikes of a high-level battle general. However, the attacks of a thousand-year-old willow were merely comparable to those of an initial battle general. For Yang Wu, adorned with the Black God set, peril was a mere illusion. Indeed, it was not until this moment that he erupted into action from his stillness. With a blade in hand, he advanced with astonishing swiftness, his footfalls barely touching the ground. Before the willow branches could encircle him, he leaped before a spirit of vegetation, ancient as a millennium. Bending low, he poised himself. Clang! A flash of steel cut through the air with the speed of lightning, yet it appeared even more radiant and swifter than the very lightning itself. It struck and withdrew in an instant, akin to sunlight gliding over the terrain, subtle and untraceable, yet the essence of rapidity was manifested to its fullest. A blade of light, imbued with boundless might and a chilling aura, appeared abruptly. Its coldness pierced the heart, radiating a chilling sensation as it sliced through the air, cleaving the spirit of vegetation. In an instant, the sound of the blade striking its mark drowned out all else. Boom! The ancient willow spirit was felled by Yang Wu's single strike. The gleam of the blade vanished in an instant. He cast no further glance at the spirit and turned to charge at another. Just as Yang Wu, with the speed of a thunderclap, severed yet another millennial willow spirit, the remaining spirit's branches began to flail wildly, as if countless threads were ensnaring him. The central, most formidable Willow King, with a diameter of 3 meters, unleashed a multitude of golden-hued branches, nearly 10,000 in number. Each branch extended hundreds of meters, swiftly enveloping Yang Wu and crashing against his black god armor. Alarmed, Yang Wu's expression shifted, and he stowed away the ancient willow heart, retreating rapidly to evade the encroaching golden branches. The golden tendrils spread across the sky. With a surge of power, Yang Wu leaped high, twisting his body as he propelled himself forward. Amidst a cacophony of cracking bones, his spine arched like a drawn bow before launching him forth. The ground beneath him shattered as tens of thousands of golden branches exploded into fragments, leaving a trail of afterimages as he escaped several hundred meters away. As Yang Wu moved, the vast expanse of branches covered the area within hundreds of meters, piercing through all within their path, causing the earth to crack. Just as he was about to evade the Willow King's attack range, hundreds of branches still surged toward him. Smash! Yang Wu retreated swiftly, his blood shadow battle blade whirling around him, cleaving through the frenzied golden branches. Although he had yet to unleash his full strength, each strike was still capable of slaying a typical mid-tier warrior. The SS-grade blood shadow battle blade effortlessly sliced through the golden branches. Yet each severed tendril felt akin to cutting through top-tier materials. The resilience of the Willow King's branches rivaled that of supreme materials. From Yang Wu's experience, each branch possessed a toughness that could withstand the furious strikes of an ordinary mid-tier warrior. With Yang Wu's onslaught, the battle blade spun rapidly, cleaving numerous branches in twain, and he was on the verge of breaking free. Boom! If severing dozens of golden branches was this arduous, being ensnared by these countless tendrils would spell danger. Especially considering the Willow King, even most high-tier warriors would find it a formidable foe. No wonder the 4 individuals in the original tale struggled for over an hour without fully vanquishing the Willow King's branches, with 3 of them being peak warriors adorned with the Black God set. There were 2 methods to slay this Willow King. Abiter smell crosset Yang Wu's leaps. The first was to annihilate its roots entirely. The second was to sever its trunk. However, those golden branches extended 200 to 300 meters long, capable of penetrating deep into the earth, safeguarding both the roots and the trunk. Moreover, such a colossal willow undoubtedly boasted an extensive root system, making it far more challenging to destroy its roots than to sever its trunk. Yet, the Willow King seemed to recognize Yang Wu as a threat, retracting its branches to coil around its trunk. A prime opportunity. I had never intended to wear down this Willow King. So let us commence. Whoosh! Yang Wu surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards another millennial willow spirit. His speed was such that he nearly closed the distance to within a meter in the blink of an eye. The Willow King, now enraged, unleashed a torrent of branches in a frenzied assault against Yang Wu. Clang! With a piercing shriek that echoed through the air, the blade of light sliced past the ancient willow spirit. Thud! Another ancient willow heart tumbled to the ground. Chapter 56. The Attention of Babada. Babada stood before an unknown apparatus, the monitoring system capable of scanning a range of 20,000 meters. In the original tale, he utilized this alert system to probe into the capabilities, potential levels, and cerebral expansiveness of every human. As Yang Wu entered his detection range, Babata naturally paid close attention. Regrettably, he was not a mentalist. Given the detected data, Babata's disappointment deepened, his expression one of helplessness. Moreover, this little fellow's cerebral expansiveness was not particularly high. Yet, how could his power level be so elevated? Cerebral expansiveness essentially indicated the degree of brain development. The higher the expansiveness, the more intelligent one was innately, reflecting high comprehension. For instance, Luo Feng's cerebral expansiveness stood at 21, signifying a brain development level of 21. In truth, the vast majority of Earthlings within the devouring starry sky realm possessed average qualifications, with few exceeding a cerebral expansiveness of 1. The highest, Luo Feng, only reached 22 upon becoming a planetary-level warrior, while the second highest was merely 15. Yang Wu's current cerebral expansiveness was modest. Yet his black, iron-level comprehension surpassed that of most ordinary individuals. The mastery of movement? Babata gazed at the screen, watching in bewilderment as yet another ancient spirit of a millennium-old tree was vanquished. How could someone with such a rudimentary intellect grasp the art of perfect movement and such a high level of power at such a tender age? Babata couldn't help but question the very essence of existence. Yet this did not deter him from continuing to observe the unfolding battle. The Black God suit was not merely a weapon. It held other practical utilities as well. Once donned, it would automatically seep into the wearer's skin, absorbing their blood. A portion of the suit on his back began to twist rapidly, instantly forming into the shape of a backpack. This explained his reluctance to use a conventional backpack, or even an SS-grade combat suit. I collect. Yang Wu's figure flickered as he leapt with agility, effortlessly retrieving the spirit of the tree left in the wake of his recent conquest over the willow tree. Upon escaping the Willow King's attack range, he furrowed his brow. The entire forest lay in ruins, riddled with gorges, as though a bulldozer had plowed through. The Willow King? There was no need to engage it in a fierce confrontation. 8 ancient spirits of trees would suffice for now. In the original text, it seemed that the Mo Yun vine emerged precisely because too many spirits of trees had perished. It was time for me to leave. If I slay too many, the Mo Yun vine might emerge, and that would spell trouble. He shuddered, and the dirt and debris clinging to his black god suit fell away like leaves in the wind as he vanished from sight like a ghost. Babata observed his retreating figure, remaining unfazed. After all, he was not a psychic master. Perhaps this individual had encountered significant fortuitous circumstances to attain such power. However, his lineage, genes, and mental capacity were all rather inadequate. Such a person was utterly untrainable. The ceiling of potential was far too low. What he failed to realize was that, as time flowed, Yang Wu would only become more formidable. The ancient willow heart, capable of enhancing cellular vitality and physical prowess, was a treasure of immense value, particularly the one with a diameter of nearly 6 feet. Yang Wu selected the largest ancient willow heart, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. Clutching the ancient heart, Yang Wu felt a surge of fervor and ambition. This green crystal was remarkably unique, as if it contained a pulsing green liquid within. Merely gazing at the entire ancient willow heart stirred something deep within him. Yang Wu felt a refreshing coolness seep into his skin, invigorating his entire being. The ancient willow heart could elevate cellular vitality and enhance physical attributes, making it perhaps the most splendid treasure available to him at this juncture. Even the most extraordinary artifacts, such as the Widya crystal, will be squandered on him due to his distance from achieving the pinnacle of a war god. Even if a Widya crystal were to present itself, Yang Wu would hesitate to consume it, fearing a catastrophic explosion if he were unable to absorb it. The leap from the pinnacle of a war god to surpassing that status was an arduous task, one that ensnared many within the advanced war god tier. Yet, Yang Wu understood that a peak war god, upon consuming a Widya crystal, could effortlessly ascend to planet level. However, considering the advancement tasks, he intended to linger at the peak of war god for a while. The exterior crystalline shell of the ancient willow heart was extraordinarily resilient, while the inner liquid contained its essence. The method of consumption involved piercing the outer crystalline shell and orally ingesting the inner liquid essence. During the ingestion process, one would experience immense comfort without any painful symptoms, with the duration of the transformation varying based on the degree of power gained. It seemed imperative to seek a secure location. Yang Wu stroked his chin thoughtfully. He glanced around and then lowered his gaze, swiftly planting his foot into the earth beside him. The ground crumbled beneath his foot as if it were mere tofu, yielding to create a substantial hole. Yang Wu delved deeper, surpassing the depth of the nearby pond, plunging downward with relentless vigor. As he passed through, the rocks and soil he displaced would gradually close in behind him. With a blood shadow dagger leading the way, Yang Wu quickly excavated a cave about 30 meters deep. One might not suffice. A smile crept across his face as he decided to try two first. After all, with 8 spirits of trees at his disposal, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of War God with ease. With a swift thrust, 2 ancient willow heart's resilient crystalline shells shattered under Yang Wu's deliberate assault. The essence within flowed forth, a vibrant green liquid that he eagerly consumed. As he swallowed, the essence coursed down his esophagus, and an immediate wave of cool, soothing sensation enveloped him, even causing his very soul to quiver with delight. There was no pain. Rather, it was a profoundly pleasurable experience, seemingly without a doubt. Chapter 57, Advancement Task. Yang Wu lay motionless in the rocky cave, distinctly aware of the subtle transformations occurring within his body. How refreshing! He felt every sinew bone and sinew vibrating. The agonizing memory of consuming dragon blood was etched in his mind. The prospect of gaining power without enduring suffering left him elated. Bathed in the faint glow of his communication watch, he observed the skin on his hands experiencing rapid, albeit minuscule, tremors. Amidst this vibration, strands of gray-black matter seeped from his skin's pores. The sensation was wondrous, leaving him feeling invigorated throughout. It felt as though every fiber of his being had detached from his bones, losing control, merely sensing the continuous tremors akin to a gentle massage. Weitian Yang Wu, the essence of the ancient willow heart, brimming with boundless vitality, integrated almost instantaneously into every cell of his being. This life force energy catalyzed astonishing changes in the cells of his muscles and bones, akin to saplings growing into towering trees. At this moment, countless cells within Yang Wu underwent remarkable transformations. His genes evolved at an accelerated pace, shedding useless segments and undergoing a process of perfect reassembly. This transformation occurred with astounding rapidity, and it seemed as though Yang Wu's genes absorbed a fragment of the ancient willow heart, resulting in unique changes. Cellular vitality surged. And under this life force, Yang Wu experienced rapid enhancement throughout. The texture of his bones appeared to be altering, and the muscles and skin were undergoing astonishing transformations as well. However, this metamorphosis brought no pain. Instead, Yang Wu felt an exquisite comfort, akin to being pampered. Yang Wu's physical prowess escalated swiftly, advancing from a foundational punching strength of over 70,000 kilograms to the standard of an elementary war god, punching strength nearing 96,000 kilograms. Then to the pinnacle of an elementary war god, punching strength approaching 128,000 kilograms. And finally to the standard of a medium war god, punching strength around 192,000 kilograms. Culminating at the pinnacle of a medium war god, punching strength nearing 256,000 kilograms. The standard of a high-ranking war god generally hovers around a brute force of approximately 384,000 kilograms. At the pinnacle of high-ranking war gods, this figure approaches an astonishing 500,000 kilograms. Rare treasures, such as the spirit of grass and wood and dragon blood, lose their potency in enhancing physical attributes once one ascends to the peak of war god status. In a cavernous rock formation, lying flat at a depth of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, Yang Wu finally stirred. This metamorphosis transpired in a mere hour. Glancing at the time on his communication watch, a faint smile crept across his filthy visage. With a resounding boom, Yang Wu unleashed a casual punch, causing the air to rupture. The force of my seemingly effortless strike now rivals the full power unleashed under the ninefold Thunderblade's enhancement from the past. I have reached the pinnacle of war god status. Yang Wu stroked his chin, aware that the dragon blood and millennium-old willow heart had brought him tantalizingly close to the realm of planetary-level warriors. He harbored no doubts about this. The surging genetic primal energy and strength coursing through his dantian and body were unequivocally superior to before. He felt potent. An overwhelming sense of might enveloped him. However, the ascension from apprentice-level strength, from the first tier, novice warrior, to the ninth tier, high-ranking war god, represented a series of enhancements upon an already established physical foundation. Achieving the pinnacle of war god status signified a limit. Without transcending this boundary, one could never enhance their foundational strength. Yet, crossing this threshold would elevate one's life form to a higher tier, planetary level. It would even allow progression from planetary level 1 to planetary level 9. The physical attributes have reached the limit that the current life tier can withstand, triggering the advancement task, Life Leap. Task Overview. The Life Leap signifies a transformative metamorphosis. This evolution is far more significant than any previous breakthroughs. External condition references have concluded. The task has been generated. Optional Task 1. Breakthrough independently. Completion reward. None. Optional Task 2. Forge an extraordinary planetary level physique with 3 million days of cultivation. Completion reward. Elevation of life gene tier to 3 times that of an ordinary human. Completing either optional task will be regarded as fulfilling the advancement task, Life Leap. This optional task piqued Yang Wu's interest, illuminating his eyes. The natural progression of an ordinary warrior to planetary level is self-evident. However, the reward for Task 2 elicited a tumultuous blend of joy and trepidation within him. The realms of immortality, venerability, and cosmic supremacy are intricately tied to the enhancement of life gene tiers. Moreover, the 9 Catastrophes secret tome, which Luo Feng is destined to obtain, had once intrigued Yang Wu, as it is a core inheritance of the gene kingdom capable of elevating one's life gene tier. For instance, mastering the first layer would elevate one's life gene tier to thrice that of an ordinary human. Furthermore, merging 3 blood Luo crystals to become a blood warrior would only yield a life gene tier twice that of an ordinary individual. Given these circumstances, the task reward is undeniably immense. Yet, the necessity for 3 million days of cultivation to forge an extraordinary planetary level physique complicates matters before breaking into planetary status. Yang Wu's gaze sharpened. It seems he would need to adopt the relentless grind of a dedicated cultivator. Currently, he believed that accruing 3 million days of cultivation would merely require time. This elevation of life gene tier is of paramount importance, regardless of the means. This extraordinary physique is essentially a gift, and he must acquire it. Moreover, if memory serves him correctly, a rat tide is looming on the horizon. While other war gods may fall to the tide, Yang Wu will not falter, for he possesses the black god set, rendering him fearless even at the heart of the rat tide. With proper management, accruing 3 million days of cultivation is undoubtedly within reach. It is time to depart. Barbada resides on Mist Island, yet regrettably, he has not come forth to meet me. Remaining here serves little purpose, Yang Wu mused, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, the legacy of Yuma Star was destined for Luo Feng. Nonetheless, Yang Wu felt merely a tinge of regret for not obtaining it. He harbored no intentions of harvesting all the spirit of grass and wood, for such actions might invoke the terrifying Mo Yun vine, as depicted in the original text. Although Yang Wu's strength has significantly increased, encountering the Mo Yun vine would undoubtedly spell his doom. Henceforth, he must live alone on the continent of Australia. In the desolate cities, one utility for warriors is rest. Numerous residential buildings make it relatively easy to find a secluded place to recuperate. However, the endless wilderness of the Australian continent poses a genuine challenge. As time elapsed, in a mountain hollow 1 mile from the bison herd in the heart of Central Australia, Yang Wu emerged from Mist Island, tirelessly hunting various ferocious beasts across the continent. He did not deliberately seek out king-tier monsters, as he genuinely lacked confidence. At this moment, he kindled a campfire, roasting a massive hind leg of an unknown beast. The taste was mediocre at best. After satisfying his hunger, Yang Wu patted his belly contentedly, realizing it was nearly time to return. Chapter 58, The Rat Tide Erupts. Yang Wu first returned to the Jiangnan Bay City, before proceeding to City 0231. This location is where the rat tide is set to occur, and he intends to wait quietly within the city. Considering the narrative's description, the origin point of the tide is near City 0231, significantly narrowing his search radius. Ordinary rodent beast soldiers possess limited intellect and awareness, yet they come in overwhelming numbers, executing a somewhat coordinated assault. Within the tide, there are indeed beast general-level rodent monsters orchestrating the chaos, as the text elucidates. Thus, my primary objective is to locate the beast general-level rodent monsters, for they're the most likely instigators behind the rat tide. The tide consists of at least 10 million rodent monsters, implying that wherever there is a high concentration of these creatures, the likelihood of that location being the tide's origin is significantly heightened. Of course, should a location feature both beast general-level rodent monsters and a considerable number of rodent bee soldiers, it would serve as irrefutable evidence. Traversing through the city, Yang Wu swiftly navigated the dilapidated roads for 10 minutes before reaching the outskirts. He made no move to draw his weapon, striding confidently through the suburban area, which, despite its classification as such, had become overgrown with wild grass after decades. Utilizing an electronic map to locate monsters, Yang Wu was less engaged in a straightforward hunt than in aimlessly wandering the vicinity of City 0, 2, 3, 1 with intent. In truth, he was executing subtle actions to attract the attention of the monsters, allowing him to assess the types present in the area. Occasionally, he encountered solitary or small groups of beast soldiers charging at him, and these simpletons were effortlessly dispatched. With a swift motion, Yang Wu eliminated one beast soldier. After all, these utterly unchallenging monsters still provided some cultivation experience. Each day, he could accumulate a bit of cultivation, yet he must not lose sight of his ultimate goal. Yang Wu smiled slightly as he walked through a forsaken urban village. This desolate enclave harbored a surprising number of monsters. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted the silhouettes of monsters on the second floor of a nearby residential building, tiger cats. In this vicinity, scarcely any rodent-like monsters can be found. Perhaps they have all been eradicated by this group of tiger cats. Although they are all mutated beasts, cats undoubtedly hold certain advantages over mice, primarily due to their larger size. Yang Wu suddenly propelled himself off the ground, swiftly departing from the area. Encountering a massive horde of monsters, Yang Wu had neither the time nor inclination to attend to them. His primary objective was at hand. The quest to locate the rodent-like monsters had officially commenced. Of course, he remained vigilant, ensuring that his actions did not create undue commotion. However, the solitary beasts within the county town met their unfortunate fate, as Yang Wu effortlessly dispatched numerous monsters along the way. Yang Wu was undoubtedly driven by purpose. According to the descriptions within the tome, the original rodent tide was accompanied by beast generals, yet lacked any lord-level monsters. Furthermore, having already vanquished many monsters, Yang Wu had discerned the cultivation levels dropped by monsters of planetary rank and below. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. This indicates that, irrespective of the peculiarities of a monster, as long as it was a beast soldier, it would never yield the cultivation of a beast general. Evidently, the cultivation acquired from defeating monsters is determined not by the intrinsic value of the monsters themselves, but rather by their rank. Yang Wu was, of course, calculating. While beast generals and lord-level monsters indeed provide higher cultivation, their numbers are limited. Conversely, beast soldiers, though they yield lesser cultivation, can accumulate substantial gains over time. In terms of the cultivation Yang Wu had amassed, beast soldiers were always the predominant source. Surprisingly, this search extended over 2 days, yielding no results. Nonetheless, the outcome was still satisfactory. Although he had not actively hunted monsters, he had garnered a considerable amount of cultivation. Most importantly, he had identified several potential origins of the rodent tide. The first site, located in the northern suburbs, had the highest concentration of rodent beast generals and the least of rodent beast soldiers. The second location, in the west, was not far from City 0231, where a vast expanse of fertile land once thrived, now home to numerous rodent beast soldiers and generals. The third site, in the east, had the highest number of rodent beast soldiers, though it was the least populated by generals, situated in a mountainous region. The fourth site, to the south, lay along both banks of a river. Logically, all 4 locations had a significant potential to be the source. Yet Yang Wu was only aware that the war god Liu Gang had perished within the city. Thus, any of these 4 locations could indeed be the origin of the rodent tide. Otherwise, with the war goddess' ability to reach supersonic speeds, escaping would have been effortless. After all, characters like Wan Dong and Luo Feng from the original story managed to flee, highlighting Liu Gang's unfortunate fate. Moreover, after 2 days of searching, Yang Wu had not encountered Liu Gang. Well, he thought, let us wait and see. Today was indeed the day, with the most probable sites for the rodent tide established. Yang Wu felt a sense of ease and settled down within the city, biding his time. He did not wish to create any disturbances that might scare off the rodent tide or prevent it from manifesting altogether. Until the afternoon of November 29th, Yang Wu indeed observed signs of a massive surge of rodent monsters, indicating that the rodent tide was imminent. The rodent tide, also known as the rodent disaster, posed a lethal threat even to god-level warriors. Once encircled by an endless tide of rodents, survival was all but assuredly impossible. As Yang Wu's gaze sharpened, he thought, I am not in peril, and this rodent tide will transform into the cultivation that facilitates my growth. The black mass of the rodent tide to the north appeared ominously extensive, spanning the entirety of the highway, stretching several hundred meters in length. According to the original narrative, this constituted a level 3 rodent tide, clearly inferior to level 1 and level 2 beast tides, suggesting that the total number of monsters was at most in the tens of millions. with each rodent beast measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. This particular tide likely comprised nearly 1 million monsters, classifying it as a minor rodent tide. Let the hunt begin. Yang Wu stowed his binoculars and leaped from the rooftop. Instantly, his entire form was enveloped in a protective black membrane, shaping into a dark battle suit and helmet that revealed only his eyes. Meanwhile, on the highway leading to the suburbs, a figure could be seen sprinting in a state of panic, alternating between running and leaping hundreds of meters at a time. This individual was moving with remarkable speed. Was that Luo Feng, the unfortunate soul, fleeing in terror? Yang Wu observed the figure, noting that their speed indeed surpassed the sound barrier. Although he did not recognize Luo Feng, it was evident that this individual was a formidable warrior of war god caliber. Trailing behind them was a dense swarm of monsters, a veritable horde of rodent beast soldiers erupting from the earth, their numbers multiplying exponentially. Each monster was roughly the size of a human palm. Yet this tide of diminutive creatures compelled the war god-level warrior to discard his battle knife and shield in a desperate flight. With the rodent tide upon them, instead of fleeing towards the base city, they rushed into the desolate city 0231. Chapter 59, Luo Feng. Yang Wu is a good man. Wait, is he running towards me? Yang Wu regarded Luo Feng, who was nearing the city center, with a peculiar expression. How naive and foolish. No wonder he met his demise. The ominous mass of the rodent tide stretched fearfully, extending over several kilometers. Each rodent beast measured about 30 centimeters in length. And this wave, emanating from the northern suburbs, had amassed millions of monsters, qualifying it as a level 3 rodent tide. Army, please come quickly. Though the military district was relatively nearby, the northern suburbs required traversing the city to reach the supply point. So why had the army not yet arrived? Run! Luo Feng sprinted along the highway, his eyes lighting up as he beheld the rushing shadow. Is it the black god suit? With such a black ensemble, one would undoubtedly attain the combat prowess of a war god. Moreover, with 2 war gods joining forces and the nearly invincible black god suit against monsters below the lord level, their chances of survival significantly increased. A chaotic throng of rodent monsters surged forward, charging towards Yang Wu and Luo Feng. Yang Wu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He stepped forward, bent low, and unleashed his power. His foot stomped down, sending a whirlwind of dirt and debris soaring into the air. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, he broke through the sound barrier in an instant, creating a lengthy wave of earth and stone in his wake. Under normal circumstances, individuals below planetary rank would find themselves somewhat vulnerable against the beast tide. However, emboldened by his prowess and the allure of a mass cultivation, Yang Wu felt no fear. The magnitude of his actions was monumental, resembling a thunderstorm as he conjured winds that soared to 70 or 80 feet within a single breath. Boom! Bang! Crash! The sound of destruction resonated. Buildings crumbled. Blood and flesh splattered. Killed a low-level beast soldier, yielding a black iron-level cultivation for 1 day. Killed a mid-level beast soldier, yielding a black iron-level cultivation for 2 days. Killed a low-level beast soldier, yielding a black iron-level cultivation for 1 day. Squeaks! Squeaks! Countless anguished cries filled the air. Crimson torrents of blood gushed forth from the wounded beast soldiers, transforming the previously orderly tide of rodents into a chaotic frenzy, punctuated by shrieks of terror as they scattered in all directions. In that instant, a beast general, towering over 2 meters in length and resembling a massive black bull, emerged with a formidable presence. As it struck the ground, the earth trembled beneath its might. The rodent general let out a thunderous roar, its voice echoing through the chaos. Despite the shock that gripped the countless beast soldiers, they remained undeterred, driven forward by the general's command. Luo Feng's expression froze in disbelief. His heart raced uncontrollably, and a chill coursed through him. Yet, being a powerful warrior, he quickly regained his composure, resolved to fight valiantly in hopes of finding a path to survival. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his full strength and, mimicking Yang Wu, began to topple buildings, crushing waves of beast soldiers beneath the debris. Yang Wu watched Luo Feng's actions with a pang of regret. He lamented inwardly, even in death, you failed to gain any cultivation. Frustration flickered across Yang Wu's face as he thought, I extend my hand to save you, and you repay me with ingratitude. Should I voice my grievances? However, at the command of the beast general, the tide of rodents began to converge upon Yang Wu. Yet, with an extraordinary physique, Yang Wu harbored no intentions of sparing them. He surged forward with relentless ferocity, demolishing structures in his path, cleaving the tightly packed rodent horde in two. In mere moments, he traversed hundreds of meters, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. This display of power instilled fear in the hearts of the approaching beast soldiers, even as the relentless tide of rodents began to slow. To the multitude of rodents surrounding him, Yang Wu was a fearsome sight. At that very moment, the four serpentine forms that the rodent tide had coalesced and shot forth their tongues like arrows, snapping at the spot where Lu Gang had just been, only to find empty air, while Lu Gang seized the opportunity to dispatch several more beast soldiers. "I'll hold them off," Yang Wu declared resolutely. "You take your chance and flee. There are too many rodent beasts to confront head-on." But Lu Gang hesitated, and Yang Wu's heart ached at his indecision. "I possess formidable strength and the Black God armor. I will not perish. You must escape and seek reinforcements, or find an army to assist. This way, you may save more lives." In that moment, Yang Wu felt transcendent, as if a deity had graced the mortal realm with his presence. Lu Gang gazed at Yang Wu, his demeanor softened. Yet in an instant, a flicker of discomfort crossed his mind. "Then I am indebted to you for my life." Recognizing Yang Wu's unwavering resolve, Lu Gang relinquished his objections. He understood that whether they both stayed or Yang Wu remained alone, the outcome would be the same. Trapped in the center of the rodent tide, even 10 deities combined would not survive. His presence might even become a burden to Yang Wu. Yang Wu was not merely a reckless fool seeking to enhance his cultivation. His motivation for staying behind stemmed from the immense requirements of his extraordinary physique. How much terrifying cultivation could one achieve by facing the tide of rodents alone? Yang Wu was filled with anticipation. In the original tale, Lu Gang had single-handedly vanquished 1,000,000 rodent beasts, and now Yang Wu was undoubtedly more powerful than Lu Gang. "It begins now. I will draw their attention, and you seek your escape." As Lu Gang observed Yang Wu's retreating figure, a sense of solemnity enveloped him. He was utterly astonished by Yang Wu's selflessness. For a long while, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately yielding to the situation. Both understood the ferocity of the rodent tide. Lu Gang yearned to distance himself from it. Yet, Yang Wu marched directly into its depths. By heaven, Lu Gang suddenly felt guilty for underestimating Yang Wu's character. What a selfless soul. Such a spirit was rare. Tears welled up in his eyes, as he questioned whether it was too cruel to abandon such a noble individual. Could Yang Wu truly endure until reinforcement arrived? Lu Gang clenched his fists tightly. While a warrior of godly caliber was revered like a deity among ordinary folk, the rodent tide was a terrifying force, one that even the mightiest warriors dared not confront directly. Lu Gang felt a pang of regret. Perhaps if he had chosen differently, this brave individual might not be facing the onslaught of the rodent tide. However, he could not voice this thought, for he knew the steadfast nature of most warriors. They were resolute and unyielding. If he insisted on staying, he would be endangering Yang Wu's life. Chapter 60. An abundance of cultivation. Perhaps by making his escape, Lu Gang could provide Yang Wu with a chance at survival. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow washed over him. It was distressing to think that such a compassionate soul was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the rodent tide, and he did not even know his name. Such selfless individuals were indeed rare. As Yang Wu faced the oncoming tide of rodents, he was equally astounded by the sight before him. With blinding speed, he darted into the heart of the rodent army. His energy and stamina were ample, enough to withstand the onslaught of the beast soldiers. He had not ventured far when towering stone telephone poles, reaching several dozen meters high, came into view. City 0231, from this day forth, it shall likely cease to exist. Yang Wu cast a cold glance at the surrounding rodent beasts, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Suddenly, he stomped the ground, unleashing a sound akin to artillery fire. As he propelled himself forward, the earth split open beneath him, creating a deep chasm. Amidst the thunderous roar, Yang Wu conjured a wall of air, forcefully pushing back the surrounding tide of rodents until he reached the telephone pole. Boom! The unsuspecting rodent beasts were swept off their feet, tumbling like rolling marbles. With a powerful leap, Yang Wu ascended and landed squarely upon the midpoint of the pole. His speed was astonishing, and the sheer force he exerted was unimaginable. This single kick was deceptively simple. With the piercing screams of the rodent horde echoing around him, the massive telephone pole came crashing down. The beasts, packed too closely together, had no time to evade. One by one, their bones shattered, vital organs ruptured, blood spewing forth as they fell, transforming into cultivation energy. In an instant, the ground was littered with the mangled remains of rodents, silencing the cacophony of the battlefield. The atmosphere grew eerily still. The surrounding beast soldiers were momentarily stunned, and even those pursuing Lu Gang hesitated, retreating a few steps and slowing their assault. Observing this, many beast generals could not help but glance over before issuing further commands. The ground suddenly trembled, stirring up a whirlwind of dust as rodent-like monstrosities shrieked maniacally and charged towards Yang Wu. Amidst the swirling clouds of debris, Yang Wu grasped a telephone pole, his primal energy surging wildly, lifting the pole effortlessly into his hands. This pole weighed at least several 100,000 pounds, far exceeding Yang Wu's own size. However, his physical prowess had ascended to the zenith of a war god, boasting a foundational punch strength of 500,000 kilograms. Now, with a single arm, he could effortlessly support the telephone pole, rendering its weight almost trivial. With the telephone pole, weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms, in hand, Yang Wu's speed remained astonishingly swift, covering over 10 meters with each stride. Swinging the massive pole, he unleashed destruction far greater than that of 10 excavators. Boom! 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 The towering edifices, long neglected, serve as the stronghold for the beasts. Yet wherever Yang Wu passed, he left behind nothing but ruins. Liu Gang had previously regarded Yang Wu as formidable, but the sheer ferocity of the rodent tide far surpassed everyone's expectations. As he dashed towards the outside, peril loomed. Yet the beast soldiers attempting to impede his progress were utterly impotent. Yang Wu was drawing all attention. The commanders of the rodent tide, witnessing his might, had no choice but to command their minions to engage him to the death. The speed of a war god transcends the speed of sound, and at this moment, Liu Gang had reached the edge of the rodent tide. Meanwhile, Yang Wu, at the heart of the chaos, faced the onslaught alone. The sensation of destruction was exhilarating. Yang Wu laughed heartily, reveling in the pleasure of gaining power. With a powerful leap, he dodged several times and landed atop a 20-story building, suddenly unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom! The violent explosion of primal energy shattered the air, causing the building, already weakened by Yang Wu, to collapse with a tremendous crash. The number of low and high-rise structures he had obliterated was countless, and the beasts that perished continued to rise exponentially. Kill a low-level beast soldier, yielding 1 day of black iron-level cultivation. Kill a low-level beast soldier, yielding 1 day of black iron-level cultivation. 100,000 days of cultivation. 200,000 days of cultivation. 1,000,000 days of cultivation. 2,000,000 days of cultivation. Alas, his primal energy and stamina were limited, yet at this moment, Yang Wu had already decimated millions of beast soldiers. At this juncture, Yang Wu felt a twinge of uncertainty, for his cultivation had already surpassed the threshold of 3,000,000 days. With over 5,000,000 days of cultivation, the thrill was overwhelming. However, his primal energy and stamina were nearly depleted, sustained only by the invincible defense of the Black God suit, preventing his imminent demise. Suddenly, a booming laughter echoed from the sky. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yang Wu's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Ha! You have finally returned." He spotted a series of deep blue shadows approaching from the distant horizon. At first glance, he thought they were a flock of avian beasts, but as they drew closer, he realized they were disc-shaped, flat-flying combat vessels. Ex-Haustet, Yang Wu Bao set, looking upward, just as one of the flying machines dove toward the beast horde. When it was just 100 meters from the ground, the aircraft hovered above the swarm of beasts. In a moment of explosive energy, Yang Wu seized the opportunity and leaped onto one of the aircraft. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see that the undersides of the hundreds of planes revealed enormous cannons. Boom! Boom! An unending torrent of searing flames erupted from these cannons, engulfing the rodent tide below. The intense heat, likely exceeding thousands of degrees, ignited the beasts, incinerating them instantly. Although Yang Wu felt a pang of regret, he was left with no recourse. The rodent tide, once intimidated by Yang Wu, now crumbled into chaos, a cacophony of terrified cries as they scattered in flight. The aircraft carrying Yang Wu swiftly soared away. Upon reaching the martial artist supply base of the military district, he found a throng of martial artists gathered at the entrance. This day was destined to be a sorrowful one for the supply base. Despite Yang Wu attracting a vast number of rodent beast attacks, many martial artists had tragically lost their lives that day. The entire base city was under strict lockdown due to the rodent tide. Yang Wu understood that since his explosive display of power, many would seek to align themselves with him. The following morning, the air was frigid. A large crowd had assembled outside Yang Wu's residence. After all, certain individuals had undoubtedly witnessed the videos of his battle against the beasts, and the martial arts community was now aware of his extraordinary capabilities. Such a prodigy was unparalleled, even within the ranks of the war god preparatory camp. Look, over there are the high-ranking officials from the Jiangnan city. Beside them was a prominent figure often seen on television. Among them was Zhuge Shan, a war god-level powerhouse, and the brother of Zhuge Tao, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Association. Chapter 61. A surge of powerful figures. Previously, it was rumored that the supervisory officer of Jiangnan City was about to be replaced. Zhuge Tao's expression shifted slightly. With Yang Wu exhibiting such strength, the headquarters would undoubtedly take him more seriously, especially since he hailed from Jiangnan City. It was not inconceivable that Yang Wu might become their superior in the future. Fate truly was unpredictable. President Zhou Zhangyong shook his head helplessly. The president of the Extreme Martial Arts Association and 3 of his subordinates. The 4 major figures of the Jiangnan City's extreme martial arts community have been waiting at this location for quite some time. Look at that. The leader of the Su family from the 12 families of the HR Alliance has arrived. He was an elderly man with white hair, somewhat portly, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s. However, he exuded an air of authority befitting his long-standing position, accompanied by 4 subordinates. Did you see? Even the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School is here. They've arrived. Zhuge Tao smiled, gazing at the sky, wondering who had come from the headquarters this time. The headquarters had dispatched personnel due to the rodent tide, and also because of the super genius that was Yang Wu. Zhou Xingyong smiled, to be honest. If it weren't for this rodent tide, the headquarters might not have realized how powerful Yang Wu had become. Indeed, Zhuge Tao nodded. Yang Wu has reached the pinnacle of war god level. No, he might be even more terrifying than a peak war god. Zhou Xingyong gasped in astonishment. Did you see the satellite footage of the scene at that time? Indeed, the strength Yang Wu displayed during his fierce struggle went beyond the realm of a mere peak war god. Ding! A sleek, black, disc-shaped aircraft streaked through the air, and no one dared to obstruct its path. The war god-level powerhouses and high-ranking officials from both the political and military spheres of Jiangnan City all stepped out to welcome the arrival of this significant figure. There was a hush around as the disc-shaped aircraft descended slowly, the hatch opening to reveal a lean man with a handlebar mustache, appearing to be nearly 40 years old. At this moment, the slender man stood with his eyes closed, one hand idly manipulating a string of Buddhist beads. The inspection envoy appeared to be in a rather poor state, his complexion wan and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He stood there, enveloping the vicinity in an aura of darkness, as if he were the deity presiding over the area of several dozen meters around him. With a soft sigh, he uttered no words, but inclined his head slightly to acknowledge the formidable warriors and high-ranking officials from Jiangnan City and Kyoto City who had come to greet him, before striding directly towards Yang Wu's residence. Once he entered, the others followed suit into the community where Yang Wu resided. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The weary Yang Wu, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the commotion outside, as an overwhelming number of powerful figures gathered. Upon reaching the living room, the slender man slightly opened his eyes, and Yang Wu felt as though he had been momentarily detached from the realm of existence under his intense gaze. I have met the inspection envoy. Yang Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Please, take a seat. The slender man gestured towards the chair opposite him. In his own home, Yang Wu felt a degree of ease, yet there lingered an undeniable sense of unease. The disparity in strength between a planetary-level powerhouse and a peak warrior was simply too vast. Otherwise, he would have long completed his ascension task. I wonder what brings the inspection envoy to seek me. Yang Wu inquired nonchalantly after taking his seat. I have heard from Zhou Xingyong and Zhuge Tao that you have reached the pinnacle of the warrior realm. I wish to ascertain the truth of this claim. The inspection envoy's sharp gaze fixed upon Yang Wu, a look of satisfaction crossing his features. Indeed, I have attained the warrior realm, Yang Wu affirmed with a nod, feeling no need to conceal the truth. He understood that he was irrevocably tied to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. As long as Hong did not falter, no one could challenge him. After all, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was currently the most formidable martial organization globally. Even the 5 major powers, the HR Underground Alliance, and the Thunder Martial Academy had no choice but to bow down. The reason was simple. Hong, the founder of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, was the strongest being in the world. Undeniably invincible, he stood as the unquestionable number 1 among humanity. The deterrent power of Hong surpassed that of nuclear weapons. His words carried more weight than any declaration from a nation. Moreover, the unity within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was unparalleled. Under its protection, He could focus on cultivating and enhancing his strength without worry. Could you demonstrate your prowess? The inspection envoy's gaze suddenly sharpened. Ugh! Yang Wu's face contorted with bitterness. How am I to demonstrate? Strike me with all your might. The inspection envoy pointed to Yang Wu and then to himself. What? Yang Wu exclaimed, incredulous. What if I accidentally kill you? Zhuge Tao gasped in astonishment, and even the others who had been meditating suddenly opened their eyes wide. I insist you strike me with all your might, the inspection envoy reiterated. Very well, brace yourself for my punch. Yang Wu bellowed, the villa beneath him trembling violently as he unleashed his tremendous strength, causing the very foundation to shudder. The windows surrounding the villa shattered into 1,000 pieces under the force of his thunderous roar. Yang Wu's body shot forth, faster than the speed of sound, hurtling towards the inspection envoy amidst a torrent of air, his fist descending with relentless ferocity. Fast, strong, fierce, empowered by the ninefold thunderblade. Yang Wu unleashed his full strength, estimating it to rival that of most planetary-level beings. The sheer, indescribable force plummeted from above, causing all onlookers to flinch, their expressions reflecting awe. The might of his punch was reminiscent of Mount Tai collapsing, an incredible force that left them in disbelief. The color drained from their faces. If Yang Wu had targeted them, they feared they would scarcely withstand even a single blow. Ninefold thunderblade? The inspection envoy remained seated in his chair, though his astonishment was undeniable. Surprisingly, he did not evade or block. As Yang Wu's fist drew near, he extended his emaciated right hand, and with a sudden burst of energy, he seized Yang Wu's punch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the moment of contact between fist and palm, it felt as though the universe fell silent, with no sound to be heard. Then, as if a colossal bronze bell had rung, the sound reverberated outwards. The bluestone floor within a 5-zhang radius buckled beneath them, erupting with an earth-shattering explosion. The resounding roar, accompanied by a shower of bluestone fragments and soil, soared into the sky. Yang Wu experienced a recoil force that matched his own strength, clearly indicating the inspection envoy's exceptional control over power. Chapter 62, on est sumo. All present gazed at the two men, standing motionless, a slight hush falling over the room. Then, a wave of drawn breaths filled the air, as expressions of astonishment froze upon their faces. Yang Wu's full-force strike could undoubtedly have slain any one of them present, leaving them profoundly shaken by his prowess. Remarkable. The inspection envoy sighed, a glimmer of hope appearing on his countenance. You are indeed impressive. A true man should be as such. Many in the room sighed deeply in admiration. Did he really take that hit? Su Gong gasped. The head of the Su family exhaled slowly, suppressing his shock. Esteemed guests, Yang Wu is a member of my extreme martial arts academy, the inspection envoy declared with evident delight. Despite the gentle tone of his voice, there was no doubt about the authority behind his words. You may leave now, he instructed. The inspection envoy was a true top-tier figure within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the real decision-makers being the academy leader and the 5 inspectors. The academy leader held an unparalleled status as the strongest being in the world. Thus, the majority of affairs were left to the inspectors to decide. His words essentially conveyed the will of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. None among the high-ranking individuals present, including those who considered themselves exceptionally powerful, dared to speak. Yang Wu's full-force strike had left them profoundly impressed. One by one, the others began to depart. To win over Yang Wu, they could never match the financial clout of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Besides, with the inspection envoy having spoken, they did not possess the audacity to pursue such a venture. Such terrifying progress. Yang Wu's punch must have reached the pinnacle of the warrior realm. Far beyond that. Grandfather, do you wish to draw Yang Wu to our side? Su Gang seemed to grasp his family's intentions. Ha! You still underestimate Yang Wu. The head of the Su family chuckled, shaking his head. No matter how high our status within the HR, we cannot retain him. And our family pales in comparison to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, he is still so young, brimming with infinite potential. Although he may not currently surpass the inspectors, given Yang Wu's exceptional talent, one can envision a future where he even eclipses them. The head of the Su family let out a deep sigh, seemingly reflecting on the vivacity of youth. Grandfather, are you suggesting he might surpass the war god? Su Gang's eyes sparkled, and he hastily inquired. Surpass the war god? The head of the Su family chuckled silently, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He may very well become the next Hong. Indeed, your potential is as remarkable as the rumors suggest, perhaps even more formidable. Inspector Wong smiled. Yang Wu, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. somewhat apprehensive about being labeled as talented. Deep down, Yang Wu was acutely aware of the nature of his so-called talent, which was merely a product of relying on a fortunate advantage. Yang Wu, my primary purpose for visiting this time was to assess your strength. Yet, I never anticipated that your foundational physical power would already reach the pinnacle of the war god. It appears I am indeed growing old. Furthermore, I have been instructed to invite you to headquarters, as the master may have some matters to arrange. Understood, Yang Wu nodded. He realized that his current status as a pinnacle war god likely pertained to the role of inspector. However, he found little excitement in this. Like Hong and the Thunder God, he held no interest in power, fame, or wealth. His vision and aspirations diverged significantly, even surpassing those of Hong and the Thunder God. Thus, he was not overly concerned with the matter, as his energies would be primarily focused on his advancement tasks. Connect with the master. Inspector Wang issued a voice command. Beep. What is it? A deep, cold voice reverberated throughout the room. Master, Yang Wu's strength aligns with our expectations. His foundational physical prowess has indeed reached the pinnacle of the war god. Inspector Wang responded with a smile. From this day forth, this young man will make his name resonate throughout Jiangnan and even the entire world. It is even possible that he will reach heights that are beyond my own grasp. Yang Wu stood silently, devoid of joy or sorrow. To others, Hong was the world's foremost individual, yet considering the narrative ahead, he could only shake his head in resignation. The pinnacle of the war god, a black-haired man, altered his previously cold demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips. The master is smiling? Inspector Wang inhaled sharply. He was well aware of the temperament of this world's strongest individual, who seldom offered a smile even to those who had surpassed the war god. You will be visiting headquarters today. Hong abruptly severed the call. Given the current strength, he was an invincible entity among the war gods, and it seemed he was not concerned with how this was achieved. The master likely intends for you to undergo the war god palace assessment. Of course. He also has matters to discuss with you. Inspector Wang remarked with a smile. Very well. Yang Wu nodded. Although he had anticipated such an occurrence, he was surprised by its swift arrival. However, based on his understanding of Hong, he knew he would not be subjected to undue hardship. He had faith in Hong's character. Had it been someone else, he would have resolutely refused to go at this moment. Here stood the legendary spaceship headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School. A young man clad in a black tracksuit stood before the grand entrance of the school's global headquarters, flanked by Inspector Wang. As he gazed up in awe at the magnificent spaceship structure stretching over 10,000 meters, he was filled with myriad emotions. Before him stood a colossal, spaceship-like edifice, approximately 100 meters in height. Yang Wu was acutely aware that this was indeed a spacecraft, albeit one that was broken. This massive structure featured a gigantic hatch several dozen meters wide, large enough for individuals to enter. At this moment, numerous soldiers were stationed outside the spaceship, creating an air of stern vigilance. A beam of blue light emanated from the spacecraft, enveloping Yang Wu and Inspector Wang. Beep. Inspector Wang, Mr. Yang, please enter. An electronic voice announced. Yang Wu, only a select few high-ranking officials have the privilege to enter the headquarters, remarked Inspector Wang with a smile. Those who intrude without authorization will be met with lethal force from the defense system. Let us hasten inside. Understood. Yang Wu nodded and proceeded forward. Inside the headquarters, nearly all personnel donned blue robes, with only a few in red. This is the lounge, Mr. Yang. Please rest here, Inspector Wang. The master will summon you shortly. A blue-robed young woman said with a smile, fluently speaking Mandarin before departing. Yang Wu and Inspector Wang began to engage in casual conversation when suddenly Yang Wu, the master summons you. A voice rang out, revealing a red-robed black man standing at the door. Very well, Inspector Wang. I shall enter first, Yang Wu said, following the red-robed man out. Go ahead. Inspector Wang once again closed his eyes, resuming his meditation with the beads in his hands. Chapter 63. Hong. My path is not solitary. Very well, Inspector Wang. I shall enter first, Yang Wu said, following the red-robed man out. Go ahead. Inspector Wang once again closed his eyes, resuming his meditation with the beads in his hands. As they traversed the corridor, they soon arrived at the entrance of a tranquil reception room, where the red-robed man slightly bowed before departing. Yang Wu, come in, a cold voice beckoned. It was the master. Yang Wu obediently entered the reception room. The space was stark and dark, with only 2 cushions present. Seat. The black-haired man sat cross-legged on one of the cushions, gesturing towards the one in front of him. In truth, Hong had not anticipated that Yang Wu would suddenly ascend to the pinnacle of the war god. This deviated somewhat from his original plans. It was not a significant issue. Indeed, Yang Wu approached and sat on the cushion. It has only been a little over a month since we last met, and you have already given me a grand surprise, Hong remarked, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hong was aware of Yang Wu's background, having lived a rather unremarkable life for over 20 years in the Bay City. It was unclear why, but one day, Yang Wu suddenly revealed extraordinary talent. He ascended like a comet, becoming a prodigious genius in the eyes of others, and within less than half a year, he achieved the status of a pinnacle war god. Either Yang Wu was indeed a monstrous prodigy, which seemed unlikely given his prior demeanor, or there was another possibility. He had encountered a tremendous opportunity. Yang Wu, regardless of the circumstances, you have proven your capabilities, which is a blessing for humanity, Hong expressed sincerely. He genuinely hoped for the emergence of more powerful individuals to safeguard humanity against monstrous threats. Regarding your future position, I present you with two paths. First, remain in Hongning Bay City, join the Special Operations Group, or perhaps apply to become a training camp instructor in the future, among other options. Second, be dispatched to other Bay cities to serve as an inspector. These two choices hold great significance for you, the black-haired man, Hong, stated earnestly. To remain or to be dispatched are the two paths available for war gods within the school. Once a choice is made, altering it in the future becomes exceedingly arduous. Unless he were to transcend the realm of the war god, ultimately becoming a warden of my extreme martial arts academy, thereby earning such privileges. You have triggered a task. Two choices, accept or decline. Stay, be dispatched. Yang Wu hesitated momentarily, acutely aware that once a decision is made, he might be bound to a single location for an extended period. Given the circumstances surrounding his unique abilities, it was evident he could not remain tranquil in one place. Unless he had truly attained invincibility. Remaining? How could he cultivate his prowess in such a manner? Being dispatched might necessitate frequent stays in the Bay City. Yet this was indeed the most optimal choice, albeit one he was reluctant to embrace. To be honest, the task he had unexpectedly triggered was one he had never encountered before and was not inclined to accept. I apologize, Master, but I truly wish to decline both options. Yang Wu gently shook his head. Oh, Hong raised an eyebrow, his mind racing with a singular thought. Could it be that Yang Wu, having suddenly risen to prominence, had begun to harbor ambitions of independence, unwilling to be subordinate to anyone? Observing the peculiar expression on Hong's face, Yang Wu discerned that Hong had surely misconstrued his intentions. Master, I intend to remain at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, but I genuinely do not wish to assume any position of authority. My current strength is commendable. It is not formidable enough. For now, I only desire to cultivate in peace, and aside from you, Master, I hope no one will disturb my training. Yang Wu articulated his thoughts with candor, effectively rejecting Hong's proposal. He preferred to maintain a low profile, nurturing his growth in seclusion, at least until he accomplished the two tasks at hand. Seeking the limelight was entirely unnecessary. Oh, Hong's expression brightened, a smile gracing his lips. In truth, he was quite a pure-hearted martial enthusiast, and naturally delighted to see someone like Yang Wu, akin to himself. Thus, while it appeared Yang Wu had turned down Hong, the latter found himself even more pleased, as if he were gazing upon a kindred spirit. Haha, you surpass my expectations. I comprehend that. Given your extraordinary talent, engaging in mundane affairs would indeed be a waste of your potential. As a true martial artist, the pursuit of cultivation remains paramount. We are of the same ilk. I am not alone on this path. Hong's sincerity was palpable at that moment. Yang Wu wished to remain inconspicuous, finding no need to attract attention. Now, let us set this matter aside. Do you recall the time you received the Black God set for free? You are now at the pinnacle of War God status, which qualifies you to enter the number 9 ruins, and given your talents, the risks are minimal. It is essential to cultivate promptly and without delay. Therefore, within a month, I shall arrange for you to access the number 9 ruins once. Choose a time. Then let it be at the end of January. Yang Wu nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall arrange matters thus for now. You may return. Understood. At the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Yang Wu emerged from the entrance of the enigmatic colossal flying ship. Accompanied by a man clad in a crimson robe, his aptitude was not inferior to mine, and his cerebral capacity must be considerable. In a reception room, he had misjudged, for although Yang Wu's talent was indeed commendable, his cognitive capacity was not as elevated as he presumed. What mattered most was his indomitable spirit as a martial artist, destined for extraordinary achievements in the future. I hope he, too, can receive the inheritance of martial arts, thus enabling him to reach even greater heights. As a martial artist, One's energy must be wholly devoted to the path of martial prowess. Presently, based on Hong's understanding of certain cosmic matters, he had gained considerable insight. Although he was a 6th-tier planetary level being, he had already attained profound mastery in martial arts. It is vital to recognize that comprehending a domain is immensely challenging. Within the cosmos, many stellar and even cosmic level beings lack their own domains, let alone those at the planetary level. His ability to grasp a domain is attributed not merely to his extraordinary talent, but also the martial inheritance he received from the Number 9 ruins. In the Australian continent, Yang Wu had no intention of genuinely becoming a warden. That would consume too much time. It would be far more prudent to complete his advancement and upgrade tasks within this month, thereby attaining planetary status and enjoying greater freedom. Lord-level beasts were not difficult to locate. If a region harbored a significant number of them, it was highly probable that there were king-level beasts in the vicinity. Most king-level beasts dwelling on land were not particularly powerful. The stronger ones had already retreated into the depths of the ocean. Therefore, finding and slaying king-level beasts was not excessively challenging, given Yang Wu's current peak war, god physical prowess, and the 7-fold force of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Thus, Yang Wu returned to the valley he had visited before, where the stampeding bull tribe harbored 5 lord-level beasts, with the leader being a high-ranking lord. Additionally, there were numerous herds of stampeding bulls nearby. Chapter 64, Challenge of the Stampede Bull King. Mu, the leader of the stampeding bulls, appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly having never encountered such an audacious human. Others who dared provoke them were always cautious. Typically, they would strike swiftly, aiming to eliminate their foes before they had a chance to react. Yet, Yang Wu's approach seemed to mock their strength. The 2 lord-level bulls roared in fury, prompting a massive swarm of beast general level and even more beast soldier level bulls to charge towards Yang Wu in a frenzy. Get lost! Yang Wu's eyes gleamed with intensity. His body moved like the wind, and the blood shadow battle blade in his hand transformed into a flash of lightning. Blades of light sliced through the air, cleaving through the bodies of the stampeding bull monsters, blood spraying forth, their forms sent sprawling. Slayed a junior beast general, yielding 8 days of black iron level cultivation. Slayed a senior beast soldier, yielding 4 days of black iron level cultivation. In the trial tower, Yang Wu had faced numerous beasts with equal or even inferior physical attributes, relying on his physical prowess, agility, and swordsmanship to endure. Now, confronting the obstacles posed by beast general and soldier levels, he was utterly unstoppable. Yet, Yang Wu chose not to advance, seemingly ensnared in place. In truth, beasts of the beast soldier and lord levels possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, though they had only recently awakened their sentience. While their intellect was significant, it did not equate to civilization. They lacked the capacity for logical reasoning, and their knowledge was exceedingly limited. For instance, even if one were a super genius with photographic memory, without having studied mathematics, one would be incapable of performing mathematical operations. Thus, while Yang Wu was not a true performer, deceiving the beast was rather effortless. In the area where Yang Wu stood, a multitude of slain, stampeding bulls lay lifeless. Blood stained the black god set, while Yang Wu leaped amidst the herd of bulls. Given their substantial size, only 2 or 3 could effectively strike him at any given time. With his perfected agility, evading their attacks was remarkably simple. Mu, on the central platform, the stampeding bulls could only stand helplessly, gaping in disbelief. Perhaps driven by desperation, Yang Wu suddenly caught sight of a silhouette cloaked in azure scales. With a powerful lunge, it barreled through the surrounding low-level wild bulls. A series of deafening explosions reverberated through the air, the sound born from the atmosphere being forcefully compressed by sheer, unbridled power and velocity. Indeed, their intelligence was not negligible, and their combat experience was considerable, as they spent their days engaged in battle. However, they were uninvited guests in this unfolding drama. The obsidian black armor of the black god unfurled, transforming into a warblade several meters in length, and then, as if propelled by an endless void of darkness, it surged forth like a thunderous tempest. Swift, incomprehensibly swift. The wild bulls could scarcely discern the speed, angle, or force of Yang Wu's strike. It was but a singular word, instantaneous. In an instant, the head of this advanced, lord-level wild bull was severed from its body. Its colossal head, nearly 10 meters in diameter, sent soaring through the air. For Yang Wu, who had mastered the 9th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, an advanced lord was merely a target for a single strike. Little did they know, the circumstances this time were entirely different for Yang Wu. The worth of this herd of wild bulls far exceeded their mere market value. Kill an advanced lord. Earn 256 days of black iron rank cultivation. Kill a mid-level lord. Earn 128 days of black iron rank cultivation. Yang Wu's frenzied slaughter of the wild bull herd naturally incited a series of changes, all of which fell well within his expectations. Indeed, was there a king-level beast present? Yang Wu gazed at the bovine creature hovering in the sky, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. Cattle do not fly, yet this one did, unmistakably a king-level monster. Moreover, king-level monsters represented planetary-level powers, which entailed far more than mere flight. If it were at the pinnacle of first-tier planetary strength, it could easily overpower Yang Wu with sheer force. However, most of the planetary-level beings on Earth were first-tier, with only a handful of the second-tier, and merely 2 at the third-tier, alongside 2 others who were mere nuisances. Clearly, the intelligence, or perhaps the instincts, of monsters fell short of human capabilities. Thus, most king-level beasts were predominantly first-tier planetary entities. After waiting for a moment, Yang Wu gleaned information about the beast's approximate strength through alternative channels. You have triggered the challenge quest. Wild Bull King. Quest requirement. Endure as long as possible against the Wild Bull King. Strength comparison concluded. You are not a match for the Wild Bull King. Quest rewards generated. Rewards. The quest rewards are tiered. Each requirement met grants corresponding rewards. Endure for 10 seconds. 10 days of black iron rank cultivation. Endure for 30 seconds. 50 days of black iron rank cultivation. Endure for 2 minutes. 300 days of black iron rank cultivation. Endure for 3 minutes. 500 days of black iron rank cultivation. Endure for 5 minutes. 1,000 days of black iron rank cultivation. Endure for 10 minutes. 2,500 days of black iron rank cultivation, and randomly generate one of the Wild Bull King's abilities. Yang Wu shook his head slightly. To be honest, these rewards were not as high as those from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf Challenge. It was evident that the disparity in power between them was not vast. If the strength comparison were equal, the rewards for challenging the Wild Bull King would undoubtedly surpass those for the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. This was not merely due to the Wild Bull King's superior strength. It was also because the Wild Bull King could fly, which presented a substantial advantage for Yang Wu. Yet, the rewards were surprisingly lower than those of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, indicating that while the Wild Bull King was indeed stronger, it was not overwhelmingly so, at least not to the point of total domination. Estimating that he could certainly hold out for 10 minutes, he pondered what ability might be generated. Excited, Yang Wu was eager to engage. Since acquiring the Black God armor, he seldom donned the SS-grade combat suit. However, this time he opted for the SS-grade combat suit, particularly because he was confronting a king-level beast. Of course, the SS-grade combat suit could not entirely dissipate the impact of a king-level monster's assault across his body. Nevertheless, it would still mitigate a considerable portion of the force, enhancing his chances of survival. Simultaneously, the Black God armor swiftly enveloped him, leaving only a slight gap around his eyes and nostrils. Given the immense size of the king-level beast, it was exceedingly unlikely to strike such a minuscule opening. In Yang Wu's eyes, a colossal shadow loomed. In the distance, the immense king-level monster strode through the void. With each step, it covered over 100 meters effortlessly, exuding an air of majesty akin to an emperor surveying his domain. Upon landing, each of its steps caused the ground to tremble. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent soaring skyward like a celestial river, instilling dread across the expanse. All creatures within the mountains, whether lord-level, wild bulls, or beastly soldiers, prostrated themselves in terror, trembling and too afraid to raise their heads. Meanwhile, Yang Wu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The aggro range of king-level monsters was vast, and if the Wild Bull King continued to make its presence known, he might inadvertently complete the challenge quest. Chapter 65, Battle Against the King-Level Monster. Before long, the Wild Bull King approached Yang Wu, its body estimated to exceed 180 meters in length. To comprehend 180 meters is to envision the height from the 1st to the 54th floor. While its height was roughly 100 meters, standing before a 30-story building would make anyone feel diminutive. Yang Wu gazed up at the sky, where a creature resembling a bull towered above him, its body adorned with scales the size of small rooms. Bathed in the afternoon sun, these scales glinted with a chilling radiance. The edges of each azure scale were as sharp as a blade, seemingly crafted from steel, ready to pierce the very heavens. Most disconcerting were its eyes, shimmering like dark gold. Those enormous orbs resembled the eyes of a deity, surveying the world with an icy and tyrannical gaze. If the iron-haired wild boar encountered during a martial arts examination had resembled a hulking, heavy-duty vehicle, Then this wild bull evoked the image of a diminutive mountain. Encountering such a gargantuan beast for the first time, Yang Wu felt a twinge of fear, as if afflicted by a phobia of colossal beings. His body trembled involuntarily, and sweat prickled his skin. The remnants of his past life influenced him. However, the world of devouring the starry sky was indeed a wondrous realm. Yang Wu took a deep breath, gradually adjusting his mindset. With each step, the immense wild bull reverberated like a drum, its thunderous footfalls causing the very air to quiver. Yang Wu stood resolute, blade in hand, unwavering in his gaze. A deep, resonant bellow echoed, akin to the rumble of a god, reverberating through the boundless skies. All creatures within the mountains quaked in terror, lowering themselves in submission, a testament to the primal pressure emanating from the beast. This could not continue. It was time to strike. If he hesitated any longer, he risked losing the courage to act. Yang Wu shook his head in resignation. In a moment when Yang Wu resolved to act, the overwhelming pressure that had previously engulfed him seemed to dissipate entirely, leaving only Yang Wu and the king-level beast in existence. Yang Wu's aura remained unyielding, his battle intent soaring to the heavens, resplendent and magnificent. As he unleashed his primal energy, each step he took covered hundreds of meters. He traversed the ground where he had just stood, leaping over the low-lying wild bulls, advancing directly towards the king-level beast. In a magnificent eruption of primal energy, Yang Wu, clad in an SS-grade combat suit and the Black God ensemble, ascended skyward, embodying his resolve and murderous intent. At that moment, with his battle blade in hand, his eyes sparkled with electric fervor. Clang! A faint yet resonant sound of blade, striking air, suddenly rang out, infused with Yang Wu's unwavering determination. This sound encapsulated his full strength, his stance a testament to the limits of human capability. The ninefold Thunderblade unleashed sevenfold power, speed, and strength in a cataclysmic burst. Beneath the blazing sun, it was as if thunder and lightning had converged. The king-level beast was shaken to its core, although the strike had yet to be delivered. An overwhelming aura of lethal intent surged forth. Yet, when one's strength reaches a certain threshold, a fundamental distinction emerges. If an ordinary battle god, or even a group of peak battle gods, were to engage the Wild Bull King, the outcome might very well be that the Wild Bull King remains unscathed while the battle gods are utterly annihilated. This illustrates the essential disparity in power. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, Yang Wu's figure swiftly surged forward to confront the Wild Bull King. The Wild Bull King regarded Yang Wu with a cold, indifferent gaze, its icy eyes flickering with murderous intent. In that instant, the world fell into an eerie silence, all beasts instinctively holding their breath, anticipating the imminent eruption of a grand conflict. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if an endless reservoir of primal energy had been entirely siphoned away, and the skies darkened, casting the entire realm into an abyss of night. Yang Wu initially remained unaware, but as the Wild Bull King began to move, its formidable aura erupted with unparalleled ferocity. Even from thousands of meters away, the ground quaked beneath the weight of its overwhelming force, sinking several meters under the pressure, especially as the foe approached. Yang Wu felt an immense aura surge upwards, shaking the heavens and the earth. The potency of this aura eclipsed that of the royal inspector he had previously encountered. A single horn lunged forth, charging at Yang Wu. The overwhelming waves of primal energy radiated from Yang Wu, who simultaneously unleashed a colossal force that made the surroundings tremble. The entire mountain range quaked, as if on the verge of collapse. Yang Wu's previously unremarkable eyes now blazed with a terrifying murderous intent. Kill! As the Wild Bull King drew near, a flash of blade light ignited. The blade shone like lightning, aimed directly at the Wild Bull King. But how formidable was the Wild Bull King? It was merely a planetary-level entity, yet it could still be slain. Yang Wu considered himself to be at the pinnacle of battle gods, far surpassing others of the same caliber. The perfected ninefold Thunderblade allowed him to wield 7 times his bodily foundational strength, granting him power that rivaled that of planetary beings. Clang! The Wild Bull King's lips curled into a smirk, tinged with mockery and fury. Swish! The Wild Bull King surged forward with astonishing speed, even outpacing Yang Wu by a fraction. Yang Wu thought to himself, I shall test just how formidable a king-level beast truly is. This marked his first engagement in battle against a creature in which he held no certainty of victory. As he swung his blade, it struck the Wild Bull King's immense horn. Its protective primal energy proved extraordinarily resilient, significantly diminishing the impact of Yang Wu's strike. The blade penetrated less than a meter before coming to a complete halt. His full-powered blow could barely breach that depth. The Wild Bull King's horn, with a diameter of approximately 10 meters and a length of several dozen meters, was no easy target. It was not that Yang Wu was unwilling to target the beast's vital spots, but rather that he had merely sought to gauge its strength. Moreover, the Wild Bull King was no simple foe. It was a king-level beast, not easily exposing its vulnerabilities for Yang Wu to exploit. Boom! Oomph. As the two clashed, the wild bulls within the mountains trembled in fear, and Yang Wu furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, a full-force strike was stronger than he had anticipated, yet it was not utterly overwhelming. A smile crept across Yang Wu's face. Simultaneously, he was struck directly by the Wild Bull King's horn, sent flying back at an astonishing speed. A sound of rushing wind erupted, and Yang Wu tumbled through the air, landing hundreds of meters away. Moments later, the violent wind pressure generated by his rapid descent carved a massive fissure over 100 meters long into the mountains. Moreover, within mere seconds, the wound he had inflicted upon the Wild Bull King began to diminish, shrinking by half a centimeter each second. Yang Wu's expression grew grave as he inhaled sharply. The terrifying regenerative capabilities of the king-level beast were unmistakable. The Wild Bull King had previously dismissed the need to evade, allowing Yang Wu's blade to strike its horn. Reveling in the despair etched across Yang Wu's face, a mere ant beneath the king-level beast. Yet, the force of the recent blow had also taken the Wild Bull King by surprise. Chapter 66. The Strategy Against the Wild Bull King. The might of a king-level beast is formidable in all respects, and Yang Wu could only barely contend with it by relying on the strength of his physique. Ultimately, he was but a battle god, and the disparity in many areas was stark, while he could dominate among battle gods. Facing the Wild Bull King revealed the many gaps in their power. However, it was fortunate that he was not entirely overwhelmed. It appeared the Wild Bull King had not unleashed its full capabilities. Its strength surpassed his, yet only within certain limits. Thankfully, he possessed the Black God Ensemble. Without it, he would have perished long ago. Indeed, the Black God Ensemble was reputed to be impervious even to king-level beasts, relying solely on its unmatched resilience to withstand devastating force. Furthermore, any impact from attacks, when transmitted through the Black God Ensemble, will be diminished by 90%. This meant that while the Wild Bull King wielded nearly 5 million kilograms of force, the impact reaching Yang Wu's body, after passing through the layers of the SS grade combat suit and the Black God Ensemble, was reduced to approximately 300,000 kilograms. If 300,000 kilograms of force were concentrated on a single point, it would still pose significant harm to a peak battle god. Yet, once that force was dispersed throughout his body, Yang Wu remained unconcerned, for the physique of a peak battle god was still exceptionally robust, and having consumed the spirit of Flora, his regenerative capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary peak battle gods. He estimated his recovery potential to be over 3 times that of a typical peak battle god, meaning the earlier blow would require only a brief moment for him to recuperate. Yang Wu's gaze swept across the void, landing on the Wild Bull King, which loomed a kilometer above in the starry sky, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Moo! The Wild Bull King let out a furious bellow. It had encountered many humans clad in black skin, having slain a few, but each encounter had proven exceedingly arduous. Asliksmir grajed Yang Wu sleeps. He realized that his earlier strike had not been in vain. He is not without a chance. The recent attack has clarified many matters. The Bull King, in his foolishness, is no more than an ordinary warrior with high attack and agility. The immense force of 5 million kilograms, amplified by the Dark God armor, does not significantly enhance his capabilities. The Bull King's energy attack is approximately 2.5 million kilograms, and the notion that he could kill me with mere energy is utterly absurd. However, I cannot engage in prolonged combat. Clearly, my stamina and energy cannot match the Bull King's, nor can I achieve a swift resolution. Draw your blade, Yang Wu declared coldly, stamping his foot with tremendous force. Boom! With a thunderous crack, the ground suddenly fissured beneath him. Yang Wu propelled himself forward, harnessing the colossal strength, his strides covering hundreds of meters in a single bound. His steps peculiarly uneven. As he altered his speed, he raised his arm high, a surge of energy rippling through him, and as he approached the Bull King, a chilling blade of light ignited. 9th layer of the Thunderblade. With a downward strike, a cacophony of tearing sounds erupted. The air shimmered with rippling waves, akin to water disturbed. The energy around him surged as Yang Wu unleashed his full power, while my blade technique delivers a formidable blow. It still pales in comparison to the Bull King before me. The Bull King's dark golden pupils narrowed, not merely in response to the terror of Yang Wu's strike, but in astonishment at his agility and swordplay. Yet he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he concentrated his energy, and with lightning speed, his hoofs sliced through the air. With a resounding crash, Yang Wu was sent sprawling backward, his arm tingling slightly. Even the full-force ninth layer of the Thunderblade could not compete with the Bull King's unleashed might. My speed cannot match his, nor can my strength rival his. Under the impact of that hoof, even a tank would be crushed. Yang Wu's pupils constricted sharply, his complexion turning a shade of purple. Veins throbbed on his forehead, resembling a mass of serpents coiling upon the dark god armor, a sight both alarming and awe-inspiring. With the force of that hoof strike, Yang Wu was hurled backward, his thighs carving deep ruts in the ground, the rocks beneath him flying like cannonballs. When he collided with a cliffside, it produced a sound akin to muffled thunder. The stones shattered like foam, and debris scattered like sniper bullets, whistling in all directions. The Bull King merely stumbled back a few paces. Again, boom! Despite being outmatched in strength, why does Yang Wu continue to engage head-on? It is because there exists a vast chasm between humans and beasts. In truth, avoiding such brutish attacks is not a challenge for him. Since their second encounter, the Bull King has been led into Yang Wu's trap. This is merely a subtle, psychological game, trivial in essence. From the outset, Yang Wu chose to confront the Bull King directly. This was akin to offering the Bull King an opening, allowing him to strike with ease. Naturally, the Bull King relaxed, believing Yang Wu intended to rely on the Dark God armor to clash with him as a basis for victory. The current situation indeed reflects this. Yang Wu has not disappointed the Bull King. The Bull King evidently prefers a strategy of exchanging blows, knowing well that Yang Wu would sustain greater injuries. However, the Bull King has committed a grave error. In his intoxication with impending victory, he has lost the opportunity for independent thought. After all, if brute force can secure victory, why ponder? Moreover, his intelligence is not particularly high. Thus, Yang Wu effortlessly led him into a strategy he excels at. The Bull King's inherent thought patterns caused him to overlook the advantages held by humanity. And within this oversight lies Yang Wu's opportunity for a dramatic reversal. Of course, there are additional motives. For instance, he must first secure that 10-minute reward. Let you revel for now. Soon, your demise is inevitable. Yang Wu thought with a cold smirk. Yang Wu relinquished his momentum. Though injured, he still raised his blade anew. An illusion darted forth, sending countless boulders hurtling towards the Bull King. With each step, the shattered stones beneath him soared into the air with a whistling sound. Through several probing attacks, Yang Wu had evidently discerned the Bull King's shortcomings. The Bull King is not invincible. At least his methods of attack lack structure, being wild and exceedingly monotonous. He relies solely on his indomitable body, charging forth with reckless abandon, wielding his horns and hooves as weapons. Furthermore, each charge is executed in a straight line. Such a tactic is far too easy for Yang Wu, who has perfected his agility, to evade. Even if Yang Wu's speed does not match his, avoiding him is still a simple task. The Bull King's charge is, indeed, his greatest weakness. However, Yang Wu cannot evade now. He needs to lull the Bull King into a false sense of security to find the opportunity for a decisive strike. Chapter 67. Unusual Excitement. After all, merely injuring the Bull King may prompt him to flee. With extensive combat experience, as the Bull King lunged towards him, Yang Wu positioned his battle blade horizontally, leveraging the Bull King's momentum to slash fiercely alongside his flank. Yet, an exceedingly sharp sound rang out as sparks flew from the scales adorning the Bull King. Yang Wu's Dark God armor merely left a superficial scratch on its surface. However, Yang Wu managed to leave a small mark on its temple, akin to a knife scraping across stone, causing no substantial harm to the Bull King itself. The temple, located in front of the oracle, is one of the vital points and is among the easiest for Yang Wu to target. Other critical areas are far too difficult. The Bull King's strength far exceeds Yang Wu's. Though it does not amount to sheer dominance, the overwhelming power is something Yang Wu cannot hope to match. Challenge task completed. You have fulfilled all requirements, and the task is now being settled. Settlement complete. Black iron level cultivation. For 1,360 days. Talent. Unusual excitement. Unusual excitement. Upon activation, the actual intensity of each of your attacks begins to fluctuate, with a range of 0-300. During the duration of unusual excitement, there is an additional consumption of 1,000 stamina and energy. The reward of 4,360 days at black iron level is hardly substantial. Observing the peculiar talent. Young Wu's leaps the wheat jet. In simple terms, this is a rather capricious talent. When he strikes with all his might, there is a possibility of dealing no damage at all, while at best, he could achieve a threefold critical hit. If one could prevail without activating the peculiar talent of abnormal exhilaration, then victory would indeed be attainable. Conversely, should defeat be inevitable, awakening the talent would merely be a desperate gamble. Regarding the current confrontation with the Savage Bull King, he had no intention of employing this bizarre ability, as he possessed the confidence to deliver a fatal blow. Should he resort to this strange talent and inadvertently reduce his attack power to a nullity, it would surely lead to a most embarrassing predicament. It appeared that Yang Wu's grip on the battle blade was becoming tenuous. Each strike against the Savage Bull King sent a jarring recoil through him, compounded by the significant impact of the Bull King's counterattacks. From the unfolding battle, it was evident that Yang Wu was unable to maintain his composure, engaging in a reckless exchange with the Savage Bull King, which only served to leave him in a state of disarray. The Savage Bull King, having discerned Yang Wu's current plight, was filled with exuberance. Had Yang Wu chosen a more measured approach, he might have enhanced his chances of victory. The Savage Bull King halted not far away, turning to initiate a new charge. Though Yang Wu feigned intent, he was genuinely in a pitiful state, panting heavily as he gazed at the Bull King. If this were a performance, it might not deceive the battle-hardened Savage Bull King. However, the truth was that Yang Wu was left with but a single strike of strength. At this moment, he was nearly bereft of the energy to move, his limbs feeling detached from his body, and the wounds he bore seemed trivial in comparison. The thrill of impending conquest over a formidable foe evidently exhilarated the Savage Bull King. With a roar, Yang Wu's skin, pale to the point of transparency, revealed veins that flushed crimson like serpents. In an instant, he appeared drenched in blood, as though he were about to erupt with vitality. My current stamina and energy are nearly depleted. Henceforth, it is a matter of life or death. Yang Wu regained his stoic demeanor as the sound of rushing blood coursed through him like a torrential river. Simultaneously, his muscles stretched to their utmost limits, and even some fractured bones emitted a resonating crack. The remnants of his energy surged within him, momentarily restoring him to a peak state. Yang Wu's completion flushed now, even more vibrant than at the onset of battle. With his formidable genetic lineage, augmented by the ancient Willow Heartwood's enhancements, Yang Wu's regenerative capabilities had reached an extraordinary level. Given sufficient time, he could fully recover from his injuries. Moreover, he was entirely confident in his ability to slay the Savage Bull King. Defeating the Bull King would complete his advancement task, and he had accumulated enough cultivation to fulfill the ascension requirement. Once he reached planetary level, his injuries would be effortlessly remedied. As the Savage Bull King charged towards him, Yang Wu's expression remained unperturbed. To outsiders, this action might have appeared as a reckless invitation to demise. Go to your death. Yang Wu's physical prowess was astonishing. His bellow resonated like an explosive cannon, rivaling the thunderous crash of a falling storm. The tremendous sound generated a fierce gust of wind, more astounding than the lion's roar found in martial legends. Then, with a sudden stomp of his foot, boom! Countless thunders erupted beneath him. Rocks shattered beneath his feet, sending debris soaring skyward within a radius of hundreds of meters. The very mountains trembled with Yang Wu's movement, as if a seismic event had transpired. Like a matador, Yang Wu deftly sidestepped. The Savage Bull King's charge continued unabated, propelled by its own momentum. Amidst this cacophonous uproar, Yang Wu's remaining energy visibly coalesced and surged. Ultimately, it transformed into a dark force that ascended skyward, resembling a colossal dragon soaring to heights nearing 100 meters. In a mere instant, Yang Wu found himself before the Bull King's vulnerable spot. Clang! The sound of the blade echoed fiercely as the edge sliced through the air, compressing and exploding vast amounts of atmosphere, generating a breathtaking flash of light. In a realm of martial prowess, no defense is impenetrable, only speed is invincible. When your blade strikes with unparalleled swiftness, you become unconquerable. The sound of the blade roared like a tempest. A blade, akin to lightning, surged from Yang Wu's hand. Where it passed, the air lay still, as if no ripples dared to disturb its path. Despite the thunderous clangor, it bore an eerie silence, a testament to its incredible speed. Yet, The blade's passage left behind rifts that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. The savage bull kings first stood on end, and a profound fear welled within its heart. Yang Wu's strike, though seemingly modest in force, imparted an inescapable sense of doom. It felt as if a divine entity, seated in the heavens, had decreed a fate from which there was no escape, promising to cleave both body and soul asunder. Sensing its impending demise, the savage bull king emitted a mournful wail that echoed throughout the mountains. It appeared desperate to muster all its strength, thrashing with renewed vigor, ripping through the air. The temple was a critical point, devoid of any robust bone to resist, compounded by Yang Wu's previous assaults on this very vulnerability. There was no barrier to impede the Blood Shadow Warblade, which swiftly penetrated through all layers of scale, while the Black God armor extended into the Bull King's skull. Chapter 68, Bronze 5 and Planetary Level. The SS-level Blood Shadow Warblade was more than capable of slicing through the bodies of royal tier beasts, let alone a target devoid of even bone. With a vital spot struck, the savage Bull King's body stiffened to its limit. A tearing sound echoed, followed by a deluge of blood cascading down. Yang Wu narrowly evaded the torrent, almost deluged by the bull's sanguine outpouring. With a resounding crash, the savage Bull King plummeted from the sky, its eyes gradually losing their luster. In that moment of demise, it reflected on its life, having striven diligently since youth and achieving the status of a royal tier beast. Yet, its prideful strength was vanquished by a human far inferior in power. Killed a planetary-level second-tier beast, awarded 2 days of bronze-level cultivation. For Yang Wu, this marked his inaugural emergence of bronze-level cultivation. At the moment of this revelation, he also grasped a profound truth. Black iron-level cultivation could be exchanged for bronze-level cultivation, albeit at a staggering ratio of 100:001, a most egregious exchange. This ratio was exorbitant due to the vast disparities in aptitude between each level of bronze, coupled with the inherent limitations of each stage of cultivation. After all, one cannot elevate rotten wood or mire. Just as with his previous black iron-level cultivation, regardless of the tier, even with the most prodigious power of epochs, one could not comprehend the existence of realms. Achieving comprehension of the profound essence and reaching the pinnacle of planetary level represented the ultimate limit of black iron tier aptitude. Shortly thereafter, the massive carcass of the savage Bull King crashed down, causing the mountains to tremble, while Yang Wu, too, descended helplessly. A glance at him revealed the unmistakable signs of exhaustion. Even so, the trembling herd of wild bulls around dared not approach. Cough, cough. Yang Wu fell to the ground, a wave of fatigue washing over him, his complexion slightly pale. Though the process had been somewhat perilous, the outcome was undeniably perfect. At this moment, Yang Wu was filled with exhilaration and excitement. This was the sensation of triumph over formidable foes. This was what it meant to be a warrior. You have successfully completed the advancement task. Your talent is undergoing transformation, and the transformation is complete, reaching bronze level 5. The complete version of the ninefold Thunderblade is imbued with an artistic level of martial arts. Yet Yang Wu had never taken the time to truly comprehend it. There was a change. Yang Wu closed his eyes, his mind as tranquil as still water, attuning himself to the fluctuations of that artistic realm. Previously, his perception of the realm had been exceedingly vague, as if shrouded by layers of mist. Progress had been made. He had indeed advanced. Yang Wu's face lit up with astonishment. His understanding of the realm had become significantly clearer. It felt akin to a transcendence of the soul, an elevation of comprehension that was far beyond mere doubling. It was, without doubt, a metamorphosis of innate talent. If the breakthrough of a realm signifies the transformation of the physical body, then this enhancement of talent represents an elevation of the soul's essence. Perhaps after such a transformation, the advancement in the primal energy of his genes would be minimal. Yet his comprehension had surged tremendously. There was no turning back now. It was time to proceed. Yang Wu's breathing gradually steadied, and his heartbeat slowed. With sufficient cultivation to complete the advancement task, Yang Wu did not hesitate to choose to advance. You have met the requirements for the advancement task. The planetary level advancement task has been completed. Suddenly, Yang Wu's entire body was enveloped in a brilliant crimson light, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. Streams of primal energy surged into his body from the void, and Yang Wu tightly closed his eyes. With a whoosh, within each cell, shimmering void-like star rivers began to form whirlpools, with primal energy swirling furiously, creating concentric circles of vortexes. Inside those cells, the once calm, primal, genetic energy surged forth like a tempest, roaring to life. Boom! The turbulent genetic primal energy began to rotate violently, accelerating. Whoosh! The whirlpool suddenly expanded, causing the flow of energy to thin considerably, resembling a transparent water curtain. Inhale, contract. The previously expanded, transparent, rotating water curtain suddenly contracted, transforming into a colossal, spinning water sphere. Expand, contract. Again it swelled, then shrank. The flow of genetic primal energy pulsed like a heartbeat, expanding and contracting repeatedly, as if it had gained a life of its own. In this unique rhythm, fragments of dark gold gradually dissolved and merged, enhancing the overall strength of the flow. Expand. As delicate as a cicada's wing. Contract, the water sphere becoming transparent. Gradually, droplets coalesced into streams, forming rivulets and rivers. Streams of warmth continually gathered throughout his body, ultimately converging at the dantian in Yang Wu's abdomen. There lies a fundamental distinction between a spiritual master and a warrior. The essence of a spiritual master resides in the sea of consciousness within the head, while that of a warrior dwells in the dantian within the abdomen. Within the dantian. Boom! As if Pangu were parting the heavens and the earth, the dantian, previously non-existent in his abdomen, burst open in an instant. The swirling genetic primal energy accelerated, expanding and contracting incessantly, with each cycle rendering its volume smaller. Upon reaching a critical point, Yang Wu felt a tremor of consciousness, and his body quivered in response. Success. Within the expansive dantian, a miniature star appeared. This star was purple, and the entire purple miniature star was, in fact, composed of numerous purple, six-sided crystals aggregating together. The purple miniature star spun continuously, emanating waves of peculiar vibrations. Genetic primal energy. Yang Wu felt a surge within, and a strand of genetic primal energy instantly shot forth from the dantian, coursing through every part of his body. In an instant, Yang Wu felt every bone, marrow, skin, tendon, and organ transforming at an astonishing pace. He felt as though his bones had been shattered and then reconstituted, undergoing an incredible metamorphosis. This transformation was far more dramatic than when Yang Wu absorbed the blood of a dragon. He had finally stepped into the planetary level. Yang Wu clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. It is essential to understand that what is deemed the god of war level on Earth is merely the apprentice level in the cosmos, lacking even the qualification to call oneself a warrior. Only at the planetary level does one earn the right to be called a warrior. This feeling is exquisite. As the transformed genes invoked a metamorphosis within his body, Yang Wu experienced unprecedented shock. In reality, the enhancement of the apprentice level's power from stage 1 to stage 9 was merely a series of improvements based on the existing physical foundation. Reaching the high-level god of war represents a limit. Without surpassing it, one can never break through. Yet once crossed, life ascends to a higher echelon. It is akin to one's body transforming from a grown man who has reached his limit into an infant. At this moment, Yang Wu floated effortlessly. This was the inherent ability of the planetary level. Upon entering the planetary level, the genetic primal energy forms a miniature planet within the dantian. This miniature planet possesses its own magnetic field, enabling the control of the surrounding magnetic field to achieve levitation and flight. Chapter 69. The Metamorphosis of Life's Genetic Levels. Now, within Yang Wu's dantian, there resided only a gray miniature planet, signifying his entry into the first stage of the planetary level. However, he could seamlessly progress from the first stage of the planetary level, with no bottlenecks, all the way to the 9th stage. Upon acquiring 9 miniature planets, he could then attempt to break through to the stellar level. Moreover, planetary level warriors possess not only the means to project primal energy outward, but also exhibit certain unique attributes inherent to their genetic primal energy. This attribute pertains to the special abilities awakened after surpassing the planetary level. Different planetary level warriors possess various special abilities. Some manifest flames, while others exhibit light. The original text mentions only a few of the special abilities awakened after breaking through the planetary level. For example, Luo Feng's ability, the diamond body, is a commendable special ability within the metal attribute. The variance in attributes arises from each individual's physique, soul, and comprehension, resulting in the absorption of cosmic energy with differing inherent properties. This phenomenon is also related to the laws governing the devouring of worlds. Should one be more suited to a particular attribute, comprehending the relevant laws becomes significantly easier. These special abilities are primarily categorized into 8 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. Previously, I practiced the 9-fold Thunderblade, My ability is likely related to lightning. I wonder what my special ability will be. Young Wu's mind stirred, and the genetic primal energy enveloped his entire body, gradually merging with the surface of his skin. Yang Wu could distinctly see sparks of electricity flickering across his skin, resembling a thunderous god of war. The faint, dark golden lightning emitted an aura of terrifying power that could be felt even with the naked eye. In truth, the extraordinary abilities associated with planetary-level birth were merely mentioned in the early stages and subsequently faded into obscurity. Yang Wu gently shook his head. Furthermore, there exists no hierarchy among the 8 categories. Each possesses formidable special abilities, as well as utterly lackluster ones. The specific nature of these abilities eludes him, yet it is undeniably linked to the principles of lightning. Suddenly, a tempest arose around Yang Wu once more. From the boundless void, 81 strands of energy emerged, intertwining with a miniature star within his body. At that moment, the minuscule star seemed to give rise to a new network of energy, creating an unprecedented bond between the primal force and Yang Wu. The 81 strands resembled the cosmic dance, transmitting through the miniature star and radiating throughout Yang Wu's being. This evolution at the genetic level signified an all-encompassing enhancement of his strength. Mysterious fragments of the universe coursed through the strands, permeating his cellular structure and initiating the evolution of his life genes. The sound of crackling echoed within his muscles and bones. It was astonishing, truly magnificent. With his eyes closed, Young Wu's face radiat ishilaratian. His excitement was not merely due to the subtle evolution of his bodily genes, but rather because it simulated a perfect cosmic cycle. The primal force, star, soul, and body had remarkably emulated the cyclical nature of the universe. He was enraptured, utterly entranced, as if beholding the most exquisite wonders of the world. Time passed. Yang Wu became wholly absorbed in the flawless cosmic cycle forming within him, while this genetic evolution was gradually propelled forward within the continuous loop of the universe. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. After a full 3 days, Yang Wu completed this metamorphosis. His life gene level had tripled, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his strength by 3-fold. At this moment, Yang Wu contained only a single miniature star, seemingly a mere planetary-level first tier. Yet his prowess exceeded such simple classification. The foundational strength of other planetary-level first-tier warriors ranges from 2 million to 4 million kilograms. In contrast, Yang Wu's foundational strength at this tier stood at an impressive 6 million to 12 million kilograms of force. This implies that every ounce of his strength could unleash thrice its potential due to the influence of his life gene level, effectively elevating his prowess to just over 1 tier. With the augmentation of the 9-fold Thunderblade, his full power surged to at least 42 million kilograms. Most humans on Earth at the planetary level are merely first tier, with a few reaching second tier, and only 2 remaining as outliers. However, apart from Hong and the Thunder God, Yang Wu felt no fear towards anyone else. Simultaneously, his primal force became increasingly refined, and his affinity with the source heightened. How wondrous! Yang Wu closed his eyes and faintly sensed the fluctuations of various fundamental laws emanating from the depths of the infinite universe. The vibrations of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, lightning, space, and time were significantly clearer. Despite his talent being only at bronze level 5, he could perceive these fundamental waves. This was due to his elevated life gene level, which naturally granted him a superior affinity with the cosmic essence. If others at the same talent level could only comprehend domains, let alone grasp the fluctuations of fundamental laws, his clarity of perception had likely doubled, thereby enhancing the efficacy of his law manifestations correspondingly. Yang Wu mused himself. Regrettably, he had yet to reach the thresholds of law comprehension, let alone the realm of intent and domain. With heightened understanding, the grasp of laws would also accelerate. Yang Wu silently admired the significance placed upon blood warriors and dark warriors. Those selected by the Virtual Universe Company were indeed unparalleled geniuses. A mere doubling of comprehension could amplify the power of the laws by an additional factor of 10. What a spectacle! In the past, when Luo Feng traversed the heavenly mountain, even the Chaos City Lord refrained from commending him. However, upon learning that Luo Feng had become a dark warrior, the City Lord expressed his admiration thrice. This underscores that advancements in life gene levels far surpass ordinary genius displays. The higher the life gene level, the greater the potential it represents. Though 3 million in cultivation may seem considerable, is wholly justified and indeed a substantial gain. He wondered what the next advancement task would entail. If it required 3 million in bronze-level cultivation. Yang Wu shook his head slightly. Where would he find such an abundance of king-level beasts to slay? Even converting black iron cultivation through the elimination of ordinary monsters to attain bronze level would be an exasperating ratio. Yang Wu ascended into the sky, hovering over 300 meters above ground. The black god's suit rustled in the wind as he stood suspended without touching any surface. It was said that Hong and the Thunder God once delved into the depths of the ocean, reaching an agreement with the two beast emperors. The specifics of this agreement were unclear, yet one clause was decidedly disadvantageous for him. Once one attained planetary level status, they could not act recklessly. This was of little consequence. As long as he eliminated any beast that witnessed his planetary level prowess, he would be fine. Moreover, he would need to exercise caution in his future flights. In reality, the number of monsters in any given area is finite. Whether as a peak warrior or a planetary level fighter, he could vanquish them with a single strike. From this perspective, the difference in efficiency when farming monsters, regardless of his breakthrough, was not substantial. Chapter 70. The Astonished Hong. The monsters that witnessed Yang Wu's flight were effortlessly silenced by him. After all, since his breakthrough to planetary level, he had no specific objectives and remained on the Australian continent, farming monsters. After all, cultivation was immensely beneficial and would never go out of fashion. On January 8, 2057, while Yang Wu was fervently farming monsters, he suddenly received an email. Yang Wu, please arrive at Hongning Bay City's Extreme Martial Arts Global Headquarters by 6 p.m. on January 10th. Numerous warriors will gather to venture into the ancient civilization ruins, number 9. The message contained 3 crucial points. 1. As a site of relatively low danger. The ancient civilization ruins, number 9, is the only place to acquire the Black God suit. The mortality and injury rate for warriors entering is approximately 72, with a success rate of 28. Consider this carefully before deciding to enter, as retreat is impossible once inside. 2. Each warrior is granted only one opportunity to enter the ancient civilization ruins, number 9. 3. Warriors entering the ruins are prohibited from using the Black God suit or any special protective gear. They may only don combat suits manufactured on Earth. Extreme Martial Arts. January 8, 2057. Yang Wu was taken aback to learn that Hong had gathered a group to accompany him inside. He shook his head slightly. Perhaps it was to maintain secrecy, but it was of little significance. Yang Wu had long been mentally prepared for this. The number 9 civilization ruins, along with the world's 3 great perilous places and other ruins, were yet to be explored by him. Among them, the No. 9 civilization ruins posed a comparatively lower level of danger. Moreover, he has now ascended to a planetary level, and not just an ordinary one at that. I wonder if my cerebral domain has indeed reached the threshold of 18. Yang Wu's Gazi Sharpenet. A cerebral domain of 18 is the requisite standard for unlocking the special passageway of the number 9 ruins. To put it in perspective, the cerebral domain of an average person in my past life was likely around 5. Even someone of Einstein's caliber only attained a cerebral domain of 13. Thus, it is evident that a mere difference of 1 point in cerebral domain can be as profound as the chasm between heaven and earth. In comparison to my original self, Yang Wu, and with the enhancement of a 3-fold life gene level, my comprehension has surged by 100-fold. Yet, I remain uncertain of the exact extent of my cerebral domain. Should I enter the number 9 ruins for the standard assessment, I possess considerable confidence. Yang Wu furrowed his brow. However, I fear that upon entry, I might face an assessment akin to that of Luo Feng, one that diverges from the norm. Of course, with 2 million black iron level cultivation as a foundation, I am not entirely without assurance, even should I venture into the elite passageway. The silver lining is that the elite passageway differs from the A-type and B-type channels, which are rather pedestrian. It is likely to yield unexpected rewards. The downside, however, is that the experiences of predecessors are rendered entirely irrelevant within the elite passageway. Moreover, as a martial artist, the trials Luo Feng faced upon entering the psychic elite passageway hold no reference for me. This is the first opening in 5,000 years, and no one knows what awaits within this elite passageway. Yang Wu knows nothing of the elite passageway from martial artists in the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in 100 battles. Charging blindly into the ancient civilization ruins, akin to a blind man grasping at an elephant, could very well cost me my life. Yet, this opportunity is one of the few that remains before I venture into the cosmos. Yang Wu shook his head slightly. However, upon entering the devouring starry sky world, his mindset has undergone an unconscious transformation. Upon his arrival at the immense spacecraft, Yang Wu was ushered into a spacious lounge, furnished with dozens of seats. Inside, 6 individuals were already present, and with a mere glance, Yang Wu discerned that they were not of Huaxia descent. Now a planetary-level warrior, Yang Wu could easily conceal his extraordinary prowess from the average observer. Soon, the final 8th member arrived, and all the warriors from the extreme martial arts hall destined for the number 9 ancient civilization ruins had gathered. Due to the prohibition against bringing ancient civilization protective gear, like the Black God set, into the ruins, they were compelled to use earthly protective equipment. However, weapons crafted from ancient civilization materials could still be utilized, prompting Yang Wu to unbind the already acknowledged Black God set. The method of unbinding was simple. One merely needed to expel the blood that had been used to establish the bond. Nevertheless, with an SS-level weapon and combat suit in his possession, he did not find himself in any particular danger. Please follow me. Beckoned a man clad in a loose red robe, leading Yang Wu and the other 8 warriors from around the globe into a tranquil chamber constructed entirely of peculiar purple wood. The purple wood that constituted the chamber not only exuded an unusual fragrance, but also instilled an unprecedented sense of calm and focus. A man in black stood within the chamber, his back turned to Yang Wu and the others. Upon their entry, the man in black turned to face them, his gaze sweeping over the group. Upon spotting Yang Wu, his eyes narrowed in astonishment, betraying the shock within him. Such talent! His eyes filled with skepticism, yet were unable to conceal the admiration he felt for Yang Wu's current achievements. Initially, Hong had indeed recognized Yang Wu's potential to reach planetary level, but he had not anticipated such a swift breakthrough. However, he had provided Yang Wu with some assistance, not expecting him to surpass all expectations. Furthermore, Yang Wu's ascension to planetary level was a significant event that warranted proper publicity, paving the way for him to become the 6th inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Naturally, that was a matter to be addressed after Yang Wu entered the know. 9 ruins. While the number 9 ancient civilization ruins are deemed less perilous compared to other civilization ruins, the casualty rate remains alarmingly high. If any of you now harbor regrets and wish to withdraw, you may voice them now. Otherwise, once you enter the ancient civilization ruins, it will be too late for regrets. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Very well, the man in black remarked coolly, Yao Rao enter. With a swish, a vague figure coalesced at the door, a mysterious woman clad in a long black robe, adorned with a golden mask and flowing black hair. You 8 shall depart shortly for the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. With Yao Rao leading the way, the man in black instructed. Understood, the group responded in unison. Yang Wu, stay behind. The rest may withdraw, he commanded. Soon, only Yang Wu and the man in black, Hong, remained in the tranquil chamber. Yang Wu, your innate talent is exceptional, rivaling my own, yet I did not expect you to have already reached planetary level. Just months prior, he had encountered Yang Wu, who at the time possessed merely the foundational physical attributes of an ordinary warrior. Yet, in such a short span, Yang Wu had undergone consecutive breakthroughs, achieving planetary status. Oh, you may not be aware, but the term beyond warrior commonly used among Earthlings refers to those of planetary level strength. Yang Wu's transformation from a mere ordinary martial artist to a newly reborn planetary warrior in just half a year is undoubtedly the swiftest ascent to planetary level in history. Given his intimate knowledge of Yang Wu's past, Hong understood how effortlessly he had traversed this path. Furthermore, considering the typical age of planetary level warriors, Yang Wu is astonishingly youthful. Still, Hong could not fathom how Yang Wu had managed to shatter conventional expectations, ascending to such heights in a mere 6 months, accomplishing what would typically take decades for others. You truly continue to surprise, Hong remarked, shaking his head in resignation. As for how you broke through to planetary level, I shall refrain from probing further. If you claim to have achieved this without secrets, even under duress, I would find it hard to believe. Nonetheless, he understood that every individual harbored secrets, some of which were not meant to be disclosed to others. It is often said that the path of a master is a lonely one. Once one reaches invincibility, the absence of rivals leads to a profound sense of ennui. He was not fond of such a solitary existence, and, as kindred spirits, there was no need for him to press further. You have now attained planetary level, a significant milestone. Subsequently, we at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall can select an auspicious day for a global broadcast, during which I shall personally bestow upon you the title of Inspector. The appointment of the 6th Inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall is to be made public on a momentous occasion. Additionally, we several council members will confer upon you the title of Counselor within the Warrior Space. before you emerge from the number 9 ruins. I will ensure that all arrangements are made. However, even reaching planetary level is merely the beginning. You must continue to diligently cultivate. For both humans and beasts alike, surpassing the warrior and lord levels does not imply a cessation of growth. In our human realm, even the planetary level senators, strong individuals exhibit varying degrees of strength. With myself and the Thunder God, far surpassing the rest. The same holds true for monsters. Among the royal grade beasts, some are formidable, while others are less so. Though the disparities are generally not astonishing, merely a few times apart. However, within the vast ocean that dwarfs the landmass, countless monsters reside. And the sheer number of royal grade monsters inevitably gives rise to exceedingly fearsome creatures. These two beasts are referred to as the monarchs of monsters. Each possesses astonishing power. And apart from myself and the Thunder God, any other individual on Earth encountering them would be certain to meet their demise, as Hong stated without hesitation. His intent was to motivate Yang Wu to continue striving. Given Yang Wu's innate talent, it is likely that he will effortlessly attain the level of myself and the Thunder God in the future. The planetary level is merely the beginning, not the destination. Hong solemnly cautioned against complacency. Understood, Yang Wu nodded. I did not anticipate that you would ascend to the planetary level. I may have spoken too much. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Given your remarkable talent and my past experiences, I can unequivocally inform you that the trials you will face upon entering the know. 9 relic are anything but ordinary. Of course, the risks involved and the eventual rewards are incomparable to those of mundane trials. I shall ask you once more, do you wish to withdraw? Hong gazed at Yang Wu with fervent intensity. There is nothing in life that is 100% safe. Yang Wu smiled slightly, declaring that in pursuit of life's ultimate limits, he would naturally swim against the current. Choosing the path of a warrior necessitates the courage to strive. It is precisely the presence of danger that ignites passion and fills one with fighting spirit. Most importantly, while other warriors can only progress step by step, he has the ability to achieve a shortcut through his unique advantage. Hong observed Yang Wu's demeanor and silently nodded. The Yang Wu before him displayed not only talent, but also an indomitable spirit that had evolved since their first encounter. It was a tenacity that could not be bent by a hammer nor overwhelmed by turbulent waters. To truly transcend the limits of life, one must possess an unwavering resolve that nothing can thwart. The Qian Kuan-class intelligent warplane soared through the skies at an astounding speed, housing the enchanting bodyguard and 8 battle deities. You may address me as Senator Miss. The beguiling voice was pleasing to the ears, igniting a tingling sensation within. Listen closely, for I shall speak but once. The number 9 ancient civilization relic serves as a relic of ancient origins designed for selection and elimination trials. Upon entry, warriors will typically traverse the A-type passage deep into the relic, while mentalists will be guided along the B-type passage. After delivering this information, the Enchanting One cast a deep glance at Yang Wu. The news of Yang Wu's ascension to planetary status and the possibility of entering a special passage had already been conveyed to her by Hong, leaving her profoundly astonished. Even a talent as remarkable as the Thunder God seemingly did not gain access to the special passage. Subsequently, she began to install translation software. Failing to comprehend the language within the relic or understand the script would lead to considerable time wastage and potential complications. As for the Enchanting One, she was one of Hong's 3 elite bodyguards, having accompanied him closely, and was the strongest female character in the early stages of the devouring starry sky world. This marked Yang Wu's first encounter with her, and he couldn't help but scrutinize her further. Indeed, she was a hybrid. Even though her face was masked, obscuring all but her eyes, nose, and mouth, it was evident that she was an unparalleled beauty. Particularly captivating were her eyes, which seemed to ensnare one's very soul. Even Yang Wu, with his planetary level awareness, felt momentarily affected. It was indeed terrifying. However, Yang Wu's focus was not on her allure, but rather on the likelihood that she possessed expertise in illusions. Illusions are renowned as a prominent school within the devouring starry sky. Mastering illusions requires a powerful mindset, akin to Hong's all-encompassing disposition. After a brief contemplation, Yang Wu shook his head slightly. Such a mindset, while lofty, was not particularly suited to him. He understood his own nature and recognized that he could not embrace everything. Very well, the Enchanting One addressed Yang Wu and the 8 others, a slight smile gracing her lips. Now, hurry and enter the ancient civilization relic. Each of you will encounter unique circumstances. I wish you all the best in emerging alive. With that, the enchanting senator swiftly entered the Qian Kuan-class warplane, which soon departed. Everyone, please prepare swiftly. Only 2 hours remain until the opening of the number 9 ancient civilization relic, reminded the elder in the red robe. Are you 8 ready? The 8 battle deities remained silent, merely gazing at him. Excellent. Activate the entrance passage. The elder in the red robe commanded loudly, with a series of mechanical sounds. The arc-shaped metallic wall at the front of the hall split open, revealing a circular passage. Chapter 72, The Elite Passage. What? By the heavens! The other 7 battle deities, who had remained silent, stared in astonishment at the circular passage, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yang Wu, despite being a traveler from another world, could not conceal his shock. The initial 2 to 3 meters of this circular passage were metallic, but deeper within lay an unusual dark brown, resembling intertwined roots forming the passage. As they proceeded along the passage and stepped into the luminous mirror, it was revealed that this was not a mirror, but rather the entrance to the No. 9 ancient civilization relic. Once inside, there would be no turning back. 8 battle deities, I wish you all the best in returning alive. The elder in the red robe regarded Yang Wu and the others as all eyes in the spacious hall turned towards them. This journey may lead to uncertain fates. Everyone, Yang Wu declared as he advanced towards the passage, I shall enter first. Go. Yang Wu took the lead, followed by the other battle deities as they sequentially entered the passage. With a series of clangs, the metallic walls of the passage sealed shut behind them, leaving no path of retreat. A luminous mirror? The entrance to the relic? Yang Wu gazed ahead at the radiant circular mirror. With a hearty laugh, he stepped forward without a moment's hesitation, entering the glowing circular mirror. The mirror rippled like a surface of water, effortlessly engulfing Yang Wu. He found himself in a vast black hall, the ceiling arched in a semi-spherical shape, encompassing several hundred square meters. Streams of dreamlike light cascaded down from the ceiling, rendering the entire hall ethereal and surreal. Is this the number 9 ancient civilization relic? Yang Wu stood within the hall, surveying his surroundings. In truth, all the battle deities who entered found themselves in similar halls, albeit not in the same locations. Warriors and mentalists traversed distinct testing passages. In the external perception, the No. 9 civilization relic was divided into A-type and B-type passages. However, the true secret of the number 9 civilization relic remained unknown to them. Within the black hall, the dreamy, colorful light enveloped Yang Wu, lasting for more than a minute. A rhythmic, jarring sound suddenly reverberated throughout the dark hall. Yang Wu lowered his gaze towards his communication wristwatch. The translation software was activated, and an alarm blared from the device. Alert! 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 An alarm? A smile graced Yang Wu's face. It appeared that his cerebral capacity had met the required standards. Although he harbored no desire to encounter the elite passage, should fate lead him there, he felt no trepidation. With over 2 million units of black iron-level cultivation as his foundation, he was aware that while the effects of black iron-level cultivation paled in comparison to that of bronze level, it still represented an immense reservoir of power. Moreover, with a life gene level 3 times that of an ordinary person, Yang Wu effectively operated at a power level equivalent to 2173 times that of a typical first-tier planetary being. The mesmerizing glow enveloping Yang Wu abruptly vanished, and, simultaneously, thick crystal ropes, as wide as fingers, shot down from the hemispherical ceiling of the black hall. Here it comes. Yang Wu's gaze sharpened, and he made no attempt to resist. Although this ancient relic base was indeed a selection ground for elite apprentices, particularly favored by mentalists, all who entered might suffer injuries but had yet to meet their demise. Now, as a planetary-level being, he seemed to have triggered the elite passage, and he felt confident that even as a martial artist, he would face little peril. Over 100 crystal ropes descended like lightning, their velocity astonishing, even outpacing the ancient Willow King of Mist Island. Unfortunately, the incredible speed of these crystal ropes left no room for Yang Wu to resist. In an instant, they ensnared him, wrapping him up tightly like a rice dumpling. Yang Wu understood that his meager strength was utterly incapable of opposing the relics of this ancient civilization. Each transparent, crystal-like rope that bound him shimmered with flowing light, transmitting signals to the ceiling of the black hall, akin to a computer processing data. This phenomenon persisted for approximately 30 seconds, rather abruptly. Swish, swish, swish. All the translucent crystal ropes rapidly retracted, merging into the ceiling. A long string of words echoed throughout the black hall. Yang Wu lowered his gaze to his communication wristwatch. The display revealed intricate characters while simultaneously emitting a voice in Mandarin. Congratulations, Your cerebral capacity is 18, qualifying you for entry into the elite passage of this trial base. Luo Feng, during his apprentice phase, had a cerebral capacity of 21, which transformed into 22 upon reaching planetary status. Yang Wu's talent had evolved to Bronze 5. And though his life gene level was 3 times that of the previous, his cerebral capacity still fell short of Luo Feng's. It appeared that during their time on Earth, Luo Feng's innate abilities surpassed that of Bronze 5. Because this is the first activation of the elite passage in 5,000 years, please wait for 15 minutes. 15 minutes felt interminably slow. As each second trickled by, Yang Wu awaited in silence. A voice resonated through the black hall, and the walls began to tremble. Please enter the elite passage. Yang Wu glanced at his wristwatch, which translated the message. Raising his head, he beheld a deep, unfathomable black passageway etched into the walls of the hall, accompanied by complex characters reminiscent of those displayed on his watch. The elite passage? Yang Wu nodded and stepped forward. In mere moments, 9 forks appeared before him. He chose one at random, yet after a short distance, he encountered another 9 forks. This pattern continued, with Yang Wu progressing until he stood before 9 forks ahead and 9 behind, each path giving rise to a cloaked figure donned in a silver mask. 18 such figures began to converge towards him along the forks. People? Yang Wu's eyes narrowed as he spotted a cloaked figure emerging from the distance. This figure, adorned with a silver-gray mask and possessing green pupils, fixated its gaze upon Yang Wu with unabashed malice. From yet another fork emerged another cloaked figure. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. 9 cloaked figures now stood at the entrances of the 9 forks, their green pupils brimming with murderous intent. A roar echoed from behind Yang Wu. There are 9 more. He turned to see 9 additional cloaked figures advancing towards him, emitting low growls. Ordinary first-tier planetary beings? Yang Wu raised an eyebrow. These cloaked figures were likely the constructs of the relic, designed to test outsiders. However, they did not exude the aura of divine warriors. Boom! The 18 cloaked figures surged forth, their forms melding into a blur. Each erupted with a speed that surpassed several times the sound barrier, a velocity unattainable even by ordinary first-tier planetary warriors. Is this all? Boom! Yang Wu brandished a hexagonal shield in one hand and a blood shadow battle knife in the other, charging forth like a crimson specter. In an instant, the sound of a long knife being unsheathed resonated, overwhelming all else. A blade of light arced through the air, cold and penetrating, slicing through the cloaked figures with the swiftness of lightning. 9-fold Thunderblade, 7-fold Force, bolstered by a 3-fold life gene level. His power surged to 21 times. Whoosh! With a single stroke, it was as if sunlight had passed over, a seemingly ordinary motion, yet leaving no trace. Executed at the pinnacle of speed, with a chilling sound of shattering echoing, Yang Wu severed the head of the nearest cloaked figure. He kicked the body, sending it hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into another cloaked figure ahead. The remaining 7 cloaked figures at the passage's entrance did not rush in. Instead, they blocked the entryway. Roar! The 9 cloaked figures behind him were evidently slower than Yang Wu, though their power levels appeared to surpass his. Yang Wu's elevated life level allowed him to dispatch the first-tier planetary beings with a single strike. Yet, it must be noted that these cloaked figures were not truly alive. They approached death with reckless abandon. Despite knowing they could not defeat Yang Wu, they charged at him with wild frenzy. The 7 cloaked figures at the front of the passage echoed their madness, simultaneously raising their fists clad in silver-gray gloves. A pincer attack. As they obstructed Yang Wu's advance and retreat, he found himself facing a throng of cloaked figures, no matter which way he turned. Amidst the piercing screams that filled the air, the blade light surged forth like thunder, slicing through the ranks of the attackers. Weak, too weak. Those who stand in my way shall perish. The pale purple blade light erupted, as Yang Wu unleashed 8 swift strikes, transforming the area ahead into a churning sea of murderous intent. The icy blade light struck with such speed that it was almost invisible. The glint of blades sliced through the air, emitting a piercing wail akin to the cries of tormented spirits, as they thundered past the figures cloaked in black robes. With a clang, without a single glance at the motionless black-robed individuals ahead, Yang Wu pivoted and charged toward the ones behind him. The ranks of the black-robed figures dwindled, their shattered remains strewn across the corridor's floor. Suddenly, they appeared to dissolve, their dismembered bodies slowly merging with the ground until they vanished entirely. Though it may seem drawn out, the entire encounter, from the moment of confrontation to the abrupt eruption of battle, culminating in its swift conclusion, transpired in mere moments. With a thrust, the last black-robed figure fell beneath Yang Wu's blade, its body torn apart by overwhelming force. A gaping wound appeared in its chest, devoid of any internal organs, replaced instead by an unidentifiable black substance. With a resounding crash, a dazzling arc of blade light descended like a bolt of lightning, severing its head from its body. All 18 black-robed figures lay defeated. As Yang Wu gazed down the bodies of the black-robed figures slowly melding into the ground, he exhaled softly. At the moment he vanquished the 18 mysterious figures, a series of reactions unfolded within the core of the ancient civilization's relic at Site 9. Thousands of crystalline tendrils extended in one direction, pulsating with streams of light that converged toward the core. Yang Wu found himself once again at the intersection formed by the twisted roots of dark brown trees, facing 9 divergent paths. Before he could take a step, a familiar voice resonated through the maze. Huh, it was a voice again. Yang Wu looked down at the communication watch on his wrist, which translated the words, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the assessment." With a whoosh, the mist at both ends of the elite passage dissipated, and the surrounding environment shifted dramatically. Instantly, a transparent stream of light coalesced into a crystalline chamber, 5 meters high and 8 meters wide, enveloping Yang Wu within. Nearby lay some sustenance, neither luxurious nor rare, allowing Yang Wu to sit and replenish his strength. I had anticipated a prolonged ordeal akin to that of Luo Feng. But to my surprise, after slaying the black-robed figures, I passed that trial immediately. Yang Wu remained unhurried, for he had already triumphed over the black-robed challenge. What remained of the trials was unknown to him. He could only adapt as circumstances arose. After satiating his hunger and thirst, a mysterious voice echoed within the crystalline chamber. Speaking for an extended period, Yang Wu felt a surge of elation. The ancient civilization's relic had finally spoken. He glanced down at his communication watch, and the translation software promptly rendered the lengthy message into comprehensible text. Elite planetary level first tier, Warrior Yang Wu. Your trial of death has officially commenced. During this period, you will receive supplies of food and water. The walls of the trial chamber are inscribed with the foundational techniques of martial arts, 312 forms. Mastering these 312 forms will grant you the opportunity to break through this trial chamber. Yang Wu's gaze swept across the walls of the crystalline chamber, where a plethora of intricate carvings adorned the semi-transparent surface. Over 300 illustrations depicting human forms accompanied by inscriptions in the ancient script of the relic overwhelmed him. Even with his current level of comprehension, foundational martial arts techniques? What a misnomer. The trial of death mandates. Break through the trial chamber within 3 years. Failure to do so equates to death. Deep within the ancient civilization's relic, in a semi-transparent crystalline chamber, Yang Wu's eyes gleamed like blades as he scrutinized the intricate illustrations and inscriptions on the crystalline walls. With a swift motion, Yang Wu pressed the button on his communication watch, capturing the myriad images and texts as if taking photographs. Through the translation software, the information was swiftly converted into illustrations and Chinese characters. After 20 minutes, a complete manual of the Fallen Ink Star's foundational technique, 312 forms, was compiled. The bald crystalline figure in this base seemed to underestimate me as merely a first-tier planetary level warrior, but I am no ordinary first-tier warrior. Though my apparent power level is merely 7, it could be perceived as 21. In the original narrative, Luo Feng's psychic amplification reached 16, sufficient for passing the assessment. Should I give it a try? Yang Wu pondered, stroking his chin. Without further ado, he focused intently on the blank circular area of the crystalline wall, unleashing a powerful strike. 9-fold Thunderblade, 7-fold amplification. With 3 times the enhancement from my genetic lineage, it amounted to an astonishing 21 times the power. Boom! With a resounding crash, a blade of primordial energy tore through the wall of the crystalline chamber, and Yang Wu stepped out, bewildered. I had planned to expend vast amounts of energy to master the foundational technique 312. Yet this? Just this? Chapter 74, Rewards of the Relic. The crystalline chamber, now with a gaping hole in its wall, suddenly emitted a hissing sound, before dissolving entirely into ethereal beams of light that merged into the tangled roots of dark brown earth below. Once again, the familiar voice reverberated through the maze. Hearing it again, Yang Wu looked at his communication watch. The device quickly translated the message. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the death trial. Please proceed along the passage ahead to meet me and collect your reward for passing the trial. As soon as the words were spoken, the resilient wall formed by the dark brown roots shifted aside, creating a passageway 3 to 4 meters wide. The passage was deep, leading to an end filled with mesmerizing streams of light, the same luminous glow that had constituted the crystalline walls. Is this really the end? Yang Wu remained perplexed but shrugged off the confusion, shouldering his backpack. Time to claim my reward. Let's go. The fallen ink star places great importance on psychic practitioners. And Yang Wu was unsure what reward a martial artist might receive, but it was certain that the accolades for a genius on fallen ink star would not be trivial. Traversing the dim passageway, he soon arrived at a hall enveloped in enchanting, colorful light. Suddenly, a multitude of colors coalesced, rapidly forming a vague, towering humanoid figure that solidified into a bald, crystalline being. The bald, crystalline figure smiled and uttered a greeting. The communication watch promptly translated, "Greetings, Yang Wu." The crystalline figure glanced at the communication watch, and in an instant, a beam of light shot from the palace into the device. The screen of the communication watch displayed the entire operational process at an astonishing speed as the figure deleted a plethora of translations stored within. Do not be alarmed. A voice with a faint metallic tone resonated from the bald, crystalline figure's lips. Mandarin? Yang Wu raised an eyebrow, but remained unconcerned. After all, this ancient civilization's relic was linked to an immortal existence. Having endured for countless years, it was unsurprising that it possessed an intricate understanding of Earth's development. The evolution of humanity on this planet has been under my surveillance, encompassing your linguistic transformations, cultural shifts, and history, all meticulously monitored. Certainly, I must convey to you the intricacies of language and expression. The bald, crystalline entity smiled. To facilitate your comprehension, I engage with you in a humanoid form. The elite's death assessment is a perilous endeavor. Should you falter, the consequences are dire, ensuring your demise to prevent any leakage of information. However, should you succeed, you shall earn the privilege to enter the realm of the fallen ink star, where you will also come to understand my surveillance of this planet. The fallen ink star? Yang Wu's lips twitched slightly. Previously, he had failed to gain entry through the Babata channel, and now, unexpectedly, he found himself on the threshold of joining the fallen ink star at the Ninth Ruins. Knowledge of it is akin to ignorance. The bald crystalline being gently shook its head. Now, I present to you the rewards for your successful assessment. A black vest, silver arm guards, a curved blade reminiscent of a blood shadow war knife, a tome shimmering with starlight, and a hexagonal metal token all floated before Yang Wu and the crystalline entity. This first item is what you refer to as the black god set. The crystalline being indicated the black vest. The second item, these silver arm guards, are an intelligent light brain. The third, a unique weapon of the fallen ink star lineage, the Azure Dragon Blade. The fourth is a secret martial arts technique exclusive to the fallen ink star, known as the Azure Dragon Blade. Only by harmonizing the Azure Dragon Blade technique with the Azure Dragon Blade can one unleash its formidable power. I shall refrain from detailing the specifics. The fifth item is the token granting access to the fallen ink star. All these rewards have been meticulously configured according to my Master S programming. The crystalline being gazed at the final hexagonal metal token, which bore 2 intricate inscriptions. Regrettably, even with the fallen ink token, you will be unable to summon anyone from the fallen ink star to guide you there. It sighed at the sight. Yang Wu understood. The lineage of the fallen ink star had long since declined, verging on obliteration. The fallen ink star, however, remained a mysterious locale within the vast cosmos. Alas, I have lost the ability to communicate with the fallen ink star, rendering your attempts to contact it through the token futile. According to the base's operational protocols, I am compelled to bestow this token upon you, yet it serves no purpose. The fallen ink token may be ineffectual, but you are already aware of the black god set's utility. As for the intelligent light brain, it is coveted by every genetic warrior and mentalist. It will prove immensely beneficial to you. Beyond encompassing all the functionalities of your previous communication watch, it boasts numerous additional capabilities. The most crucial being the ability to assess the strength of a target. Can it truly measure strength? Yang Wu raised an eyebrow. He removed the original arm guard from his left arm and donned the silver arm guard. As a trace of genetic energy permeated it, the silver arm guard swiftly conformed to his skin, revealing an array of intricate symbols and writings on its surface. The intelligent light brain, being a high-grade item, possessed translation capabilities. These symbols have been entirely rendered into Mandarin. Your previous communication watch's translation software divulged much information that could compromise this place's secrets. To avoid unnecessary complications, I have purged numerous related messages from your communication watch. However, the foundational 312 protocols remain intact. You may continue your studies. Yang Wu glanced down to find that the so-called buttons on the left lower side were merely faint engravings. He pressed the left lower button and directed the intelligent light brain toward himself. Instantly, the surface of the intelligent light brain displayed the text, Combat Power, Genetic Energy, Planetary Level 1. Yang Wu shook his head slightly. The data was rather rudimentary, lacking the detail provided by Babada. He understood well that within the infinite expanse of the universe, countless life forms had emerged, with the majority being of apprentice level. The warriors, generals, and divine warriors of Earth all fell into this category. The apprentice level, in the vernacular of Earthlings, essentially signifies a lack of distinction. Above the apprentice level lies the planetary level. Only those who achieve planetary status are entitled to be called genetic warriors. Those who have not reached planetary level are merely apprentices, unworthy of the title of genetic warrior or mentalist. The beings surpassing the divine warriors on Earth are predominantly at planetary level 1, with a few at planetary level 2, and only 2 at planetary level 3. The mightiest, Hong, ranks as planetary level 6, while the Thunder God stands at planetary level 7. They far surpass others in strength. I cannot comprehend your innate talent. Your cerebral capacity is exceedingly vast. Study those techniques carefully upon your return. Planetary warriors ardently desire a unique energy weapon, and you have now acquired one. Combined with this attack secret, Azure Dragon Blade, you can truly harness the potential of the Azure Dragon Blade. Chapter 75, The Arrival of Hong. Possessing these items is akin to adding wings to a tiger, significantly enhancing your power. As for the extent of their effectiveness, it depends on how adeptly you wield the Azure Dragon Blade. You are now the first member of the fallen ink star from Earth in 5 millennia. However, do not let pride consume you. In terms of combat prowess, despite your elevated power level, Hong is far superior to you. He has already established his own domain within his realm. It can be said that he is invincible among planetary levels. As the first member of the fallen ink star in 5 millennia, I still hope you can surpass them and become the strongest, the crystalline being regarded Yang Wu. The crystalline entity serves as the core intelligent brain of the ancient civilization ruins, unlike Hong's so-called intelligent brain. This is a true intellect imbued with human-like wisdom and even a semblance of emotion. Its fundamental programming dictates loyalty to the fallen ink star. Thus, it identifies itself as one of its members. The fallen ink star, as the stronghold of a formidable faction, only permits those with true talent, perseverance, and insight to enter. Otherwise, even planetary-level warriors lack the right to gain entry. Yang Wu's exceptional talent allowed him to effortlessly complete the assessment, indicating his immense perseverance and insight. Such a prodigy is indeed worthy of entering the fallen ink star. Regrettably, the fallen ink star has encountered significant troubles. For many years, this core intelligent brain has been unable to establish contact. It can only surmise that the fallen ink star may have suffered calamity. However, as an intelligent brain, it must adhere to its fundamental programming year after year, continuing its mission on Earth. It is rare to have a member of the fallen ink star. Its faint emotions harbor a hope that Yang Wu will surpass all others on Earth. You possess the potential to reach stellar level. With diligence, fortune, and the guidance of a renowned mentor, you still have a glimmer of hope to ascend to cosmic level. Indeed, I shall strive diligently, Yang Wu affirmed with a nod. To think that one must rely on effort, luck, and mentorship for even a sliver of hope? It was tantamount to declaring that Yang Wu possessed a mere 1 in a billion chance of attaining cosmic level. If one cannot become a cosmic level being, even with a golden opportunity, might as well contemplate self-destruction. Go forth. Earth is your homeland. Endeavor earnestly. Should this place ever be discovered by nations within the cosmos, the stronger your abilities, the greater your capacity for self-preservation. The passage has been opened. You may now depart. As the final words echoed, the crystalline being dissipated, transforming into countless luminous particles. It was time to leave. Yang Wu felt a profound stirring within. The palace walls began to undulate, gradually forming a passage entwined with numerous dark brown tree roots, at the end of which stood a mirror radiating light. It was through this very mirror that one initially entered the ancient civilization's ruins. Located within the underground base of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. This facility was a collaborative creation of various factions on Earth. The 5 major powers, the 2 leading martial arts schools, and the HR Alliance were all entitled to send representatives into the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. The members present here hailed from diverse influences. Clad in a white robe, Zhang Qian stretched languidly before her computer, feeling a profound sense of boredom. Indeed, the activities within this underground base were scarce. Aside from the routine operations of the base, the only tasks involved receiving the God of War and liaising with their respective factions. apart from several notebooks for office work. The facility was also equipped with numerous entertainment computers. Just a bit more gaming, and she could clock out. Suddenly, Zhang Qian froze. Creak, creak, creak. The entrance to the ruins unexpectedly opened in an unconventional manner, causing Zhang Qian to whip her head around. If memory served her correctly, this group had only just entered. How could they emerge so swiftly? A look of confusion spread across her face. In an instant, nearly 100 members in the hall turned to gaze at the grand door. Is that Yang Wu? Everyone bore expressions of disbelief, staring blankly at the figure of Yang Wu before them. Welchome, Yang Wu. Instantly, numerous individuals rushed forward, and the majority of the hall erupted into a frenzy. Yang Wu? It truly was Yang Wu. My goodness, he returned so soon. However, many members within the underground base promptly resumed their duties, beginning to notify their respective factions of the news. Report, Yang Wu has returned. Report to headquarters, the god of war of Huaxia, Yang Wu, has returned. In the vast upper chamber of the colossal spaceship structure at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, a man in black Hong stood silently with his eyes closed, holding a long spear, and slowly began to execute a series of movements. The pace of his techniques appeared exceedingly slow, yet curiously, the surrounding space seemed to warp, rendering the spear blurred and indistinct. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking echoed from outside. Hong furrowed his brow slightly. During his training, he was prohibited from being disturbed, and only the 5 major inspectors and 3 personal guards had the authority to approach him at such a time. However, none of the 8 under his command were foolish. They would not intrude unless a matter of great importance had arisen. Commune, on spoke coldly. The door opened automatically, revealing 3 figures, 2 personal guards clad in black robes adorned with golden masks, and an inspector named Lu. What brings you here? On incroyable, astonished. It was indeed unexpected for 3 individuals to arrive together. Master of the hall. A flicker of excitement danced across Lu's face. Yang Wu has emerged. He has shattered the record for the assessment. What? Hong was momentarily taken aback. Even he was somewhat astonished. So soon? It was utterly incredible. To emerge from the ancient civilization's ruins in such a brief span. He wondered if Yang Wu had experienced any unexpected gains. Hong shook his head slightly. He had harbored high expectations for Yang Wu's entrance into the ruins. After all, the more talented one was, the more extraordinary the rewards they would receive. Much like himself in the past. Let us depart at once. I shall personally go to welcome our martial arts school's god of war, Yang Wu. A trace of curiosity flickered in Hong's expression. He was eager to ascertain why Yang Wu had exited so early and whether he had received any special rewards. At the human underground base adjacent to the number 9 ancient civilization ruins, Yang Wu, the master of the hall, is on his way. He has asked you to wait here. Do you require any further assistance? None needed. Yang Wu glanced at the 2 women at the door, his lips twitching slightly. With a swift motion, he clapped his hand, sharply closing the door. Before long, he received news from Hong. Hong has come personally? Yang Wu stepped outside, gazing at the crimson triangular battle aircraft unique to Hong. Upon seeing Yang Wu emerge, the cabin door opened and a staircase extended. Hong, dressed entirely in black, led the way, followed by a cadre of personal guards and inspectors. Yang Wu, how did you emerge so quickly? Hong approached Yang Wu directly. I am a prodigy of unparalleled talent, so the assessment was rather straightforward for me, Yang Wu replied, feigning gravity as he spoke. Chapter 76, on est surprise. Indeed, Hong believed Yang Wu to be a prodigy of exceptional caliber. However, if Yang Wu claimed the trials of the ruins were simple, Hong certainly could not accept that. You must have garnered quite a bounty, no? Hong exclaimed with joy, grasping Yang Wu's arm. Come, let us discuss this aboard the aircraft. Yang Wu shook his head in resignation, following along. After such a lengthy duration, it was certain he had entered a special trial. Hong regarded Yang Wu keenly. Did you acquire any secret techniques from the number 9 ancient civilization ruins? As the foremost individual on Earth, he had also received certain technological legacies from the ruins. However, given his current prowess, there were few technological wonders that could pique his curiosity. The reason he valued the 9 ancient civilization ruins so highly was that it was not merely a repository of technology, but rather a sanctuary dedicated to martial arts. Indeed, Yang Wu nodded. I activated a special death mission due to my expansive cognitive domain, through which I obtained a secret technique as a reward. Yang Wu understood that the crystal-headed entity had deliberately deleted many communications from his watch to conceal its mysteries from humanity on Earth. Only individuals like him, members of the fallen Ink Star, were deemed worthy of such knowledge. Nevertheless, disseminating a foundational secret technique would not pose a significant issue. Moreover, Hong had previously rendered him considerable assistance. He was not one to forget kindness, and naturally, he would offer recompense. A death mission? Several individuals present exhibited surprise. So, it is indeed a death mission. Hong's expression brightened with excitement. What was the reward? It must differ from those obtained by other gods of war. Previously, anyone who successfully entered the number 9 ancient civilization ruins received a set of the Black God ensemble. There are some distinctions, Yang Wu acknowledged with a nod. Not only did I receive a Black God ensemble, but I also obtained a martial artist cultivation secret technique. Yang Wu had not only acquired the secret technique, but much more. However, he had no intention of disclosing the entirety of his gains to Hong. A secret technique? Hong's words hinted at deeper implications. I wonder if it will be beneficial for cultivation? Master of the Hall, I shall transmit the secret technique directly to you. Yang Wu sent the secret technique through his communication watch, believing it would be of great assistance. How thoughtful. Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is this? As the secret technique was transmitted, Hong's expression shifted dramatically. His hair stood on end as if electrified before settling back down. A tremendous wave of emotion surged through him, causing his genetic primordial energy to stir uncontrollably. Yet, as an entity of such comprehension, he was certainly capable of perfect control over the surging energy. The magnitude of this foundational 312-style secret technique's impact on Hong was unfathomable. This secret technique, it was beyond belief. Beyond belief. Hong trembled with exhilaration. He seemed entranced, fixated on the screens of the communication watches adorning their wrists, meticulously perusing the martial arts secrets recently dispatched by Yang Wu. Heavens, is this truly how one channels their strength? On murmure. Realizing that his own world annihilation paled in comparison to the foundational 312 technique, Yang Wu smiled knowingly. Of course it is remarkable. One must consider the lineage of this technique. The foundational 312 technique, though it appeared simplistic, was crafted by the immortals and in a vast cosmos. It undeniably ranks among the elite of its kind. For Hong, who had been groping in the dark and crafting his own techniques, his self-created methods could never hold a candle to the masterpieces of the immortals. Take, for instance, the strength exerted in Thunderblade Ninefold, which maxed out at 7 times. While this adheres to the cosmic trends, the method itself is flawed as it fails to synchronize enhancements in bodily defense and other aspects. In contrast, the theoretical limit for physical power is a staggering 100-fold. Achieving such an output signifies a full unleashing of one's latent potential. In essence, the brute force of an ordinary martial artist on Earth merely taps into a fraction of one's physical capabilities. Even at the pinnacle of Thunderblade Ninefold, it only exploits a mere 7 of that potential. To unleash a full 100-fold, reaching the theoretical maximum, is a Herculean task. The concept of amplifying physical and spiritual resonance to exceed the 100-fold physical potential is even more daunting. Even the Golden Horned Beast primarily relies on innate secret techniques and unique methods like essence of heaven and earth. Nonetheless, Hong's innate understanding is remarkably high, and he possesses his own domain, which is nothing short of terrifying. With the acquisition of this secret technique, a significant surge in his power is undoubtedly imminent. A true path lies ahead. Hong's hair bristled with excitement, his laughter rumbling like thunder, reverberating through the air. Yang Wu clasped his ears tightly. The intensity of Hong's voice and genetic energy was overwhelming. Regrettably, this unparalleled secret technique is a sword method, which does not quite suit me. However, with guidance, my marksmanship shall undoubtedly undergo a transformation. Hong gradually quieted down. This death trial was specifically designed for Yang Wu, hence the foundational 312 technique naturally pertained to swordsmanship. Presently, Hong's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He stood in silence for a moment before speaking, his eyes ablaze like torches. Master of the Hall. The Black God set. Yang Wu placed it on his seat. Indeed, Hong replied, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the communication watch. You have now attained planetary status and emerged from the ruins. Thus, we at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall can select an auspicious day for your global live broadcast, during which I shall personally bestow upon you the title of Inspector. The appointment of the 6th Inspector by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall is to be a public affair, necessitating the selection of a significant date. Let me think, January 18th or 28th are both splendid choices. You may select one. Additionally, in a few days, we, the counselors, shall grant you the title of council member within the God of War space. Taking over as Inspector? Yang Wu pondered briefly before replying with a smile. Then let it be January 18th. Such a nominal title held little significance for him. His ambitions had never been tethered to earth. I shall arrange everything with my subordinates. Please prepare in advance. As for this secret technique, it is indeed your contribution. In terms of rank and value, what you have provided far surpasses our self-created methods. I cannot express my gratitude without offering something in return. How about I provide you with a compensation of 200 stars? Though it may not be substantial, it is a token of my appreciation. The star is a unit Hong casually established, as certain items cannot be quantified by earthly currency. For instance, the dragon blood Yang Wu consumed previously would cost 1 star if exchanged with Hong. Similarly, the Black God set he returned previously was valued at 5 stars. The Royal Class Intelligent Fighter Jet is worth 2 stars, the Qingquan Class Intelligent Fighter Jet at 15 stars, and the Primordial Class Intelligent Fighter Jet at 60 stars. Thus, 200 stars could be exchanged for 200 portions of Dragon Blood or 40 Black God sets. However, Yang Wu had grown indifferent to earthly possessions. Acquiring a Primordial Class Intelligent Fighter Jet for amusement would suffice. When you assume the position of Inspector, you may come to me for your exchange. By that time, I should be able to prepare the treasures you may wish to acquire. Chapter 77. Planetary Level 6? Let us leave it at that for now. We should part ways here, as I believe both of us have many matters to attend to. Indeed, Yang Wu nodet. He indeed had numerous tasks to undertake, such as returning to Mist Island to seek the elusive Mo Yun Vine. Of course, his primary focus remained on cultivating his power. For both the mastery of genetic energy and the understanding of foundational 312 and Azure Dragon Blade techniques demanded an immense amount of cultivation. Without further ado, he bid farewell to the other transcendent beings and promptly took flight. Hong maintained a good rapport with the Thunder God, as both were born before the Great Nirvana era. The Thunder God, a hybrid with Chinese and Indian ancestry, had a playful and mischievous disposition. Influenced by films, he developed a fondness for Chinese martial arts. During the Great Nirvana, both experienced meteoric growth in strength, and coupled with fortuitous encounters and innate talent, they solidified their bond through countless battles, sharing the trials of life and death, a peculiar alliance of an assassin and a jester. Yang Wu had undoubtedly inherited the legacy of a formidable being within the cosmos, which elucidated the sophistication of his secret technique. Hong gazed at the departing Yang Wu with a glimmer of hope. Both he and the Thunder God were aware of other civilizations in the universe. Many council members and high-ranking officials were cognizant of this reality. Thus, they feared that the populace might descend into panic. Even if remnants of extraterrestrial civilizations were unearthed, they would claim them to be artifacts of ancient civilizations. Yet, they were fully aware that these relics were left behind by powerful beings who had once graced Earth. Most of the council-level powerhouses were content with the status quo, masquerading as deities before ordinary people, having lost their drive for advancement. They never considered the potential consequences should extraterrestrial civilizations discover Earth one day. Our planet is exceedingly fragile. During my explorations of certain cosmic civilization, I witnessed a video of 2 cosmic-level beings engaged in combat. I could hardly fathom that such entities could battle on a white dwarf under billions of times the gravitational force. I constantly worry that one day, Earth might be discovered by cosmic adventurers. The best-case scenario would be becoming the domain of a powerful entity. The worst-case scenario could result in the entire human population being implanted with slave chips and mercilessly traded. Now, Yang Wu not only possesses talent and insight that far surpasses both me and the Thunder God, but he has also acquired a legacy from the cosmos. His future is boundless. Naturally, such an exquisite secret technique, especially a sword method, must be shared with the Thunder God. However, we must express our gratitude to Yang Wu for the bountiful harvest we have reaped. If the Thunder God were to obtain such a technique, his performance would likely pale in comparison to mine. A faint smile crept upon Hong's lips. Indeed, as he had anticipated, upon acquiring the secret technique, Thunderbolt was so exhilarated that he nearly dismantled the entire headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. He decided to devote the remainder of his cultivation to refining his foundational strength and genetic primal energy for a continuous span of 10,000 days. During his flight, with a mere thought, Yang Wu commenced his training once more. In the recesses of his mind, Yang Wu tirelessly engaged in his cultivation, ceaselessly absorbing an immense reservoir of genetic primal energy. Once this energy entered his body, it optimized the enhancement of his cells to its utmost potential. The density of his bones increased, while the volume of his cells diminished. A single cell divided into two as the muscle tissues commenced their optimization, naturally leading to a gradual increase in Yang Wu's body weight. Life, indeed, is remarkably extraordinary. It felt as though Yang Wu had trained for a full 10,000 days. He now possessed an intimate understanding of every inch of his body S enhancement. With 10,000 days of black iron level cultivation, coupled with primal energy, he estimated that his foundational punching power had increased by approximately 300,000 kilograms. Yang Wu clenched his fist. Now, with his formidable power level and exceptional control over his body, he was acutely aware of the substantial surge of strength he had gained. Previously, when his aptitude was at black iron level 2, the ratio of energy expended to strength gained was roughly 1:5. Now it had escalated to 130. It appeared that his black iron level cultivation was now equivalent to a black iron level 1 aptitude. Of course, black iron level 1 was merely double that of a black iron level 2 aptitude. Thus the ratio should adjust to 110. The reason for the terrifying increase to 130 was due to the mastery he had achieved with the ninefold lightning blade S guiding technique, the ninefold primordial source, which had been cultivated to perfection. Consequently, under equivalent aptitude, the efficiency of absorbing genetic primal energy had significantly surged. The strength range of an ordinary planetary level at the pinnacle of the ninth stage was approximately between 2 million kilograms and 10.24 billion kilograms. Given that my life gene level was 3 times that of an ordinary person, my strength at the pinnacle of a ninth stage would thus be around 30.72 billion kilograms. On Earth, it seemed nearly impossible to enhance one's aptitude. Even if it were possible, utilizing black iron level cultivation would still be regarded as black iron level 1 aptitude. In truth, his forthcoming endeavors to fervently cultivate on Earth would predominantly contribute to his black iron level cultivation. With a ratio of 130, to reach the pinnacle of planetary level 9 stage, it was estimated that roughly 100 million black iron level cultivation would be required. Even if he could amass 1,000,000 days of cultivation in a single day, it would still necessitate 100 days. For instance, if he could accumulate 1 day of cultivation in a second, he would only be able to gather a total of 86,400 days of cultivation in a 24-hour period without rest. Naturally, factors such as the need to travel, rest, and evade detection for monsters due to his planetary level strength rendered such scenarios implausible. Therefore, barring extraordinary circumstances like the previous mouse tide, it would be virtually impossible for him to accumulate 1 million black iron level cultivation in a single day. This does not even take into account the cultivation required for the basic 312 style and Azure Dragonblade. I must express a sentiment of exasperation, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to do so. Previously, I had sensed that as the levels of power increased, the energy expended for advancement surged at an exponential rate, leading to diminishing returns on investment. Conversely, the cultivation of genetic primal energy and physical prowess consistently improved in a linear proportion. Given this, it would be prudent to focus the remaining 2 million days of black iron level cultivation on enhancing foundational strength. Yang Wu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Black iron level cultivation should be entirely devoted to foundational strength and genetic primal energy. Within the confines of the golden finger space, tendrils of energy surged from around his body, swiftly permeating his limbs and invigorating his blood and primal energy. A torrent of golden mist was transmitted from the golden finger space into Yang Wu's body, rapidly congregating at the dantian in his abdominal region. Primal energy fervently supplied and swiftly coalesced, allowing Yang Wu's dantian to rapidly form a second miniature planet, followed by a third and fourth. With his newfound strength, he was undoubtedly a formidable force among planetary level warriors. Typically, to breach into planetary level 6, one must exceed a foundational strength of 64 million kilograms, possessing 6 miniature planets. As for me, I have attained planetary level 4, with foundational strength nearing an astonishing 80 million kilograms. Chapter 78, Babada's Excitement. Furthermore, with the 7-fold power of the 9-fold lightning blade, my most potent strike has reached the threshold of planetary level 9. Not to mention the Mo Yun Vine. This level of strength is sufficient to contend with the Beast Emperor of Mist Island. In the depths of Mist Island on the Australian continent, upon last encountering Yang Wu, Babada was indeed astounded. Yet, upon detecting Yang Wu's presence once more, a tempest surged within Babada's heart. Even though Yang Wu was not a psychic master, the thought of taking him as a disciple crossed his mind. A 3-fold life gene level? Was he not a native of Earth? What lineage could this possibly be? The human races in the universe are incredibly numerous, numbering in the millions, yet they can be broadly categorized into 10 tiers. The first tier of human lineage can achieve domain lord status upon maturity. The second tier can attain cosmic level status upon maturity. The third and fourth tiers reach stellar level upon maturity. The fifth and sixth tiers attain planetary level upon maturity. In Babada's view, the golden horn giant beast, which possessed lineage of the domain lord level, had a life gene level merely 10 times that of an ordinary human. Yet, Yang Wu's life gene level was 3 times that of an ordinary person, a level that many domain lord bloodlines could scarcely hope to reach. It is worth noting that the entity once possessed by his master, Huyin Bo, was only of second-tier cosmic level lineage. Moreover, when Babada last beheld Yang Wu, not only was his lineage quite ordinary, but his cerebral domain width was also rather limited. However, in the brief time since their last meeting, not only had his life gene level surged, but his cerebral domain width had also significantly improved. What had once appeared unremarkable now struck as exceedingly formidable. He was far from being as simple as he seemed. Regardless, such an elevated life gene level and cerebral domain width undoubtedly herald exceptional potential. Even if he were not a psychic master, as long as he did not perish, there remained a considerable probability that he could lead the fallen star of Yunma to resurgence. Furthermore, he had obtained the Yunma star token within what Earthlings referred to as the number 9 relic. If the bald crystal figure within the number 9 relic remained oblivious to the current state of Yunma's star, Babada was well aware of everything. A prodigy of Yang Wu's caliber had never been encountered, even during the zenith of Yunma's star. How much less so in its current state of decline? He might not come across another like him, even after waiting for 50,000 years. Should he be cultivated, he could very well lead Yunma's star to rise anew. Standing at a mere 145 meters, the childlike Babada deftly controlled the wooden crystals within his storage bracelet, tossing them out into the spaceship's exterior. In the past, Babada had selected disciples for his deceased master, Huyin Bo, during the Great Human Renaissance, at the moment when human warriors first emerged, and had cast out a seed of the Mo Yun vine, nurturing it with 3 wooden crystals, allowing it to grow rapidly in strength. As for the Muya crystal, a peak war god, upon consuming a single Muya crystal, would undoubtedly be able to effortlessly attain planetary status. Additionally, there are 2 Muya crystals that have been ground into powder, which have been absorbed by certain flora, resulting in what is referred to as the spirit of plants. Subsequently, a series of events unfolded, such as the arrival of the original protagonist, Luo Feng. Luo Feng possesses an extraordinary brain domain width of 21, the highest among Earthlings, thus leading Babada to select him as the heir of the falling star. Whoosh! Yang Wu descended directly downward, instantly provoking a long black-purple vine to lash out violently, attempting to ensnare and strangle him. Yang Wu extended his right hand, a fair and powerful hand. Poof! Just as one grips chopsticks, Yang Wu effortlessly seized the thick, boundless black-purple vine. The entire vine had a diameter of at least 20 centimeters, yet when grasped by Yang Wu, it struggled and twisted in vain, unable to escape. Buzzing, the enormous black-purple vine twisted frantically. However, it proved futile. With such strength, it was no wonder that ordinary planetary beings could hardly contend with the Mayun vine. Yang Wu's left hand transformed into a blade, gently slicing through. The black-purple vine was immediately inflicted with a 10-centimeter gash, but merely 2 or 3 seconds later, the wound vanished. This illustrates the astonishing regenerative power of the Mayun vine, which is precisely why it is intended to be used as a battle attire. Rumbling. In its fruitless struggle, the entire mist island trembled violently. Black-purple vines emerged from the mist, each exceeding 2,000 meters in length. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. I recall there should be 16 in total. A smile crept across Yang Wu's face. No matter how many black-purple vines converged upon him, when they struck his formidable physique clad in the black god armor, they inflicted no harm whatsoever. Indeed, Yang Wu scrutinized the vine before him. It appeared to be the Mayun vine. However, this vine exuded a palpable wildness, making it somewhat troublesome to tame. Yang Wu smiled, but it posed little concern. I have always relied on strength to subdue others. Suddenly, his nose twitched. What is that scent? It seems to be the fragrance of rice. How could there be a rice aroma? Furthermore, he could detect it from the ground, suggesting it was not far away, perhaps less than 100 meters, indicating that Babada had indeed exerted considerable effort. Muya crystal. Yang Wu's eyes brightened. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the general circumstances. Clearly, Babata deemed him a prodigy with extraordinary talent, capable of inheriting his master's legacy, and thus sought to lure him with the Muya crystal. In comparison to Babata and the legacy of the fallen ink star, the Mayun vine is mere trifling. However, the spacecraft belonging to Babata lies concealed within the depths of the Mist Island, over 10,000 meters beneath the surface, while camouflaged. If Babata did not wish to be discovered, it would be impossible to locate the vessel. The aroma of rice intensified, causing Yang Wu to furrow his brow. Should he descend? Even though Yang Wu possessed his own unique advantages, he still felt a stir of desire. This was an immense opportunity for him. Standing aloft, he gazed down at the island and the lake. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through all, as if he could glimpse the mysterious fallen ink star spacecraft nestled within. At this moment, he remained utterly still, two thoughts waging war within his mind. At heart, Yang Wu wished to refrain from seizing Luo Feng's opportunities. Especially with his unique advantages, his future potential might not be inferior to Luo Feng's. Why should he snatch away his friend's chance? Yet, life invariably presents numerous temptations, such as the spirit of plants and even the legacy of the fallen ink star. This sensation felt akin to knowing that a friend's future treasure lay buried beneath one's feet, while the friend remained oblivious, and yet you were fully aware. However, that faint aroma of rice seemed to sense Yang Wu's hesitation, intensifying in urgency. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to follow the indicated path. Chapter 79. Mutual Willingness. Whether or not to become a disciple of the fallen ink star is a matter for another time. But the Muya crystal is indeed a remarkable treasure. Yang Wu appeared to have come to a realization, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Regardless of whether he should seize Luo Feng's opportunity, acquiring several Muya crystals for absorption and cultivation, or to restore his original force and stamina, would certainly be advantageous. The Muya crystal serves as a treasure for cultivation, as well as for nurturing and taming beasts and plant life, boasting extensive utility. For instance, with the cultivation of a Mayun vine using Muya crystals, it could swiftly grow to stellar level. In today's Earth, that would signify an invincible existence. Moreover, the Muya crystal contains a wealth of vitality and original force, enhancing his own strength during absorption. It also represents an alternative means of advancement beyond mere cultivation. Furthermore, when he engages in monster hunting, the energy within the Muya crystal would bolster his resilience, allowing him to endure longer during encounters. For Yang Wu at present, the Muya crystal was undoubtedly a timely boon. Splash! Water splashed as he dove directly into the lake, swiftly submerging. Meanwhile, at a depth of 15,000 meters beneath Mist Island, within the spacecraft, Babata initiated a series of operations. Target locked. The objective has reached the surface of the external ground. Strengthening the suggestion, initiating the guidance of the target. A series of unperceived, peculiar ripples underwent subtle variations. The waves emanated from the depths, traversing numerous layers of rock to reach Yang Wu, who was searching below the surface. This ripple, imperceptible to the naked eye, instruments, or original force, directly transmitted into Yang Wu's soul. Yang Wu raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. This felt akin to a guiding force from the ether. A remnant technique of immortality, indeed extraordinary. Although Yang Wu appeared to be aimlessly searching for Muya crystals, in reality, he was following an unseen suggestion, being directed toward the place he ought to go. Of course, unlike Luo Feng in the original narrative, Yang Wu was fully aware of Babata's intentions. Nevertheless, he displayed no signs of abnormality, for although their interests diverged, their ultimate goals were not vastly different. Both were mutually willing, and Yang Wu naturally proceeded toward the location of the Muya crystals. As he drew nearer, the aroma of rice became increasingly detectable. Upon delving merely tens of meters into the underground, he discovered a Muya crystal. Above the dimly lit subterranean lake, a semi-transparent white crystal hovered in midair, casting a faint glow amidst the previously shadowy depths. He immediately quickened his pace, advancing toward the source of the soft light. Concurrently, numerous aquatic beasts in the lake fixated their gazes upon the white crystal, and the surface was strewn with copious bloodstains and severed limbs. In fact, several monsters had previously engaged in battle over it, only to explode upon consumption, leaving the creatures hesitant to act impulsively. Suddenly, Yang Wu found himself soaring towards the white crystal, while the ravenous beasts, long since salivating, bellowed and lunged in his direction. Among them were several extraordinarily swift aquatic monsters. their entire bodies leaping into action as they resolved to gamble everything and devour the white crystal ahead of time. Seeking death, Yang Wu bellowed in fury. With a swift draw of his blood shadow battle blade, he effortlessly dispatched a leading monster, none of them capable of obstructing his advance. The creature that had foolishly consumed the wooden crystal prematurely met a gruesome demise, instantly exploding. Yang Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly stowed away the wooden crystal and, with a twitch of his nose, continued his descent. Having already acquired the spirit of the plants, and with several wooden crystals pried from Babada's grasp, he had undoubtedly seized an opportunity meant for Luo Feng. Thus, Yang Wu felt no hesitation in offering a wooden crystal and the spirit of the plants to Luo Feng. After all, compared to others, the future achievements of City Lord Luo were dauntingly formidable, and fostering a closer relationship would yield nothing but benefits. Haha, this makes the 15th. In the original tale, when the wooden crystal first emerged, it attracted the world's mightiest warriors, leading to chaotic battles that cost several planetary-level lives. Yet they barely managed to secure a handful. Yet here was Yang Wu, casually wandering underground, and he had already collected 15. Clearly, a significant quantity of wooden crystals had manifested here. It seemed Babada had indeed noticed him. Both the Mayun vine and the wooden crystals were ostensibly released by Babada as a means to lure and assess the talents of Earth's strongest. The wooden crystal was immensely precious, a treasure beyond valuation on Earth. If Yang Wu or Luo Feng did not meet Babada's criteria, he would never have so readily revealed them. He swiftly tucked away the wooden crystal and resumed his search, feeling as though he were simply indulging a whim. The deeper he ventured underground, the more aimless he became, neglecting to discern any direction. He understood that locating the fallen ink star within such vast subterranean expanses would be exceedingly difficult. However, if Babada were indeed guiding him from the shadows, following his instincts might render the search far more manageable. Indeed, he was drawing ever closer to that ancient hatchway. Meanwhile, in the distant recesses of a black, archaic spacecraft, within a spacious hall illuminated by brilliant beams of light, a diminutive figure, barely 5 feet tall, materialized. Babada, resembling an impish child with 2 small horns protruding from his forehead and blood-red eyes, fixated intently on a 3-dimensional projection. The image depicted none other than Yang Wu's slowly advancing form. At long last, the heir has arrived, Babada mused, his impish grin widening as he observed the figure on the screen. What a greedy little creature he is. Come forth, come forth. As long as you approach and pledge yourself as my disciple, you shall become the inheritor of the fallen ink star. Under my guidance, becoming a powerhouse of the cosmos shall not remain a mere dream. Yet, as he spoke of his master, the tone of the impish child grew somber, his gaze drifting toward the center of the hall, filled with melancholy. Master, it has been 50,000 years since your passing. I shall honor your words and cultivate an exceptional disciple for you. I swear. In the spacecraft hall, Babada eagerly watched the unfolding scene, anxious that his allure might not be potent enough. Thus, along Yang Wu's path, he scattered additional wooden crystals, oblivious to the ruse. Yang Wu continued to gather the unexpectedly discovered wooden crystals. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had amassed such a quantity. Babada was indeed generous. One must remember that in the original tale, a multitude of planetary-level beings spent considerable time searching for a single wooden crystal. Perhaps Babada, concerned about the insufficient allure, had deliberately scattered more wooden crystals along Yang Wu's path. Chapter 80. Scheming Against Each Other. Strangely, throughout his journey, Yang Wu had yet to encounter the Beast Emperor, nor had he stumbled upon the remnants of the primordial Copper Mother that Luo Feng had previously encountered. Babada, it seemed, held a rather low opinion of others. Did he reserve the remnants of the primordial Copper Mother solely for the psychic cultivator? Yang Wu found himself at a loss for words. The remnants were exceedingly sharp, a formidable weapon for warriors. Their significance to Luo Feng was negligible, and he had scarcely utilized them, so Yang Wu had no qualms about claiming them for himself. Alas, Babada may not have anticipated this, and thus refrained from offering them. Perhaps Babada felt that Yang Wu's path, guided by him, was proceeding too smoothly, hence withholding such treasures. Wait! Suddenly, Yang Wu halted, a sly grin creeping across his face. He had traversed more than halfway. It was time to extract a greater yield. He aimed to procure even more wooden crystals from this self-proclaimed demon, Babada. At the current rate of accumulation, he estimated that upon reaching the entrance of the spacecraft, he would possess at most 100 wooden crystals. Yang Wu licked his lips, a cunning smile flickering across his countenance. Ah, I've strayed quite far from the surface. I wonder if continuing downward poses any danger. What a risk. My life is invaluable, he muttered to himself, slowly adjusting his black god armor, feigning an intention to retreat. No, you fool, ignorant earthling. Babata, keeping a watchful eye on Yang Wu's movements, felt a pang of urgency upon observing his actions and words. Spitting out the apple he had been chewing, he swiftly conjured wooden crystal from the storage bracelet as if they were worthless. Clattering, they flew towards the exterior of the spacecraft. Indeed, I've been deceived, Yang Wu thought to himself, a triumphant smirk forming on his face. Babata, you don't believe I've only re-devouring the starry sky, do you? I've also perused legend of the martial ancestor. Ah, what a delightful aroma. Could there be more wooden crystals, not far below? Yang Wu exclaimed aloud. Perhaps I should delve a little deeper. If the rewards are substantial, the risk is worth taking. With that, he turned and descended towards the source of the enticing scent. Sure enough, within a mere few hundred meters, 47 glistening wooden crystals appeared before his eyes. So many. If there are even more wooden crystals below, the risk is undoubtedly justified, Yang Wu declared, his excitement palpable. Babata, witnessing this, promptly scattered more wooden crystals. Come fort, foolish earthling, he muttered to himself. You ignorant Yang Wu, had it not been for your considerable mental capacity and genetic potential, I would have had no interest in this greedy, cowardly creature. 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 7,000 meters, 8,000 meters, finally, 15,000 meters. 88 crystals. 120 crystals. 210. 300. That should be sufficient. As he calculated the distance, Yang Wu, after collecting the last batch of 300 wooden crystals, had ventured over 16,000 meters underground. Have I arrived? In this profound, subterranean abyss, countless layers of rock accumulated, yet at this moment, one particularly thick stone began to tremble and writhe. A deafening rumble echoed, akin to bubbles bursting, as a robust rock transformed into nothingness, vanishing entirely. In its stead, a half-open hatchway, shrouded in dust, emerged. This door stood ajar, as if a voice of summons was subtly influencing Yang Wu's psyche, compelling him to step inside. Yang Wu recognized this as a trickery orchestrated by the entity known as Babata. Shaking his head, he cast aside the intrusive thoughts. Foolish creature, after living for millions of years, do you think I am unaware of your ploys? Babata, gnawing on an apple, muttered under his breath. If you wish to entice me further, then I shall ensure your losses are even greater. Yang Wu said silently. Unbeknownst to him, stepping inside would make it exceedingly difficult to exit. Since Babata could control the door's opening, he could undoubtedly close it as well. Oh, what a delightful fragrance. Could there be more wooden crystals nearby? Yang Wu feigned astonishment. With a mere thought, his black god suit transformed instantaneously, forcefully displacing the surrounding rocks. In the blink of an eye, he created a passageway nearly 2 meters wide, spacious enough for 2 individuals to walk side by side. At the passage's end stood an oddly shaped door constructed from silvery metal, dust-laden and reminiscent of an intelligent aircraft hatch. Yang Wu approached this door, which was partially ajar, and extended his mental energy inside, soon uncovering the scene he had longed to witness. On the floor of the passageway leading to the hatch, clusters of crystals shimmered with a faint white halo. 10, 20, 30. There were at least 200 to 300. Even though he had anticipated this bounty, Yang Wu's eyes widened with astonishment, his expression reflecting joy, surprise, and shock. Meanwhile, Babata, who had been monitoring Yang Wu from the ship, was equally pleased to observe this spectacle. Foolish one, come inside, come inside. Babata chuckled as he continued to munch on his apple. Hey, they're all mine. Yang Wu grinned mischievously. Without hesitation, he leaped into the ship's entrance. He harbored no fears of danger, for the entire vessel lay under the vigilant watch of the intelligent life form Babata. Concealed in the shadows, Babata, having lured him with such precious wooden crystals, would not harm him lightly. Upon entering, Yang Wu crouched down, swiftly collecting the gathered wooden crystals, one by one, into the black backpack strapped to his back. Inside the hatch, a corridor approximately 12 meters wide and 8 meters deep stretched before him, culminating in a spacious passageway branching to the left and right. As he picked up the crystals, 10, 20, 30, he counted them aloud. There were 289 crystals in total. Placing the final wooden crystal into his backpack, Yang Wu felt his heart racing rapidly, each beat resonating like a hammer striking a drum. Each wooden crystal could enable a 9th-tier apprentice to ascend to planetary rank within a month. How many planetary-level beings exist on Earth now? This wealth was staggering, enough to incite envy and awe. Hence, he would never disclose his possession of wooden crystals until he became sufficiently powerful. How many planetary-level beings are there on Earth now? Just revealing one would surely arouse suspicion that he harbored more. The ensuing complications would be endless, such as human nature, and explanations would prove futile. Although his current strength could withstand troubles, they would ultimately disrupt his fervent pursuit of advancement. Chapter 81. The Choice. Of course, providing Luo Feng with some spirit plants and wooden crystals as a form of compensation was entirely reasonable. Moreover, this wooden crystal had been the easiest treasure for Yang Wu to acquire before entering the cosmos. After all, aside from himself, no one was aware of the circumstances surrounding the meteorite star. This was the advantage of foresight, and Yang Wu felt a surge of delight within. Time to return. The harvest has been fruitful, he exclaimed with a sly grin. This place feels utterly terrifying. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Off I go, Yang Wu shouted, darting back in the direction he had come. However, with a resounding thud, he collided with the hatchway. Huh, silly Yang Wu. Do you think you can fool me, Babata? Babata chuckled. Initially, Yang Wu's goal had merely been to procure more wooden crystals from Babata. He had no intentions of usurping Luo Feng's opportunities. Ugh, Yang Wu's lips twitched. Truly, one grows wise with age. Babata, having lived for millions of years, was indeed a clever, intelligent being. Yet, to lure me here, Babata had sacrificed quite a bit, indicating he valued my potential. This was far more than what Luo Feng received in the original narrative, and for Hong, acquiring even 1 or 2 crystals would have brought him immense joy. Since escape was not an option, he might as well meet his fate. However, compared to the wooden crystals, Yang Wu was more eager for the other treasures and secrets of the meteorite star. He understood that since Babata had permitted his entry into the meteorite star, there was no danger within. With a resolute step, he strode swiftly along the entrance passage. Upon encountering several decaying bodies of immortal deities, he recognized that these were primarily the remains of powerful beings who had perished 5,000 years prior. He cast a cursory glance at the 6 intact corpses, each once an immortal deity with boundless lifespans. Time paled in comparison to them. Even in death, their bodies remained eternal. The only one left with mere golden bones had once been a realm master, a formidable entity within the vast cosmos, commanding a star system as territory and capable of forging an inner world, becoming a domain lord. Planetary level, stellar level, cosmic level, domain lord, realm master, and immortality. These are the classifications of power within the universe. The so-called warriors, generals, and war gods are merely apprentices in the cosmic hierarchy, unworthy of even basic rights. Planetary beings hold no significance in the cosmos. They should simply go about their business. Before long, Yang Wu entered the grand hall. The entire space was desolate, with only the floor and ceiling occasionally showcasing depressions, likely remnants of the final battle. Beep! As a sound echoed, the dim hall suddenly illuminated with lights. Simultaneously, a peculiar radiance converged at the center of the hall, ultimately forming a black, virtual silhouette. The figure was diminutive, standing at a height of about 1.45 meters, resembling a child clad in a black robe, sporting 2 sharp horns atop its forehead and a pair of crimson eyes. Yang Wu, you have finally arrived. The child cloaked in black, known as Babata, regarded Yang Wu with a flicker of delight shimmering in his blood-red eyes. Truly, he is a being of intellect, possessing extraordinary computational prowess. Observing Babata before him, Yang Wu silently mused. Who are you? Yet, Yang Wu feigned perplexity. The fact that Babata was aware of his name did not astonish him. After all, if the 9th relic could achieve such feats, it would be trivial for a sentient life form far surpassing an intelligent quantum computer. Given its capabilities, accessing the Earth's network to unearth his information would be a mere trifle. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Babata, and you may refer to me as the Demon Babata. The title of demon is one I have self-bestowed, which translates to this meaning in Earth's Mandarin. I have waited for 50,000 years, Babata continued, for humanity on Earth is woefully inadequate. It has taken 5 millennia to encounter a suitable individual. Yang Wu, Gome. Let's first pay homage to my master. Yang Wu understood that the master Babata spoke of was Huyen Bo, the sovereign of the fallen ink star, a formidable entity capable of barely reaching the rank of nobility amidst the realm of immortals. At such a level, even the slightest fragment of cellular matter would encompass a soul's imprint, even if the body and soul were obliterated, as long as a minuscule cellular remnant remained. rebirth would be possible. Alas, during that fateful battle, his adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, a being who had barely attained kingship. From the distance of the fallen ink star, a soul attack had ended Huyin Bo's existence. "I'm a martial artist," Yang Wu replied, shaking his head slightly. "I am aware you are a martial artist. Naturally, my intention in allowing you entry is to recruit you into the lineage of the fallen ink star." Babata smiled faintly. It was only logical, considering that in the original narrative, both Hong and Thor had been accepted into the lineage. Yang Wu's unique triple genetic tier was undoubtedly within Babata's considerations. Furthermore, having already seized the essence of the spirit of flora, acquiring one or two more would simply mean extending the grasp to the inheritance of the fallen ink star. Moreover, securing the legacy of the fallen ink star was not a privilege meant solely for him. In the future, he could easily summon Luo Feng to become a disciple as well. "Follow me," Babata instructed, leading the way while Yang Wu trailed behind. Upon reaching the passageway, Babata leaped down, and Yang Wu followed suit. The passage was approximately 30 meters deep, leading to a dimly lit hall. As they landed, the hall illuminated instantly. Yang Wu surveyed his surroundings. The chamber was octagonal and eerily empty of any artifacts. "Open," Babata commanded, pointing to the ground. With a series of rumbling sounds, the floor began to tremble and slowly split apart. "My master's remains lie within. You shall see shortly," Babata remarked, casting a glance at Yang Wu. "In the meantime, allow me to elucidate. Babata, am an intelligent life form akin to human beings, animals, and plants. We all exist as forms of life. Intelligent life forms experience emotions and possess the capacity for cultivation and evolution. Yet fundamentally, we remain a type of intelligence." Yang Wu nodded in understanding. As a transmigrator, he was aware of this. Moreover, he knew that within the cosmos, intelligence could be categorized into 4 tiers: logical processing programs, emotional intelligence comparable to that of humans, and sentient life. Clearly, Babata belonged to the highest echelon of intelligent life. "My master, Huyin Bo, is the sovereign of the fallen ink star, a superlative powerhouse in the universe. 50,000 years ago, he fell in battle, and thus, I am tasked with finding a successor." He posed the question, "Will you honor my master by becoming his disciple? Should you accept, you will be afforded numerous gifts prepared for his disciples. Of course, you may decline, but in that case, to maintain confidentiality, I would have no choice but to eliminate you. The choice lies with you." Babata smiled subtly, revealing 2 charming fangs.